For the past 4 months of my life, I have felt like I'm in a nightmare that I can't wake up from. And about a week ago, I felt like I really hit the lowest point of my life ever. But I'm in a much better place now, and really not much has changed in my external world, but a lot has changed internally. Just in the way that I've been able to change my mindset and my habits, my life has become so much better, and I'm able to be happy again and appreciate life every day and feel hope again. And so I wanted to make a video about how I did it and what helped me to get to a much better place mentally from feeling like I was at rock bottom. And I felt like I'm at rock bottom many times in my life. I mean, I think everyone does. And I've also dealt with depression a lot throughout my life. I would say like half of my life I've been depressed. And so I notice I have a lot of these mood swings, and I've gotten really good at dealing with them. But this time was just on another level, and I've never felt like so hopeless. And I really just like stopped believing in a God or a higher power. I've gotten really good at handling like my low points in my depression, because I can recognize that I have these mood swings where things are going really bad in my life and I'm really depressed and I feel hopeless, and then eventually things turn out okay and you feel better and happy, and that's just how life goes. But this time I really was doubting if it would be different, because I had never been at such a low in my life. And something that I've noticed that really helps is journaling. And when you journal, like, first of all, it helps just to get it out and to write about your feelings. But also I can recognize like, oh, I actually felt exactly the same like a couple years ago. Like I was writing the exact same like depressing things and having the exact same feelings. And then to find like another journal entry a few months later or whatever, where you're happy, you're glad you survived, you're glad you're alive, you're enjoying life again. And I feel like that has been really helpful for me, like managing mood swings. If you have depression or bipolar disorder or any of that stuff, it really helps to journal and to like look back on all the different ups and downs in your life and realize that things do turn out okay, even though in the moment it feels like they won't, and to realize that you've felt that way before and you've survived it before, and things change. I believe that you're never stuck in any situation, and that there's always a way out of every situation. And I also think that depression is like a sign that you're on the wrong track and that something in your life needs to change. And sometimes it's as simple as like needing to exercise or eat healthier. I always like to think, what did our ancestors do? Because that's how we're wired to like feel good and like function. And so living a life as like close to they were living, you know, like hunting, gathering, being outside, getting a lot of activity, things like that. No blue light, no processed foods. But I think sometimes depression can be, you know, solved by those things, as like annoying as it sounds and so simple, but it really does help. And then other times I think it's just like maybe you need a new job, or you need to live in a new city, or you need a different relationship, or you need to get out of your current relationship. I think depression always has a way of showing us like that you're in the wrong place, or that something needs to change. If you were comfortable, you would never move. So sometimes the universe has to like make you uncomfortable to have like the growth that you want and to have the life that you want. And so I always try to see depression as kind of like a guide of like if I'm on the right track or not, and like if something in my life needs to change. But yeah, I've been depressed many times in my life, and I had gotten really good at, you know, recognizing like I always feel this way and then things always turn out okay. But this time just really felt different. I've never been in such a dark place in my life for so many months. It was just like really terrifying, and I was like, is this gonna end this time? Like, or is it just gonna keep going and like God isn't real and I'm fucked? So to give some context, for the past 4 months, I've been really sick, and it kind of just came out of nowhere. For like the past 2 years, I've been like pretty healthy and literally so grateful to be healthy, because I know what it's like to not be healthy. But kind of overnight, I got really like the sickest I've ever been. I don't know like how much detail I should go into, but basically just having literally so many symptoms, like 40 symptoms, and just like every second just felt like absolute torture. Like I could not handle another second. The first month of it was the worst, and I just was like losing my mind, because I was like, I need to figure this out right now. And just realizing like no doctors were gonna help me. They all were not helping. They like gave me drugs that made it worse. After they gave me antibiotics, it like turned into me not being able to breathe that night, and like feeling like I was suffocating all the time, and like alongside various other symptoms. And so for like about a week, I like didn't sleep pretty much. I was like waking up every single minute gasping for air. And so some nights I would sleep 30 minutes, waking up every single minute gasping for air. Some nights I would sleep like 3 hours, waking up every single minute gasping for air. And even I was like, how long can you survive like on such little sleep? Like I felt so sick and awful that I was like convinced like I was gonna die, and there was no way someone could feel this horrible without like dying and then like soon. Sorry, I'm like so surprised I'm getting emotional, but yeah, it was just like seriously the most traumatic thing ever, just how horrible the symptoms were, and realizing that like no doctors were gonna help me, and like really no one was gonna help me. I already hate the medical industry and have had like a lot of bad experiences with it, but I realized more than ever like how bad it actually is, how much they actually don't know, how much they really don't help. And their job is literally just to prescribe you some type of medicine. I really want to heal the root cause. I don't want to be on medication for the rest of my life, and I don't want things to just keep getting worse and never like address whatever the issue is. Eventually, after about a month of this, I was like looking into histamine intolerance, and I took a Benadryl, and I finally was able to sleep and breathe that night, and I realized that maybe I was having allergic reactions. So basically I literally like eliminated every single toxin from my life. Like I wasn't using shampoo, I wasn't using soap, I wasn't using toothpaste, and I just started eating like only lamb, asparagus, and blueberries. I was still having symptoms after every time I ate that would like last for hours, but they weren't as bad. They were like slowly getting better. And I also stopped taking like all medicines, all supplements. So I've been slowly reintroducing things, and I've been able to kind of determine what my triggers are, which is like cars for whatever reason, whatever chemical is in cars. Polyester, which is like most of my clothes are made out of polyester, so I can't wear most of my clothes. Lots of chemicals that are in like shampoo, soap, toothpaste, chapstick. Like I still haven't found like a lip balm I can wear. I have to use peppermint oil and coconut oil as toothpaste. I have to use like really simple shampoo and conditioner and moisturizer, and I still kind of have like mild reactions to those, but it's not that bad when I like eliminate everything else. And now that I've like eliminated most of these things, I can kind of like use some of them in moderation. Like for example, I can wear makeup and not feel sick, but like if I wear makeup and polyester and go in a car, then I'll get like really sick. But it's like I can kind of do like one or the other sometimes. I tried reintroducing gluten and like soy and like other allergens, and it seemed like maybe I wasn't reacting to food, but then slowly over time I started to get really sick again. So I've gone back to like an extremely strict diet, and I mean that has really helped my symptoms and like made my moods better, because my symptoms make it really hard to stay positive. I felt like just overnight my life had completely changed, and I had to quit my job. I couldn't wear like any of the clothes that I own. I couldn't use like skincare, makeup, shampoo, any of that stuff. I can't go out to eat. I can't eat so many different foods. And even just like leaving my house, I'll have like random reactions to like chemicals in the air and stuff. I don't really know. I also found out I'm like super allergic to dust mites, so changing my sheets often and washing them in hot water has been really helpful. And like vacuuming my entire house, vacuuming all my furniture. I suspect I might have MCAS, but my insurance ran out before I really got any real answers. And also I don't really want to just label myself with any illnesses, because I do believe that I will feel better again one day and that nothing is forever. I obviously like have not touched alcohol in 4 months, because I'm like, if I can't even use toothpaste, I don't want to know what would happen to me if I drink alcohol. I'm scared to dye my hair. I'm scared to get a tattoo. I just have to think about like every single thing that is entering my body. It's been a lot to process, and I didn't even realize like how much I use like getting a little matcha or like going out to eat, getting dinner like as a coping mechanism, or like to make myself feel better. And so it's been like interesting to adjust to not being able to do that, and to have really no vices at like the hardest time of my life. But I slowly have been adjusting to that, and that part is really not even the hardest. It's really just the horrible symptoms. With Lyme disease, my main symptom was fatigue, like constant fatigue, to the point where it would just make my life completely unenjoyable, because like I would go out with friends and I would just feel so fatigued the whole time that I would just like wish I was in bed. And so it really just like ruined every aspect of my life. And I think that's what's so hard about chronic illness, is that like when bad things happen to you in other areas of your life, you can go to work, you can hang out with friends, you can go on a trip, you can, you know, do whatever hobbies or stuff makes you happy. And with chronic illness, it kind of just like takes everything from you and takes all the things that do make you happy or would make you feel better And you really have to be like, okay, now what makes me happy and what am I living for? Lyme disease just like sucked the joy out of everything. It made me like not want to be alive if that's how it was. But this is like, the symptoms are so bad that it just feels like I'm being tortured, and it's so traumatizing, and it's like I'm trapped in this body that is like torturing me, and I never know when it's gonna end. And just like the fact that it could happen again and probably will happen again is so terrifying and horrible. So it's been difficult in like a really different way than Lyme disease. But then on the other hand, 60% of the time I feel like totally normal, which is really amazing, and I don't have brain fog and I don't have fatigue. And so I am really appreciative of that, because it was definitely different when I had Lyme disease. I didn't really have any relief or moments of feeling like normal and having energy. So yeah, I was kind of just grieving everything in my life, adjusting to all of the changes. I have thousands of dollars in medical bills. I'm running out of money. I had to quit my job. My health insurance ended when I turned 26, which was like 2 months into this. And literally all of that I can make peace with and still find happiness, but it was just like the symptoms that really would just like keep dragging me down. Honestly, I would have a lot of moments where I would be like really positive and think it's all gonna work out, everything's gonna be fine, and then I just would get hit with like debilitating, awful symptoms again that just make it so impossible to stay positive during. But it's taught me to be really present and to appreciate all the moments where I do feel fine, because like right now I feel fine. And my boyfriend broke up with me. We were like in a 4-year relationship, and it was really like my first love. I did have a boyfriend before this who I was like in love with, but I feel like I wasn't capable of love then because I was so insecure, and I was like in high school, I didn't know what I wanted. But this was like my first real love, and I am a very codependent person, I've realized. It just felt like I was already at like my lowest point in life. And I'm like, why do I have to go through my first like real heartbreak right now? Like this, when I literally feel like I've lost absolutely everything in my life. And I was just in so much emotional pain. And I was just so scared I would never come out of that pain, and that it would never end, because I had never felt it that horrible before. I've always believed in a God, I've always believed in a higher power, and throughout like this whole thing I've been praying a lot. And the first month I would just pray constantly, and it just felt like my prayers were absolutely never answered. And like the symptoms just never stopped. I never got a break. I couldn't even sleep through them. And I was just like, how could a God be real that could put me in this much pain and discomfort? Like, I don't think you know how much it is. And I've always like thought of myself as a strong person, but this was like the first time in my life that I felt like I'm not strong enough to deal with this. Like, you got the wrong bitch. Like, I'm not strong enough to deal with this. And I just was trapped. Like, there was no escape. Like, I just had to deal with it. I think we're put on this earth to learn lessons, and I believe if I were to kill myself, I would just have to learn the same lessons in a different lifetime. So to me, like, that wasn't an option to relieve myself of the pain. So anyways, that's where I was at. It was kind of like 4 months of this, just feeling like I absolutely lost everything, was grieving everything in my life, kind of just like wishing I had like someone to take care of me, but I'm not old enough to have like a family of my own, and I'm not really close with my parents like that. And now not much has changed. My symptoms are a lot better because I've like gotten my stress levels way down, but everything else is like pretty much the same. So if you're at rock bottom right now, you will get out of it. This will pass. Everything is temporary. Nothing lasts forever. That's just the nature of life. Everything changes, and life is about ups and downs. And also those darkest moments really help you to be grateful and be happy for the rest of your life. Like, my Lyme disease treatment was like one of the hardest things I've ever been through, but the next 2 years I was literally so happy and grateful just to be healthy every day, and I realized how much of a blessing that is. And that gave me 2 years of happiness just because I knew what it was like to be unhealthy. And I like to believe that for every low there's an equal high. So for every low moment you have, there's going to be a high that's the same value. You're gonna have a positive emotion that's just as amazing as however bad that negative emotion was. I think about that when I think of like alcohol and drugs and stuff too. It's like, you just know like whatever high you're getting, there's gonna be an equal low, and that's why you get like the anxiety and feeling sick after. That's just like a principle of life that I believe. So how do you get out of it? So I do think there is a place for letting yourself be sad and feel your emotions, and not just jumping to like optimism and trying to rationalize your emotions, or trying to just believe that everything happens for the best. I think there is like a process you have to go through. Like I really let myself literally like basically cry for 2 days straight and be in like so much pain, and I just let myself feel that. Without judging it, without trying to change it, and I just let myself feel it because that's what I needed and that's all I could really do. And that is really important, I think, to be able to move through emotions in a healthy way, is to really actually let yourself feel it, because that is something I've struggled with in the past. And I think if you have like all these trapped emotions that you don't get out, then it's probably like contributing to chronic illness. After you've let yourself actually feel your emotions and like be in that dark place for like as long as you need, I don't know, it's hard to know when you like are ready to, you know, flip that switch and be happy again. I think I just started to watch like positive videos and positive content, and I slowly started to feel better and more hopeful again. The amount of anxiety that I had about the breakup and about everything really motivated me to start looking into nervous system regulation. I had slowly been getting into tapping and EFT, and that does help, but I kind of just went down this rabbit hole of videos about nervous system regulation. I just started studying the power of the placebo effect, meditation, the nocebo effect, how people will like get misdiagnosed with terminal illnesses and then they'll literally die, and then when they do the autopsy they literally didn't have anything wrong with them. I'm reading this book called You Are the Placebo by Joe Dispenza, and there's hundreds of stories of people like miraculously healing through visualization meditations, or people healing because they believed in a placebo or a drug that they were given and then it turns out the drug isn't even effective. There was even a study where they did surgeries on people and then they did like a fake surgery. They told people they were getting surgery, but they would just like cut them open and stitch them up and do nothing, and those people healed just as well as the people who actually got the surgery. But there's like hundreds of these stories. I do recommend reading this book because the book itself is like a placebo too, because it makes you believe in the power of the placebo. When I first got diagnosed with Lyme disease 6 years ago, I did treatment for a month. I was really sick. And then I was like really into spirituality at the time. I was like having like psychic dreams and just like living in like whole other realities in my dreams, and it really like made me believe in all this spiritual stuff, because it was like I had proof of it. I'm like a very logical person, so I kind of need that. But I got really into spirituality and I started to believe that our thoughts do create our reality, and I started to think like I would be healthy, and I started to get healthy, and I was like, oh, like our thoughts literally create our reality, and I just believed that so strongly. And then a few years later when I got sick again, I kind of stopped believing in it because I was like, why would I get sick again? I didn't think I was gonna get sick again. But what I realized is that I never regulated my nervous system. I was still like in fight or flight all the time. I was still in really stressful situations. And so what I've learned is that your body's either in fight or flight or rest and digest. And if your sympathetic nervous system, which is like fight or flight, is always activated, you're not able to heal because your body is like focused on other things, and it's like releasing cortisol, which is like breaking down tissues and all this stuff. You really have to learn to activate your parasympathetic nervous system and spend most of your time in that in order to really heal. And so what these videos and these books have helped me to believe is that our bodies are capable of healing really well and really quickly, really amazingly, if we just like give them the tools to do that, and we help them to be relaxed and like not feel like they're fighting to survive. Obviously, it's hard when you have a chronic illness because it causes stress in so many different areas of your life that it's hard to get out of that. But I started doing these guided meditations by Joe Dispenza, and they have really helped so much. I usually do like a 25-minute one twice a day. There was one that was like an hour that I really liked. There's some days I've done like a 15-minute one once. I've been in one of the best places mentally of my entire life. I've just been feeling so positive. I feel like everything's gonna work out. I feel like I'm gonna be healthy one day. And I'm able to be grateful for all of the things in my life that I do have, and to be really present. I have enough money to survive for the time being. Like, who knows what'll happen in a month, but in situations like these, you can't like worry about the future and have fears about the future. And yeah, there's just so much in my life that I do have to be grateful for. And even though it feels like I've lost so much, you can just shift your mindset to not seeing it that way. There's always gonna be like bad things happening in your life, and there's always gonna be good things happening in your life. And there's never gonna be a time where absolutely everything is going right in your life, because that's just not how things go. And so if you're always waiting for everything to be going right, it's never gonna happen, and you're never gonna be happy. And I love to be happy. I love to figure out how can I be happy in every situation. And it's all about perspective. You can either focus on all the bad things in your life, or you can focus on all the good things and really just think about those, be appreciative. When you feel gratitude, you can't feel anxiety, and gratitude is like the most powerful healing emotion, and it helps your immune system. And so it's really just about sitting down and being like, okay, what are all the good things in my life right now that I can focus on and that I can be grateful for? And then what are the ways I could twist the bad things? Before all of this happened, I actually manifested. I wrote down the things I want in my life. I manifested perfect health. I manifested having a successful business, being present, being patient. And I am learning patience. I'm much more present because I have to be. And I've learned to be present because that's how I am able to get through each day and be happy. Some of my manifestations, I can see how they're coming to fruition, and I just have to believe the rest of them will too. I'm even learning what things are toxic to put in my body, like shampoos and face wash and things like that. It's kind of my body is a sensor for what is bad for me. So maybe one day I will have perfect health because I'll have all this knowledge now, and I'm developing these habits of eating really healthy, taking that time each day to meditate, to be present, to visualize the things you want or be grateful for the things you have is really, really powerful. I'm honestly shocked by how much it has actually changed my life. I didn't think it would work right away, and I didn't think it would work so well. I would say I went from having negative thoughts 60% of the time to literally 1% of the time now I will have a negative thought about how I'm going to be sick forever, or how I can't go travel, or things like that. But most of the time I literally feel happy, and I feel everything's going to be okay. Although I did go back to a really strict diet and just stop taking all supplements again, but I do feel healthier, and I think stress does play a huge role. And if you're also dealing with chronic illness, obviously your symptoms are very real and these illnesses are very real, but I also think we have this amazing capacity to heal if we just assist our bodies. Another thing is to be mindful of what habits are harming you, making you feel worse. I noticed a lot of times my negative thoughts will come from going on social media and seeing other people eating at restaurants or traveling, and I'm oh, I can't do that. And so not going on social media has really helped me to have less negative thoughts. I also feel it just messes up your focus a lot, and it's just better to be present, to be in nature as much as possible, to get sun. But yeah, as you start this process, also just start to be mindful of and take note of when you're having these negative thoughts and what the triggers are, and then you can maybe eliminate those triggers so that you can slowly become more and more positive. And everyone's experience is going to be different. I feel I already was a pretty positive and grateful person, but I was obviously really struggling at this time in my life. But meditating really turned things around quickly, and just watching more positive media, being mindful of the media you consume, because it's not natural to know about all the horrible things happening in the world. And the more you watch positive media or things that help you learn, I really loved learning again. I feel I stopped learning when I graduated college, and that's one of my favorite things. And just watching educational videos again and reading educational books has really made me happy. And this whole experience has completely transformed my life and my habits, and everything I do is so different. And it can be hard to change your habits, but the more you do things that make you feel good, your brain is going to create that positive association, and it's going to want to keep doing it, and it'll make it easier to have that habit. And then same with if you notice yourself slipping into bad habits, really take note of how they feel and create that negative association with them so that you're able to get out of that bad habit. And obviously it takes time. Yesterday I ended up on social media all day, and then I didn't feel good, but today it really motivated me to not go on social media at all, and I'm having a much better day, and I'm much more present. And when I catch myself opening the app, I'm wait, and I close out of it. And so obviously healing isn't linear. It's not easy to implement all these habits right away, but I think the more you notice that they help you, the easier it'll become. And if you try to just only intake positive, happy, educational media, you're gonna feel a million times better. And sometimes there are times in your life where we have to go to these extremes to feel okay. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I have to get sunlight every day. I have to eat healthy. I have to drink lots of water. I have to eat regularly. That has really helped. I have to sleep 9 hours a night. And it's been hard to make all of these changes, but it's worth it. Everything is temporary. Nothing lasts forever. You are never stuck in any situation. There's always a way out. Sometimes you have to suffer through till you get to that other side, but there's always another side. and stay tuned to see if my life actually improves and like all of this is happening for the best, or if I just remain sick forever. Even if manifestation doesn't work and it's all just like a scam, I'm already in such a better place. I'm so much happier. I feel hopeful again. I feel happy again, and it really doesn't even matter anymore what the end result is, because I already feel so much better and I'm able to really enjoy my life again. And that's really all that matters. So it already did what it was supposed to do. I've been dealing with chronic illnesses on and off for the past 10 years. And I just refuse to be sick for the rest of my life. I don't care what doctors say. I don't care what the internet says. I know that I'm not meant to be sick for the rest of my life. And this is my plan on how I'm gonna heal. I don't really care to get a diagnosis anymore because I don't trust doctors to help me. And I don't think it's good to put a label on it, because then you just are limiting your beliefs about if you can heal, because you have doctors and people telling you that no one ever heals from this. And everyone who truly heals, it's because they took their power back and they believed that they could heal, and they took control of their own healing and didn't rely on someone else. No one can help you heal but yourself. You have to believe that you have the power within you to heal, and that's what everyone who has these stories of miraculous healing does. So my plan for healing has two main elements. And one of them is diet and lifestyle changes. And then the other one is emotional healing and allowing your body to feel safe so that it can heal. Because from what I've learned, now I believe that our bodies are actually capable of healing really from anything. Every single thing that you can pretty much imagine, there's someone out there who has healed from it. And our bodies are actually capable of healing really well and really quickly. But from what I've learned, you really have to get your body out of fight or flight and out of like constantly being stressed, and really activate your parasympathetic nervous system and activate rest and digest so that your body is able to heal. And so people with chronic illnesses are often in really prolonged states of stress and fight or flight, and that's why we develop these chronic illnesses. And that's why we also can't get out of them. Because obviously having a chronic illness in itself is really stressful. Not only are you in so much pain and discomfort and wanting it to end, but you're also getting this diagnosis and you're scared that you're gonna feel this way forever. And then all these elements of your life you're losing. Maybe you're losing your job, you're losing friendships, your relationships are strained, and maybe you have a bunch of medical bills, you're running out of money, and everything is just falling apart. And so it's literally almost impossible to get yourself out of a state of stress. But if you can actually stop being stressed and stop seeing that negative future for yourself and stop being upset about all of these things, and you can get your body back into a relaxed state, you can actually heal really quickly and amazingly. Something that I think is really important is believing that you are capable of healing. And I think if you're really struggling with that, then try to find proof that you can heal. And so what I've done is watch a lot of videos about the placebo effect and people who just have spontaneous recoveries. There's a lot of books about it. There's a lot of things that all these people that miraculously heal from really horrible illnesses or that have spontaneous recoveries, there's a lot of things that they all have done in common. I'm going to talk about all of those in this video too. But I think watching those videos and changing your beliefs about the world and what you're capable of is really important if you're struggling to believe that you will be healthy. Our minds are actually so powerful and our bodies are actually so powerful. And it's just because society is so incompatible with chronic illness or just illness in general that we have such a hard time getting out of it, because it just creates this like constant state of stress that's perpetuating. One thing that's really important is listening to your body's needs and fulfilling them and being in tune with your body. And I know this can be hard sometimes. I really struggled for a while like telling when I was hungry and stuff, because I had like created such a bad relationship with my appetite. Just like working as a server, you can't really eat when you're hungry. And then I would go so long without eating that I wouldn't want to eat anymore. And I feel like it just created this really unhealthy cycle. One thing that has really helped my body get out of a state of stress is feeding it regularly and eating enough. And I know it sounds so simple, but I know it can be hard at times. But if you're not eating enough, your body is literally gonna think that it doesn't have access to food and that it's not safe, and it's either in a dangerous situation or that it needs to like give you energy so you can go hunt and gather. And it's the same thing with sleep. You just wanna make your body feel like it's safe, it's not in a dangerous situation. We are wired a certain way and your brain doesn't know that you do have access to food all the time. So that has actually helped me so much. And I even set timers because I just like forget to eat. Like my appetite has become more normal and I feel hungry again, but for a while I really like didn't. I just had become so out of touch with like my body signals that it would help me to just set a timer every 2 hours and eat something. Now that I'm eating really healthy, it's hard to get full on these foods and and I have to eat like every 2 hours. Also, stop telling yourself this like sad story about your life. Stop reliving all the horrible memories, all the horrible things you've been through, and looking at your life as just this like horrible suffering that happened all for nothing. And start telling yourself that this is all happening for the best. And remembering all the good things in your life and believing that you have a beautiful future, and just change the narrative that you're telling yourself about your life, because if it's not serving you, then get rid of it. And stop telling yourself that you'll be sick forever, that you'll never heal, or that you have a chronic illness. I say that I have a chronic illness because it's lasted more than 3 months, but I do not believe that I'll have it for the rest of my life. And another thing too to help you believe that you are capable of healing is think about if there's any symptoms in your life that have improved. You know, maybe there isn't, but if you can, think of some symptoms that have maybe improved or gone away, because a lot of times we do kind of cycle through different symptoms, I feel like. It's interesting how different my symptoms are now than they were a few years ago. I used to have constant fatigue and now I don't at all, but I have a lot of like breathing issues and like feel like I'm suffocating and just like a lot of different symptoms that I used to not have a few years ago. But I am really grateful to not be fatigued and to be able to sleep through the night. That's a sign that I'm healing, because I don't have those symptoms anymore. Also, if you are dealing with fatigue, I know how hard it is, and don't give up hope, because you will feel okay one day again. And even I know sometimes you can question like, does everyone just feel this way and I'm just like being dramatic and I just like can't handle it? You start to like wonder after years and years of feeling that way constantly, if everyone actually feels that way and you're just crazy. But you are not crazy. As someone who like was fatigued for many years and had those thoughts and now is not, I actually feel like people have so much more energy than I even imagined. And you know, I might not even be like at 100% or feel how other people feel, but I feel so amazing and have so much more energy than I ever even expected, and it feels so much better than I even imagined. And I was like, I can't believe everyone else is living like this. But I remember the days where it was so hard to shower, even just like filling up my water filter was a chore. Everything was just so hard and unenjoyable. And now everything feels so easy. Like I have the energy to do anything, and all these tasks are so simple. And I don't even have like spoons. Like I feel like I have energy to do pretty much everything. I can do a lot in a day now. It's just so important to not give up hope, because I know it's like, you just wonder like, is this treatment even working? Am I really gonna feel okay again? Like you just don't even know if like all the suffering you're going through is even worth it, or if there's something good on the other side. But no matter how much you feel like there isn't, or how much you doubt it, I promise you there is a beautiful life for you on the other side of this. And I felt that way so many times. Even though I'm still sick, I'm really glad that I survived all those things. And I'm manifesting that a year from now I'll be like in Europe or traveling or living in another country, making YouTube videos, able to eat whatever I want. Even though right now I don't know if I could go on a plane because I'm allergic to cars and like perfume and stuff, and I feel like I wouldn't be okay if I didn't drink celery juice every day, and I can't eat out or really like stray too much from my diet. But I feel like in about a year from now, I really believe that I'm gonna be in a much different situation. And I hope that you're watching this video and you can see how far I've come and that it gives you hope. But yeah, stop telling yourself that you're sick. Stop identifying with your diagnosis. Stop obsessively Googling your symptoms. I'm so guilty of this, and it just makes you feel worse. And the placebo effect is very real, and the nocebo effect is very real. People literally die when they're misdiagnosed with like a terminal illness, or when they're like cursed. Like your brain is so powerful that it can literally kill you, and that's not to scare you, because the opposite is true. But I really had to change all of my habits and my mindset and just stop like Googling my symptoms, stop being negative, and it has helped a lot. Some days I'm doing okay, I'm having a good day, and then I like come across something on Reddit about someone with MCAS who's miserable, who's been sick for years, who's going through something similar to me, and it makes me depressed. And it's like, I could have had a good day and I could have felt good, but instead I'm reading this. And so I stopped reading all those things. And you really have to be mindful of all the media you consume and what is hurting you and what is helping you. I don't want to see TikToks about people with chronic illness that I can relate to, but that makes me sad because it reminds me of all the bad aspects of it. And I don't want to read all these Reddit posts of people with my illness who are miserable. And I think at a time it did help me to, you know, like know there's other people out there who are going through it and who also are surviving. But also at a certain point it just becomes detrimental to your healing. So really notice the things that are serving you in your life and eliminate the things that aren't. And it's hard. It's taken so much discipline for me to cook myself healthy meals every day, eat regularly, make celery juice every morning, go grocery shopping all the time. And I stopped going on social media mostly. And I meditate twice a day, and I changed so many habits, and it's required like literally every ounce of discipline that I have. And it's been really hard at times, but it's so worth it. And what is really helping me manage my symptoms at the moment, and something that everyone who has healed from like a terminal illness or had like a spontaneous recovery, something they all have in common is a change in diet. And it's not even a specific diet, it's just in general. I think any level of eliminating like processed foods and eating more whole foods is going to help you. Obviously there's like different levels to it depending on how desperate you are, but I think any level of that is helpful, and also believing that it is healing you is like helpful in a way too. I always just like to think of how our ancestors lived and how our bodies are programmed to like function best, which is like getting a lot of sunlight, eating healthy, eating real foods, avoiding toxins, not getting too much blue light, getting lots of exercise. These are all things that really help and that help your body to function optimally. Ignore me like weirdly stirring this with a knife. And don't feel like you need all the answers in order to heal. I was really guilty of this for a while, and I could see the connection between PCOS, Lyme disease, MCAS, long COVID, like just all of these things, bipolar disorder, mental illnesses as well. And I could just see that there was a connection, and it was all connected to gut health. And I was like, if I could just figure out like the root cause of all of these, then I can heal. But the answers aren't really out there. I'll probably never know for sure. And you have to stop looking outside of yourself for answers, because everything you need to heal is within you. And people heal without ever having answers or understanding what's going on inside of them. So stop searching outside of yourself for answers. Stop being so desperate to like have the answers to everything, to figure it all out, and then thinking that's when you'll heal. And try to do the things that make you happy as much as possible. Be around the people that make you happy as much as possible. As many positive emotions as you can feel, it's going to be helpful. And really trying to avoid those situations that make you feel stressed. I feel like as a server too, that was like putting my body in a state of stress a lot. And I was kind of addicted to that adrenaline rush in a way, and I kind of like, you know, like that feeling of anxiety a little bit. And it's like the same reason that people drink caffeine, drink coffee. Another thing I've done is eliminate caffeine. A lot of us have this like addiction to adrenaline and anxiety in a way. And I was kind of like, do I feel good and like enjoy life without that feeling? But honestly, I really do. I really enjoy like the peace. I feel a lot of happiness. So don't be scared of that. And don't feel like you have to do everything at once. Any little amount that you integrate into your life is going to help you heal. Even if you add just one thing from this video, it's going to help you heal. And I know it can be really overwhelming. You don't have to do all of this at once. It's been a long process for me. So don't get stressed about that. Just do whatever little things you can each day. And that is enough. Also, I was really scared because it's like you read a lot of stuff about how it gets worse before it gets better. Your body has to detox and you're gonna have all these detox symptoms. And I was just at a point where I could not handle my symptoms anymore, and I could not deal with them anymore. And to imagine them getting worse was absolutely out of the question. So that was really stressing me out, but your symptoms do not have to get worse for you to heal. They can just only get better. So don't believe that, don't let that scare you. I mean, I definitely experienced detox with Lyme disease, but I did have a doctor who told me that if the herx was like too much, that I could take less medicine and that I don't have to feel the herx at all. That really just means that your body is releasing toxins too fast and that you can't really get rid of them all at once. You actually want to slow down. But healing itself does not have to be like a painful, difficult process. It doesn't have to get worse. So don't be scared of that. Don't believe that. I have only gotten better the past 4 months. I mean, there's times where there's ups and downs and it's like worse than usual, but it hasn't gone back to as bad as it was in the beginning. You can heal and just feel totally good, and it doesn't have to be hard. You don't have to keep being sick in order to heal. You can just heal. And right now my symptoms are super manageable with this diet, and I'm so happy with where I'm at. Another thing is when you have symptoms, instead of being scared and being like, is this gonna escalate, or what did I do wrong, or you know, having all those negative thoughts, I just tell my body in my head, you're safe, you're okay, there's no reason for you to be having this reaction to something, you're not in danger, like this chemical is not gonna kill you. Instead of escalating, my reactions have really gotten a lot more manageable. And I know it's really hard at times too, like there are just times where, I don't know, whatever the sickness is, it makes you depressed, it makes you anxious. Like I trust me, I know. There are times where it feels like someone just turned the serotonin off in my brain and I'm like, what just happened? Like, and I don't feel like myself anymore. But those moments, you really just have to get through them and know that there's another side and you're gonna feel okay again. and you're not gonna feel that way forever. And yeah, sometimes you just gotta stick it out. Just really try to intake as much positive media, listen to positive affirmations, do whatever it is that makes you feel better. And the more you do those things, the easier it'll be to get yourself out of that depressed state. Another thing is your brain doesn't know what your external reality is. It only knows what you're really telling it and the experiences you're giving it. So when you're reliving your traumatic memories, you're remembering all these horrible things in your life, your brain thinks that you're in that situation. And even if you've gotten out of a stressful environment or a stressful experience, your brain is gonna think you're right back in it, and you're just putting it back in fight or flight and making it hard for it to heal. Your brain can't distinguish like what's really happening from what you're remembering and what story you're telling yourself. So it is really important to take control of the narrative that you tell yourself and stop reliving all the traumatic memories in your life and start believing that it's beautiful that they made you who you are and they've gotten you to where you are now, and you don't need to relive them and be haunted by them. Focus on the life you want and the life that makes you happy. So yeah, those are the changes I've been implementing in my life to try to heal. I really hope this video helps someone and gives you hope. If you're dealing with a chronic illness, please believe you will not be sick forever. You're not meant to be sick forever, and you are perfectly capable of healing if you just give your body the right tools. A month ago, I was at truly the lowest point I have ever been at in my entire life, and now I've never ever been happier. And it's so crazy how much these meditations have changed my life in just a month. Dr. Joe Dispenza is a lecturer, best-selling author, chiropractor, and researcher who healed his own broken spine with visualization meditations after doctors told him he would never walk again. He examines how you can change your brain and reality and even your genes by changing your thoughts. He explores the science behind spontaneous remissions of chronic conditions and terminal illnesses. Although he faces criticism and has no peer-reviewed studies, thousands of people claim to have healed chronic conditions or improved their lives through his discoveries.
I just made a deal with myself, and the deal was that if I was ever able to walk again, I'd spend the rest of my life studying the mind-body connection and mind over matter.
I don't have the best ability to visualize things. Like when you picture an apple, how well can you see it? And I was at about a 4 when I started meditating, and now I'm at a 2. So if you're struggling to visualize, don't let that discourage you. It's actually a skill that you can build up, I think, and you will get better at it as you continue to meditate and visualize. When I was starting out, it was really hard for me to actually visualize things, but I still saw really amazing results. Also, a lot of the meditations tell you to feel the emotions of getting whatever it is that you desire and really try to live in that reality and feel those emotions. And at first, this was really hard for me. I really wasn't able to tap into those emotions and actually feel them. But as I stayed consistent and really continued to meditate, I've gotten better and better. And now it's to the point where I constantly feel like I'm living in those positive emotions and that I'm living my dream life already. So if you're struggling to visualize or you're struggling to feel these positive emotions, just know that it's still having a great impact and that you're gonna get better and better as you go. The reason I started doing Joe Dispenza meditations was to fix my health issues. I was dealing with a lot of horrible symptoms that were really interfering with my ability to live my life. And within just 2 to 3 days of starting the meditations, my focus stopped being on improving my health and it started being on finding a way to maintain my current lifestyle so that I can continue to be healthy. So even just a few days in, I already started to see the results and get what I wanted. In the beginning, my mind would definitely wander a lot. It still does sometimes. And I feel like the meditation still works really well, even if your mind is wandering sometimes, or even sometimes I feel like I'm like half asleep and like not aware of what's happening. Sometimes I find myself kind of like waking up to the voice, or sometimes I'll even get really tired and I'm like, I'm just gonna go to sleep because like I think it's not good for my body just to be trying to keep it awake. And basically my point is, even if you're not perfect, even if you feel like you're not meditating like the right way or the best way, it still had such an amazing impact on my life. And it's just crazy how almost overnight I went from literally being so depressed, being like, why is this my life? Why is this happening to me? Why does everyone else get to live normal, healthy lives? And just feeling so hopeless. I've been feeling a lot healthier. I've been so much happier. I absolutely no longer feel any of those negative emotions. Maybe 1% of the time I'll have like a negative thought, but the majority of the time I feel extremely grateful for my life. I'm extremely happy with my life right now. It's made me able to enjoy each moment again, and that's really all I can ask for. So even if visualization like doesn't give you the life of your dreams, it's like I kind of already feel like I have it.
Teach your body
just for 15 minutes a day, what it would like to feel gratitude, what it would be like. And our data shows that you take someone to do that for 4 days, 3 times a day. They make a immunoglobulin called immunoglobulin A. It's your body's natural flu shot. It's the greatest immune chemical we have. 50% increase in the subjects we studied in 4 days.
Most nights I do a 25-minute meditation, and then most mornings I'll do a 10 to 15-minute meditation. And some days I would do the hour-long ones, and I think those were really powerful, but if I would do it at night, it would kind of keep me up because it would like energize me so much. So I learned to stop doing those at night. But there were even some days where I would just do like one 10-minute meditation, or even there was one day where I was just falling asleep during it, so I just decided to go to sleep. I think really set the intention to be consistent so that if there is a day that you fall off, it doesn't become a habit. It can be pretty time consuming, and I know it can be hard to add this new habit into your life. And I think if you're really struggling with that, try to think of maybe some habits that you could get rid of that aren't serving you. I really stopped watching TV. When I started meditating, I was so depressed, so anxious, in just such a dark place, dealing with horrible health issues. Didn't see a way out, but as the days went on, I started to feel so grateful. I really appreciate every second of my life, and I'm so grateful for every single thing I have. And life just feels magical. Like, it feels like I'm living my dream life. Everything feels amazing. I'm motivated to be creative and put myself out there and not let my fears get in the way. And I see a beautiful future for myself, and I see my dreams coming true, and I just know that they will, and I feel it so strongly. And I've even happy cried like multiple times imagining the future, but I already feel like I'm living it. I already feel so happy with my life exactly the way it is now, and I know that's how they say to manifest your dream life, but it's always been like, okay, but how do you do that? And I think the way to do that is meditating and practicing those positive emotions and practicing gratitude to the point where it becomes such a habit. So yeah, my health has improved so much, and my mindset. And although this has been the hardest year of my life, I feel so grateful that everything happened the way it did, because it led me to where I am now, and it's helped me to grow so much. I haven't necessarily manifested money yet or any huge changes, but I already feel abundant. I already have all the food I need. I have a place to live. I have money in my bank account. So I already feel like I have everything I could ask for and more. My next rent payment in about a week is pretty much going to be the last of the money I have, but I do have so much faith that everything is going to work out. I feel like things are going to turn around at the last second. I am going to do an update probably maybe a month from now, so stay tuned to see what happens. I'm definitely going to continue to meditate daily, probably for the rest of my life. So overall, I highly recommend trying these meditations and making it a part of your daily routine.
If you're truly present, the brain does not know the difference between a real life experience and what you're imagining. So now the brain goes from a record of the past to a map to the future. Now you're installing the hardware. Keep practicing it. It becomes automatic. It becomes easier. Now it's a software program. You may just start behaving differently. And then if you said, well, listen, I'm not going to wait for my healing to feel gratitude. I'm not going to wait for my new relationship to feel love. I'm going to actually teach my body emotionally what that future feels like before it happens.
I never know how to end videos by. The thing that really scares me the most is making YouTube videos. But I finally got to a point in my life where I decided I don't want to be frustrated with my bad communication skills anymore and always be frustrated that this is something I feel like I can't do. I mean, there's so many cuts in this video because I'm constantly pausing, I lose my train of thought, and I've always just been like, why is it so hard for me to put my thoughts into words? Like, I feel like in my head my thoughts are so clear, but I've always just really struggled with speaking. There's always just been like a disconnect there, and it was just really frustrating to me. So I finally decided that instead of being frustrated about it for the rest of my life, I'm gonna just start making videos, and hopefully each time I get a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable talking, and hopefully one day I can be proud of my communication skills. And as uncomfortable as it is, as scary as it is, as much as every day or every time I pick up the camera I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can do it this time, I really just force myself anyway. And honestly, I feel so fulfilled now. I am a life path 3, which is the communicator, and when I first read that I was so confused. I was like, that's literally the thing I'm the worst at, but I guess that's what your life path is, because your life path is what you're gonna be the worst at because you're supposed to overcome it. So whatever it is that you really don't want to do but at the same time you want to do it, do it. Just try it. It's gonna be okay, and you're gonna get a little bit better at it every time. And I know it's painful to see how bad you are, but it's even more painful, I think, to just never try. Everyone I know who comes off as really confident, they all say, oh, I just fake it, or that they did fake it until they actually got it. And I used to always think that just meant standing up straight, you know, like making good eye contact, speaking with confidence. But it also means doing the things that the most confident version of you would do that current you is afraid to do. And faking the confidence that the future version of you has, or that the version of you want to be has. And that means doing the thing that you're the most scared to do. So what would you do if you were truly confident, you didn't care what other people thought of you at all, you didn't have any negative beliefs about yourself? What is the thing that you would really want to do? And then go and do that thing, because as you do it, you're gonna build that confidence and you're gonna be proud of yourself. You're gonna build trust with yourself, and eventually you will actually become that confident person. I think sometimes too, we put all of our energy into one thing, or we even tell ourselves like, oh, I'm taking this risk, but we're still actually playing it safe. Like, I have a clothing business, and I was like, oh, I'm putting myself out there, I'm facing my fears, I'm creating things, but at the same time, it's like a safer version of what I want. Like, I don't want to spend my time on all the logistical stuff of a clothing business. I actually want to spend my time just with my thoughts, being creative, reflecting on life, growing as a person. And although if I had a successful clothing business, it would give me a lot more freedom, it's not going to give me the level of freedom that I really, really want. So stop playing it safe, stop limiting your dreams. Actually think about what is like the scariest, biggest thing that you really want, and that you think you can't have, or you think you're not good at, or that really just scares you to start it. And I promise you, it's gonna feel so good when you actually do that thing that you're so afraid of. And just take whatever baby steps you need to take. If it is making a YouTube video, just tell yourself, I don't have to post it. Or same with any form of art, you can tell yourself that if it helps you feel better. Every single successful person has felt this way, like we aren't special. I think whatever it is that you're really meant to be doing, it might be like the hardest thing for you to do at first, because you came to this earth to learn and grow. I think sometimes like our true purpose and the thing that we're gonna have success with and the thing that we're meant to do is gonna be the thing that is the scariest for us to do, and that requires so much growth in order to do. So yeah, that's what this channel is about. Let's face our fears together. Let's be bad at things together, because at least we're trying. I've realized something this year about creativity, and I think I always have these periods of my life where I feel more creative, and then periods where I feel like I lost it and I don't really know why. But I think I realized that it's actually really simple to get your creativity back. And there's really only one simple change you need to make in your life to get it back. And that's giving yourself time to be in silence and to give yourself time to think and really connect with your intuition. I used to just watch TV, go on social media, go to work, and always have constant stimulation, listen to music in the car. Really the only time that I would have time to think was in the shower. And I know a lot of people even listen to music in the shower or like watch TikToks in the shower, so some people don't even have that. And that time would kind of be spent just like processing my day or whatever. But as I've kind of been doing like an accidental dopamine detox, and I've been meditating a lot and just taking time to be more present a lot and be in silence, I've realized how much I have just so many creative ideas flowing to me. And you don't necessarily need to like stare at a wall and be in silence. When I get my creative ideas, it's usually when I'm like washing fruits and vegetables, showering, doing my makeup, sitting outside, listening to affirmations, just things that aren't super stimulating, that allow you to just kind of think. And I know it sounds so simple, but I think it really is this simple, and we kind of make it hard sometimes. But if you're constantly just intaking information and never taking time to just be in silence, then how are you gonna have any creative ideas? And if you do feel like you take time to be in silence and you still just feel like you're not having them, I think maybe you need more time. I think for me, there was kind of this period of processing all the things I needed to be processed that I had been pushing down. Because sometimes we're kind of afraid of silence, right? We're afraid of our own minds, we're afraid of our own thoughts, because then we have to face everything. We have to face maybe the negative thoughts we have, or we think about our embarrassing moments or whatever. But you have to stop avoiding that and actually let yourself feel it, experience it, get through it. And then once you get to the other side of that, where your brain is always getting enough time to process everything and has processed everything, then I think you get to the point where you do have creative ideas. It's really just about not always being in this passive state of receiving information and taking information, changing your habits so that you can become more present, you can take time to be in silence and have time to allow your thoughts to come out. And then also having the time and taking the time to act on them, to create whatever it is that you had the idea about. Because a lot of us are just constantly consuming all this information. And as I've really moved away from that and really I'm not in taking much information at all, I've been so much happier and so much more creative and feeling much more in touch with the universe. I hope this video helped you in some way, and let me know what your experience has been like getting back in touch with your creativity. 3 months ago, I went through my first real heartbreak, and I felt like I was gonna die from the pain, and I was so depressed and struggling to see that life would ever be okay again, and I was just praying to God that he would come back. Even if it wasn't what was best for me, I was like, I don't care, I just want him. And now I've really made peace with it, and I'm super happy with my life. And I've been reflecting on what really helped me, and I wanted to put it into a video. So the first thing that's really important is to take care of yourself. Do not stop feeding yourself. Do not stop taking care of yourself. Do not stop sleeping. Especially if you're trying to work on self-love, you can listen to all the affirmations in the world, but if you are not treating your body well, if you are literally not taking care of yourself, then your subconscious is never gonna accept that you love yourself, because you're literally treating yourself horribly. You wouldn't treat someone you love like that. So number one priority is really take care of yourself, eat enough, do all the things you need to do. I feel like this is something that people kind of struggle with sometimes when they're in a really dark place, when they're really depressed, but I think it's so important. In order to get you out of that place, you have to just do it, and you have to be disciplined in that way. And just know that you deserve it. You deserve to eat. You deserve to be healthy. You deserve to feel good and fuel your body. The second really important thing is really feeling your emotions, expressing your emotions. Don't try to suppress them. Don't try to distract yourself all the time. Don't turn to substances. Let yourself really truly feel your emotions, because that's the only way for your emotions to actually get out of your body in a healthy way. And that's the only way for you to actually move on from things and feel happy again. You have to get the emotions out. And so some ways that we can express emotions and actually move them out of our body is crying, talking about it, whether that's journaling, whether that's talking to a friend, a therapist, a camera. Creating art is really, really powerful for expressing your emotions, moving through your emotions, and it has been super healing for me. And it's super healing to turn your pain into art that can help other people, or even if you just keep it to yourself, whether that's writing a song, making a painting, making a YouTube video, making a short film, any kind of art, any kind of way that you like to express yourself. I honestly think this is actually the quickest way to move through a negative emotion, is to create art surrounding it. I think that's what we were made to do as humans. And you might even be able to help someone else. And once you've let yourself really express and feel those emotions, at a certain point you have to pick yourself back up, and it's time to start envisioning a beautiful future without them. You really have to see that there's a positive life for yourself, whether or not they're in it. I was really in denial about the breakup for a long, long time, but once I finally accepted that there's no hope of a future with him, I definitely cried for a few days at that realization, but I started to envision the life I want and envision that I would have a beautiful life, and that all of this happened to give me the best possible life. And so really set your sights on that life you want and how you're gonna get it. And also working towards that has really helped me to feel happy and fulfilled again. Again, you don't want to completely distract yourself all the time. You do want to let yourself feel the emotions, but obviously you want to find that balance between constantly being sad and being in those emotions and constantly distracting yourself. You want to find a nice healthy balance that works for you. And I know it can be really hard when you have to go to work and stuff and kind of turn off your emotions, but however much you can avoid that is really going to be beneficial. A lot of times when we're grieving something and we're really sad about losing something, and this really applies to anything, not just heartbreak, we're actually upset about what we perceive the future to be. We're upset that we're not going to be able to talk to them anymore. We're upset that the life we envisioned with them isn't gonna happen. We're upset that maybe we see a really negative future for ourselves now without them. And all of these things are actually delusions. Like, they're all an illusion that you're creating in your head that you're allowing to upset you and really take control of your emotions. Because in the present moment, you're probably fine, and maybe you could find joy and you could hang out with friends, you could do something fun, you could enjoy your time alone. But you have all these delusions about the future and about what you think you lost. And that's really what most of the pain is coming from. So if you're gonna be delusional, why not be delusional in a really positive way and imagine a really positive, amazing future for yourself? And that grief is still really valid. You should still let yourself feel those feelings, but at a certain point, just realize like what the situation actually is and that you're gonna be okay and everything in the current moment is okay. And I know that sometimes it's actually not, but I promise you it will be. And just be kind to yourself and focus on getting through it, because one day you're not gonna feel that way and one day you're gonna have a beautiful life. But yeah, I just realized that so much of what I was upset about actually was not happening to me in that current moment. It was actually just my perception of what things would be, and there was no point in me becoming upset about those things and giving those things my attention. So I really learned to enjoy the present moment and remember that I do enjoy being alone with myself. And if you have a lot of negative self-talk and you don't enjoy being alone with yourself, that's a whole other issue, but I promise you, you can get through that. I used to be like that. Maybe I'll make a video about it, but maybe this is all happening so that you can learn to love being alone with yourself and you can learn to love yourself. And I do think all of this happened to make me the best version of myself and help me to grow and learn so much. But yeah, setting my sights on the future I want instead of grieving the one that I thought I lost, allowing myself to think of a new amazing one and create that and work towards that has really, really helped me find happiness and fulfillment again. And just remembering that I do love my life, I do enjoy my life. I mean, I really didn't feel that way at the time that I got broken up with because I was dealing with a bunch of health issues and I felt like I had lost everything. But all of that really just helped me to learn and grow and change all my habits and work towards becoming a better person. I feel like sometimes we do get broken up with like at a really low point in our life or at a really hard time, because it's gonna show you just how strong you are and really build your confidence and really help you to love yourself again. And one day you're gonna look back and be so happy that everything happened the way it did. I watched this video about a girl who went through a breakup like right during the COVID lockdowns. And yeah, it's like sometimes we kind of lose everything at once and have to really rebuild from nothing. But that just allows for so much room for growth, so much possibility. Really anything is possible, no matter how much you think it isn't. Like, I was really sick and I was like, I'm not going to be able to travel. I'm not going to be able to do any of the things that I want to do with my life. But I just decided to stop thinking that way. So stop like making yourself miserable about a future that hasn't even happened. Stop worrying about things that haven't happened. They did a study where 89% of the things that people worry about never actually happened. So imagine how much time you're wasting worrying about things that literally aren't going to happen. How much time you're literally making yourself sad when you could be happy because you're just worrying about the future. If you're gonna be delusional, be happy. And in the study also, if the thing did happen that they were worried about, 75% of people said they handled it a lot better than they imagined they would. I think it's really just not worth it to worry about the future. You could spend your whole life stressed about the future and your whole life is gonna pass you by and you'll be unhappy. Think about maybe all of the things you worried about in the past too and how much time and energy you've given them that actually never happened. And that's probably what's happening right now, so stop stressing about it. I really believe everything is happening for a reason and this is turning you into the best version of you, and I hope that you can adopt that belief as well. You are gonna look back and be so happy for all of your growth, so happy at the person you become, and so happy that everything happened the way it did. Your body is amazing at healing. Your body was made to heal. Your body can heal you so well and so quickly. There are so many stories of people who heal in a day, in an hour, in a week. There are people who have shrunk their tumors in half overnight because they believed in a pill that actually wasn't effective at all. There are stories of people dying because they get cursed or they get misdiagnosed with a terminal illness, terminal cancer, and then the autopsy reveals that they didn't have anything wrong with them. The placebo effect is very widely studied and known to be real. There are people who have healed from literally everything that you can imagine. There are so many stories of spontaneous recoveries, miraculous healings, healing from the worst things you could possibly imagine. We all have a parasympathetic nervous system and a sympathetic nervous system. And your parasympathetic nervous system is in charge of resting, digestion, healing, and all of the different processes that happen when your body is calm and healthy, and it regulates all your organs and everything like that. And then your sympathetic nervous system activates when you're in fight or flight, when you're in a dangerous situation, when you're in a state of stress, and it releases different hormones into your bloodstream like adrenaline, cortisol. Stress causes and worsens illness and health problems. It's very widely acknowledged and studied. The mind-body connection is very real, and stress causes illness and stress worsens illness. And people who have a lot of trauma and a lot of stress in their lives, they end up with chronic illnesses, or they have a harder time recovering from health issues, or they are more likely to have health issues. Like the ACEs study, Adverse Childhood Experiences score, the higher your score is, which means you had more adverse childhood experiences, the more likely you are to have health issues and things like that. That's because when you're in a chronic state of stress, or when you're in stress for a lot of your life, you're not in a calm state where your body is able to heal really quickly. So when you spend most of your life with your sympathetic nervous system activated, with you feeling stressed, with adrenaline pumping, cortisol, all of that, feeling like you're in a dangerous situation, feeling like you're in fight or flight, whether or not that's what reality is, or even reliving the traumatic moments, your body is not able to recover, and your body is not able to heal because it's not able to activate the parasympathetic nervous system enough to heal what you need to heal. But really, chronic illness shouldn't even exist because our bodies can heal. If you can get your body in a relaxed state, if you can activate your parasympathetic nervous system and have it be the state that you live in most of the time, you can heal really quickly. But chronic illness is so incompatible with the society we live in that when you are having symptoms, you're getting sick, you're getting a diagnosis, maybe you're missing work, you have medical bills, your relationships are strained, and you have all these different issues coming into your life because of chronic illness, all of these different points of stress, that it just becomes a never-ending cycle that you can't get out of, and you end up finding yourself sick for the rest of your life. But I think things don't have to be that way. I think that we are capable of healing. It's just about getting ourselves out of that state of constant stress and really learning to activate our parasympathetic nervous system and teaching our body that it's safe, it's in a safe environment, and it's safe for it to focus on healing, and that it doesn't need to be on guard and preparing to fight off a threat. When you are chronically ill or dealing with debilitating symptoms or really distressing symptoms, it's so easy to be in a constant state of stress, either worried about the symptoms, worried about them getting worse, worried about what they mean, worried about whatever diagnosis you were given or not having a diagnosis yet, and then worried about all the aspects of your life that the chronic illness is negatively affecting. And so we end up in this just constant state of stress. And as a result, so many people are unable to recover from chronic illness. But our bodies are actually amazing at healing. There's so many studies about the amazing capabilities of our body and how we upregulate, downregulate genes, turn genes on and off, create different neurotransmitters. And we can do all of this with our thoughts and emotions and beliefs. And part of it is the environment as well. So even if you feel like, oh, but I have this diagnosis, but I have this gene mutation, or I don't have enough of this certain neurotransmitter or hormone, well, our bodies create all of those things. Our bodies create neurotransmitters and hormones depending on your environment and your thoughts, beliefs, and feelings. Our bodies upregulate and downregulate genes, and our bodies have the potential to give us everything we need and to heal us completely. They did a study where they sent a group of 8 men in their 70s and 80s on a 5-day retreat where they were asked to pretend that they were young again, or at least 22 years younger than they were at the time. They had one group that reminisced about being 22 years younger, and then they had one group that actually pretended to be 22 years younger, and they had all sorts of environmental cues from that era, from 22 years earlier than the study was taking place, and all of these things to help them really truly imagine and live as if they were 22 years younger. And at the end of the retreat, the researchers took several measurements and compared them to those they'd taken before the start of the study. The bodies of the men from both groups were physiologically younger, structurally as well as functionally, although those in the first study group, who pretended they were younger, improved significantly more than the control group, who merely reminisced. The researchers discovered improvements in height, weight, and gait. The men grew taller as their posture straightened, and their joints became more flexible and their fingers lengthened as their arthritis diminished. Their eyesight and hearing got better. Their grip strength improved. Their memory sharpened and they scored better on tests of mental cognition, with the first group improving their score by 63% compared to 44% for the control group. The men literally became younger in those 5 days right in front of the researchers' eyes. Our genes turn on and off based on our thoughts and feelings as well as our external environment. You are not your genes. Don't say, oh, I have this certain genetic mutation or I have this certain gene that's turned on, so I can't heal from this. Our genes are dependent on a number of factors and they can change at really any point. You know, they do a lot of twin studies and they study, okay, why do these twins have the exact same genes? And they have completely different lives, different personalities, different health issues. And why does that happen? It's because we're also a product of our environment and our minds. Twins who spent a lot of time together and had similar lifestyles had similar epigenetic patterns, whereas twins who spent a lot of their lives apart had more different epigenetic patterns. Researchers found 4 times as many differentially expressed genes between one pair of 50-year-old twins as they did between a pair of 3-year-old twins. So our genes are expressed in different ways depending on our lifestyles. In just 3 months, a group of 31 men with low-risk prostate cancer were able to upregulate 48 genes, mostly dealing with tumor suppression, and downregulate 453 genes, mostly dealing with tumor promotion, by following an intensive nutrition and lifestyle regimen. So in just 3 months, they were able to change like 500 genes. Even more impressive are the number of epigenetic changes made over a 6-month period in a Swedish study of 23 slightly overweight healthy men who went from being relatively sedentary to attending spinning and aerobics classes an average of just under twice per week. Researchers at Lund University discovered that the men had epigenetically altered 7,000 genes, almost 30% of all the genes in the entire human genome. Stop blaming your genes, stop blaming your diagnosis. Your genes, your diagnosis, your neurotransmitters, your blood tests, none of that means anything because it's all subject to change. Don't let any of that limit you because you have the power to change all of those things. So you want to focus on getting your body out of fight or flight and making it feel safe so that it's able to rest, digest, and heal. I think one thing that's really important is meeting all of your basic needs, making your body know that it's safe, it always has food, eating regularly, eating unprocessed foods as much as possible, whole foods as much as possible, but really just making sure that you're always eating when you're hungry, you're getting enough food, you're getting enough sleep. We have the same brains as our hunter-gatherer ancestors. So when you're not eating, when you're going too long without eating, your body is literally gonna think it's in danger, it doesn't have access to food, and it's gonna put you in fight or flight mode so that you have energy, so that you can go out and hunt and get food, do whatever you need to do, or it's gonna just think you're in a dangerous situation, so it needs to activate the sympathetic nervous system, which again is preventing you from healing, and it's putting you in that state of stress, which is just taking you further away from healing. And so I think it's really, really important to be eating enough, to be sleeping enough. I know insomnia is really common with chronic illnesses, and sometimes it really feels like it's out of your control, but as much as you can, don't do the whole like revenge bedtime procrastination thing. Don't stay up later than you need to. Really prioritize your sleep and well-being. Prioritize getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Practice good sleep hygiene. But whatever is in your control, you want to make sure that you're being as healthy as you possibly can. And also just remove as many stressful things as you can from your life. I know that sometimes things are out of our control, but as much as you can, work towards creating a less stressful life. And work on eliminating the things that give you negative thoughts and make you feel stressed and bad, and including more of the things that make you feel good, make you feel happy emotions, make you feel gratitude, because all of that is really going to be helpful to your healing. I really noticed that when I was going on social media, I was having a lot of negative thoughts, and I was just like, oh, I can't eat that, I can't eat at that restaurant, I don't know if I'll be able to travel again, I can't use that makeup, and it was just reminding me of a lot of the things I can't do and a lot of the thoughts I didn't want to have, when I could have just been present and living my life, enjoying my life to the best of my ability, and not reminding myself of all of those things. Same thing with Reddit, just reading about everyone's symptoms and sad stories and health issues was not making me feel better, it was making me feel a lot worse. Or Googling my symptoms, it was always just stressing me out more. And I had to realize that the answers you're looking for are not online. The answers that you're looking for are not in your diagnosis. They're not in your blood tests. The answers that you need are within you. It doesn't matter what your diagnosis is. It doesn't matter what your doctors say. You are capable of healing because our bodies are amazing and so powerful and so capable of healing. But we're just in these constant states of stress, so we think that it is impossible. You have to ignore all the bad stuff you see online, ignore what your doctors are telling you. I probably shouldn't say that. You have to learn how to regulate your nervous system and really control all of the thoughts and beliefs that you're having. In order to regulate your nervous system, you're gonna wanna get rid of all of the negative, bad things in your life that are contributing to your negative thoughts and feelings, and you're gonna wanna increase all the other things that make you feel good. It might require a lot of changes in your life, but it's obviously worth it to feel healthy again. And I don't want you to feel overwhelmed or stressed, like I have to make all these different changes if I wanna be healthy, because any little change that you make is gonna help you. If you make one small change after watching this video, then you're gonna be that much healthier, you're gonna feel that much better. And just know that right now how you feel, this is the worst it's ever gonna get, or in the past. But the worst you are ever gonna feel, the sickest you are ever gonna be is in the past. It's already happened. From now on, you're only gonna feel better because now you have the tools you need to get healthy. And just decide and believe that from this moment forward, you're never ever gonna be as sick as you once were. This is the moment where everything changes and you're only gonna get healthier and healthier. And a month ago when I discovered all of this, I discovered the placebo effect and nervous system regulation, and I was learning about all of this and studying it. I told myself and I believed that it was only gonna go up from here. I already reached my rock bottom. And obviously there's a part of you that is scared. It's scared it's gonna get worse. But I have not had things get worse since then. I've only been getting better. I've never ever been even close to how bad things were a few months ago. My symptoms are nowhere near as bad as they once were. So really just decide and believe that right now, this is the moment where your life changes. This is the moment where things are going up from here, because every little change that you make is going to help you heal, and you're just going to continue to feel better and better and better. And you don't have to be scared anymore of things getting worse, because now you're gonna give your body the tools you need to heal. When you do have symptoms, tell your body that it's safe, nothing's wrong, there's no reason for it to be feeling this way. Try not to let your negative thoughts spiral out of control. Try not to be scared, and don't stress about the symptom getting worse. Don't stress about things escalating. It's just that little symptom. It's just that where it is now. It's not gonna get any worse. Just tell your body it's safe, and I promise you it's gonna pass. And just believe that it will pass. And stop telling yourself this negative story about your life. Stop reliving all your trauma, and start to believe that this is happening for your highest good. What if all of this was happening for you to realize your full potential, live out your purpose, face your fears, whatever it is? Maybe this is happening so that you can learn how to heal and you can help others heal. Or maybe it's happening so that you quit your job and now you have time to focus on your passion and you end up finding success with that. Only you know why this is happening. It's gonna be different for everyone. I think deep down you know why this is happening, but start to believe that it's really happening for the best. Imagine if everything worked out perfectly in the best possible way that you can imagine. And start to believe and accept that as your reality. Things are not gonna get worse. This was only happening to get you to where you are now and to get you to where you wanna be. And your life is just gonna keep getting more and more beautiful. And all of these health problems are just to help you turn into the person that you've always dreamed of being. I know how hard it is to live with a chronic illness and to live with horrible symptoms. You are so strong and amazing, and I commend you for all that you've gotten through. This is your time to turn your life around and to live the life of your dreams. You are not meant to be sick forever. You are perfectly capable of healing, and I know that you can heal and that you will heal, and this is not the life that's meant for you. You are meant to have a beautiful, healthy life, and you are gonna get it. Thank you for watching. If you're dealing with a chronic illness, I truly have so much love for you, and you are such a strong, amazing person. And it will not be this hard forever. It will not be this bad forever. Things are gonna start to get better right now. I start every morning with celery juice, and I use 1 bunch of celery each day, which ends up making 300 to 500 milliliters or 10 to 17 ounces. Every day I have the heavy metal detox smoothie 30 minutes after the celery juice. I actually really enjoy the taste of this, and I feel like it gives me energy and has improved my health so much. Technically, I don't do the exact recipe because I only use 1 banana, and I probably don't have a full 2 cups of blueberries because my blender is small. If you have a chronic illness or even just any symptoms that bother you, I really recommend trying the celery juice and this smoothie because they have both really helped me. Then I had 10 lychees as a snack. I drink lemon water throughout the day, usually like 6 of these glasses. Most days I'll have steamed potatoes for lunch or this potato bruschetta recipe. You just need a potato, some basil, a pint of grape tomatoes, and a garlic clove. You can also add honey and lemon if you like. You're supposed to eat tomatoes and bananas 2 hours apart, so I usually take note of when I finish the heavy metal detox smoothie. Usually this recipe makes 2 plates, so I'll eat the first one and then assemble and eat the second one. Then I was in the middle of cleaning my apartment and didn't want to cook, so I had a little bit of this chickpea salad that I had meal prepped as a snack. After that, I steamed some broccoli and added lemon juice, a clove of raw garlic, and some seasoning. Next, I had 3 chicken thighs seasoned with salt, pepper, and paprika baked in the oven. I personally still eat meat in moderation, but I usually don't eat fat until dinner, and I get less than 15% of my calories from fat. Finally, I had some mango sorbet that I made with my juicer. It doesn't look very appetizing, so I tried to make it a little more presentable for the video. I think for a lot of us, the reason that we haven't recovered from certain illnesses is because of our really negative thought patterns and not knowing how to regulate our nervous system and just being in constant states of stress. And so that's kind of what this video is about, how to become a more positive person and how to have healthier thought patterns so that you are able to get yourself out of a stress state in order to recover from chronic illness. Because there is a really strong connection between chronic illness and stress. A lot of people with health problems have grown up in really stressful, chaotic environments, and maybe we end up continuing to seek out chaotic environments as a result. You might have had abusive or absent parents. You might be really insecure. You might feel like you were abandoned, or you had to take care of yourself, or you had to grow up really fast and you just had no one else to take care of you. And you might have felt like you had to walk on eggshells and maybe repress your emotions or repress parts of your personality in order to feel safe in your home environment. I think that a lot of people with health problems, we tend to be overly empathetic, always putting other people first, and people who feel like a lot of guilt and shame and really feel attuned to the needs and emotions of others and really affected by the emotions of others. And that's probably a result of having to do that in order to be safer in whatever environment you were in. But I think it can create a lot of distress in the body and can contribute to not being able to recover from illness. You might be a people pleaser and find yourself drawn to people who maybe have some narcissistic traits, or people who are abusive, or you might have in the past, and you might repress your emotions a lot, and maybe you just grew up in some way that makes you feel very insecure, like you're not worthy, like you're not good enough. And as a result, you put others first, or you feel like you have to overcompensate for whatever your flaws are, and you're not able to accept the negative parts of yourself and integrate them in a healthy way. I think that these are things that a lot of people with chronic illnesses tend to have in common because it creates this dysregulation of the nervous system. It creates these negative thought patterns, and when you can't get your emotions out of your body in a healthy way and you're just repressing everything and keeping it all bottled in, it's going to have a negative effect on your health. From what I've learned, you can heal really from anything. It just comes down to being able to regulate your nervous system and to get your body into a state where it's able to heal. And I say this because I'm sick, because I'm neurotic and insecure, and that's something I realized about myself. And that's not to say that I don't have Lyme disease, that I don't have chronic Epstein-Barr virus, that I don't have mold toxicity, but I think that maybe there's someone out there who had all of these same issues and maybe recovered from it because they had a healthier mindset and were better at coping with their emotions and coping with stress. And so again, I'm not trying to say that it's all in your head and it's just anxiety and your illness isn't real, but I'm just trying to say that you can heal, and that maybe part of what has been preventing you from recovery is your own mindset. So how do you stop being this person? I think a big part of it is just changing your behaviors to kind of train your brain and body to feel the way you want to feel, and just kind of teaching your body the person you want to be and the way you want to see yourself by acting as if and by engaging in the right behaviors. For example, if you're a people pleaser and you always put other people's needs above yourself, you are constantly affirming to yourself that you are below others, that you are not worthy of better treatment, and this is going to constantly affirm to your brain that you are insecure and that you're not a confident person. And so by starting to put yourself first and always asking yourself, do I really want to be doing this? Do I really want to be doing this thing? Or am I just doing it to make someone happy? Do I even like this person, or do I just want them to like me? And really just becoming aware of those things and learning to put yourself first. And I know that it's really uncomfortable at first to say no to things or to feel like you're letting people down, but you really just have to do it. And once you do it, you'll realize how much it changes your life in a positive way, because people who are narcissists and people who don't have the best intentions are really good at picking up on people who don't have healthy boundaries and people who are pushovers, people pleasers, and they will really seek those people out and find them. And that's probably why you maybe find yourself with a lot of those people surrounding you. And once you start to set boundaries and not allow that type of behavior and that type of treatment, and to not allow these people in your life, you're gonna attract way different people, and you're gonna end up pushing away all the people who are having a negative impact on your life. Obviously, there's a balance between like being a selfish person, but I think you can worry about that later if you're like really far from it and you're just a people pleaser. But once you can do it and you set these boundaries, it's like the universe like sees those boundaries and is like, okay, this is what they're gonna accept, so I'm gonna send them something better that they will accept. And I swear, like, you'll just see how much your life changes like right in front of your eyes by just actually setting boundaries, and the people that come into your life are going to be so different. Another thing that's really important is not repressing your emotions. I think we're meant to have our emotions like move through us in a healthy way. We're meant to express them, and when you're not expressing them, it's kind of staying trapped in your body and it's contributing to illness. I noticed that my emotions are really delayed, and when something like really horrible would happen, I would just really dissociate and become numb and really not be able to feel much until like much after the event. And then I would find myself like randomly crying or even being depressed for like months or years at a time during times where my life was like totally okay and good. And I just feel like my emotions were really delayed, and I had this really unhealthy relationship with them. And it's hard to heal from something if you're not ever able to feel it. And I think this can happen as a result of having to repress your emotions. Like if you have, you know, a lot of negative emotions, a lot of negative things going on, and then you have to go to school or work and act normal and not be crying all the time. Obviously you're gonna learn to repress your emotions. Or if you feel like you're in a home where it's not safe for you to express your emotions or to be yourself, and you're better off just like making yourself really small, then obviously that's gonna train your body and your brain to not express your emotions and to not express yourself, and that it isn't safe to be yourself. And at one point it was probably helpful to you, probably beneficial to your survival, but now it's not. So it's probably gonna take time, but what you wanna do is when you do feel an emotion or when you do feel like you need to cry, actually let yourself cry, actually let yourself sit with the emotion, and don't try to distract yourself or try to run away from it or try to logically think your way out of it. Actually let yourself feel this emotion in that moment and let yourself cry or talk to someone about it or journal or create art. All of these things are really great ways to move your emotions through your body and out of your body. And so it's really just about constantly training yourself and letting yourself feel your emotions as they happen. And over time, you'll develop a healthier relationship with them where your body feels like it's safe to express them, feel them, and then move on like a normal timeline. And this is something I've been working on for years, and I haven't felt dissociated in a very, very long time. And I still have moments where like I don't want to cry in front of people and stuff, and I kind of repress my emotions, but for the most part I really try to let myself feel them. And it's crazy because I cry like pretty easily now, whereas like before I really like didn't show emotions in a normal way. Like I cry watching movies pretty easily, and so it's kind of uncomfortable, it's kind of weird, but As I don't like cry in public all the time or anything, but I definitely just like will cry in the moment if something bad is happening to me, and I used to not be like that at all. But I think overall it's like really a lot healthier. I know that building confidence can be really hard. I think it really can be helpful just to act as if and to do the things that the confident version of you would do. You know, go after whatever goals that the most confident version of you would do, and treat yourself the way you would treat yourself if you were confident. And you know, it kind of goes back to being a people pleaser and setting healthy boundaries. You just want to, you know, treat yourself well and see your value and treat yourself as worthy even before you feel that way, because if you start to treat yourself that way, it's going to really help you feel that way. And as you start to do the things that scare you and realize that you're capable of them, it's going to build confidence as well. It's also important to forgive yourself and to accept the bad parts of yourself as well, and not just try to make yourself this perfect person and only accept the best parts of yourself. It's really about learning to accept even the worst parts of yourself that you don't want to admit to yourself, or that you don't want other people to see, or that you haven't forgiven yourself for. I want you to think of a horrible person that you don't like. And I really believe that if you had their exact life, their exact upbringing, all of their life experiences, you would end up exactly the same as them, and you would make exactly the same choices as them, because I really just believe that we're a product of our environments, and that we are who we are because of the life experiences that we have, and that if you had someone else's life, you would make the same choices as them because you really wouldn't know any better. And so that kind of helps me to have empathy for myself and also for everyone, because I really do truly believe that if you were in someone else's shoes and you had their exact life, you would make the same choices as them. And so you should forgive yourself, because sometimes you don't know any better and you're just doing the best with what you can. And you should strive to become a better person and to make better choices, but it's okay to make mistakes. I mean, we're not like this perfect species that is never supposed to make mistakes. It's literally a part of life. We are supposed to make mistakes and we're supposed to learn from them, and mistakes are really powerful and a really important part of life, and it's okay to learn and grow. And so I hope that you're able to forgive yourself, because I really believe anyone who had your exact life, who was in your shoes, they would have made the same mistakes as you. Hopefully you learned from it and you can become a better person because of it. And that's what life is really about. I saw this video that was basically saying that people who have like more psychopath tendencies, they won't like stress about a health issue as much, or really like read into one little symptom, and so they won't end up like getting sicker from it. Whereas people who are more neurotic are obviously worriers and obsessing about things, and that will kind of spiral into it becoming a bigger issue than it needed to. And I would definitely say I was a neurotic person for most of my life. I have a lot of like obsessive thoughts and intrusive thoughts and lots of worrying about the future. And I know maybe you've lived a life where you feel like the rug just always gets pulled out from under you, and maybe you want to like imagine every scenario and feel prepared for it, but it's not serving you to imagine all of the worst case scenarios, and it's not helping you be better prepared for them either. So stop wasting so much of your time worrying about the future. There was a study that found that 90% of the things that people worry about never actually came true, and that when it did, 75% of people said they handled it better than they thought they would. And I always just think about all the times in my life that I've wasted worrying about the future, and really everything ended up working out, and how I just kind of like caused all these negative emotions for no reason, just thinking about the future. But now I don't feel like a neurotic person at all. I have negative thoughts like 1% of the time. I really don't worry about anything. I just feel super grateful and trust that everything is gonna work out. And what has really helped me the most, I think, is meditation. I like to do gratitude meditations or healing visualization meditations twice a day, and it has really changed my mind so much. I also think it can be helpful to listen to affirmations or subliminals, and I'm gonna make a video on how to make your own personalized subliminals or affirmations for whatever like specific issues or negative thoughts that you have, because I think it can be really helpful to actually personalize them to yourself. But if you don't want to do all that, you can obviously just find a bunch of them on YouTube. I think it can be really helpful to help plant positive thoughts in your brain, because if you're only hearing negative things either from yourself or from others, then obviously that's just going to be what you're outputting as well. I think of the future possibilities of our life as like this roulette wheel, and every thought that you have is a part of the roulette wheel. And so if it's filled with all these negative things, then it's always going to land on a negative outcome. But the more that you can fill it with positivity and have positive beliefs and have hope for the future, I think eventually it gets to a point where the only option is a positive outcome if you're able to think positively enough. And I don't want you to be scared if you are a really negative person. There have been a lot of times where only like 5% of me believes in a positive outcome, and that still ends up happening. I do think we have the power to ensure a positive outcome if we're able to think positively all the time. And it's just gonna make you so much happier and enjoy your life so much more as you're going through it. Because it's really about feeling happy during it and not like waiting for a certain outcome or manifesting a certain outcome. The goal is really to feel content and happy and grateful for your life, however it is. And gratitude is so powerful. Practicing gratitude as much as you can is really gonna retrain your brain and really change the way that you look at life and that you look at yourself. And it's really going to be beneficial to your health and your happiness. Also, another way to build up confidence and to feel like you're worthy is to take good care of yourself, because that's what you would do for someone that you care about and that you value. So make sure that you're getting enough rest, make sure you're eating enough food, eat healthy meals as much as you can, and yeah, just really be kind to yourself and take care of yourself how you would if you really valued and cared about someone, because that's going to teach your subconscious that you are valuable and you are worthy, and that's going to help you build confidence and not be so insecure. I know that when you're having really distressing symptoms that are really interfering with your life, obviously you want to find out what's going on with you. Obviously you want to get answers, and I can't really speak on other countries, but I know in America doctors are just trained to match a prescription drug to your symptoms. They're just trained to give you something to mask your symptoms, even if it's ultimately going to make your disease or symptoms worse, or even if it's going to have negative side effects. That's just their job, and that's what they're trained to do. It's just to give you pharmaceuticals that will alleviate your current symptom. And I think a lot of us, I know I personally really want to heal the root cause of my illness, and I really want to actually be healthy. I don't want to just be masking the symptoms and then be getting new symptoms and then taking more drugs that make me feel weird and that have weird side effects. And I know it can be kind of depressing and discouraging when you realize how bad our healthcare system is, but I really do think that you have all the tools that you need to heal inside of you. So don't let that discourage or upset you. You don't need to be Googling all your symptoms. You don't need to be trying to find a diagnosis. You just need to regulate your nervous system, get your stress levels down, and to change the way you think. Stop thinking so negatively and start to feel grateful and hopeful about your life again. And it's really gonna help you heal. Try to just fill yourself with gratitude and with positive experiences and enjoy your life. And let yourself take up space and show up as your most authentic self, and just know that you are good enough as you are. And the more that you're able to do these things, the more that you are going to heal your illness and that your symptoms are going to improve. There is not a single negative experience that has to hold you back unless you let it. You can choose to view your life as this traumatic, horrible series of events that have happened to you and that have made you a certain way and that are preventing you from becoming the person you want to be. Or you can see all of those things as a positive and take the lessons from them and realize that it doesn't matter what happened in the past, and you are capable of doing anything no matter what has happened to you. Nothing has to hold you back unless you let it. All that matters is the present and the future. And if you can look back at your life and try to turn it all into a positive and try to see it all as a learning lesson, and maybe it's going to help you be more empathetic and be more understanding of others and be able to help others, or it's going to help you to get your dream career or your dream life, or to learn to be confident. All of it is going to help you to learn and grow and become the person that you were meant to become in this lifetime, and you don't have to let any of it hold you back or limit you. I promise you, if you're able to become grateful for your past and see it as a positive thing, you're going to be such a happier, healthier person. For a while now, I've known that we are these infinite beings having this human experience, and that we live many different lifetimes, and that we're here to learn and grow. And for a long time, I thought my purpose here is to learn and grow as much as I can so that in my next lifetime I won't have to suffer as much, I won't have to learn as much, I won't have to go through the same lessons and difficulties that I had to in this lifetime. And I felt that that was my purpose on earth, and that was everyone's purpose on earth. But I was just thinking about it, and I was like, but why? Like, what is the point of learning and growing if we're just these infinite beings and like none of it really matters at the end of the day? And I got this download. I kind of just had this knowing and realization that I think it's all just for fun. We are these like powerful godlike beings, although we're not really beings because it's more of like an energetic thing, but it's just hard for us as humans to like imagine something like that. And we just want to like personify or anthropomorphize everything and see everything as like a person, kind of in the way that we like see God as a person, but it's just because we can't really imagine energy without assigning it to like a person or a thing. But we're these like godlike beings. And I think we were just like, let's like create this super vivid video game where we get to feel all these different emotions, this full spectrum of emotions. We get to have all these different experiences, and let's create like love and hate and bad and good and all of these different things, all of these emotions, and let's like experience this to the point where we forget who we are and we're just fully immersed in this game, in this experience, in this reality. And so I think it's literally all just for fun. Like, I don't think there is a point. I think you wanted to experience this because you were like, I just want to like feel something. I want to experience all these different emotions and all these different things. And I've also thought for a long time that we do choose the life that we're gonna live, and we know everything that's gonna happen, and we kind of sign up for it. There are certain people in my life who I know are like soulmates. Like, when I met them, I felt like I always knew them, and I think those are people that I have known in a past life and that I know on like this spiritual plane, whatever. But I do think that you know the life you're signing up for, you know exactly who you're gonna be, and you made the decision to be this person, to go through whatever suffering you go through. And I think there is kind of an infinite amount of outcomes. Like, it is like a video game where it's like, are you gonna die? Are you gonna do this thing? Are you gonna succeed? Are you gonna really live out your purpose and realize what it is, or are you not? And I think we know what we're signing up for. We know all the different possibilities, and we're like, I want to try to do a good job at this game and achieve what I came here to achieve. But yeah, I literally just think it's like for fun, because I think we were like, let's just create this thing because we can, and let's put ourselves in these physical bodies that can experience so much, so many different feelings, so many different sensations. And sometimes I really struggle with that. Like, sometimes I really hate the physicality of Earth, and it feels like very unnatural to me. Like, I can kind of be like a germaphobe and a clean freak, and I have like phobias of bugs. I've also dealt with a lot of health issues, so in that way I really hate having a physical body sometimes, and I hate all the bad sensations that can come along with it. But on the other hand, obviously it's amazing. There's a lot of amazing feelings that we have as well. Sometimes I feel amazing in my physical body. So I got this download of information that like it's all just for fun, and I just had this feeling of knowing like this is just for fun. We are these super powerful godlike beings, and we decided that we wanted to create Earth and create humanity and create these human experiences and all these emotions because we just wanted like something fun to do. And I had this realization and just this feeling of knowing that this was true. And when this happened, I was doing my makeup. I was listening to like some affirmations or some like healing music or something on YouTube, and this video came on autoplay, which I didn't even know that YouTube like does autoplay before this happened. But this video just automatically came on, and it was literally a man talking about exactly this, saying we are in a video game, like we are these infinite beings, and basically just saying like literally exactly what I just had the thought about. I was like, okay, that's obviously a confirmation that like this is the truth. And I do think it's like we have a certain purpose, and you know, you always have that underlying feeling of what your purpose is, what you're here to do. What do you feel really passionate about? What do you feel like you really want to do, but maybe you're really scared of it and you have to overcome those fears? I think we have these like feelings that help to guide us and drive us to achieve what we came here to achieve, but it's like you can kind of fail the video game, and obviously like, I don't know, nothing bad's gonna happen. It's like you might have the ideal outcome and, you know, do everything successfully and live an amazing life, or you might make like some of the not best decisions for your life and end up with a different version of life. And I think it's really just about enjoying life, you know, following your passion, following your purpose. And there's some lifetimes where we're supposed to realize this. Like in this lifetime, obviously I'm supposed to realize this and be aware of this. And that's something that is helping me get through all of the suffering in this lifetime. And it's also something that's helping me, I think, achieve my purpose in this lifetime. But there are probably other lifetimes where we are never woken up to the fact that we are these infinite beings. And we never, you know, get in touch with our spiritual side. I think our beliefs and thoughts like do create our reality in a way, and that whatever you believe, you're gonna be shown that it's true. I think this is true for like religion, and that's why so many people feel so strongly about their religion, because I think it is proven to them. I think when you believe something, then the universe is gonna prove it to you. And I think that's just how like particles or whatever work. Like when a particle is being observed, it changes its behavior. Like you could look into quantum physics more and it's really interesting. There's this TED Talk I really love called Your Brain Hallucinates Your Conscious Reality. But basically I think that our beliefs do like control our reality, and that we have so much control over our reality with our mind and with our mindset and with our vibration and all of this stuff. And it's like part of the fun of life, but it's also kind of like this sick joke that like you can actually control everything when sometimes it feels like everything's so like out of your control. And it's like we actually can just create whatever life we want and have power over our lives. But obviously it's hard. It's not like the easiest thing ever. But I think like if you believe in a religion, then that's what happens. Maybe even your next lifetime will like be heaven if you believe that. Do you know what I mean? And I've been religious at times in my life, and I've had mystical experiences that like prove to me that God is real. But then when I got really into spirituality, I've had so many experiences that prove to me that spirituality is real. And it's like whatever you believe, you're gonna be shown that it's real, because whatever you believe becomes real. And I think that's like just part of the game that we invented. Like we're like, okay, let's add this fun aspect where you actually totally have control over it, and whatever you think is true is gonna be true. But yeah, I truly believe that you knew what life you were signing up for. You saw the whole thing, you saw all the possibilities, all the suffering, all the moments of joy, and you decided this was the life you wanted to live. There were really times this year where I was like, nothing could be worth the suffering I have been through. Absolutely nothing. Like I could become a billionaire, I could have the perfect family, the perfect life, living in paradise, living in a mansion with a million friends. Like, I don't know, I could have everything I ever wanted, and nothing would be worth the feelings I had this year and the health issues and the symptoms I was dealing with. But everything is just temporary, everything passes. I don't feel that way anymore. Now I'm so happy. I got so reconnected with my spirituality, and I figured out how to find happiness in every situation, and I feel like I'm following my purpose now. And because of that, I'm so grateful that everything happened the way it did, even though I really thought it would never ever be worth it. But one day it's just a memory, and it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore if you don't let it. But yeah, I think we were like, these are the life experiences I want to have, or this is like the challenge that I want to give myself in this lifetime, and these are the people that I want to be in this lifetime, and these are the positions and the roles I want them to play. And I really think we all just like decide on it beforehand, you know, and that we see it all. I do think your life can go in different directions depending on the decisions you make, but it's kind of part of the game. It's like, are you going to succeed? Are you going to get to, you know, the most ideal version of this life, or are you gonna get the worst version of this life? But yeah, basically we are these immortal beings. You're gonna live so many different lifetimes, so don't put so much pressure on this one. I think we are meant to have an ego. We're meant to be invested in our lives, obviously. Like you're meant to be invested in your own life and to feel like you have an ego and to care about your identity and care about all these things. Like we're here to have a human experience, and you don't need to rise above that and like kill your ego and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe there's some people who that's supposed to be the life they have, but I think the majority of us, we're supposed to embrace the human experience and not get so into spirituality that we like rise above it all. Because there are times I've kind of felt like I've done that, but then I'm like, no, actually, like I'm supposed to have an ego and I'm supposed to care about these things, and like I'm here to have a human experience, and I wouldn't be a human if I wasn't supposed to be caring about the human experience. But at the same time, like, it's not that serious. Who cares what people think of you? I know it's like literally just in our nature to care what people think, but you were here to like achieve certain goals, to enjoy life, like really do what you gotta do to enjoy and appreciate your life as much as possible, because that's what you came here to do. You came here to just experience life, to experience the full spectrum of emotions. I especially feel like in this lifetime I've experienced like so many different mental disorders. Like, I don't want to like self-diagnose myself or anything, but I feel like I've experienced at least like symptoms that mimic certain mental disorders, a lot of different mental disorders, and so many different like physical symptoms that help me relate to so many people with different health issues and different chronic illnesses. And just like, I really grew up in a way where I really analyze and understand people and why we are the way we are, and I'm really into psychology. And so I feel like I especially have a life that was like meant to help me really understand a lot of people and experience so many different things. But that's really what we're all here to do. Like, we're all here to just experience so many different things. Don't always view like negative emotions and negative experiences as a bad thing, because at the end of the day, it's just an experience, and it's kind of cool that you get to experience like this full spectrum of human emotions. I think realizing this kind of took off some pressure for me, because I always felt like, oh, I have to learn so much, I have to grow so much, I have to become like this really like wise, healed person. It's like, why would that even matter at the end of the day? Like, what is the ultimate goal? Just like raising the collective consciousness? But we're already like these like beings of love and like super high vibes at our core. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no point to this. The point is to experience it. So enjoy the experience and try to make it a good one. And like, view your life as this like video game or this movie. It's not that serious, but make it as cool as it possibly can be. Like, there's literally infinite possibilities. And if there's something you really want to do, there's something that would really make you happy, you can easily go get it. There's probably a reason that you are so drawn to it. It's probably because that's what you came here to do. So literally go get it and enjoy your life. This video is gonna be about the results that I've seen after 60 days of doing daily Joe Dispenza meditations. And I will usually do a 15 to 30 minute meditation once or twice a day. I'm gonna link all the meditations that I do below, and I kind of just switch off between them. You don't need to spend thousands of dollars on retreats or spend hours and hours every day, or even an hour every day, to see results from these meditations. I feel like I'm already seeing really amazing results in my life, and I want to prove to you that you don't have to spend a penny and you don't have to spend hours every day. If you haven't watched my video about my results after 30 days of meditating, I would go watch that first. In my last video, I mentioned that I was basically about to run out of money, but I had faith that it would all work out, and it did. I ended up getting a couple $1,000s from my old job. I guess they had allocated tips incorrectly, and they owed me money. And so right when I needed it, I got a couple $1,000s from my old job that I was not expecting at all. And that was enough for me to cover rent for another month and to cover groceries and to have everything that I need. And you could say that's just a coincidence that my job just owed me money, but I really had no clue that this like was a thing that could even happen. And I feel like it was manifestation and like pretty amazing to just get a couple $1,000s you weren't expecting from a job that I literally didn't even work at anymore. So although I haven't manifested wealth or like extreme amounts of money, I always have had what I need and more than enough to survive. And it's really all about perspective. Like, you could view it as, I'm unemployed, I have no money, I have all these medical bills, I'm running out of money. But I chose to view it as, this whole time I've had enough. I've had enough to cover what I need. Somehow I'm still surviving. Somehow I always have enough, and I'm always protected and provided for and abundant. And it's really important to shift your perspective, because no matter what your situation is, there's always two ways you could view it, and there's always someone who would be grateful to be in your position. And so try to see it from that perspective, because it can be really easy to always just want more and more and more and never be satisfied with what you have. Also, just know that money can come from anywhere. It can come from very unexpected places. It doesn't have to make logical sense how the money is going to come to you. I was not expecting that money at all. I was not thinking that was a possibility of how I was gonna get the money. But manifesting is all about the what and not the how, and you wanna focus on the emotions. So don't worry about how it's gonna come to you or if it's a possibility, because it will come to you and there's always a way for it to come to you. And you can imagine it coming to you in a certain way while you're meditating if that's what helps you to feel that emotion. But really it's all about whatever emotion you're feeling, because that's what you're bringing into your life, is something that matches that emotion. The main reason that I started meditating was for my health, and I feel like my health has improved gradually. There are some days where my meditations are like so good that I'm like, I feel like I'm just completely healed. But then I start trying to see like, am I gonna have a symptom? And I think like if I was really healed, I would just trust it and believe it and not try to test it. But I think I'm learning to know that it's always coming to me, even if it's not happening in that moment. I just stay in that energy of this is coming to me, this is already mine in the future. Instead of wanting to heal immediately and have immediate results, I just stay in that positive energy of knowing that it's coming to me, knowing that it's already mine. Because I think I was struggling because I would get myself into a really good mind state of, oh, I'm gonna manifest this is gonna happen, like I see it happening, I feel it happening. And then my external reality would not reflect that. And then I would kind of fall out of that positive emotion just a little bit. But now I'm learning it's not about the immediate results. It's just like knowing that somewhere it's out there and it's coming to me and it's on its way to me. But my symptoms are gradually improving for sure. I'm becoming less sensitive to things and having symptoms way less often. And a lot of times when I start meditating, I'll become really aware of certain like uncomfortable sensations in my body, because I'm just, you know, like really present and in that moment, and it's easier to become aware of like whatever symptoms you're having, even if they are like little ones. But I've noticed that by the end of every meditation, like they're pretty much gone. So like sometimes when I start meditations, I'll have like a racing heart or like chest pain. And so when I start meditating, I'll become really aware of those feelings because I'm being present. But I've noticed that by the end of my meditations, my symptoms are always gone and I always feel so much better. So I feel like that's pretty amazing. Another thing that I've noticed that I wasn't trying to manifest at all, but has changed in my life, is I get so many compliments from like everyone. It feels like every time I see someone, they're like complimenting me. And I did lose weight and get a tan, but I feel like it's really excessive, the amount of compliments that I get lately. And I think part of that is just, you know, when you're like in a higher vibration, you just come across as more attractive. Like, I don't think you necessarily need to have any physical changes in your appearance to come off as more attractive to people after meditating. And that's something I was not like aiming for at all or like trying to manifest. So that's probably why it like came so easily, because that really happened like right away after I started meditating. But if that's something that you want and that you're looking for, I've definitely seen results like in that area of my life. Like, I've seriously never gotten so many compliments in my life. Also, one of my YouTube videos is at like 10,000 views now, which I know is not a lot by YouTube standards, but I think that's pretty amazing. They say your first 50 videos are like just for yourself and they're not gonna get any views. So the fact that that video got 10,000 views is like really amazing to me. And it makes me really happy to know that I'm helping people and that I'm like putting positive content out. And I definitely don't have perfect meditations. I definitely have wandering thoughts a lot, sometimes negative thoughts. Sometimes I'll restart the meditation if I'm like really distracted and try to redo it, but it doesn't matter if your meditations are perfect. It's really just about being consistent and doing them anyway and still knowing that they're having a positive effect. I made a whole video talking more about this if you want to go watch that and how to like properly meditate, but I feel like a lot of people think that you have to be so present and be so like in control of your mind when you're meditating and do it perfectly to have the results you're looking for. And yeah, that's probably how you would get like instant, crazy, like quantum leap results. But I think we should think about meditating more in the way that you think about like going to the gym. And if you can't lift the biggest weights at the gym, you wouldn't think that going to the gym is having no effect. And meditation is the same way. You don't have to do it perfectly in order to see results. It's just about building that skill up and being consistent with it. That's why I recommend starting with like a 15-minute, 30-minute meditation like once a day, something that you can really stick to and continuously do every single day. And once you start to see the results from that, I think that you'll want to spend more time meditating, which is what is happening to me. Now I'm wanting to like rearrange parts of my life so that I can meditate for an an hour a day. Also, something that's really important is acting on your intuition and letting your intuition guide you, because if you're just meditating but you're not like following these little intuitive hits that you're getting, you'll probably still feel a lot happier, a lot better, a lot more positive, but you're probably not gonna have like really life-changing results. So make sure that you're following the little intuitive hits that you're getting and the urges that you're getting, and try to be in touch with your intuition. Like, I felt very drawn to making YouTube videos, even though logically, like, I don't think I'm the best at making YouTube videos. I don't think I'm the best at speaking, but that's just really what I felt called to do. Or you might feel called to just go to a certain place, even though it makes no sense to you, or to like do a certain thing. And you might not even see why you were compelled to do that until like weeks or months later. But really just try to act on those things and follow your intuition. That's how you're gonna bring in the life that you want. And it's a really important part of the process that I feel like some people might ignore. Week 5, I kind of feel like I backtracked. I was having trouble focusing and being present during meditations. I wasn't able to visualize as well. And I think if meditating is the only time that you're taking to be in silence and be with your thoughts, obviously you're gonna be having wandering thoughts and be thinking about different things during meditation. And I think it's really important to give yourself time to be in silence and to be with your thoughts. So before my nighttime meditations, I shower, and that gives me some time to be with my thoughts. And then I also will journal and just write down all my thoughts about the day and everything, whatever I want to write down, whatever's on my mind, and kind of get it out. And then that helps me to be more present during meditations. And for me in the morning, I'm still kind of like groggy and out of it, and my mind is not as active, so it's not as much of an issue, and I can usually be more present in the morning. So just do whatever works for you. Around week 6, I was having really good meditations again, where I felt very present. It felt like very powerful meditations and would put me in a really good mental state for the rest of the day. Obviously, some days are better than others. Some days I feel really present and feel like I have a great meditation. Some days I feel like I'm having a lot of thoughts, unwanted thoughts, and my mind is really wandering. Try not to view it as like a good or bad thing, or like a bad meditation if your mind is wandering a lot, because really the point of meditation is to train your brain. It's like if you were training a dog and it wasn't doing everything perfectly right away, you wouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna give up, this just isn't working, like it's not doing it right away. You would understand that training a dog takes time, and that is still having results even if you're not seeing them, and that you have to be consistent and just keep doing it, and eventually you will get there. And I think a lot of people view meditation as like this thing that they have to be perfect at for it to be effective, but it's really just about showing up and doing it every day and practicing this as a skill, because it is a skill that you're trying to build, and trying to train yourself to be more present, to be more grateful, whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. And so when your thoughts do wander, it's really just about practicing to get it back to being present, to get it back to being positive. I just used to be such a neurotic, depressed, insecure person. I honestly would say I am like pretty grateful, pretty positive, but it was more like I would flip back and forth between like different extremes. Like I would flip back and forth between depression and being really happy, being really grateful and positive. And now I'm just always positive. I just always see everything in a positive light, and I'm just super grateful for my life and really enjoy and appreciate every second. Throughout my life, I'll get in these like depressive episodes or moods where I get really overwhelmed by having to do like basic tasks. I get really overwhelmed that I have to clean my apartment for the rest of my life, and do dishes for the rest of my life, and do laundry for the rest of my life, and cook every meal and eat every meal. And sometimes I just get really overwhelmed by everything and feel very like depressed and sad. And I know that might sound really strange, but I'm sure there's some people out there who can relate. But ever since I've been meditating, all of the things that sometimes will like stress me out, I really enjoy doing. I live a very like tedious, high maintenance lifestyle, trying to be healthy. I make celery juice every day. I cook healthy meals every day. And I used to really hate washing celery and juicing it and all of that, because it's very time consuming, it's very tedious. And since meditating, I really actually enjoy washing celery and doing these simple tasks. And it's just like everything I think about that used to stress me out, that used to make me depressed, that used to put me in a bad mood, now when I think about it, for some reason I just have like a positive view of everything, and I get excited about everything, and I feel hopeful about everything. And it's like every bad thing that I think about, I I'm able to like twist it and see it in a positive way. And meditation has just changed my mind so much in that way, and I'm so grateful for it. It's made life so amazing. Sorry this video took me a little while to get up, but I am gonna post a 90-day video soon because I've seen even more results, but I just wanted to talk about what I had seen by 60 days. If you just let go of something or someone and you're wondering if you made the right decision, you did. Even if it didn't make any logical sense to let go of that, or even if you just really didn't want to and it was really hard for you, maybe you followed your intuition instead, and that's huge because you're showing the universe that you are going to follow your intuition instead of logic. That's something that I've been wanting to get better at and setting the intention to get better at, and a lot of times we want to heal something or we notice something about ourselves that we want to fix or heal. Anyways, sometimes we notice something that we want to fix or heal and we're like, well, how do I even do that? And then a few months later, you just notice that it's healed. And so sometimes all we have to do is just bring attention to something and like set the intention, and we'll just be guided in some way to heal it. And sometimes we don't even know exactly how it happened, but it just did. I can't really remember where I was going with that, but I feel like for weeks I had been wondering if I should end my relationship. I felt like spirit had kind of been telling me to end my relationship or to like at least take a break, and that I really just need to focus on myself and put myself first. But it's hard when you're in like a healthy, happy relationship. And it's just like I had such a strong attachment and such love for him. But since I didn't really listen, I feel like there was an event that pushed me to end it. I'm still learning to like listen to my intuition and to know what is my intuition and to trust it. Because part of me was like, am I just like wanting to end this to protect myself or like from some unhealthy place, or like, is this really what I should be doing? I just saw 444, you might see that number a lot. But anyways, yesterday I finally let go of this relationship, even though it feels like I really don't want to, and it feels like almost impossible in a way. And it just feels like it's going against my feelings and my logic. But at the same time, like I have this knowing that this is for my highest good, this is what my higher self wants, and I'm aligning with my highest self by doing this. And I know that it's bringing in everything that I want, or that it's about to. And I think if you relate to this, the same is true for you. You giving up this thing, letting go of this thing or this person is exactly what you needed to catapult you to where you want to be. And all the things that you've been asking for, all the things that you've been wanting are literally weeks away. They're so close. And really the final step, like the final initiation for you to have those things is letting go of this thing or this person. And I know for me, by making this decision, I'm showing the universe that I won't tolerate disrespect, that I have high standards for myself, that I'm putting myself first, I'm choosing myself, I'm prioritizing myself and my needs, even over the person who I love most in the world and the person who I care about most. If I'm able to prioritize myself over that person and causing discomfort and pain for that person, that's a huge step. And that's like really the ultimate test of like, did I overcome people pleasing, as if I can put myself above someone who I love more than anything. And that is one of the most painful parts of this process, is worrying about him and feeling bad and not wanting him to be in pain and suffering. But really when we try to protect people from pain, I mean, not only are you kind of like infantilizing them or like just seeing them as like incapable of being strong and being okay and stuff. Obviously I know like he'll be okay and that he's strong and whatever, but it's like in a way you are kind of projecting like this weakness onto them, and you should really see people as the highest version of themselves. But you're also sometimes prohibiting people from growing when you are trying to protect them from pain, because pain is really the greatest teacher. Like pain, discomfort, and suffering is what helps us to grow and is what helps us learn so much. And by honoring your needs and acting as your most authentic self and your highest self, you are giving people exactly what they need, even if you are hurting them in a way, but you're helping them in reality. And like truly the most painful things in my life, or the situations where people hurt me the most, those situations I'm the most grateful for, and I had the biggest transformations in my life in a positive way, and I learned so much and grew so much and became the person that I needed to be and was motivated to face my fears because of those painful situations and because of people who hurt me. And I'm so grateful to all of them. So if you're feeling guilty for hurting someone else and for prioritizing yourself, don't, because you're actually like doing the biggest service for them. Yeah, sometimes you just have to embody like the person that you want to be instead of the person that your ego is telling you to be. And I really just felt like my higher self was telling me to end this relationship and to learn how to be alone and learn not to be codependent, stop being a people pleaser, and to trust my intuition over my logic. And those are all things that I've been wanting to do and things that I've been wanting to work on. And it's like I really got put to the test, like, well, are you gonna do it like in the most extreme scenario, kind of? Like, are you really capable of embodying these traits? And so even though my ego like doesn't want to, and my human self doesn't want to, and it's painful, and I'm just like, I just don't want to end this relationship, I'm choosing to listen to my intuition and listen to my higher self and embody those traits that I want to have. And so if you're in a similar situation, by doing that, you are like catapulting yourself to a new timeline, a new reality, to the level of success that you want. It's all about to come in for you because of this decision that you made, because you showed the universe that you're ready and that you are this person and you can handle this level of success and this level of being seen or whatever it is. But yeah, by doing this, you're saying to the universe, I won't tolerate disrespect. I know my worth. I'm gonna put myself first. I choose myself. I'm setting boundaries. I'm following my intuition. I'm trusting my intuition. I'm not scared of the future. I'm not acting out of fear. And I'm ready to overcome my codependency, overcome my attachment to this thing. And that is so powerful. That is huge, to behave in a way that signals all of those things and really stepping into that energy. This is like the final action that you needed to take to prove yourself. And also it's like there's a part of us that just wants to stick with what is safe, what feels comfortable. And I kept wanting to do that. I had this really crazy year with health issues that like triggered another spiritual awakening in me and made me realize I need to leave my job, which I had already been feeling for months and months. And it ended my relationship. But then I just went right back to what was safe, what felt comfortable. I went back to my job because I was like, realistically, I'm running out of money. And I went back to my relationship because it made me happy. It was good, like everything was great. And we like truly do love each other and have such a deep connection. It's not like it was like a toxic relationship or anything. It felt like very like soulmate love. I don't know. It's hard ending a healthy relationship, I feel like, because I personally don't know anyone who has like gone through something similar. And so you're always kind of like wondering, is this the right decision? Like I feel like it's easier to know what to do if it's like a toxic relationship, and everyone I know is like usually in toxic relationships and that's all that I've really had modeled to me. So it's like, I don't know, and people always project their own insecurities and fears onto your relationship, onto your situation when you try to ask for advice. So it's hard sometimes to really trust yourself and to know what's the right decision. But over time, it really just became more and more clear to me until I really just had to act on it and couldn't ignore it anymore. And I know if I ignore it this time, then like it's really gonna blow up in my face next time. But just trust your gut, trust your intuition. You made the right decision no matter how hard it feels right now. And that feeling of knowing that you made the right decision that your higher self has is true. And this is literally gonna bring in everything that you want, and it's so close. And in order for your life to change drastically, in order for amazing big changes to happen in your life, you have to be ready to step into the unknown and to give up your own old life and to give up what is safe and comfortable. And so by making this decision, you're showing the universe that you are ready. You are ready to walk away from what feels safe and comfortable, and you're ready to walk into the unknown and to have a drastically different life. So don't look back, don't go back. trust your decision, trust your gut, know that you made the right decision. And as a result, your life is about to become more beautiful than you could ever imagine. And definitely let yourself grieve, let yourself feel everything. Let yourself cry, let yourself feel all the emotions and really grieve the relationship, but just know that there is a really beautiful future for you and that everything is going to work out beautifully and perfectly. And you have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to feel guilty for, because everything you're doing is serving everyone, even if you are hurting them at the moment. And it's like, I feel sad, but I don't feel depressed. And I think that's a sign that I made the right decision, because I think depression would be a sign that maybe you made the wrong decision, or that you're not where you're meant to be. You're not in alignment with your highest self. I think that depression is always trying to make us uncomfortable and push us to change, to grow, to make some kind of change in our life, whether that is ending a relationship, moving, ending a job, whatever it is. I think depression, or sometimes it's even just like changing habits in your life, changing your routine, developing healthier habits. But I think depression is always trying to teach you to change. It's always trying to push you to change. And it's a really good indicator that you are not in alignment with who you're supposed to be right now, and something in your life needs to change. And so ask yourself, am I sad? Am I depressed? And if you're sad but you feel this like underlying sense of comfort, then just keep going. You're exactly where you need to be. If you feel depressed, what is it that you need to change about your life? Is it your career? Are you working towards your true goals? Are you getting exercise? Are you eating healthy? Are you dwelling on the past so much that you're letting it ruin the present? If you are really depressed, to me, they're very like distinct feelings, like sadness and depression. So hopefully you understand what I mean by that. But if you feel really depressed, something needs to change. So change something. I think, we all have everything that we need right inside of us. And I think you'll be able to figure out what you need to do. So yeah, I think life is about to get really beautiful for us all. Don't worry, you made the right decision. This is just confirmation. This is a huge shift in your life. This decision, this change is going to change a lot for you. It's exactly what you needed, and it's giving the universe so much information about who you are now and what you're ready to receive. I know that I need to release certain attachments in my life to get to the next stage of my life, but I am struggling a little bit, because it's like I'm realizing that the attachment is what brings me so much happiness and comfort. And like being attached to something is what is able to give you like that dopamine hit when you get that thing. And so part of me feels like, what is even the point of getting to the next stage and overcoming these attachments? Because it's going to take away some of the happiness that I'm feeling, and it's going to take away these things that bring me joy. Like, for example, I have an attachment to a certain person. It's like part of why I want success is to tell them about it and to be generous with them and make their life better because of it. So although I know that I need to let go of this attachment, it's also like the thing that scares me the most is letting go of this attachment, because I know that attachment is the source of joy in this relationship. Does that make sense? But I was thinking about it. I used to love matchas. I would always look forward to drinking them. It was like my favorite thing ever. And this year I gave up caffeine because of health issues. And now I don't have that matcha to look forward to every day. But instead I look forward to literally everything in my life. And I'm so much happier overall. And I feel like this situation is really similar, where I can't imagine giving up this thing that has been bringing me so much joy and like giving me a will to live, kind of. But the reality is, once I give up that thing, on the other side of this, there's gonna be even more joy than I can imagine, even though it's hard to like comprehend it right now and to even understand where it's coming from. But it doesn't have to come from anywhere. It's really just gonna come from within. And yeah, so now I don't have a matcha to look forward to every day, but I look forward to every single part of my life, and I'm so much happier overall. And sometimes we have to give something up, we have to sacrifice something, and we don't understand why, and it's hard to see how it's going to benefit us in the end. But I mean, I think if you're watching this video, you already know this deep down, and this video is just confirmation of what you know deep down, that you letting go of this thing is ultimately for your highest good, and life is going to become even more beautiful than you can imagine. Sometimes we have to surrender something, we have to give up something to get to that next phase of life and to get a new life. And to become a new person, to have a new life, you have to kill your old one. You have to get rid of it. You have to leave it behind. You can't keep doing what is safe and what is comfortable. And this is like one of the hardest parts of the process. But you chose a new life. You said, this isn't what I want anymore. I want something different. And you have to let things go in order to get there. And there are a lot of passages in the Bible that talk about if you want to follow God, you will be provided for with everything you need if you follow God fully. But you have to let things go. You have to sacrifice things. You have to leave behind people, family members, loved ones, and that you can't put anything or anyone above God. And it's not about God being a controlling, possessive person. Like, God doesn't have an ego. God doesn't care about being number one in your mind. God isn't like jealous of your loved ones. It's really just that God knows what's best for you. God knows what's best for you better than you know yourself. And your higher self knows what's best for you and knows that it's in your best interest to leave certain things behind, even though your ego and your human self doesn't want to. But you have to follow that higher self above all, above everything else, and surrender and sacrifice things sometimes. And I'm not a religious person. I'm not a part of like any organized religion. I'm more of like a spiritual person. I do think there's a lot of wisdom and truth in all of the different religious texts, the Quran, the Bible, the Gita. And I think a lot of times they get misinterpreted, but I think they're all really saying the same thing. They all have the same themes of love. And I more just believe that we are a part of God. We all are a part of Source. We are all like this God consciousness, and we chose to live these human lives. But whatever religion serves you, whatever religion you feel really connected to, that's great. I think you were meant to believe that in this lifetime. And because you believe it, it is true in your world. But personally, I kind of see them as all being one and all being connected and all having truth to them. And I think that we all are God and that God is like a part of all of us. But yeah, God is not trying to tell you that you have to put him above everything else and that you have to make all these sacrifices to prove yourself and that it's all a test. It is a test in a way because it's like, are you the person that is ready to move on to the next phase of your life? And like, are you ready to take on those challenges or whatever it is? I don't think it necessarily has to be like a challenge, but it's like, do you have the necessary traits and skills to become that person to reach the next level? So it's a test in that way, but it's not a test in like, God does not have an ego. God is not trying to punish you, trying to make you suffer just to like prove yourself or prove your loyalty. It's really all for your highest good. And God is just trying to help you. Your higher self is just trying to help you and guide you to make the best decisions and to let go of what you need to let go of and let go of what is not serving you and what is not compatible with the new life that you're wanting. But I feel like sometimes it's hard to comprehend that there is something better because we just like logically are like, but if I don't have this thing, then what is even the point of all of it? And like, how am I even gonna feel positive emotions? And this is something I went through a lot earlier in this year. I got really sick, basically became allergic to everything. So I was on a really limited diet. I couldn't use a lot of makeup products. I was allergic to all my clothes. I just had to really be mindful of absolutely everything I was putting in my body. So I can't like go to a spa, do face masks, get my nails done, go to restaurants, which was like really my favorite thing ever. I'm such a foodie, and going to restaurants was one of my favorite things, one of the things that brought me the most joy in life at that time in my life. So as I was suffering and just trying to get through this, trying to get through the horrible symptoms to get to the other side, I was just like, what is even the point of getting to the other side of this? Because I don't have all of these earthly pleasures, all of these things that bring me happiness, all of these things that make life worth living, or that's how I felt at the time. And I'm still sensitive to all of these things, but the reality is I'm happier than ever. Happiness doesn't come from any of those things. It just comes from within. It doesn't need to have a source. You don't need to understand how you're gonna be happy or what is gonna make you happy. Like obviously those things can make you temporarily happy, but there's a deeper level of happiness within this spiritual journey and within letting go of different attachments and letting go of these earthly possessions. It's like you can reach levels of happiness that you can't even comprehend. And yeah, I just remember thinking that, like thinking, what is the point? What is gonna even make me happy anymore? And the reality is now I'm happier than ever and I don't need anything to make me happy. And that's also what's happening right now. I'm thinking, how am I gonna release this attachment when it brings me so much happiness? It brings me so much joy and positive emotions, and I don't want to get rid of this attachment because I don't want to lose all those positive emotions and not have access to them anymore. But the reality is, on the other side of this, I will be even happier than before and even happier than I can imagine without this attachment and without any attachments. And I feel like heaven and hell really exist on earth. I mean, I think there are different realities that are maybe like higher vibrational and stuff, but I don't think you have to really work your way to get to them. I think we get to choose whatever the fuck we want to do. I think you chose to have a human experience. You chose to have specifically this human experience, and heaven and hell are things that you can experience within this human experience. I like truly felt like I was in hell the beginning of this year. I was in such a dark place. Like it literally felt like a different dark reality. Like sometimes in my dreams I'll like astral project to really dark realities. I don't know how to explain it, but it just like has a really dark energy. And that's really how I felt earlier this year. I felt like I was in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. And that was just like the product of my own thoughts spiraling and being so caught up in my own anxieties and fears. But that was necessary for me to really face my demons and really realize a lot of things about myself and change a lot of habits in my life. That was really a necessary part of the process, but I also see how it was of my own creation. And I think if you're watching this video, I think you're about to enter heaven. Like you're about to enter this new reality that is even more amazing and beautiful than you could even imagine or comprehend. That just feels so different, has such a different energy, just filled with happiness and connection and love and prosperity, and having everything you ever need because you are just listening to your higher self, you're listening to God, and you're being provided for with everything that you need. And you'll just get to focus on you and enjoying life and being happy and serving others and really fulfill what you came here to fulfill in this lifetime. But yeah, I think it's like we talk about heaven not being on earth because it's when you're able to release the earthly possessions and you're able to let go of these attachments that most humans have. And when you're able to transcend that, that's when you can really experience a different, really beautiful, really different life. Sometimes you're not supposed to have the answers, and not knowing is a really important part of the process of the human experience. There's always going to be only so much that is revealed to us at any given time. And if you find yourself searching for answers, wanting to know what's going to happen, are you going to get that job? What job are you supposed to get? Why is this bad thing happening to you? What is going to come out of it? Is this relationship meant to be? Is there something someone's not telling you? Where are you supposed to live? Where are you going to move to? I know it can be really tempting to want to know everything and understand why things are happening as they're happening. And sometimes we do get to have that insight or have a little bit of insight into why a situation is happening or what's going to happen in the future. But sometimes you have to not know in order to make the right decisions, in order to make the best decisions so that things unfold in the way that they should. And just know that the universe is giving you exactly the right amount of information that you're supposed to have right now, that you're supposed to have at any moment in order for things to unfold perfectly. And if you're watching this video right now, you're meant to just surrender to the process and fully trust and stop searching for answers. Stop trying to figure out more, because if you knew more, then things wouldn't unfold the way they should and you wouldn't make the right decisions if you knew what was going to happen. Because sometimes we have to go through certain experiences and make certain decisions in order for everything to happen in the way that it should. And the universe is meticulously laying out this plan of your life, and they're working so hard on it to put all the pieces together so that everything unfolds perfectly, and to put you in the right place at the right time with the right people, in the right job, in the right house, whatever it is. And they know and they see the divine timing in it all, and they know that you're gonna have to be patient to get there because they're waiting for this person to move out or for this person to leave that job, and they're in all these people's ears. I like to think that if you're not able to hear your spirit guides, or if you have like those phases where they're just not as active, your intuition is kind of off, you kind of just feel like you're on the journey alone. I like to think that your spirit guides are in other people's ears, and they're, you know, working on all this other stuff away from you, and that's what's important right now. But yeah, sometimes we are really supposed to be in the dark, and that's what's necessary in order for everything to unfold how it should. And the best thing that you can do is just trust and surrender to the divine and know that there is a better plan, and that everything is going to work out perfectly, and just be patient and not fearful, because God or your higher self is the version of you that can see everything, that is all-knowing, that knows exactly what's best for you, and that is able to execute that without any of your fears, your limiting beliefs, your ego. They don't have any of that stuff weighing them down. So they can see what the best plan is. And so if you can trust them and surrender to them, that plan is better than whatever you're gonna try to create for your life. And if you're wondering what is gonna happen next or what move to make, it's not because they've abandoned you, it's because you're not supposed to know. If you feel like you don't know what move to make, then just don't make a move. Just stay still. Yesterday, I was like realizing all of this, realizing that right now in the process, I'm meant to surrender to the divine, and I'm meant to not know certain things. And also that I need to stop taking in so much information, like watching tarot readings, whatever, because I really transitioned away from traditional media, so it gets filled instead with like a lot of spiritual stuff. But it was starting to just get really overwhelming because it was so much information and it was just too much. And I was realizing that even like the tarot readings I was watching, they were just confirming what I already knew, just over and over the same exact things. And I was wanting to get more information, but then I got the very clear message that I'm not supposed to, and that I'm supposed to surrender and be okay with not knowing and trust that everything is gonna work out exactly how it should. And if you're unsure of which path to take, just stay still and don't do anything. And so as I was realizing all of this, I saw a praying mantis yesterday, and I looked up the symbolism and it was really relevant, so I want to read what it said. The mantis comes to us when we need peace, quiet, and calm in our lives. Usually the mantis makes an appearance when we've flooded our lives with so much business, activity, or chaos that we can no longer hear the still, small voice within us because of the external din we've created. The mantis takes her time and lives her life at her own silent pace. And then it says some of the symbolism is stillness, awareness, creativity, patience, mindfulness, calm, balance, and intuition. The mantis has long been honored for her mindful movements. The mantis never makes a move unless she is 100% positive it is the right thing for her to do. This is a message for us to contemplate and be sure our minds and souls all agree together about the choices we are making in our lives. So yeah, basically it's a symbol of stillness, of meditation, contemplation, patience, because the universe is meticulously laying out this plan for you. They're putting everything together perfectly, and that's gonna take some time. It might take months, it might take years. And when you lose trust and you become fearful and impatient, and you maybe take a job that you know your soul is telling you not to take, or you move into a house that you know does not feel right, you are delaying the process, and now maybe you're missing that opportunity that they worked so hard to try to align for you. Maybe you don't end up seeing the job application because you're at work at this job that you weren't supposed to be at. And your higher self is always gonna work to get things back in order, to get you back in alignment, to help you get the things you want and the things you need. But when you're acting out of fear and impatience, you're just making the process longer. You're making it more difficult for them to have to rearrange everything back into place. So if you can really trust and wait and not make a move when you don't feel ready to, you don't know how close things are to turning around. You don't know how close you are to that thing that you're waiting for, or to that piece of information that you need. Because out of billions of jobs, out of billions of people, billions of places to live, you only need one. You only need one right job for you. You only need one love. You only need one place to live. And obviously out of billions of options, it's not gonna be the first one that you see unless you're really, really lucky. But all you need is one thing usually. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not waiting to get like thousands of a certain thing. You literally just need one. And that could come at any second. So don't lose hope that it is coming, and don't get impatient, don't get fearful. And yeah, sometimes the universe is trying to put us in a certain situation or give us a certain perspective, a certain view of the future, because that's what's gonna help us to grow and learn and have the experience that is gonna bring us what we need. And so sometimes you're supposed to think a certain way and think that your future is a certain way in order to gain the necessary skills or make the right decisions. If you saw the full picture, it just wouldn't work the same way. It's just, life is so beautiful because of how much we don't know and how much we don't see and how much is in the dark. And that's a huge part of the process. Sometimes you are supposed to be in the dark. Sometimes you are supposed to think a certain way that isn't true. But for that period of time, you're supposed to think that way. Or you're supposed to think that something is gonna happen a certain way and then it doesn't. And all of these experiences, all of this not knowing, it comes together so beautifully to create this beautiful journey for your life. I don't know, like the human experience is just so cool when you really think about it. Because it's like you have this higher self, you have God who can see it all, who can help you along the way. But you're in this body that has this ego and these fears and is not all-knowing. But yeah, I'm just making this video because I think some people are meant to hear this message that whatever it is that you don't know right now, that you can't see right now, that you keep asking about but you're not getting any answers, you're not supposed to know it right now. This is all a part of the plan. This is all divine timing. Surrender to the universe, surrender to the divine, surrender to your higher self and to not knowing, and allow it to all unfold as it should. And if you don't feel ready to make a move or you don't know what decision to make, then just be still. Just don't make a decision. Everything that you are supposed to know, you already know. Everything you need to know is already within you. You don't need to go search for it anywhere else. You don't need to go to a tarot reader. I feel like tarot readings and stuff are really great for giving you confirmation and giving you hope. And especially if you're in an earlier stage of your journey where you don't have the best intuition, or you're in a really dark phase of your life and it's hard to have hope. Those things are super helpful and necessary at that part of your journey. But as you get further along, you'll realize that everything you need, you already know it, and all those things can do is just confirm everything you already know, because you're not supposed to know anything else at that time. And yeah, if you clicked on this video, I think you are meant to hear that message. You're meant to surrender right now. It's okay that you don't know everything. Stop searching for answers, stop overstimulating your mind, and maybe spend more time in meditation and making mindful choices and trusting the process fully. Thanks so much for watching. It's all gonna work out for you. Just be patient, just surrender, trust. Just know that your higher self has a beautiful plan for your life, and it's all meticulously planned out, and all of the pieces are coming together right now, and you're not supposed to see it. Maybe you feel it. And I know it's hard and our logic kicks in, but that's something that you're meant to work through right now. And that fear and impatience and lack of trust is something that you're meant to let go of before you move into the next phase of your life. You have to get rid of the things that you're holding on to, the physical things that you're holding on to, clothes, makeup, skincare, whatever belongings you hoard, whatever belongings you hold on to that you know you should get rid of. In order to bring in this new life, you have to declutter, you have to get rid of these things, and you have to act from a place of not feeling any lack and trusting that whenever you need something, you'll be able to buy it again. Obviously, you don't want to be a wasteful person, and I have a lot of guilt around how much clothes I've bought, how much makeup I bought, and guilt about getting rid of it, even though I'm literally allergic to all my clothes and can't use a lot of my makeup and skincare. But moving forward, I'm just really gonna be aware of that and what I spend my money on, and only buying things that I love and that I know I'm gonna use, and never just buying an excessive amount of things that I don't need. I really wanna become more of a minimalist, but you have to just get rid of this stuff. It's carrying energy, and once you get rid of it, everything is gonna come in for you. Use this week to just declutter and get rid of all of the things you need to get rid of on a physical level, because you've probably already done all of the inner work that you need to do, and just continue to do that and embody that energy. Would the rich, successful, happy version of you hang on to clothes that you're never gonna wear and hang on to things that you're never gonna use? Because that's really coming from a mindset of lack. And I personally, when I'm rich, I don't wanna be a hoarder. I don't wanna buy things excessively. I really want to just buy things I love and not have an excessive amount of belongings. And I have had some hoarding tendencies in the past that come from this place of lack, but I'm wanting to let go of that now. I know that the new me, that's not compatible with the new me that I want to be. And so in order to let go of these hoarding tendencies, I have to let go of all these things. I know there are rich people who are hoarders who buy a ton of things, but that's personally not the kind of person I want to be, probably not the kind of person you want to be. You want to get rid of that lack mentality so that your decisions and your purchases aren't always just coming from this broken place of feeling like you never have enough. You were meant to break that in this lifetime. You were meant to get rid of that and heal that for future generations and past generations. Be mindful about where you're donating or getting rid of these things and let spirit guide you to the right decision. I found a website called Subset, and they will take your old underwear and bras and tights and they recycle them to make new ones. And then they also give you a $25 credit towards their underwear and stuff. And just so you know, it doesn't end up being free. Like, I think I ended up having to spend like $10 on 2 pairs of underwear because you have to spend over $25. But I would rather pay a little bit of money and know that my stuff is not going in a landfill and that it's being recycled in a better way for the environment. You can also not use the credit, not buy anything, and they just charge you a $5 fee. So I have more stuff that I want to get rid of. I'm just going to do that next time. I would rather just pay $5 than have my stuff go in a landfill. So I'll link that below if you want to do that too. This is not sponsored, obviously. But yeah, it's time to get rid of everything that is not serving you. I think you already got rid of the people that are not serving you. You already got rid of the mindset that isn't serving you. You already got rid of the habits that aren't serving you. It's time to get rid of the physical items that you're hanging on to. And once you do that, you'll truly be embodying your new identity, and your new life is going to be attracted to you instantly. You can't have one foot out the door and still have a safety net and still keep things because you're like, maybe I'm not gonna have money. Obviously, don't get rid of the things that you actually like and you actually are gonna use, but if there's anything that you hang on to that you know you don't need, that you know you won't use, it's time to get rid of it. It's time to let it go. Things carry energy, and when you get rid of them, you're making space for new, better energy to come in. And I know if I was rich, I would just donate all my clothes right now. So that's just what I'm gonna do right now. I mean, I'm literally allergic to like almost all of my clothes, and it's still hard for me to get rid of it. But it's time for me to let go of this lack mentality and this guilt and these unhealthy beliefs so that new energy can come in. If you want to bring in a new life, you really have to get rid of everything, and you have to match up your thoughts, your words, your actions, your habits to that new reality that you want, to that new identity that you want. And that means releasing all of the things that don't serve you, all of the things that are still carrying this negative energy, all of the people that don't serve you.
And tell me everything you know about chakras.
What are chakras?
Oh, I see. I guess we'll start with the basics. The water flows through this creek much like the energy flows through your body. As you see, there are several pools where the water swirls around before flowing on. These pools are like our chakras.
So chakras are pools of spiraling energy in our bodies?
Exactly. If nothing else were around, this creek would flow pure and clear. However, life is messy and things tend to fall in the creek. And then what happens?
The creek can't flow?
Yes, but if we open the paths between the pools,
The energy flows.
there are 7 chakras that go up the body. Each pool of energy has a purpose and can be blocked by a specific kind of emotional muck.
I wanted to share this video because I think it could be really helpful to a lot of people if you are wanting to start your healing journey, or if you feel like you just went through a huge transformation and you have a new identity. I think this video could be really cool for you to watch in the way that it was for me, because you might really relate to it. Obviously, the chakras are a lot more complicated and nuanced than this, but they do a really good job of simplifying it in a way that's really easy to understand and still really easy to apply to your life.
First, we will open the Earth Chakra, located at the base of the spine. It deals with survival and is blocked by fear. What are you most afraid of? Let your fears become clear to you. And your vision is not real. You are concerned for your survival, but you must surrender those fears. Let your fears flow down the creek. You have opened your Earth Chakra.
So at the base of our spine, our first chakra is our root chakra, and you always want to start with this one. The root chakra deals with our sense of security, safety, stability, and our survival needs, and our connection to the earth, our feeling of belonging, feeling grounded. So if you grow up in a lot of chaos, or having family issues, having financial issues that are scary, or having some type of unstable home environment, that can really affect the root chakra and really create this sense of instability, insecurity, and fear. And like he says, it's blocked by fears. So for me, the first step in my healing journey was facing all of my fears. It felt like my life had become a manifestation of like all of my worst fears, and like I had to really face them and deal with them all at once. Like fears of health issues, fears of losing relationships, fears of financial instability, fears of losing my job, my house, because of a bunch of health issues that I was dealing with. And what was most important was creating this sense of safety and stability in my body. I was learning a lot about nervous system regulation and the placebo effect, and how important it is to get your parasympathetic nervous system to activate and get your body feeling safe and calm in order to heal from illness. So some ways to focus on creating a feeling of safety are taking care of your body and meeting all of your survival needs by eating whenever you're hungry, sleeping whenever you're tired, and things like that. And then also reprogramming your mind to feel safe and really reframing the way you view your life to feel safe, and understanding that your needs are met and being grateful for having food, having a roof over your head, whatever it is you do have. I know everyone has different amounts of things, and sometimes there are things to be stressed about, but you want to really focus on what you do have and focus on creating this sense of safety and security and stability within your body. And then also by facing your fears, you are able to release them. You're able to realize that you can handle them and that you can handle anything. Also notice how he says your vision is not real. A lot of times our fears are an illusion, and even if they're manifesting in a physical way, you have power over that and you have the power to shift your reality. But our fears are really this mental block that we need to get over, that we allow to have too much power over us most of the time.
Next is the
Water chakra?
brilliant. Maybe one day you will be a guru too. This chakra deals with pleasure and is blocked by guilt. Now, look at all the guilt which burdens you so. What do you blame yourself for?
I ran away. I hurt all of those people.
Accept the reality that these things happened, but do not let them cloud and poison your energy. If you are to be a positive influence on the world, you need to forgive yourself.
So next we have the sacral chakra, which is located by your reproductive organs. And this chakra is mainly associated with pleasure, with sex. And I think at this part in your journey, it's really important to release the guilt by having unconditional love for yourself and understanding that it's okay to make mistakes and it's okay what you did in the past. Okay, so just to clarify, the sacral chakra is the center of our emotions. Having a balanced sacral chakra is really about having a healthy relationship with your emotions and allowing yourself to feel pleasure, to enjoy life, which means releasing guilt and forgiving yourself, having compassion for yourself, and nurturing yourself. And then it's also associated with sexuality, creativity. Obviously the chakras are a lot more nuanced than this, but for the sacral chakra, it's just really helpful to feel like you're worthy of being alive and fully love and accept yourself for who you are. And I know this can be hard, but don't underestimate the power of just setting the intention to do something, setting the intention to heal something, setting the intention to love yourself and forgive yourself. I think meditation really helped me too, but even just setting the intention to heal something can be so powerful.
Third is the fire chakra, located in the stomach.
My fire chakra would like to eat something other than onion banana juice.
Good one. Moving on. This chakra deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. What are you ashamed of? What are your biggest disappointments in yourself?
I'm never gonna firebend again. I can't.
You will never find balance if you deny this part of your life. You are the avatar, and therefore, you are a firebender.
Next is the solar plexus, which is around your belly button. And the solar plexus chakra is commonly associated with confidence, boundaries, willpower, and your sense of personal power. The solar plexus is also associated with self-love and self-worth, but it's more about stepping into that confident version of you and taking action from that place of confidence. So setting healthy boundaries, making decisions easily, knowing what you're capable of and going after those goals and being disciplined and having strong willpower. Healing the solar plexus is really about knowing your worth, knowing how much power you have, showing yourself how disciplined you can be, actually going after the goals that you have, actually doing the things that you want to do, and also setting healthy boundaries because you know your worth and knowing that you have value to add to the world. And a way to build confidence is to do the things that scare you, the things that you don't feel confident doing, or the things that you don't feel worthy of doing. That's going to build your confidence as you're doing it. Once you show yourself that you can try things, that you can put a lot of effort into things, that you can be disciplined, and you have this strong sense of personal power, that's how you're going to heal your solar plexus. Or sometimes you have to set boundaries even if you don't feel worthy of setting certain boundaries. And it's kind of funny because a lot of times the actions that are associated with a balanced chakra are the actions that you need to take in order to balance that chakra. And sometimes you think, oh, well, I'll be confident and I'll set healthy boundaries once I have a balanced solar plexus chakra. But really, you have to do those things in order to balance your solar plexus chakra. I really love positive affirmations. Try to change the beliefs that you have about yourself and the negative thoughts you have about yourself and change them to be positive and really build yourself up and feel worthy and realize your value.
The fourth chakra is located in the heart. It deals with love and is blocked by grief. Lay all your grief out in front of you. You have indeed felt a great loss. But love is a form of energy, and it swirls all around us. The air nomad's love for you has not left this world. It is still inside of your heart and is reborn in the form of new love. Let the pain flow away. Very good.
The heart chakra is associated with love, forgiveness, connection. I feel like for me, I felt like I had been burned by a lot of people. And although I forgave them because I understood why they acted that way and I had empathy for them, it made me kind of closed off to new connections, and I was kind of fearful of making new friends and being vulnerable again. To balance the heart chakra, you want to practice unconditional forgiveness. To the best of your ability, try to forgive people, try to forgive yourself. Understand that it's never personal. Everyone is just acting as a result of their own wounds, of their own conditioning. And another way to forgive people is to reframe it in a way and see things in a way that they are serving you and those experiences are serving you, and that you learned from them and you became a better person from them. And the way that I really deal with grief and loss is I imagine that my future is going to be so beautiful and so much better. And so if I can just imagine that my life is going to be really beautiful and everything's going to work out perfectly and be amazing, and everything that has happened to me, every person that has hurt me, has made me who I am and has become a part of this beautiful process and this beautiful life that I'm creating, and they're contributing to it, then it becomes really easy to forgive people and to let go of any grief. And obviously you want to let yourself feel your emotions and let yourself grieve if you need to, but you also don't want to be stuck in the past. So try to focus on what you do have control over and what's actually happening in your reality instead of feeling sad about what has happened in the past. And also know that you can handle pain, you can handle loss, and you're strong enough to handle those things if they were to happen again. And I think once you heal the lower chakras, that becomes a lot easier. Obviously, grief is a super complex emotion, and I really don't want to oversimplify it or invalidate it. I don't have a lot of personal experience with death, but I do believe in reincarnation. I think no one ever really dies. They're always going to be with you in some form. I also think that letting yourself feel and express your emotions is really important, and also having a creative outlet or some kind of outlet for them where you're able to express them and move them through your body is really, really helpful. And don't underestimate your ability to heal.
The fifth in the chain is the sound chakra, located in the throat. It deals with truth and is blocked by lies, the ones we tell ourselves.
Why didn't you tell us you were the Avatar?
Because I never wanted to be.
You cannot lie about your own nature. You must accept that you are the Avatar. Very good, Aang. You have opened the chakra of truth.
The throat chakra deals with self-expression, so it's really about being authentic and also expressing yourself. So like he says in the show, you have to accept who you truly are, accept your authentic self, and that's how you open your throat chakra, is by being your authentic self and speaking authentically and feeling comfortable showing up as your authentic self. And also by expressing yourself. And, specifically speaking is obviously a great way to open the throat chakra, but any form of expressing yourself is really helpful. I knew that my throat chakra was really blocked a couple of months ago, even to the point where I had symptoms in my throat. Like I had vocal cord dysfunction, I'm pretty sure, and I would get like feelings of throat tightness and running out of breath when I'm speaking. My whole life, everyone's like, you're so quiet. And it would really offend me for some reason. Like it would just feel like people were calling me boring and weird. And I just realized that I'm quiet when I don't feel comfortable being my authentic self. So if I'm at work or like a family party, those are situations where I don't feel comfortable being my true authentic self. So I just won't speak at all. But I knew that I really wanted to work on my throat chakra. And I kept thinking I'll be able to make YouTube videos and I'll be good at speaking to a camera once I open my throat chakra. But now I'm realizing that me making YouTube videos is what's opening my throat chakra. Kind of like what I was talking about before, the things that we think we'll be good at once we open our chakra, or the things that are a sign of a balanced chakra, are also the ways to balance that chakra. So you have to just do those behaviors before you feel like ready or feel like you're doing them fully correctly. And so by making YouTube videos, it's helping me open my throat chakra. And each time I'm getting better at speaking to a camera and showing up as my authentic self. Expressing yourself and creating art out of something is super healing. Turning your pain into art is like transmuting it into something beautiful that can help people. And it literally will take away your pain. So this is one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself, is to express yourself and to create art around whatever pain you've experienced, whatever pain you are still letting hurt you. And like he says, you want to accept yourself for who you are and show up as that person.
The sixth pool of energy is the light chakra, located in the center of the forehead. It deals with insight and is blocked by illusion. The greatest illusion of this world is the illusion of separation. Things you think are separate and different are actually one and the same.
Like the four nations.
Yes, we are all one people, but we live as if divided.
We're all connected. Everything is connected.
That's right. Even the separation of the four elements is an illusion. If you open your mind, you will see that all the elements are one, four parts of the same whole. Even metal is just a part of earth that has been purified and refined.
We are all a part of Source. We're all a part of one thing, and we decided to create these human bodies and create all of these physical things and all of these emotions and all of these life experiences and just everything that exists. We decided to create it and kind of split up into these different people, but really we are all the same source energy. We all have this collective consciousness. We're all connected. We're all mirrors of each other. I'm trying to think of how I opened my third eye chakra because I feel like it just happened. I think the way to open your third eye chakra is to be aware and to notice patterns and to be open-minded and start to observe how everything is a mirror of you and how connected we all are and how connected everything is, and notice these synchronicities in your life and realize how sometimes when you're searching for the answer to something, it'll just randomly come to you in a situation or a person or a video or whatever. Or how sometimes situations and people are reflecting back to you exactly what you need to know or exactly what you need to see within yourself that you're not able to see. And I think just start to notice like how everything is connected in this beautiful way and comes together. Like me watching this video, I'm like, that's crazy because that's the journey I just went on in the past 6 months intuitively. And it's crazy to like see it in a piece of media like spelled out so simply when I just like felt called to heal myself in this way intuitively. And we have all the answers within us. That's something that you need to realize, is that you have everything you need within you because source is within you, God is within you. We are all God, we are all one. You have everything you need, you have all the answers. And follow your intuition and act on your intuition so that it can continue to become stronger and stronger. But yeah, obviously the third eye chakra is associated with intuition and connection to the divine or connection to your higher self, whatever you want to call it. And I think this just comes from an openness and awareness. I think you're guided to this path. Maybe your higher self helps you. I mean, if you're watching this video, I'm sure your third eye is already pretty strong.
This is the last chakra, isn't it?
Yes. Once you open this chakra, you will be able to go in and out of the avatar state at will. And when you are in the avatar state, you will have complete control and awareness of all your actions.
Let's do this.
The thought chakra is located at the crown of the head. It deals with pure cosmic energy and is blocked by earthly attachment. Meditate on what attaches you to this world. Now, let all of those attachments go. Let them flow down the river, forgotten.
What? Why would I let go of Katara? I love her.
Learn to let her go, or you cannot let the pure cosmic energy flow in from the universe.
Why would I choose cosmic energy over Katara? How could it be a bad thing that I feel an attachment to her? 3 chakras ago, that was a good thing.
You must learn to let go. And to master the avatar state, you must open all the chakras. Surrender yourself.
Okay, I'll try.
Now think of your attachments and let them go. Let the pure cosmic energy flow.
This one really made me laugh because I just went through this one a few days ago, and a few days ago I felt like my crown chakra literally opened. My intuition is crazy now, and I ask like a question and I get an immediate answer, and I've just never like had so much information coming from my crown and my third eye, and it's really crazy. Like I feel like I just know absolutely everything that I need to know. And at the same time that my crown chakra opened, I was in the process of releasing an attachment to my relationship, and I made a couple of videos about this a few days ago. You could go watch them if you want. But I said I feel like God is telling me to release this attachment, and so I just am, even though logically I don't want to. And I think if I truly released all attachments to other people and to material possessions and everything, like I think I have a healthy relationship with all of that stuff now. But if I really fully just killed my ego and released all of these attachments, I think that is how you reach enlightenment. But I don't think I'm meant to reach enlightenment right now. I think I'm meant to relate to people and live life like among normal people. And I think I'm meant to have an ego right now and experience life in that way. And I think I came to enjoy like the pleasures of life and all the different things that life has to offer. At least for right now, like maybe I'll be enlightened one day. But I ended up going back to that attachment that I was trying to release because I felt like spirit told me I could go back. And I'm realizing that my crown chakra is still open because I was willing to fully surrender to the divine, fully release that attachment and trust whatever plan they had for me and be willing to follow whatever life my higher self was telling me to follow, despite the strong feelings I had for that person. And so what I really did is I released my fear of losing that person, which is what they're talking about in the show, is releasing your fear and your feeling of lack if you don't have that person, and your need to have that person. Or it doesn't have to be a person, it could be other things. But it's not about losing your love for that person or necessarily not having them in your life. It's just surrendering to a higher power and trusting their plan for you and not feeling scared to lose anyone and not feeling like you need anything except God. And so when I let go of that attachment by being willing to let go of that attachment and never speak to them again, my crown chakra like opened. And at the time, spirit was telling me you have to release this attachment in order to step into your new life. But now they're telling me you don't have to let go of this person forever. You don't have to let go of your love for them. It was about surrendering and not letting a fear of losing them or a feeling of lack control the way I'm gonna live my life, and being able to put my higher self and God above everything. But at the time I wasn't given that information because at the time I needed to think that I was fully letting go of it. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like if you go back like 3 or 4 videos ago, you can literally watch me go through this process where I'm talking about having to release my attachment and spirit telling me to release this attachment in order to bring in my new life and to step into my new identity, my new reality. And that's exactly the day where my crown chakra opened, and things have been very, very different since then. So watching this video was just really wild to me because I haven't gone through a deliberate process of opening my chakras in order. I had been setting intentions to heal my chakras, and I had been doing things for certain chakras. I listen to chakra healing music a lot. A channel I really love is Meditative Mind. I highly recommend them. But I didn't know that I like actually healed my chakras as much as I did, that I'm realizing now, because I am so much healthier mentally and physically. And even if you have like so much trauma, like I had a lifetime of trauma. I mean, obviously I'm sure there's a bunch of people with much worse lives, but I had a lot of trauma, and sometimes it just felt like, how am I ever gonna heal all of this? But it can literally happen so quickly. Like this happened to me in a few months. You have all the knowledge and all the answers you need within you, and you will be guided to heal in the correct way if you set the intentions and you want to heal. And I was really guided to do things in this order. This is like exactly what I just went through the past 4 months. Also, I have seen this show before. I love this show, but I'm the type of person where like a month after I watch something, I literally can't remember anything about it. So maybe like subconsciously this was in my mind, but it definitely wasn't something I remembered specifically. A few days ago, I was talking to the most verbally abusive person that I know, and I was shocked when they said that they actually don't experience a lot of negative emotions and they don't struggle with negative feelings that much. But I realized it's because every time that they have an uncomfortable emotion come up, they immediately like start yelling, start insulting someone, and they put all this negativity onto someone else, and then that person literally absorbs all the negative emotions. And so abusers learn that this is a really efficient way, and maybe it's the only way they know how, or maybe they think this is the most efficient way, whether it's on a subconscious level or they're aware of it. But they realize that if I just yell at someone and make someone else feel bad and just like spewing all this negativity and putting it on someone else, it takes away their pain and it takes away their emotions, because now that other person has to deal with it. And so then the person who is being abused either has to learn how to get rid of those emotions in a healthy way and deal with them in a healthy way, or they're gonna have to deal with the consequences of those emotions staying trapped in their body. And that's why when you are a victim of abuse, you have to learn how to love yourself again, or learn how to have confidence again, and learn how to put yourself first and heal. And there's this whole process. It's because it's energy work, and you're working with the energy to get it out, because someone else just put all their negative energy onto you because they realized that's a really efficient way to do it. And it is, but obviously you're really harming someone, and there are much better ways to get your emotions out, in ways where you're not harming anyone. And you know, maybe you've been the abuser too, and so hopefully this is giving you some understanding of what's been happening, and you can heal from it. You can find different ways to cope with your emotions. You probably never learned a better way. You probably just are used to blowing up when you have something uncomfortable come up and you have negative emotions, and then you're relieved after that. But you have to deal with the consequences of having strained relationships and knowing that you are harming other people a lot by dealing with your emotions in that way. And I think if you are a victim of abuse, you are a healer in this lifetime, and you're meant to work with these energies in order to heal yourself, to help other people heal, and to just learn how to deal with these energies and transmute these energies. I think that's your purpose in this life. And this isn't me like victim blaming. I just believe that we're all these spiritual beings, and we chose what life we wanted, and you chose to be a healer and to work with these negative energies because you have the power to deal with them. And I say this to empower you, and if it's not resonating right now, just ignore it. But you're meant to be a healer in this lifetime, and you're meant to work with these energies in a healthy way. But yeah, we're all always exchanging different emotions and different energies, whether or not we are aware of it. Basically, the way that emotions work is if someone else starts to feel your emotion, it's going to take away a little bit of it for you. So if you're feeling really sad and you're venting to your friend and you're crying, and they start to feel sad for you, or they start to cry for you, it's going to take away a little bit of your pain, because now they're feeling it. And the same is true for any emotion, any situation, pretty much. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but someone crying for you, it will take away a little bit of your pain. And also you crying yourself is a way to take away the pain. So there are ways to deal with emotions in a healthy way where you're not involving other people at all. So I'm going to talk about that in this video too. It's just good to be aware of how emotions work, and that we're constantly exchanging emotions. There were even a lot of times in my life where I would randomly get anxious, and I'd be like, that's weird, why am I anxious? And then my friend sitting next to me would be like, I'm really anxious about this thing right now. And I'd be like, whoa, I think I just picked up on that. I wouldn't say that, but I would realize it. And I had a friend too tell me a couple of weeks ago that she, growing up, would get anxious, and she would start to notice that the people around her would become anxious because of her anxiety. And she was like aware that she was like putting it on other people. And that was really interesting to me, because I always felt like I was observing myself feeling other people's emotions, but I wasn't as aware of when other people were feeling my emotions. But obviously there's different levels to it. Like, different people feel different amounts of people's emotions depending on your energetic boundaries, and you can also change this. So if you identify as an empath and you feel like you really pick up on the emotions of others really easily, it's probably because at some point it was like a survival mechanism, and it was better for you to be really aware and hyper aware of other people's emotions. And if they were about to have really extreme emotions that were going to negatively affect you, it was probably beneficial for you to be able to pick up on that early, or your body was trying to protect itself and trying to prepare. But I think at the same time, that makes you more of a sponge to other people's emotions, so you actually take them in more and take them away from that other person. And so if that's something that you're still struggling with, it's really important to set boundaries energetically and physically. So really, setting any kind of boundary is going to help with this. If you're able to say no when you don't want to do things, and to put yourself first, make decisions based on what you actually want to do and not out of what you think other people want you to do, that helps you create boundaries, and that's going to affect you on an energetic level too. It's just going to help you not be as affected by the emotions and moods and feelings of others if you're putting up boundaries where you are not letting yourself be affected by them, if that makes sense. Also, I like to do like protection meditations, you could just visualize like an orb around your body that repels negative energies or that protects you from other people's energies and only lets in the good energies, or however you want it to be. Or you can imagine like a white light filling your body, and just imagine your body as like being covered in this white light that protects you from negative energies and that keeps certain energies out. And so I like to do things like that pretty frequently. I also will just say the affirmation, I release all emotions and feelings that are not my own. If I ever feel like I'm feeling random emotions that I don't really know where they're coming from. And if it is other people's emotions, it works like instantly that weird emotion will go away. So if you identify as an empath and you like feel like you're struggling with things like that, there are ways to stop being like that and to have more control over what you're taking in. Just know, like, if you're letting yourself feel some pain for someone else, you're healing them, and that's an ability that we have. But at the same time, you don't have to take in negative energy from other people if you don't want to. So yeah, emotions are like these energies. They transfer from person to person. They have to go somewhere in a way. Like, they can't just disappear. Your emotions can turn into art. They can turn into energy. So if you're like moving your body, if you're creating art, those are other ways to transmute emotions. But they also could just like transfer from person to person. And then you also can change emotions from one emotion to another. So some actually healthy ways to deal with emotions where you're not just bouncing them from person to person, or you're not turning them into another emotion, is creating some type of art. Literally creating any type of art. Writing, poetry, making a short film, making a YouTube video, anything like that. You're transmuting that emotion because you're turning it into like a physical product, and then that thing is going to take your pain away, going to take some of those emotions away, and going to heal you. And art obviously also helps other people who relate to it, who see themselves in it, who feel validated by it, knowing that you went through it too, or whatever it is. You're helping other people by creating this art, and so you're turning pain into healing and into positive emotions. And even just by watching things and, you know, maybe it makes you cry, that's cathartic, and that is a way to release emotions. Because another way to release emotions is to cry. Crying is an amazing way to release emotions. Or any type of movement, moving your body. Especially if you have like anxiety, it's really good to do some type of exercise, any type of body movement that you feel like doing. Because when we have anxiety, our body is in fight or flight, and it thinks it needs to like fight or flight. So if you can exercise or like do jumping jacks or do whatever, run around, then your body's like, okay, like now we fought off the threat and now we can release this anxiety. Really, any emotion can be moved out of your body through movement, through yoga, dancing, anything. I would say just listen to your intuition and do that, but just be aware of when you're having uncomfortable emotions and learn how to transmute them and try to get them out of your body. Also, it's really important to sit with the emotion as long as you can and actually be present with it, because a lot of times we are distracting ourselves. So if you're feeling a negative emotion and then you're drinking or you're watching TV to distract yourself, you're scrolling through TikTok, whatever it is, well, now the emotion's just in your body because it didn't go anywhere. You didn't express it. You didn't let yourself feel it. So now it's just stuck in your body, and that's part of what contributes to physical health issues. And it's not good just to be keeping all these emotions in our body. I don't say this to like scare you, like it's fine if you've been doing that all your life, everyone has, but it's good to be aware of it and to be able to start to move these emotions out. Let yourself sit with it and then find a way to transmute it through art, through crying, journaling, talking to someone, movement, whatever you feel called to do. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was how we can turn negative emotions into different emotions, into positive emotions. One good example of this is you could turn fear into confidence. So if you feel fearful about something, you have fears about something, and then you face that fear, now you're turning that emotion into confidence, because now you have the confidence to face that fear and you realize that you can get through it. You can do that thing that you're scared of, and you're turning that emotion into something positive. There's like endless examples of this, but you can just figure it out for yourself in your own life and kind of just like let it be an intuitive thing. Like, it doesn't have to be so logical. Another example would be turning anger or jealousy into passion, or even if you're like really unhappy with your life, you could turn that into passion, because you could start working towards a different life and be really motivated by the discomfort or the depression that you're feeling, and use that as motivation for going after your passions. So really, like, yeah, any emotion, you can kind of turn it into something else. So try to look at it like, how could I use this emotion to serve me, and how can I turn it into a higher vibrational emotion? Like grief, you can turn into love and appreciation. I've spent many years of my life dealing with chronic illness, and I feel like I've, missed out on a lot of things and dealing with really traumatic situations in relation to that. And I could look back on all of those times and feel a lot of pain and grief and be reminded of the suffering and like relive all of those negative emotions. But instead, I choose to use it as a source of gratitude. So when I think about all those things I went through and all of the health issues I have, now I just feel so grateful because I feel healthy, because I can live life however I want. And I just have this endless source of gratitude because of it, where I realize how lucky I am to feel good and to be able to do whatever I want, and to have a brain that's working well and have a body that's working well. And that pain is such a source of constant positive emotions for me. So just understand that there's always a different way to look at things, and you really have the power to transmute emotions into more positive ones and to use all of them to your benefit. And our weaknesses really become our strengths when we learn to overcome them and we learn how to help other people. And it's like, if you never went through the bad things, you wouldn't have the skills and the experience and the knowledge and the wisdom that those things gave you. And also, like, it's really amazing to be able to relate to so many different people and to be able to understand people and empathize with them. And so all the hard things you've been through, that's given you the ability to connect with people and to understand people and to help them feel understood and feel validated, and to teach them how to heal themselves. I really believe that we all have our passions for a reason, and that thing that you've always wanted to do, that you're really passionate about, that you feel really drawn towards, even if it's unrealistic or it's risky, I feel like it's really what your soul came here to do, and your passions are a guide for you to follow what you were meant to do in this lifetime. And even though it seems risky or unrealistic compared to what most people are doing in society, it's really not, because you will be successful at that thing, and there's a reason that you're passionate about it. And even right now, I feel like even normal jobs are so risky and unreliable, and the job market is horrible, at least where I live. It really is worth going after your passions. You're gonna feel so much more fulfilled. And I genuinely think like that's what your soul came here to do, and that your passions are guiding you to what you're meant to be doing. And I know logically sometimes they don't make sense and everyone's telling us not to do them, but I really think we just have to anyway. And it's hard because even if you do go after your passion, a lot of times we're not very good at it in the beginning, and it takes time to be good at things and to get to the skill level that we want. And especially if you're a perfectionist, it can be really frustrating and disheartening to not be good at something right away. And maybe it makes you think, maybe I'm not meant to do this thing. Like, maybe this isn't for me because I'm not good at it right away. And it's hard to be bad at something, and it's hard to see yourself be bad at something and not meet up to your vision and not meet up to your full potential. But that's a part of the process that everyone goes through. And I think as long as you understand that and know that, it's a lot easier to get past that. But if you don't realize that everyone's bad at things at first and everyone takes time to get better, and there's gonna be a gap in the beginning between your vision and what you're creating, once you understand that, it gets a lot easier to deal with it. Otherwise, I feel like it could make you give up, and most people do give up. The way I see it, it's like you can either go after your dream your whole life, or you can give up and fail. But otherwise, if you're always going after it, you're never failing. When I was in college, I was studying film in school, and we were making a lot of short films, and they would all turn out horribly. They would all be like comically bad. And it was really frustrating and upsetting to put so much time and effort into something and have it just not meet up to your vision or your taste at all, like not even close. And it's easy to be like, am I just not meant to do this? Am I just bad at this? But everyone has to go through this in the beginning. I'm really grateful because I had this professor who showed us this Ira Glass quote, and it basically was something along the lines of, everyone who gets into a creative field, a creative industry, they have good taste, and that's why we get into it. But then there's a period where you're creating work that does not match up to your taste at all, and it's just bad. And the only way to get through it is to create as much as you can and get all the bad stuff out and get better at it. And anyone who is where you want to be or who creates work that you admire has gone through that period of creating art that they're not proud of and art that doesn't match up to their vision. But you have to push past it, and you have to just get through that period and overcome the perfectionism and overcome the pain that comes with like creating work that you're not happy with. And I think this applies to everything, not just creative pursuits. Like, I think really any skill, obviously there's going to be a period in the beginning where you're not the best at that skill and you have to take time to get better at it. So I don't know who needed this reminder, but if you aren't pursuing your passions, please pursue them. There's a reason you have them. And if you are pursuing your passions, but you're in this difficult period where you feel like you're not good enough and you don't like what you're creating, and you're wondering if you made the wrong decision and if this is the right path for you, just know this is a normal part of the process. You just have to like keep going and get through this. And I used to always think like, oh, like business owners and millionaires, they're so lucky that they don't have to work every day and they have passive income and whatever. But really, they invested thousands of hours of their time, and they went through all these difficult periods of fighting through the perfectionism, fighting through creating bad things and like having to deal with that, and continuing to try and put in thousands of hours of time with no instant gratification and no real knowing of whether or not it was going to work out or not. And it's hard to do that every day. And every single person that you admire has self-doubt. I just saw this video where Billie Eilish was saying she didn't think she was a good songwriter, and I think like a lot of people think she's like one of the best songwriters and artists of our generation, at least. And just know that like everyone you admire, everyone you want to be like, they have self-doubt too. It's weird because to be successful, I do believe you have to have a lot of belief in yourself, but at the same time, like, you're gonna have self-doubt. But you also have to have enough belief in yourself and not ever like make decisions based on the self-doubt. And also, if there's things that you admire about someone, those are traits that you have within you that you can like unlock within you, and that's why you're able to see them in other people. So if there are things that you really admire about other people and you're like, I wish I was like that, you can be, and you are, and you're only able to see it because it's a mirror of you and it's within you. And the same is true for negative traits too. Like a lot of times when we're judging people or we notice negative things about people, it's really because the universe is holding a mirror to us and trying to show us things about ourselves that we need to see. So whenever I see things in other people and notice things in other people, I always like to reflect on that and reflect on what it's trying to tell me about myself. Especially if you're judging people negatively, it's probably something that is a reflection of you as well. But then also if you're thinking positive things about someone, just know that that's something you have within you. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is your self-doubt is not because you're not good enough. It's just normal, it's natural, everyone has it. You just can't make decisions from that place of self-doubt and act on that insecurity. You have to make decisions from a place of self-belief and believing that it's going to work out for you and believing that you are good enough and you are capable of getting everything you want in this life. I think every successful person has a lot of self-belief. Like the most successful people have self-belief. They don't necessarily have the most talent, but they believe in themselves enough to work really hard and to go after what they want. But at the same time, I think everyone, unless you're like a narcissist, has self-doubt. I mean, even narcissists have it, they just repress it really intensely. But I think also everyone has self-doubt, and the way that you balance that is to act from the place of self-belief and just observe the self-doubt and don't like act on it. Don't let it affect the way that you're living your life. Just observe it and let it move through your body, and always act from a place of self-belief. But yeah, this is definitely where I'm at right now with my YouTube channel. I have a certain vision and I definitely don't feel like I'm living up to it yet, but I know I just have to keep creating until I can get a lot more comfortable talking to a camera and have just better quality videos and everything. And it's worth just pushing past the discomfort, because it is a lot more uncomfortable, honestly, to be unhappy with your life, to be depressed and unfulfilled and never going after your passions. And as uncomfortable as it is to actually try and put yourself out there and trigger that perfectionism, it's so much better than the discomfort of just staying still. So I really encourage anyone watching this video to go after your passions, and you're gonna feel so fulfilled, and you're gonna live the life that you came here to live, like a higher timeline, a better life, your ideal life, if you're able to go after your passions. Yeah, I just felt like some people needed to hear this message, because I'm grateful that I have learned these things along the way, and I don't think I would have been able to actually go after my goals and take the risk if I hadn't like heard that Ira Glass quote. And it's something I think about a lot, because it's hard when you're learning a new skill, or you're trying something new, or you're trying to create something. It's just your skills are not going to be where you want them right away, and you have to just push through it. When I started meditating, it was like I discovered this tool that could give me happiness and peace and keep me sane during the darkest time of my life. And I was like, wow, this is such a powerful tool to have. But now I'm in like the happiest era of my life, and so the me that needed meditation to keep me sane and healthy and happy is just such a different person. It feels like a different lifetime. And just the person I was a week ago, I even feel so like different from that person. Like I had to do all these things in order to be happy and be grateful and like stay in a positive mindset. But now it just comes so naturally, and it's just who I am, and everything just feels really different. And then to think about who I was 3 months ago when I started meditating is so crazy. Like I was so depressed and hopeless and in the worst, darkest time of my life. And now I'm so extremely grateful for that experience, because it showed me meditation and it taught me all these things. And I'm so happy with like where my life has ended up now and who I am now. I feel like there's been a huge shift in my health. I did end up going back to my old job working as a server at a restaurant, and by the end of every shift I was feeling really sick. For those of you that don't know, I have a bunch of like chemical sensitivities. I'm like allergic to a lot of fabrics and probably like cleaning products and soap. And so there's a lot of things that I'm exposed to at my job that make me feel sick. And so by the end of every shift, I was having a lot of pain all over my body and my organs and my back. Sometimes having trouble breathing, sometimes nausea, headaches. And although I had like pretty much gotten my symptoms under control in my day-to-day life, whenever I was going to work, I was feeling really sick by the end of my shifts. And in the past week, I've slowly been noticing that I'm less sensitive to all the things that I'm normally just a little bit sensitive to. Like I'll have very mild reactions to the makeup that I use, the shampoo that I use, like every time I shower. I kind of get this feeling of like my throat closing, and that's actually been going away. I've been a lot less sensitive in general. I don't have like the little mild symptoms that I was having every day anymore. Also, there was one day that I was running late for work, but there were like a few things I still wanted to do before leaving, and even though my logic was like, don't do it, you're running late for work, I was like, it's fine, I'm just gonna do it anyway. And as I'm on my way to work, I'm almost at work, I noticed a message from my manager asking if I could come in 30 minutes later, which is weird that I didn't see it before, because I always, like I have the notifications on and I always see the messages they send me. So it's weird that I didn't see it until I was almost at work. So now instead of running late, I'm running early. So I decided to go to this smoothie place and get a smoothie. And I get this smoothie that has like ginger and turmeric in it. And by the end of my shift, I don't have any symptoms really, or like very, very mild symptoms. So I was like, okay, whatever I did, I'm gonna do the exact same thing again. And so the next 2 days I got that smoothie. And so I realized that the ginger and turmeric, which are anti-inflammatory, probably helped reduce my symptoms. And so I feel like I was kind of guided to like a natural medicine in that way. And like I've known about ginger and turmeric. I love ginger. It helps my nausea and stuff a lot. I didn't think that taking it daily would make such a difference in my symptoms, but now I've like added it into my daily routine. And so yeah, I feel like I was like intuitively guided to the medicine that my body needed. And overall, I'm just really amazed at how much my health has improved. The majority of the time I feel amazing. I feel like the healthiest I've ever felt. And now the things that I used to have a small reaction to, I'm not reacting to. I've been able to loosen up on my diet a little bit, and I haven't like fully reintroduced like all the chemicals and toxins that I've been avoiding, but I'm really, really happy with where my health is at. Another thing that happened is my phobias are getting better, or going away really. I have a phobia of spiders and bugs, and the way that I react to a spider being in my house is always a really good indicator of where my mental health is at, because there are times where like I'll see a spider and I'll literally think about it nonstop for like a week and be in constant fear of a spider being in my house, or like a spider crawling on me. I know that sounds really crazy, but it's a phobia. Yeah, sometimes my phobia gets really, really intense and will completely consume my life and like put me in a constant state of anxiety. And that's when my mental health is like really at its worst, because I'm really scared of spiders, especially them being in my house, because I'll go crazy if I know that it's in my house, but also I'll have a mental breakdown trying to kill it because I'm too scared of it. But I saw a spider in my apartment, and it was like the first time that I've seen a spider and my body like didn't go into fight or flight, and I didn't have like a feeling of anxiety. I just felt like nothing. I gasped, but like I didn't like have a physical reaction to it, and then I just killed it. And hopefully one day I can get to a point where I don't need to kill it and I can like coexist with it or put it outside and save it. But that was really amazing to me, because I always have like a physical anxiety reaction to seeing a spider in my house normally. And that's like a really good indicator to me that I'm doing well mentally. I'm healing my root chakra, I'm healing my anxieties. Also, obviously I'm like a real person, and it's hard to control every variable in my life and to say meditation is the reason for all these changes, because obviously I was making a lot of changes in my life because I was really desperate to heal and feel better. And also, who's to say like this wasn't just going to be the normal trajectory of my life? I do think changing my diet played a really big role in improving my health and in helping me be a lot happier and not be depressed. I also think getting a lot of sunlight helped me feel a lot happier and healthier. But I had been doing those things for like several months before I started meditating, and there was really a significant shift when I started meditating. But yeah, obviously it's hard to be like, I attribute every good thing in my life to meditating and this is the reason for all the changes, because I've made a lot of changes in my life. But I could tell there was a huge shift once I started meditating and on the days that I meditate. And when I started meditating and when I started believing that I could heal and believing that everything is gonna work out and learning the science behind it, because I kept having moments where I would be positive and I would be hopeful, but then I would just get sick again and start feeling sick again. But once I really learned the science behind it and learned how to regulate my nervous system, that's when I stopped ever having really horrible symptoms again. Having that proof that we do create our reality and that our minds are so powerful and have so much control over the way we feel and the way our lives are unfolding, that was really helpful for me. So if you feel like you're still struggling, I definitely recommend consuming things that prove to you how this stuff works and really shows you why it works and how many people it has worked for. The book You Are the Placebo by Dr. Joe Dispenza really helped me a lot, because it just has countless examples of like research studies that show how powerful our mind is and all these different situations that prove it to you. And that's also was kind of my intention for these videos, was to help prove it to you even more that this is real. I'm not lying or anything, like this is my genuine testimony, but I made these videos because I want this to be even more proof to people that this stuff works. because that's how the placebo effect works. You have to believe it. And we believe things when we see proof of it. But yeah, even just a week ago, even though I was extremely happy and at peace and really enjoying my life, I also felt like I have to drink celery juice every day. I have to eat healthy every day. I have to meditate every day in order to maintain my sanity, my health, and my happiness. And I don't feel that way anymore. I've like loosened up a lot on my diet. And I know if I skip a day of meditations, I'm gonna be okay, but I choose to meditate every day because I really enjoy it. But yeah, there's just been this shift. Like I just really feel like a different person. I'm really at peace. And it's like, even though I was happy, I was still kind of in this controlling mindset of like trying to have control over my life. And now I'm just very like relaxed and surrendering to the universe and knowing that everything is gonna work out. I feel like my higher self is telling me to focus more on grounding and protection meditations lately. So I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from the Joe Dispenza meditations, even though I'm still gonna meditate every day. But the Joe Dispenza meditations that I've been doing are really great for creating feelings of gratitude and visualizing your dream life and visualizing the future to be positive and like changing your thoughts to be positive. And those are things that I'm already doing all the time in my life. Like that's just who I am as a person now. So when I go to do the meditation, it just feels kind of weird because I just live in this constant state of gratitude and knowing that my future is really amazing and knowing that everything's gonna work out and already having all these positive thoughts and not having limiting beliefs. So I feel like at this point, I think this is where the series of these videos is kind of gonna end, because the state that I was getting into with meditation is now just really my constant state, and it comes very easily, very naturally. And so it's kind of weird to like sit down and be grateful for 20 minutes when throughout my entire life, as I'm doing everything, I feel extremely grateful, and I'm just always having those thoughts, if that makes sense. So I'm feeling called to do different types of meditations. I'm still gonna meditate. I'm still gonna do Joe Dispenza meditations sometimes, but I just feel like I've achieved this constant state of gratitude and happiness and trusting and surrendering, and I don't need the meditations anymore to feel that way, because it really did what it was supposed to do, and it really trained my brain to be different. Negative energy only has the power that you give it. Negativity has no power over you unless you are allowing it to control you and you are being overtaken by fear. That's something that you're literally doing to yourself. You're the creator of fear. You're the creator of negative energy. There are no negative energies in the world that can have power over you if you don't want them to. I feel like people really underestimate our ability to transmute negative energy and to just be an embodiment of love and positivity and light. There are no negative energies in the world that can have an impact on you without you giving them power in your mind. You can literally just get rid of it like that. And sometimes I see people in the spiritual community talking about how there's like this negative energy in the world and they just feel all this negative emotions and stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of horrible things happening in the world, obviously. A lot of wars and natural disasters. And if you're feeling negativity, you're probably picking up on all of that, and you're picking up on all the suffering of everyone else. And that's not helpful to anyone for you to be picking up on all that energy. The best way for you to help the world is to protect yourself, protect your energy, release that negativity, and to embody the best, highest version of yourself. That's how you're gonna help the world. So if you're picking up on all this negativity and maybe you're really overwhelmed right now, you're feeling a lot of negative emotions, maybe you're depressed, you definitely want to make sure that you're protecting your energy and that you're setting healthy boundaries. One thing that I like to do is visualizations. So I will visualize an orb around me that repels all negative energy or any energy I don't want. Or I'll visualize my body being filled with white light that repels negativity. You can also look up different like guided meditations on YouTube for protection. And then the other thing that you need to do is really stand in your power and set boundaries. And don't let yourself be affected by the emotions and feelings of others, in the sense that don't make decisions based on what other people want you to do or what other people are telling you to do, because when you do that, you're kind of inviting yourself to feel their emotions and to be impacted by everyone else's emotions. So you have to really stand in your power and know what you want and make all of your decisions based on what's best for you, and never trying to please others, never trying to cater to others. As much as possible, obviously, if you're like a parent or something, you please take care of your children. But I think you know whether or not the way that you people please is healthy. I think you'll know intuitively if the way that you're influenced by people is healthy. But if it's not, that's really the skill that you need to work on in order to stop feeling these negative energies. And it took me a long time in my spiritual journey to learn this. But me not having proper boundaries was allowing so much different negative energy in, and it was so overwhelming, and it made me depressed for pretty much my entire life. And so once you're able to master this, you literally are going to be in like such a happy state, and it'll allow you to just focus on your own emotions, which are going to be so easy to deal with because you're used to having to transmute or trying to transmute everyone else's emotions all the time. And it's not selfish to focus on yourself and to heal yourself and to just worry about yourself, because when you do that, you're setting an energetic example for everyone else, and subconsciously they're gonna see what you're doing and they're gonna be influenced to do something similar. And it's really just gonna uplift everyone around you, it's gonna teach everyone around you, and it's gonna raise the vibration of the collective consciousness. And really the best, like least selfish thing you can do is just focus on yourself and work on healing your own emotions and healing your own wounds and not worrying about everything bad going on in the world, because the only way that you're going to be able to have a positive impact on the world is if you're able to release all these emotions from everyone else. And the best way for you to have a positive impact on the world is to focus on your own healing. If you're really struggling right now, if you're in a really bad situation or a really bad mental state, please know that you have so much power and potential to turn things around, and rock bottom is really a blessing. And everything that you're going through right now is going to give you so much wisdom and so much power and energy to create the life of your dreams. You are so powerful, you are a part of Source, and you can create any life that you want. So let this motivate and inspire you to make a lot of changes in your life and to turn things around in your life. I promise you there is no situation that you can't get out of. You can get yourself out of any situation if you just put your mind to it, and sometimes it takes time, but just hold that vision and decide what you want and go after it. You are never stuck in any situation. Remember your power. You are all powerful. You are a part of God, and you can make anything you want happen. And you can always replace any negative emotion with a positive emotion. And gratitude is a really great place to start. If you can just focus on what you do have, any body parts that you have, even think about all the things that could go wrong that haven't. Like, I'll think about, like, my fridge could have broken today and I would have to buy all new food. Do you know what I mean? But I have food in my fridge and my fridge didn't break, or like I didn't get in a car accident. If you're really struggling to think of things to be grateful for, there's so many things that could go wrong every day that are such a blessing, and you're so protected. But try to fill yourself up with gratitude as much as you can, because that is going to push all the negative feelings out. A lot of people use fear to control other people. It's very powerful. This happens in politics, in the news, and even if this is how like curses work, it's because you're giving things power by fearing them. So if someone's like, oh, you have a curse, or there's like these people are not like spiritual or connected to God at all, but I know there's people who will be like, oh, I see that you have a block, or you have some type of curse on you that I can remove. Like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, like the Instagram scammers. But this only works if you give it power and if you feel the fear, and then that's what makes it real. Because we are God and we create good and evil and negativity don't really exist. They are only the absence of good. Evil is the absence of good. So if you can bring good back into your life, good back into your mindset, then all the negative goes away and it has absolutely no power over you. I know sometimes people are like, why does evil exist? Why does bad exist? Like, why did God create good and evil? And God created good, and then he gave humans the power to choose good. And so if we don't, and if there's an absence of good, that's when negativity and evil comes in. But please remember your power, and remember that you always have the choice to choose good and to bring love and positive emotions into your life and into your mindset. And you fully have control over your life. And there are no negative entities that are like having a negative influence on your life. That's only in your mind, and that's something that you're literally creating with your mind. And then it's creating fear, which is causing the negative emotions and the negative experiences that you're feeling. But please understand that you are always the creator, and you have total power over what negativity you allow to affect you. So I hope this made sense and helped some people out there. But yeah, remember to choose good, choose gratitude, choose positive emotions. There's nothing negative that you need to be scared of. Anything negative it only has the power that you give it. And you are literally the creator, and you are the magician. And then also just make sure that you're protecting yourself, you're protecting your energy, you are setting healthy boundaries and making decisions based out of what you want, and making decisions based on what's best for you, and make sure that you're grounding yourself as well. You did not come to this earth to suffer. Your soul came down to this earth. Your soul chose this exact life that you're living because you knew there was this huge potential for your life to be so amazing, so enjoyable, so magical, and you're here trying to fulfill that. And unfortunately, it's really easy to fall into suffering and to fall out of that because of the way that we've created society, the way that the ego has overtaken us over centuries. Now we've created this society that's really incompatible with our biology. So, inventing things like the internet and blue light and processed foods and all these chemicals and pesticides, and then working like a 9 to 5, working so much and never being in nature, never getting sunlight and not getting enough exercise, all the ways that we've made society so incompatible with our biology, and the way that greed has overtaken some people and egos have overtaken some people has created this society that is causing suffering in a lot of people. But we didn't come here to suffer, and we're not supposed to suffer. And the natural human state is bliss and joy. I've felt it. And if you were to stop being so overstimulated, stop consuming so much media, stop going on your phone as much, and eat healthier and get sunlight every day and be in nature and be present, you would feel it too. You would feel, wow, this is what humans were made to feel like, this natural, peaceful state of bliss and joy. But unfortunately, all these circumstances have created so much suffering. And so a lot of us have reincarnated at this time into these specific bodies to be light workers and to end the suffering and try to create a more compatible society and try to rebuild society into something better where we can more easily access the state of bliss and where more people can not suffer. Heaven exists on earth and hell exists on earth, and I've experienced both. Jesus said to enter the kingdom of heaven, you must become like a little child. You must change and become like a little child. And what does this mean? Heaven is on earth, heaven is a state of mind, and to enter it, you have to return to who you were before all of the conditioning, before you were told to be quiet, before you were told to act a certain way, before you had to obey authority figures and fell out of touch with your own creativity and your own desires and passions. And so the goal is really to reconnect with our inner child, what we wanted to do as a child, what excited us. You as a child, you were more in touch with your soul's purpose and with your soul's gifts. So try to remember what you wanted to do as a child or what activities you enjoyed doing and try to reconnect with that version of yourself. And then we also have to go through this process of deconditioning ourselves and getting rid of all of the limiting beliefs and all of the negative thought patterns that have been placed on us and that have come from society. And so to enter heaven, to enter this state of bliss and happiness, we have to let go of those things and return to this state of innocence and this state of the purity of who we are and show up as our authentic selves and really go after what we truly want and what we would do if we had no fear and what we would do if we knew everything was going to work out for us, because it will if you go after that thing. And by embodying this thing, by being your authentic self, by going after your passions, you are going to help society so much. You are going to help end this cycle of suffering and make it a lot easier for a lot of people to be happy and enjoy their lives, because you're setting this energetic example and you're healing yourself, which is healing others. We're all connected. We're all part of a collective consciousness. We're all God. And so the best thing you can do for the world right now, for society right now, and for yourself right now is to be your authentic self and to go after your dreams and to return to that childlike version of you who was unaffected by all of these different things that society teaches us and unaffected by all the trauma and all the hardships that you faced. And honestly, all of those things are such a blessing, and you can turn them into power. You can turn any pain into power. Think of your pain as like a paint, as like a tool, a thing that you can create with, that you can create beautiful art with. And by art, I don't literally always mean art. Obviously, any form of art is a great way to transmute your pain, but also the birth of anything, like creating a business, just any type of creation, any type of speech, any type of interaction where you're improving people's lives, you're creating something, you're bringing something to life. That is art, and that is how you're meant to use your pain. Also, if all of this is resonating with you, grounding and protection is so important right now. We have to ground ourselves. Your third eye is probably wide open, and you have to make sure that your root chakra is balanced. And so focus on grounding every single day. Make sure that this is a part of your daily routine, whether this means being in nature. I like to do visualization meditations. I like to imagine roots coming out of my feet, my legs, and like being and going into the core of the earth. Any type of visualization that helps you ground yourself. There's a lot of different meditations on YouTube. Visualize yourself being grounded. Eating meat can help you to feel grounded. Also, it's important to protect your energy right now. I like to do protection visualization. So I visualize like an orb around me, or I visualize white light filling my body, and that it repels any negative energy, and that only the energy that I allow in can enter my body and enter my mind. Or you can say the affirmation, I release all feelings and emotions that are not my own. If you feel like you're picking up on a lot of energy around you, especially if you're feeling a lot of negativity right now, you're feeling overwhelmed by negativity, most likely this is not your own feelings. You're picking up on the collective energy right now. And so it's really, really important for you to protect yourself and protect your energy so that you can focus on being a light and being your authentic self, so that you can be an inspiration to others. And it's not selfish for you to only work on your own energy and only work on yourself, because that is going to have a ripple effect, that is going to be contagious, and you're setting this energetic example for everyone else. And that's truly the best thing that you can do, because if you're picking up on everyone else's energies and you're trying to transmute all of that, it's really easy to become depressed and to become overwhelmed, because that's just too much energy for one person to deal with. But if you're able to focus on your own energy and really protect your energy, it's not only what's best for you, but it's best for everyone. If you're seeing this video, it's time for you to tap into that authentic version of yourself, to tap into your soul's desires, and to live out that life, and to enjoy life and be happy and be playful, because you were not meant to suffer. You did not come here to suffer. You knew that there was this huge potential for you to live this amazing life and for you to help others and help heal the planet. So it's really important for you to get grounded, for you to protect yourself, and then for you to focus on being this childlike version of yourself. And something that I like to do is every day I say, God, please guide me, and I will do my best to listen. And if you can just follow every day the guidance of God, follow your intuition, follow what excites you, what you feel passionate about, whatever you feel like doing in that moment, and just forget about your to-do list, forget about your responsibilities. I know sometimes it's hard to do this, but as much as you can, it's actually all gonna work out still, and you're still gonna at times be motivated to do the things that you need to do. But really experiment with like taking a day doing this when you have a day off work maybe, and you'll start to see how much magic and beauty it creates in your life. Just allow God and your higher self to guide you, because they're gonna create the perfect path for you. So many people are living in survival mode. I would say probably 99% of people are living in survival mode, living out of fear. And the best thing that you will ever do in your life is getting out of survival mode. Most people, every decision that we make, it's how can we make money? How can we eat our next meal? How can we put a roof over our head? And feeling like we have to do certain things based on logic or based on fear. Feeling like I have to have this job because I need money, because I need to feed my kids, because I need to feed myself, because I need a place to live. And so most people are just living in this constant state of acting out of their fears, acting out of logic, and focusing on just constantly trying to meet their survival needs, which is obviously super understandable, but we're spiritual beings and we can create any life we want, and there's no reason for us to worry and for us to fear. And when we are in that constant state of fear, we're just perpetuating the same exact experiences. Because the way that the law of attraction works is when you're in a certain state, a certain emotion, a certain vibrational state, then you're guided to what action to take next. So if I'm in a state of gratitude and abundance, then I'm guided, and the action that I take next, it attracts the same thing that I was already feeling. So it attracts more gratitude and abundance. But if I'm in a state of constant fear and stress, then the actions that I'm guided to take are going to attract more fear, more stress, and more of this living in survival mode, never moving up in the world. And living out of fear really prevents you from being able to hear your intuition and being able to connect to your higher self. And it just keeps you in this low vibration and in this negative reality. And lately I've really been working on trusting my intuition, and I notice how much logic just tends to get in the way. Like, for example, I'll be driving and I'll be like going up to a red light and there's one car in one lane and then there's 10 cars in the next lane, and I'll get like an intuitive hit to go in the lane with 10 cars. But logically, I'm like, that makes no sense. Obviously, the lane with one car is gonna go faster. And so I stayed in the lane with one car, and that car ended up turning left, and it like kept me at the light forever. Whereas if I had gotten in that other lane, it would have gone way faster. And so I've been noticing a lot of things like that in my life, where when I follow my intuition, even though it doesn't make logical sense, it always ends up working out better. And when I follow my logic, when I'm ignoring my intuition, it ends up being the worst choice. So often our logic and our fears are really holding us back from a better reality and a better life. And living out of fear, living in survival mode, is just totally gonna block off your intuition and block off your higher self from being able to connect with you. Also, living in survival mode is just horrible for your health. When you're in a constant state of stress, your body is not able to heal. You're basically putting healing on pause. So say if you've had a chronic illness for 10 years and you're in this constant state of stress, it's because you've been pausing your healing for 10 years. And if you were to get yourself out of a state of stress and to make your body feel safe again, you'd be hitting play, and it would shock you how quickly you actually can heal from that. And since I got myself out of survival mode and I started feeling safe in my body and in my environment for the first time in my life, now I feel the healthiest I've ever been. We are these infinite beings. We are God. We created this world so that we could have fun and enjoy life and have this cool human experience. And whatever you want to experience in this life, you can experience it and you can make it happen. And anything you're passionate about, it's because your soul came here because it wanted to do that. And literally any experience you want in life, you have the power to make it happen if you can just get out of survival mode and go after it and believe that it will happen for you. Reality is going to reflect your beliefs back to you, because we literally created this world to be that way just for fun. This is just for our own entertainment, because we're really these infinite godlike beings. The way to get out of survival mode is to create a feeling of safety in your body and in your environment, and to trust in the universe, trust in yourself, feel that you belong on this earth, feel grounded, and yeah, just really feeling safe and not perceiving everything as a threat and not feeling like you need to be worrying about everything. It's really important to work through your fears and work through your anxieties and work through your limiting beliefs. And you can do this by facing your fears slowly, doing exposure therapy, doing EFT tapping and robotic affirming, or listening to affirmations, or doing meditation in order to rewire your brain and reprogram your thoughts. Also practicing feelings of gratitude, because when you feel gratitude, you can't feel fear, you can't feel anxiety. You can use meditation to practice sitting in gratitude for like a period of time, or you can just practice gratitude throughout your day, write in your journal about what you're grateful for, or like pray to God about what you're grateful for, and really just start to notice all of the blessings in your life and all of the things you're grateful to have. There's something called neuroplasticity, which basically means our brain is capable of changing, and you can change your thought patterns, you can change your beliefs, you have control over all of these things. You just have to start observing them and then making the effort to change them and making the effort to think different thoughts. You can also look into root chakra healing, because that really deals with creating a feeling of safety in the body and feeling like we belong on earth and trusting in the universe. In the description, I'm gonna put a free digital download on things you can do to heal your root chakra, how to tell if it's imbalanced, and affirmations to help your root chakra as well. If you can get yourself out of survival mode and stop making decisions out of fear, you are going to be so much healthier, so much happier, and you're going to attract your dream life and everything you've ever desired so much easier. You have to stop making decisions out of fear and just really believe that it's all going to work out, everything's going to work out for you, and make sure that every decision you make is coming from that place of gratitude, coming from that place of believing in yourself, believing that everything's going to work out for you, and never make decisions from a place of fear or from a place of lack. And if you can do that, I promise your life is going to change in the most beautiful way. We're spiritual beings having a human experience, and so we chose to have a human experience. And if you wanted, you could be a spirit guide right now, or you could be in a different dimension where things are not physical, or you could live in some other reality where you don't feel emotions and you don't have an ego, but you chose to be here, to be on earth, and to be a human. It's easy when you get into spirituality and you start to learn about all of this stuff and you go through an ego death, and it feels so good to remember the truth of who you are and to not be weighed down by emotions and to not be controlled by your ego. But after that experience, you have to reintegrate the ego in a healthy way, because you're meant to have an ego, you're meant to have a human experience. You're meant to feel emotions and let yourself feel emotions and transmute them in a healthy way. And the point of an ego death is not to kill the ego forever. I was definitely guilty of spiritual bypassing in the beginning of my spiritual journey, which is basically when you use spiritual concepts to avoid reality and to avoid like feeling reality and working through wounds and facing emotions and working through emotions. And I definitely got to a place where I was just like, I don't care about anything, nothing matters, none of this is real, like I'm just a spiritual being. And I was just really detached from like other people's emotions, my own emotions, because I just saw like the true nature of everything. And I think this is a common experience that a lot of people go through after they have a spiritual awakening. But we're really meant to bring our ego back, but just have a better relationship where we're not getting triggered as easily. We understand that people are always projecting their emotions and their beliefs and their feelings onto you. So really the way that people react to you has nothing to do with you. But also there's so much wisdom in every interaction with people, because a lot of times people are a mirror, and the things that you see in them that you either judge about them or that you admire about them, all of those things are things that you have within you and that you either need to work through or you either need to bring out, or at least acknowledge it in some way and like integrate that part of yourself. But yeah, I think it's just important to remember you chose to be a human, you chose to be here on earth, you chose to have an ego, and you chose to have emotions. And the goal is not to escape any of that. Obviously, there are some people who are enlightened and that's their destiny in this lifetime. But the majority of us are not supposed to be achieving enlightenment where we don't care about anything and we don't feel negative emotions and we don't have an ego. The majority of us are here to integrate our egos in a healthy way so that we can enjoy life and we can help people and we can feel fulfilled and just enjoy all the pleasures of life and experience all the different emotions and all the different physical sensations. And just remember that you chose this and you wanted to experience all of those things. It can be tempting to be like, oh, I'm having uncomfortable emotions, I'm experiencing suffering, I'm experiencing pain, and to be like, oh, I'm just this spiritual being, none of this matters, and try to escape those emotions in some way like that. But really, spirituality is about feeling your emotions in a healthy way and letting them move through your body in a healthy way and expressing them somehow in a healthy way, and really allowing yourself to sit with emotions and feel these things and not distract yourself, and then to transmute them to a better emotion or to turn them into art, into tears, and release them in some way. But yeah, this is really what the new earth is about. It's about enjoying life, enjoying the physical things, enjoying having emotions and having a human body and having a human experience. But where we bring spirituality in is remembering that we are all powerful and that we're creating our reality, and we can live any life we want and we can enjoy the human experience as much as we want. And it's all within our power to make anything we want happen. I still experience negative emotions, but there's just this underlying sense of peace and happiness and fulfillment and connection to God that is just always there throughout everything. And it's so much easier to deal with negative emotions, whereas I used to feel them so strongly and they were so intense and difficult to deal with. But now I just see it as like different things that I'm working through and different lessons, and it's kind of a cool experience, and I learn so much every time that I go through negative emotions. But yeah, the goal is really to balance spirituality and practicality and to reintegrate the ego in a way that's healthier. So not letting it control you in terms of letting your fears control you, recognizing that you are not your thoughts, you are not your beliefs, you are not this body, but you can change all of these things to be how you desire them to be. And you can change all of your thoughts and beliefs to be positive in order to create a really beautiful life for yourself that you get to just fully enjoy. So you don't want to get rid of the ego entirely and get rid of desire and get rid of attachment fully, but you want to release attachments and create healthier thoughts and healthier beliefs and healthier ways to cope with your emotions. And then remember the truth of who you are, that you have the power to create any life you want, and develop that strong connection with your higher self to guide you, and listen to your intuition and notice all these synchronicities in your life and notice the lessons that life is trying to teach you. But the reason that so many of us are going through an awakening right now and the new earth that we are bringing about, it's about enjoying the human experience and making it something that is enjoyable again, because so many people are suffering right now because they have all these fears and they don't believe that they could create a better life for themselves, and every decision they make is based out of fear, and people are just overwhelmed by so many negative experiences and negative emotions, and they forget the truth of who we are and the power that we actually have. But the point of your awakening is to become aware of all of these spiritual concepts so that you can create a life as a human on earth that you love, because your soul decided, I want to be a human and I want to enjoy life and I want to experience all these things. But it's so easy to get lost along the way because of the society that we've created, and that's why we really need to rebuild it, and we all need to actually follow our passions and our intuition and have that connection to our higher selves again. But it's totally okay to have an ego, it's okay to have desires, it's okay to have emotions. Please let yourself feel emotions. I definitely have periods where I am so connected to my higher self, I kind of have an ego death again, or like it's not as strong, but then you will always have moments where you come back down to reality, and you have to take the wisdom that you got from that experience and bring it into the physical world and create something from it. But yeah, I've been getting strong messages lately that we all really need to balance spirituality and practicality and feel grounded and safe in this world and in our bodies, and not just be fully consumed by spirituality to the point where we don't care about any of the physical things on earth. So I think that's a lesson that definitely the collective is going through right now, and maybe some people still need to hear it. It's really important to be grounded when you're also having an awakening. My first awakening, I was not grounded, and so I would basically have symptoms of bipolar disorder where I would oscillate between depression and then manic episodes. I believe that's kind of how you end up with like psychosis or schizophrenia, probably, is if your third eye is really open and you're not grounded and your root chakra is not balanced. So it's really important to feel safe in your body and feel like you belong on this world, and to have a connection to this world and have a connection to your human self. And remember that you chose this life, you chose to be here, and you chose to be a human living a physical life and not just be a spiritual being. But you really want to be able to take all these spiritual concepts and then apply them to your physical reality, and to learn how to work with this physical reality in order to make the things that you want happen. God shows up in a way that you'll recognize, in the way that you're going to resonate with, and in the way that's going to help you reach and touch and have a positive impact on the most people. There are so many different forms of God, there are so many different religions, and who are we to say which one is correct and that only one of them is correct? And I really believe that all of the different religious texts, they all have so much wisdom in them, and they're all talking about the same themes of love. They're all really saying the same thing at their core. And there's definitely a lot of room for misinterpretation. Not everyone that speaks of God has a real relationship with God. But whatever you believe is true becomes true in your reality. So if you believe in a certain religion, it's going to be reflected back to you. It's going to be confirmed to you, because we are God and we created Earth to be this way, and we created it so that we get to have so much control over it, and we get to choose through our beliefs and through our thoughts what kind of life we're living and what kind of reality even we're living in, what the laws of reality are. So although this is my beliefs and I believe in this spirituality stuff, I also believe that whatever people believe is true for them, is true in their world, because their beliefs are creating their reality. If you believe in a certain afterlife, I believe you'll reincarnate into that afterlife, because we're God and we're choosing whatever lives we want to live. And God shows up in all these different ways, because the most important thing is just to have a relationship with God and to be in touch with your higher self and with God, and to have that comfort and have that wisdom and be guided by Him and to feel fulfilled because of that. And as long as you're emphasizing love and embodying love, you're doing it right and you do have a true relationship with God. And if you're wondering about the people who use God and use religion to condemn people and to be hateful, I don't believe that they have a true relationship with God. They're following another human who also doesn't have a relationship with God and is misinterpreting religious texts. But really, it doesn't matter how God shows up or what you want to call it. If you want to call it the universe, if you want to call it your higher self, it's all the same thing. It's all about embodying love, and it all has the same principles and the same lessons in all of these different religious texts. And sometimes when we bring like churches into it, you know, people are in positions of power, and that can create corruption, and there's money involved, and there's a lot of room for misinterpretation and for things to become a little bit more corrupt. And so that's why I kind of choose to just have my own personal relationship with God and to read the religious texts and to interpret them in my own way, from my own intuition and from my relationship with God. But I really do respect all religions, and I think so many different people of all kinds of different religions have a strong connection to God, as long as they're not being hateful, as long as they're not using it to judge people, which if you really read the Bible and read different religious texts, they tell you not to do that, but some people just ignore those parts, I guess. And your relationship with God, it should be serving you. It should be making you feel good. And if you are feeling a lot of guilt and you're feeling a lot of negative emotions due to your relationship with God, then ask God, ask the universe to show you the truth, because your religion should not be creating feelings of guilt. It should not be creating negative feelings. You are God, we're all God, and we're all one. And the point of having a relationship with God is to remember our power, is to feel fulfilled and enjoy life and make the most out of life. Because we chose to come down to this earth and we chose to have a human experience. And the point is to enjoy it to the fullest and to live out our passions and live out our dreams and live out all of our desires and grow and learn and experience all these different emotions. I think that sin really just teaches us about certain things to avoid in order to be happy, in order to reach enlightenment. But it's not something that you need to be guilty about. It's not something that you need to be afraid of. God is about loving and accepting above all. I personally believe that heaven is on earth. You reach heaven by having a certain mind state, but that's what's true in my reality because that's what I believe. But if you believe that you're gonna go to heaven after you die, then that's what's gonna happen for you. But yeah, religion should be serving you. It should be making you feel good. It's about embodying love. It's about helping others. It's about creating this life that is fun to live and that is enjoyable, and reminding us of who we are and why we came here, and helping us to live our highest timeline and to feel fulfilled. And so God can show up in all these different ways, and they're all real as long as they're emphasizing love. God is going to show up for you in the way that really resonates with you, in the way that you recognize, and in the way that you're able to reach the most people, impact the most people, because the goal is really for everyone to live the most enjoyable life they could possibly live and remember why they came down to this earth, and to live out that dream that they had, that mission that they have. And so we need people, we need positive people who embody love in all of these different religions, in all of these different places. And so yeah, also just know my channel is never saying my way is the right way. Everything I believe is the truth. I really believe like it's all true, it's all real. I mean, even if you believe in a religion where you are hateful, your religion is going to be reflected back to you as the truth. But I think the truth of who we are, which is God, is love and is this higher vibrational state. Do whatever feels good to you, believe whatever feels good to you. I feel like in your soul you can tell like what feels right, And when I start to go down this rabbit hole of God being judgmental and God testing you and God wanting you to feel guilt for sinning, that just doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't feel good, and it just doesn't sit right with me. I just know that's not the truth of who God is. And I mean, it says this in all of the religious texts, like God doesn't have an ego. God isn't punishing you. God isn't judging you. God doesn't want you to feel negative emotions. Or I mean, we're supposed to feel negative emotions and like experience different emotions, but we're not supposed to have this constant guilt and this constant need to be perfect and repressing our desires and repressing our instincts. But yeah, there's so many different ways that God can show up, that people have a connection with God, and they're all valid. There isn't one right way to connect with God as long as you're emphasizing love above everything else. The point is really just reaching as many people as possible to make their lives enjoyable and to help them have an impact on the people who it resonates with as well. Impatience and urgency always comes from a place of lack. We feel like we want something that we don't have in that moment, or we want to be somewhere else that we're not yet. It's really important to always be present and find enjoyment in your current circumstances and not be wanting to be somewhere else. There are things to enjoy about every situation, about every life experience. And so you should try to focus on those things instead of focusing on the things that you want to change. And obviously it's good to be aware of what you want to change and where you want to be in the future and to work towards that. But as you're living your day-to-day life, you should be focusing on all of the things that you're enjoying about those moments. You're not going to have everything all at once, and there's always things to appreciate about any given circumstance, and then there's also going to be things that you want to change and that you don't like. But you have the power to choose what you want to focus on, what you want to put your attention on, and you can choose to enjoy life or you can choose to not. I think what really helped me finally get over this and get over me feeling like I always need to be productive and that I'm never doing enough is understanding that abundance can come from anything. And it doesn't just come from productivity. It can come from you going on a walk because you feel like it, or you going out and having fun and you end up meeting someone who changes your life or like offers you your dream job. Literally just any circumstance can bring in abundance or help give you whatever you're looking for at a certain time or whatever you need out of life. But if you're so focused on thinking that it's going to come from a certain place, you're going to start ignoring your intuition and not doing what you actually want to do, and you're going to be so focused on a certain outcome. But we really should open ourselves up to the possibility that abundance can come from anywhere, and also understand that abundance is not always money. Sometimes not having money is abundance. Sometimes not having money is what you need in that moment. And if I had more money throughout my life, I would not be the person I am now. I would not have spent it in a smart way. I would never have faced my fears. I never would have gotten out of my comfort zone. So understand that what's best for you is not always what you want necessarily, but the universe is always going to give you what's best for you. And me having health issues, although that was the worst experience of my life and the worst thing that's ever happened to me, it also made me who I am. It also turned me into the person I need to be. And it ended up being the biggest blessing in my life because it helped me learn so many ways to cope and to have a healthier mindset and to be a healthier person and to treat my body better and to take care of myself and be kind to myself. And now I'm so much happier than the majority of people because of all of the things that my health issues have taught me. Even though that's the worst thing that ever happened to me, it's also the best thing. But once you can understand that abundance can come from anywhere and that it's not always going to look how you think it is, it becomes easier to allow yourself to really follow your intuition and do whatever you feel like doing in each moment and not feel like you have to be doing certain things and you have to be productive, because maybe you going to the beach because you feel like it is going to bring in exactly what you need in your life. And also relaxing and taking care of yourself is just one of the best things you can do for yourself, and it is productive. And it is just as important as anything else. And I think me finally understanding that hard work and productivity is not above everything else. It's not the best thing that you could be doing. And I've been unlearning this for many, many years. And I think anyone who grows up in the US or similar countries probably feel this way because it's just so ingrained in us, and capitalism is so ingrained in us that your worth is tied to your success and how much you produce and how much you can do. But I think me really understanding that every moment is just as valuable, every action is just as valuable and could change your life just as much has helped me to feel more comfortable relaxing or following my intuition and doing what I feel like doing each day. And also understanding that the creative process takes time. I'm just like such an Aries. I'm such a impulsive, passionate person. And when I have a creative idea, I just want to bring it to life immediately. But I'm learning that it's going to turn out better when I give it time. And just because I have an idea doesn't mean I need to act on it right away. But really try to appreciate each moment as much as you can be and be happy with what you have in that moment and be present with that moment. And don't think about wanting to be anywhere else, because when you want to be somewhere else, you're always going to attract that feeling back, and you're always going to want to be somewhere else, and you're never going to be happy with where you're actually at. But when you can be happy with where you're at, that's when you're going to attract that constant feeling of being happy with where you're at, and that's when you're going to get what you actually want. But it won't even really matter because you already feel happy all the time. I've noticed that a lot of celebrities will romanticize when they were broke, when they were homeless, like before they got famous and all of that. Part of that is probably because a lot of aspects of being famous are horrible, but I think part of it is that they probably spent all of that time wanting to be somewhere else, and so they never get out of that feeling. They always just want to be somewhere else. And the way to get where you want is to take very good care of what's in front of you and to do the best with what you have right in front of you and make the most of what you have already, but not in a way where you feel stressed about the outcome, where you feel like you need things to happen a certain way, where you are closing yourself off to all of the different possibilities. You just want to try to really enjoy and be present with every moment and follow your intuition, follow what feels good, follow what you want to do and what you're excited to do in each moment, and really listen to your body and your own desires. I've also noticed that having less distractions, less stimulation, consuming less media just makes life so much more enjoyable and more fulfilling. And really is the way that we were meant to live. You know, we were meant to connect with each other and be in nature and be present. The more that you're able to fully enjoy this moment, the more quickly you'll be able to manifest all of your desires. And prepare yourself for what you want, because maybe you're not necessarily ready for it yet, and there's a reason that the universe is holding it back currently. Because there's certain traits that you're still lacking, certain experiences that you haven't had yet, certain mindsets that still need to change. So let yourself just be in this moment and allow yourself to flow with the way that things are happening and what you desire in each moment. And just know that you're being prepared for what you want and that it's all happening in divine timing, and trust that. And embody the energy of the person you want to be. Is the person that you want to be always feeling lack? Do they always want to be somewhere else? Do they always feel like they never have enough time and there's always more to do and there's always something else they should be doing? You have to stop waiting for the end destination to think that you're gonna finally get rid of that mindset, because you're not. You're gonna just end up being the same way if you never get rid of that mindset now. And even if you get everything you want, you're still gonna be feeling lack. You're still gonna always be feeling like there's more to do and a pressure to be productive and an impatience. And I notice a lot of successful people feel this way. A lot of millionaires, they feel like they have to constantly work and keep working, and they never truly get freedom. Although they have financial freedom, they feel like they always have to maintain it, and they're not actually enjoying their lives. So be the person that you want to be now, and the person that you want to be probably does not feel lack, probably is not impatient all the time, probably does not feel a sense of urgency and needing to be somewhere else and needing to change certain parts of themselves and wanting things that they don't have. The person that you want to be probably appreciates every moment and is so grateful for all they have and feels that they have all that they desire already and gets to just live their life however they want with freedom. Time really isn't real, and we really have the power to kind of manipulate it with our minds. Like if you've ever taken like a 15-minute nap and had a 3-hour dream, you'll know what I mean. Like time is really an illusion. And there was a study where they had 2 groups of people take tests, and one of the groups didn't study at all, and then the other group didn't study at all, but then they studied after they took the test, and that group performed significantly better on the test, even though they only studied after they took the test. And I really think we kind of have access to all these different parts of ourselves and everything that we'll ever know and be. Notice how when you're at work or school or somewhere that you don't want to be, time goes really slow because you don't want to be there, because you feel lack, you feel impatience, and you're not enjoying it and being present. And when you're really enjoying something, time goes super fast and you're like, where did all the time go? And that's because when you want to be somewhere else, it literally slows down time. Like, you literally have the ability to slow down time and slow down your perception of time. And you have the ability to make it go faster. So if you can really enjoy your life and enjoy each moment, you're gonna get where you wanna be a lot faster, because you're gonna speed up time and you're gonna speed up the time it takes to get to that thing. Also, slowing down is better for your health. It's better for your nervous system. If you want to be healthier, if you want to regulate your nervous system, one of the most important things to do is to slow down and to not be rushing and not be stressed and anxious and impatient, because that's really putting your body in a state of stress, in fight or flight, and it's preventing your body from healing and digesting and resting. So it's really important to slow down in order to help your body feel safe and relaxed, so that it can function properly, so that it can digest properly and sleep properly. If you're running late everywhere, if you're always stressed, if you're drinking a bunch of caffeine, you're really dysregulating your nervous system, because you're making it feel like there's a threat, like it's in danger, like it needs to be on high alert. I hope this video inspires you to slow down and to be kinder to yourself and more patient with yourself, and understand that resting is the most productive thing you can do, and to follow your intuition and follow what you want to do each day and what makes you happy each day. I love the concept of divine timing because I think it helps you be patient and have trust in the universe and be present and have faith that everything is going to work out. But my perspective on divine timing has really changed this week. And while it's true that sometimes the universe is holding back your desires because the timing isn't right, because you don't have the necessary traits, or you haven't learned the necessary lessons to handle whatever that thing is or to attract it into your life, you have the power to speed up that process by changing yourself. And another thing that plays a role in divine timing is our ego, and whether or not we believe that we are worthy of things, or if our ego believes that we have to work hard in order to get something, then that's what we'll have to do in order to get it. Or if our ego believes that we need to be worthy of something and feel worthy of something in order to get it, then you're gonna have to wait until you feel worthy of that thing. But I still believe in divine timing in a way, and I think it's so important, first of all, to be patient and be present and to feel safe and not rushed and not this sense of urgency and lack. So in that sense, it's really important to be reminded of divine timing, but you do have control over it in the sense that you can speed it up and you can make things come into your life in an instant if you want to. So this is just your reminder that you have control and you have the power and you are the creator of your life. And you don't need to work hard to get something, and you don't need to build up a certain trait in order to receive something or receive praise, receive money. If you decide that you feel worthy of it now, and if you can get past whatever blocks your ego are putting up, you can attract that thing into your life instantly. I have a lot of plans for this YouTube channel, and I've been saving a lot of my best ideas for when it's the right time, for when I feel like I'm better at speaking and I'm more expressive. And yesterday I just realized and decided, like, I can just step into that version of me now and just believe that I am that person and decide that I am it. And I don't need to be waiting to be a certain version of myself or to be building up a trait. I could literally just switch realities and switch into a different version of me. And that's what I did, and it worked. And I made a video that you guys will see eventually that I'm really proud of. And the past few days I've kind of been in a bit of a lower vibration because I thought that I'm gonna have to wait for a long time to have all of the things I desire and to be the person I desire. But then I don't know, just like a flip switched, and then I just felt like I got into a higher vibration. I remembered that I can step into any version of myself. And like the past few days I've been feeling like I'm sick, so I'm not gonna make a video, and my brain is not working at its full capacity. I just have a lot of issues with perfectionism and feeling like I have to be the best version of myself and be at 100% to make something or to do something. And obviously that gets even more complicated when I've dealt with health issues my whole life, because it constantly makes me feel like I'm not the best version of myself. But I think that's one of the reasons that I have, because that's a lesson and that's a thing that I need to learn to overcome. And learning that I can make a video even when I'm sick, I can make a video even if I have brain fog, and I can do anything in any state, and I don't have to be feeling 100%, because I can literally step into the best version of myself at any time. And I literally decided that because yesterday I was like just feeling like I had some brain fog and I was sick and tired. I was just like, yeah, I don't think I have like the mental capacity to create something today. But I decided to just step into that version of me, and suddenly like I did, and suddenly my brain was working great. I don't really know what the point of this video is. I guess I'm kind of just documenting my journey at this point, but hopefully this can be a reminder. You can step into the version of you that you want to be at any time. You can step into the future version of you that has the traits that you desire, that has healed from everything, that has attracted the life that you desire. Obviously, it's like there's a process and we heal, and healing isn't linear, and sometimes you backtrack a little bit and then sometimes you propel forward, but we're only constrained by the limits of our ego and our limiting beliefs. And if you believe that you have to work hard to be successful, you will. And if you believe that you have to practice doing something a certain amount of times in order to be good at it, then you will. And if you believe it's going to take you time to get what you want, then it will. But I think now I'm in a place of detachment while still like stepping into the highest version of myself. I really feel like I manifested good health, and I manifested a much healthier mental state, and I manifested a lot of different things that I want. But the thing that I still haven't manifested is money and success. And for the past couple of months, even though I believe that I will have financial abundance at some point, and I truly have 100% faith in that, I also was constantly checking and waiting for it and being like, okay, where is it? Like, time is running out. And I just had this feeling like time is running out. You know, I have bills at the end of every month. And so I was constantly checking and being like, where is it? And feeling this sense of urgency, and not in this state of relaxation and detachment. And so now I'm in this state of detachment where I'm like, I know it's coming eventually. It doesn't matter when. Even if I go into debt now, I know I'll have money eventually, so really it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna focus on staying in a relaxed state and having faith and feeling gratitude for what I do have. So that was a lesson I learned this week. Now I'm learning the lesson of I can just step into the person I want to be, but I think I needed to have that detachment still. The past couple of weeks I've been going through a huge sacral chakra healing. I might make a video about it, I'm kind of debating, but it's been a journey of learning to not repress my emotions and not repress my personality and not repress anything, which is what I've been doing pretty much my whole life, and just developing that healthier relationship with my emotions. And for a while I was watching my YouTube videos and I was like, why am I so monotone? Like, why do I speak like that? Why do I not express emotions on my face? Like, and I felt like if I wanted my videos to be more interesting, I needed to learn to like unlock my personality again. But yeah, I had different experiences where I realized it is connected to the fact that I repress all of my emotions and that I feel shame when I express emotions. So that has resulted in me just having a monotone voice and having not a lot of facial expressions. And I also like never really danced and didn't feel comfortable dancing, especially in the past couple of years. And a few days ago I went to a concert and I was dancing like a little bit, but I wasn't really letting loose, you know? And I was just like, I closed my eyes. First of all, I was really exhausted because it had just been a long weekend, so I didn't have a lot of energy. But I closed my eyes and I kind of like took a second to meditate almost. And I imagined white light filling me with energy. And then I imagined myself dancing freely and releasing trauma through dance and being able to just dance and not worry about anything and just like step into that version of myself that is able to dance and not be worried about what everyone's thinking of me or how I look. And then I did, and I literally like danced all night, and it felt so good to not care about what other people are thinking and to just like feel free and not be, I don't know, I feel like this probably sounds really weird, but if you relate, like it probably makes sense to you. I just always lived in this state of worrying so much what people think of me and learning that it was safer for me to repress all of my emotions and repress everything about myself so that I could protect myself from judgment and criticism and rejection. But I'm definitely coming out of that, and I'm learning to feel my emotions again and be myself again and be more authentic and not care what anyone thinks of me. And it's like the more you do it, the more you realize it's okay and there's nothing to actually be afraid of. But I just brought up that example because I just visualized myself being a different person, being a person that was able to dance, and then I became it. I just visualized it for like 10 seconds and then it happened and I became it and I was able to dance. Like, you can just decide who you want to be and then be it. If there's something where you're like scared to do it, or you feel like you're not good enough, or you feel like if you do it, you're not going to like the outcome, visualize yourself doing it and doing it in the best possible way and having it turn out amazing. And just visualize like the highest, best version of yourself and decide that you're going to be that person right in that moment. You will literally feel like your reality shift. You'll literally feel your vibration get higher. And like yesterday when I decided I'm just going to step into this version of me now, instead of being like, oh, I think it's a few weeks in the future, maybe months in the future that I'm going to be this person. I just decided, no, I'm going to be it right now. And after I did that, it's just like everything felt so much better again. And I felt so much happier and more present and relaxed. And even though I already kind of felt all of those things, it was like to an even higher level. But yeah, I don't really know what the point of this video was. I think there's just something comforting about documenting the journey of my life and the different lessons that I'm going through lately. Imagine if you gave yourself all of the love and attention that you require. So often we're actually seeking external validation. We're actually seeking money and approval and success because we're not meeting our own needs and because we don't feel good enough within ourselves. And if you truly could love yourself fully, if you could meet all of your own needs and give yourself all the love and attention that you need, you wouldn't need anything else outside of yourself. No one is ever going to care about you as much as you should care about yourself. No one's ever going to be as invested in your life as you are. So you really need to fill your own cup up and to meet your own needs and put yourself first, because no one else is going to do it the way that you could. The only thing that you have control over is your own life and yourself. And even if you feel that you are worthy and deserving of good treatment and good things, you can't control how other people treat you, and you can't control what's happening in your life. But you can always control yourself, and you can control who you allow into your life and how you let people treat you. Like, you can't tell people how to treat you. I mean, you could tell them how you would like to be treated, but you can't 100% control them and make them behave that way. But you do have control over what you accept, what you tolerate, and what you allow into your life. So take responsibility for your own energy instead of projecting your needs onto others or expecting other people to meet your needs. A lot of times when we're upset that other people are not meeting our needs or they're mistreating us, we're actually upset with ourselves, and we're actually upset because we betrayed ourselves by allowing someone to treat us that way, or by allowing ourselves to be drained by other people, or by never meeting our own needs in the first place. And it's really up to you to meet your own needs, and that should be your priority. Blame literally gives your power away to other people, and responsibility allows you to take your own power back. And understand that the way you feel is within your control. If you're trying to help someone because you feel like they're just not taking care of themselves, they're not making the right choices, they're not helping themselves the way they should be, they're probably a reflection of you, and you probably actually need to meet your own needs and fill up your own cup first and stop worrying about everyone else. Obviously, you should care about other people and be there for other people and help other people, but you should always come first. Your uniqueness and your authenticity is the greatest gift that you have, and you can tap into that fully once you give yourself all of the love and attention that you require. When you can fully love and accept yourself and meet all of your own needs, and then you're not relying on external validation or anything else to make you happy or anything else to tell you your worth, that's when you will have the freedom to do anything you want, and you'll have the freedom to be yourself. You'll be less affected by the actions and the opinions of others. And obviously we're all human, and it's okay to feel emotions, and it's okay to be affected by these things sometimes. But always remember your power. And you can't always control what's happening around you. You can't control how other people act, but you can always control yourself, and you can always control how kind you are to yourself and how much love you give yourself. And you can always find power in that and find comfort in that. And yeah, meeting your own needs can give you so much power and freedom. And it's really important to prioritize this in your life because no one else is ever gonna care about you as much as you care about you. And so if you don't even care about you, that's not a good situation to be in. But it's okay because you can change it. That's why we end up with mental illnesses and physical illnesses and all these issues, because it's really our responsibility to take control of our lives, take control of ourselves, meet all of our needs, take care of ourselves, and take responsibility for the way that we feel. The universe is always working in your favor, and sometimes when you get what you ask for, it does not look the way that you would expect at all at first. When we have certain desires, sometimes we need to learn certain lessons in order to get there, or sometimes we need to face certain fears in order to get there. Sometimes we need to develop certain traits or beliefs about ourselves and beliefs about what we're capable of. Or sometimes we need to develop new habits in order to get there. And I think if you truly believed, you could just wake up in a new reality, but majority of us have egos and we have beliefs in the way of that. And so in order to get to where you want to be, you have to have certain experiences that you might not be expecting. And they might not be what you asked for, but understand that the universe is always actually giving you what you ask for and exactly what you need. If you're at a low point right now, if you're at rock bottom right now, that's actually the best place to be. And you're actually probably about to have a breakthrough and get everything you've ever wanted. Make sure that you're taking in the lessons and that you're making the most of this experience. So I'll give you an example from my life. The beginning of this year, I manifested having my own successful business. I manifested eating healthier, feeling healthier, having a healthier diet, living a very fulfilling life, and being able to travel the world. And what I was given shortly after was being the sickest I've ever been for months and months. And honestly, I stopped believing in a higher power even. And it was a really dark and horrible experience. But over time, I started to see how this was bringing me to my manifestations. And I did end up having a healthier diet because I needed to in order to feel good. And I did end up losing weight. And I did end up feeling much healthier than ever because I learned to avoid all these different toxins and chemicals. And I finally had the drive to change all of my habits in order to change my life and create a life that I wanted, because of how much discomfort I was in. And I was like, I have to turn this situation into something good, and I have to believe this is all happening for the best. And I was able to change so many habits and start meditating and learning about how to change my brain, because I felt that my negative self-talk and all of my fears and anxieties were contributing to my chronic illness. And because of this negative experience, I had the drive to learn all of these things and to become this better version of myself. And I also had the drive to face my fears and face my fear of being seen, because I was like, I can't work and I need money, so who cares at this point? I need to just face my fears. I need to just put myself out there. And so I was able to work through all of these fears and overcome all of these different things because of how much discomfort I was in. And everything just worked out so beautifully and came together so quickly because of this extremely bad situation. So sometimes when you're in it, when you're at rock bottom, you don't see what's gonna happen next. You don't see that things are gonna get better, things are gonna be okay. But at some point you have to have faith and you have to decide that this is what's gonna happen. And just know that if you're seeing this video, it's not a coincidence. The universe actually gave you exactly what you asked for. It's just not showing up in the way you imagined. And this is the journey to get there. And it's really all gonna work out in the end. It's all gonna be amazing in the end. And you're gonna be so glad that it all happened the way it did. Even as difficult as it may feel now, and as much as you may not believe that now, your higher self chose this and decided that this is what you wanted, and that it was worth all of the suffering, because you know how beautiful it's going to be in the end, and how much you're going to receive, and how fulfilled you're going to feel, and how happy and healthy you're going to feel. But yeah, I was so far from all of my manifestations. I was just stuck in this life where I was never going to really make a change. I was never going to face my fears. I was never going to work through certain things because I was just complacent and content with where I was at, even though part of me felt unfulfilled, part of me wanted more. And it took this huge change, this huge tower moment to motivate me to change my reality and to take action towards what I wanted and to heal different parts of myself and develop much healthier habits. And now I do feel healthier than ever, and I feel more fulfilled than ever, and I see how everything I asked for is coming to fruition. So yeah, the universe is always giving you what you need. It's always giving you the lessons you need. It's always helping you develop the traits that you need. And it's always working in your favor, and it's always protecting you. And just remember that and decide what life you want and decide that it's gonna happen and go after it. Sometimes we ask for something and we don't understand the path that it's gonna take to get there, but just trust that it is getting you there. The only thing that's ever holding you back is yourself. And if you truly believed in yourself, if you truly believed you were worthy of all of these things, you could have what you want immediately. But a lot of times we need lessons in order to get us there, in order to help us overcome our ego and overcome our fears and change our habits. A lot of times this requires a lot of lessons. But you are the creator, you are in control of your reality, and you have control over your entire life and what is happening in your life. You have the power to change anything and make everything the way that you want it to be. And it's up to you to do the inner work and to make it happen. If you're unhappy with your current life, you always have the power to change it. And all of your past actions have led you to where you are now. So in order to get whatever future you want, you just have to align your actions to that future. For the longest time, I knew that I wasn't really satisfied with how my life was. I wasn't really feeling fulfilled, and I knew that I wanted something to change, but I just wasn't doing anything about it. And the thing that finally helped me make a change was my life becoming so unbearable and so uncomfortable that it was easier to face the discomfort and to make a change instead of living in this same reality that I was living in. And so if your life is really uncomfortable right now, if your life is really undesirable right now, that's actually a huge advantage, because you can use that as motivation, you can use that as inspiration to fuel you to make a change in your life. But if not, you can still use discomfort to fuel you and simulate discomfort by thinking about, if you continue your life the way that you are now, where will you be in 5 years? Where will you be in 10 years? Where will you be in 20 years? And think about the negative aspects of continuing life the way that you are now, and if you're gonna be happy with where you're at if you make no changes. And really let yourself sit in that discomfort and let it fuel and motivate you. Predictability feels safe to us, and that's why our body will choose a familiar hell over an unfamiliar heaven, because we would rather just continue things and not break the routine, because we know what's going to happen next. We can predict what's going to happen next if we keep things the way that we're doing them now. So discomfort is sometimes really necessary to get you to be able to push past the fear and the feeling of not being safe that might come from making changes in your life. Your brain, your subconscious, is always just trying to help you survive and feel safe, but you have the power to override that and to create whatever life you want. First, you have to decide what you want. What would your dream life look like? What would a day in your life look like? What would your dream identity be? What would you do if you knew that everything was going to work out for you and if you had no fear? And I really think that's the thing that everyone should be going after, the thing that you truly desire above everything else, and just ignore any doubts or fears that you have. Think about what a day would look like in that person's life, and what habits would they implement to get them to that life? What daily habits would that person have? Then take a look at all of your habits and realize which ones are serving you and which ones are not serving you. And how can you replace the ones that are not serving you with better habits? For the longest time, I wanted my life to change. I wanted things to be different, but the thing that I struggled with, the thing that I never did, was actually changing my day-to-day routine, actually changing the way that I spend my time, because it's so easy just to get so used to our routine that we feel like we don't have time for anything else. And it's hard to break out of that in order to create a different experience. But the way to change your life is really to change your habits and to change how you spend your 24 hours in every day. So for me, I realized that social media and watching TV were habits that were not serving me. And I wanted to replace them with cooking healthy meals, with making YouTube videos, filming and editing YouTube videos, because that was working towards one of my goals. And another habit that I chose to implement is meditation, which really helps my mental health, helps me change my negative thoughts, helps me practice feelings of gratitude and being present. If you go out and drink every Saturday and then every Sunday you're hungover and you get nothing done, clearly that's a habit that is not serving you and that you might want to replace with something else. Also, maybe that you have a habit that's not harming you in any way, but it's taking up time that you could be doing something else. And so you might want to replace habits like that as well. So write down a list of all the habits you want to keep, all the habits you want to get rid of, and all of the new habits you want to implement. And the way to really develop habits is to use positive and negative reinforcement. So when you engage in habits that you are desirable and that are helping you, you want to positively reinforce yourself and really emphasize to yourself the positive feelings that you're having, the positive results that you're seeing. And then when you engage in negative habits, do the opposite. So really become aware of how that habit is not serving you, how it's not making you feel good, it's not doing anything positive for your life, and let it make you feel bad a little that you could have been doing something else. Because that's how you're ultimately going to get rid of the habit, is when you stop getting a positive result from it, when you stop getting positive reinforcement through feeling good, through certain neurotransmitters firing. I really recommend setting yourself up for success in the mornings. Starting your morning on your phone is the worst thing you can do for your focus, for your motivation, for just everything. Going on your phone in the morning is really going to mess up your focus. It's going to create feelings of stress and anxiety and urgency throughout your entire day. And it's going to make your brain crave more dopamine throughout the day, because now your brain is used to a certain level of dopamine, and it's going to make you keep wanting to get that through social media or whatever it is. So I always put my phone in a different room when I go to sleep, and this is honestly so life-changing. Like, you will notice a huge difference if you're not being overstimulated in the morning or in the first part of your day. When I'm really trying to be productive and get work done, I don't consume anything in the mornings, maybe some positive affirmations, but I won't consume any type of media in the morning, because it does kind of mess up your focus and then you crave a certain amount of stimulation. Whereas if you're doing something that requires like having ideas, writing, filming, speaking, it's so helpful to not consume anything when you're trying to engage in that creative process. Remember that you have free will, and that if you're engaging in activities that you know you don't want to be doing, you're letting your subconscious mind control you. And if you find yourself in that situation, just remind yourself, I have free will, I have the power to do whatever I want to do, and I can choose to override this. And sometimes I find myself in the mornings just wanting to lay in bed, not wanting to get out of bed, and I just remind myself, I have free will, I want to get up and start my day, so I'm gonna do it. Another thing I highly recommend implementing into your life is visualization. And so many successful people and some of the world's best athletes use visualization to create their desired reality. Always be visualizing the life that you want, or at least take some time every day to visualize your dream life, your dream identity. There's even been studies where people visualize themselves working out or weightlifting, and they gain muscle simply from the act of visualization, and they don't even need to work out at all. Our minds are so powerful. Visualization is so powerful. It's gonna help you connect to that version of yourself and be able to get the ideas and the inspiration needed in order to get you to that goal of yours. And it's gonna help you believe that it's possible and help you feel happy and good every day. It can be really helpful to become aware of your negative thoughts and your limiting beliefs and to try to change these things. I believe that our beliefs create our reality and that our beliefs are reflected back to us. But from a scientific perspective, we have something called a confirmation bias, where you are going to notice the things that confirm whatever beliefs you have, and you're gonna ignore the things that don't. So if you believe that you have really bad luck, you're gonna notice and take in all the information that confirms that you have bad luck and really be aware of all the times that you have bad luck. But the times that you have good luck, you're gonna just write it off, you're just gonna ignore it, you're not gonna notice it. And so by changing your beliefs, you'll start to notice the positive things that are happening to you and the things that are confirming to you that you are capable of doing great things and that you are capable of creating the life that you want. And try to be more positive and see if you can be open to all of the possibilities of your life and being open to amazing things happening for you. As you go through this process, I think it's also so important to let yourself feel your emotions and not repress your emotions. When we repress our emotions, our body actually perceives it as a form of stress. And then this is when we end up with triggers and with extreme emotional reactions and fears and feeling like we're scared of certain situations, is because we repress our emotions and then our body thinks, oh, I can't handle this experience, or I'm scared of this experience and I want to avoid it. But if you can really train your body to actually let yourself feel your emotions fully and then return to a state of neutrality through not using any unhealthy coping mechanisms, then over time you're going to not have triggers anymore and you're not going to have as extreme emotional reactions to things. And this can really help you heal a lot of different mental illnesses. And I have a processing emotions workbook that you can buy on Amazon or on my website that will really help you through this process and help encourage you to feel your emotions every time that you're having one. And then it helps you identify different cognitive distortions. It gives you a bunch of ways that you can transmute and release emotions as well. Every time that we have a thought, it releases a chemical in our brain. So you actually are controlling the chemicals in your brain through your own thoughts, and you can control your thoughts as well and start to direct them in a more positive place by becoming aware of your thoughts. And I think affirmations have really helped me, and meditation is really helpful as well. But just because you have a mental illness or you have a chemical imbalance, it doesn't matter, because you're creating the chemicals in your brain with your thoughts and beliefs. Don't limit yourself because of a diagnosis or because of a mental illness. I've had so many different symptoms of different mental disorders, and I've been able to heal all of them. You are in control of the chemicals that are firing in your brain. Every time that we have a thought, the neural pathway fires. And the more that you have that thought, the stronger the neural pathway gets. And this is the same for memories, which is why when we think about something a lot, it becomes easier to remember it. Or when you're trying to study for a test, it's why repetition helps, because you're strengthening that neural pathway. So you just have to start to strengthen the neural pathways that you desire, the positive thoughts that you want to have, and start to strengthen those neural pathways. And then it will get to a point where you're having positive thoughts more than you're having the negative ones, and the negative ones are going to weaken. I don't think that a winter arc has to be about working hard and really grinding. I mean, what I'm talking about in this video is definitely a certain amount of hard work and discipline, and I really believe anyone can be disciplined if you want to be. But really what's most important is doing the internal work, and your internal world is always going to be reflected back to you by your physical world. And so if you can really do work on the internal, it's going to get you where you want to be so much faster, because sometimes we work so hard and we try so hard to get something and we feel urgency and lack, and we end up in the same situations over and over. We'll take so much physical action to try to change our reality, and have you ever noticed how that doesn't work and you just end up in the same cycles over and over? It's because you actually need to change internally, and you trying really hard and you taking a bunch of physical action is not the way to attract your desires to you. So really focus on changing internally and healing internally, and your external world is going to change to reflect that. I still think it's great to take physical action towards whatever goals you have, but you don't have to do it in such a way where you're working so hard, you're overworking yourself, you're always trying new things to try to make money or whatever it is. Let it just be guided by your intuition, and let it be from a place of calm and trust and faith in the universe. I think that creating a sense of calm and safety and feeling safe within our bodies is really one of the best things we'll ever do for ourselves. It has been so life-changing to me. And so I just wanted to touch on that, because I'm not trying to promote like grind culture. Like, that's just personally not what I agree with. Like, it's great to work towards what you want, to take action towards your goals, but you don't have to do it in a way where you feel super stressed out and super pressured. Just enjoy the process and know that as long as you're headed in the right direction, it doesn't matter how long it's going to take you to get there. As long as you are pointed in the right direction and you're taking the actions to become the person that you want to be and to have the life that you want to have, Eventually you're gonna get there, and just let yourself enjoy the process. You have everything that you need within you. You have everything that you need to change your life, to live the life of your dreams already within you. You just have to remember that and tap into it. Remind yourself what it is that you want and what it is that you don't want, and just keep going until you get what you want. Use what you don't want as motivation. Use your discomfort as motivation. If you just keep consistently working towards your goals and taking steps towards your goals, eventually you will be successful and get everything that you desire. Being an empath does not have to be overwhelming and draining and a negative thing. You can actually turn this off when it's not serving you and still take advantage of being able to be such an empathetic and understanding person. So first of all, why do people become empaths? The reason that you are an empath is because at some point in your life you were in a very chaotic or stressful environment, or you were around very emotionally reactive people, and your body and brain learned that it was safer for you to pick up on the emotions of others and be really attuned to the emotions of others in order to keep you safe in your environment. And if you don't remember being in a stressful situation like this, it might have happened before you were the age of 5, or even when you were in your mother's womb, because that's when your nervous system is formed. But being an empath is actually your body's way of scanning for threats in the environment, and you learned that by being super aware of people's emotions and super in touch with that, it helps you in some way, and it's some type of survival or protection mechanism. So it actually does come from a place of trauma. And while I believe that being an empath can be a gift and that it's great to be so understanding and so empathetic, you don't need to be overwhelmed by other people's emotions and drained by other people's emotions. And I do believe as well that you have the gift of transmuting emotions, but I'm going to talk about that more in another video. This video is just going to be about how to manage this trait and how to turn it off if you want to. Predictability feels safe to us, and our bodies learn that if we can predict what's going to happen, we feel a lot safer. So your body tries to predict how other people are feeling by picking up on micro expressions and really small things so that you're able to tell what's going on in your environment. I mean, pretty much everyone has the ability to read people and to understand what emotions other people are feeling, but there's different levels to how intense this can be. And it's also your body's way of trying to control the situation. So if being an empath is a result of your body trying to protect itself, trying to scan for threats in the environment, then the way to manage this is to make your body feel safe and to protect it in other ways. This is also essentially nervous system regulation, which I'm going to make a whole video about. And so basically we have the parasympathetic nervous system and the sympathetic nervous system. And our sympathetic nervous system activates when we're in a state of stress. And this can look like fight or flight or a fawn or freeze response. And when the sympathetic nervous system activates, our blood pressure rises, our pupils dilate, digestion is slowed down, healing is slowed down, our bodies release adrenaline and cortisol, and it causes all of these different changes in your body that you're not meant to be living in this state all of the time. It's actually really bad for your health. But so many people are living in this state all of the time, but the goal is really to get your nervous system to regulate so that you're not constantly living in fight or flight mode. And the way that I like to think about this is that you need to do root, sacral, and solar plexus chakra healing. I like to work with the chakras because to me it's like a better version of the DSM-5. Like you can figure out what symptoms do I have and then determine which chakra you need to heal. And then through that you can find different activities and things to do in order to heal each chakra. It really just helps you understand what actions to take and what changes to make in order to heal certain mental illnesses or whatever experiences you're having that you want to get rid of. But basically you need to change your thoughts, your actions, and your beliefs in order to create a feeling of safety in your body. And so first I would recommend working with the root chakra, because the root chakra really deals with our sense of security, safety, feeling of belonging on the earth, feeling grounded and connected to nature. And pretty much every mental illness stems from the root chakra, especially phobias and fears and things like contamination, OCD. All of these things happen because we don't feel safe and we don't feel grounded. I'm gonna put in the description a free root chakra healing download, and that's gonna include a checklist of symptoms of a blocked root chakra, as well as affirmations for the root chakra, just more information on it. signs of a balanced root chakra, and then all sorts of activities that you can do in order to heal your root chakra. But basically, you need to build trust with the universe, trust with your body, and create this feeling of safety in your body. And something that can really help with this is being in nature, as well as different types of movement, whether that's yoga, dancing, kickboxing, rock climbing is great, whatever it is that you feel compelled to do. And in the download, there's going to be a list of a bunch of other stuff you can do as well. Another way to heal your root chakra and to feel safe in your body is to face your fears. So if you have a fear of being seen, what's a way that you can face that? Maybe you need to take baby steps, but how can you face that? And then eventually you'll be showing yourself there's nothing to fear. If you have a fear of rejection, if you have a fear of abandonment, if you have a fear of judgment or criticism, what are ways that you can disprove these fears, or ways that you can face these fears and work through these fears? Because by facing them, you're going to take their power away, and they're not going to have power over your life anymore. They're not going to control your actions anymore, and the fears will dissipate, because really, fears become so much stronger and more powerful the more that we act on them and the more that we let them control how we're acting. So the more that you're able to face your fears and to overcome them, the more you're going to feel safer in your body. You want to align your thoughts and your beliefs with feeling safe as well. If you're a really negative and fearful person, it's okay, because we have neuroplasticity, and our brains can actually adapt and change extremely well. An extreme example of this is when someone loses a chunk of their brain will literally change to accommodate for what was lost. So, certain parts of our brain do certain things, but when you lose a chunk of your brain, it can literally rewire itself to still function properly. And every time you have a thought, you have a neural pathway that fires. And the more that your neural pathway fires, the stronger that thought becomes, and the more that you're going to have it, and it's going to be a habit to go back to that thought. But you can just as easily create new thoughts and strengthen those neural pathways in order to change the way that you think, in order to change your beliefs and start having positive self-talk and start having faith that everything's going to work out and feeling safer in your life. And I really do believe that our beliefs create our reality, and that whatever you believe is going to be reflected back to you. But even if you don't believe that, on a scientific level, we have something called a confirmation bias. So when we believe something, we are more likely to notice evidence that supports that belief and to notice the things that confirm our bias. So if you go out into the world and you're like, the world is against me, everything goes wrong for me, you're gonna notice all the things that go wrong in your life. But if you can start to change your beliefs, you're gonna start to notice all of the good things in your life and all of the good luck that you have and all of the things that didn't go wrong. I always believe that the universe is working in my favor, and even if I make a wrong turn and I end up running late somewhere, I think, maybe the universe was saving me from a car accident. And sometimes I later found out that I literally did avoid a 10-car accident or something like that. So you can always reframe any situation and see things in a more positive light, and you're literally going to retrain your brain, and it's going to become even more easy and natural to start thinking that way. Meditation is super helpful for changing your thoughts and beliefs, because you can practice creating these new neural pathways, and you can practice sitting in gratitude and being present and feeling safe. And it's okay if when you start meditation, you're having trouble focusing or you're having a bunch of negative, anxious thoughts. It's better to just be in silence and to become aware of what's going on in your head, because then you're able to change it. And just continue practicing, taking that time every day to be present and to meditate. I feel like so many people are just like, oh, I'm just bad at meditation, I can't do it. And that's okay. That doesn't mean that you should stop doing it. It's like if you went to the gym for the first time in years and you were like, oh, I'm so out of shape, I guess I'm just not meant to go to the gym. That's not how it works. You're going to the gym because you're trying to get in shape, and that's how meditation is. You're meditating because you're trying to have control over what you're thinking and feeling and believing, and it's not going to be easy right away. If you are around negative people, if you're around abusive people, if you're in bad situations, it's so important to balance that out with positivity. If you are being verbally abused for an hour every day, you should be listening to an hour of positive affirmations every day at least. And when I was in situations like that, it was so important for me to be controlling the media I was consuming and the things I was around and trying to limit that negativity as much as possible and balance it out with positivity. And if you're in a situation like that, please know that you're never stuck in any situation. You can get out of any situation, and just decide that you are going to get out of this situation. You're going to be in a healthier living situation. You're going to get away from these toxic people and take action towards that, and just make that your number one priority and decide that it's going to happen. You feel everyone's emotions because your body doesn't feel safe and it doesn't feel protected. So a way to stop being overwhelmed and drained by feeling everyone's emotions is to start protecting yourself and setting healthy boundaries and enforcing boundaries, putting your needs first and having respect for yourself, not just being a people pleaser, not being a doormat. This really has to do with the solar plexus chakra, which is associated with confidence and setting boundaries and standing in your personal power. Something that's gonna help you take the right action is building up your confidence, but in the meantime, just act in a confident way and act out of self-love and self-respect and set boundaries and put yourself first always. I used to spend hours talking to friends who were in abusive relationships, trying to help them, trying to get them to leave the relationship. Like literally there were times in my life I spent like 7 hours a day like trying to talk a friend into not getting back with her narcissistic ex, because I literally felt her pain and I was so emotionally drained. But now I realize it was literally a mirror of me. Like I was telling someone to put themselves first and put their needs first and have respect for themselves when I literally was not doing the same. I was just trying to help this person and putting my own needs aside, and I was literally a reflection of them. And the best thing that you can actually do for people is to be an example of how they should act. You really can't help people that aren't ready to be helped and aren't gonna help themselves, and it's not worth wasting your time doing that. And honestly, probably no one even asked you to do that. And actually the best thing that you can do for everyone is fill up your own cup and put your needs first and put yourself first and be confident and set healthy boundaries. And you're gonna be an example of how everyone should act. And that's actually gonna be more effective than you trying to convince people to do things and you trying to help people through difficult situations. Obviously, it's good to be empathetic, it's good to be there for people. But if you're watching this video and if you're an empath, you're probably overdoing it a lot. So just be able to recognize when it gets to a point where you're like, I'm starting to get annoyed, I'm starting to get irritated, I'm starting to feel really emotionally drained and overwhelmed, and recognize when it's becoming too much and when you're setting aside your own needs. And that's when you need to stop helping people, is when you are putting aside your own needs and desires. When you start to have respect for yourself and set healthy boundaries, your body is gonna be like, okay, I feel protected and safer now, so I can stop taking in all this information and taking in all these emotions from other people. And I can stop scanning for all these threats in the environment. So that's why that helps create a feeling of safety. I recently saw this video that was like, you feel anxiety if you're not feeling enough anger, because anger actually requires some level of self-respect and self-worth, and it wants you to take action because you feel like your standards or boundaries have been violated, so you're angry. And I used to never feel anger. I would always just feel guilt or shame or sadness. And if someone wronged me or hurt me, I would internalize it and think, oh, something's just wrong with me and this is my fault. But anger is actually the highest vibrational negative emotion because it does require some sort of self-worth and self-respect, and it asks that you take action to set healthy boundaries. You also want to stop repressing your emotions, because when you repress emotions, your body actually interprets that as a form of stress. I just came out with a processing emotions workbook that's to help you work through emotions and actually be present with them and not try to distract yourself and repress them. And it also includes like a chart of how to transmute different emotions, and then goes more in depth about how to transmute each emotion. It has a list of cognitive distortions so you can recognize those, and ways to release emotions, and more information on all of that stuff. So if you want to get that, it's on Amazon, or you can get the ebook for $5 on my website. And then the last thing that I like to do is protection visualizations. So I'll visualize like an orb around me that is repelling all negative energy, that's blocking everything bad out, blocking other people's emotions out. Or I'll visualize my body being filled with white light that repels everything bad and that protects me. If I feel like I'm having random physical symptoms or random emotions that I feel like maybe aren't my own, I'll say the affirmation, I release all thoughts and feelings that are not my own. And I think that's a really good tool, especially as you're working on all of this stuff and working on healing all your different chakras and stuff. You can always just go back to that, and that'll help you out in the meantime. Your soul chose this life. Your soul chose your crazy family. Your soul chose the horrible life experiences you've been through. Your soul chose the amazing experiences you're going to go through or that you have already gone through. Your soul chose your body. Your soul chose your appearance. Your soul chose every single thing about what you are experiencing in life. And I do believe we have free will. I believe we have a certain amount of control over everything. But at the same time, there are certain milestones that we're supposed to hit and that the universe will guide us to try to reach. I do believe in manifestation, but I think that you can't manifest anything that's not meant for you. But at the same time, you probably wouldn't have a desire if it wasn't meant for you in some capacity. I think that if we have a desire, it's because we're either meant to experience that thing or we're meant to have the experiences that go along with going after that thing. And so I do think that your desires and your passions are a guide, and they can offer a lot of information. And it's not a coincidence, the things that you want and the things that you're passionate about. I think that you're meant to do them in this lifetime and that you will actually be successful at them. It's just that tricky part of getting over your ego and getting over your beliefs, getting over people telling you it's not realistic or feeling like you're taking a risk, and understanding that this is actually what your soul came here to do and that it's not impossible for you to do it. For your soul, it might actually be fun to experience poverty, and it's fun to experience illness, and it's fun to experience all of these dark experiences and dark emotions, negative emotions, and to transmute them. And you're literally healing shame and addiction and whatever it is that you're healing for generations, and you're transmuting it into positive energy. And you chose to do that and to have that mission in life. And it's so beautiful that you're able to do that and help so many people through that. And I think as humans, we don't even realize the impact that we're actually having energetically just by existing. It's really so much bigger than we can even realize. But sometimes I just really like to remember this and tap into this truth, because my soul chose this moment, and my soul chose for this moment to be this way, and I'll never get to live this moment again. And even if there are certain things that I want out of life, or certain things that I want to change, certain things that I'm going after, my soul chose for this moment to be this way, and for me to not have those things yet for whatever reason. And so I want to fully enjoy this moment and not just be thinking about what I want or what I want to change. I don't think everything's ever going to be perfect all at once, and everything's going to be all aligned all at the same time and going right in your life. There's always going to be things that you can focus on that are bad and that are negative, but there's also always going to be things to be grateful for and positive things happening in your life. And you get to choose where you direct your focus and what your perspective is and how you want to view and experience life. And you can choose to be happy and enjoy life, or you can choose to not. I can look back now at times in my life and understand why I had to have certain difficult experiences, or why I had to be broke in certain moments. And I can understand and appreciate all of that now. So I'm trying to do that in this moment as well, and understand that for whatever reason, my soul wanted things to be this way. And I want to enjoy that experience fully and give that experience to my soul of enjoying the things that I wanted and not just waiting for things to be a certain way. I know that we have like good and bad associations with things, but really our soul like just wants to experience so many different things, and it's just like fun to have so many different experiences and experience the full spectrum of human emotions. And so I just like to remember the truth that my soul chose all of this. And it really just helps me to like fully enjoy and appreciate life, even when there are certain things that I feel I might be lacking, or there are certain things I would like to change. It helps take away that feeling, and it helps me feel detached from the outcome and appreciating just exactly where I'm at and being fully happy with that. Your soul chose this life because you knew some of the beautiful experiences that the hardships would lead to. You knew some of the amazing things that would happen as a result of all of the suffering you've been through. But your soul also wanted to experience the suffering and the hardship, and it was a fun experience for your soul. It's hard to imagine what it's like to actually have an ego and feelings and to like actually experience it. It's kind of like if you were playing a video game and like the character is going through difficult things, you don't feel as attached to it. It's kind of more just like a fun experience to be able to experience it. And that's kind of how our soul views it, I think. It's funny how much video games like really imitate life in a way. Like even the parts of the video games that we think are unrealistic, I feel like they're actually a reflection of our consciousness. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyways, your soul also knew how your life would have like a bigger impact beyond just your lifetime, and how you're transmuting these negative energies for the collective, and you're healing your family line, and you're healing generational trauma, and we're all healing certain karma and certain things that we were meant to go through and that we have to go through. But yeah, I've just really been enjoying remembering this truth lately and really tapping into this knowledge, because it just helps me feel so much happier and at peace and content with where I'm at and detached from any specific outcome, because I know that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be, and that everything is happening perfectly and everything is meant to be this way, and that my soul wouldn't want it any other way. This is just your reminder, because if you're watching this video, I'm sure that you feel that this is the truth as well for you. Sometimes in life we're not made aware of this, and sometimes we are. Life is so cool. Life is such a beautiful experience. And in the beginning of my spiritual awakening, I would always have like a longing to go home, a longing to leave. I hated the physicality of Earth. It felt very like unnatural and uncomfortable to me. But as my spiritual awakening has progressed, I realized that we chose this, and we're meant to be human. We're meant to have egos. We're meant to have a human experience and be here. And if we weren't, we wouldn't be here. We would be spirit or whatever else we want to be. So really embrace your life, because that's what the new Earth is about. It's about being human, and it's about fully appreciating and embracing and making the most of the human experience, and the fact that we can create any reality we want, and that our minds are so powerful, and that we get to have all these fun physical sensations and unfun physical sensations as well. We just get to experience all of these different things, and it's actually really cool. You always have the power to shift your perspective, to change your experience of life, and to make life more enjoyable. A lot of people get into organized religion because they want something outside of themselves to come save them or help them, and they don't think they're capable of helping themselves or fixing their own life. And maybe they're even afraid of their own power. I think religion can help you in a lot of ways. I mean, there's some truth in it. I know for me, connecting to a higher power, connecting to my higher self has been what has brought me fulfillment. And also letting go of that attachment to material things and to the material world, and not letting your ego rule you, and not being controlled by pride or jealousy or greed or envy, or all these different things. And so I think all of that aspect of it is really helpful. But then there's also a lot of fear mongering, there's a lot of guilt, there's a lot of emphasis on sin and right and wrong, and some people use it as an excuse to be hateful, to condemn people, which really is not what any religious text is talking about. And then there's also this idea that God judges you, and that God is testing you, and that you have to be perfect and behave a certain way, otherwise you're being judged, or that you're being tested to see if you're going to behave a certain way. And that's just not true, because God doesn't have an ego. God isn't a human being like us. Like, it's hard for us to comprehend that. But your higher self and God is never judging you, never looking down on you and like thinking badly of you. And we do experience tests in a way, kind of just to see if we're ready for the next phase of our life, if we have the necessary skills. But it's not a test in the way that a lot of people talk about it. The reality of God is that there's nothing to ever fear. And even if you make a wrong decision, it's just going to lead you on a path to the right one eventually. And we're always just learning the necessary lessons to get to where we need to go. You making the wrong decision for your life might cause some pain, it might cause some frustration, but it's ultimately going to give you all the wisdom and the lessons and everything that you need in order to get to where you should have gone. But there's no reason to ever fear making the wrong choice or doing the wrong thing. We're always just learning and growing, and it's okay to make mistakes. And so I really don't like how religion has such an emphasis on feeling guilty and like being perfect and being judged, because that's really not at all what God is about. It's not what the Bible even talks about. God is love. God is unconditional love. Another thing that I feel like is toxic is living just to go to heaven and feeling like your life on earth doesn't matter and you're just waiting to get to heaven and you're just acting in a certain way so that you can get to heaven. Sorry if the angle changed, my phone ran out of storage. I believe that heaven is on earth. We create heaven on earth through our mindset, through becoming like a child again, through deconditioning ourselves, deconditioning our mind, and being able to reconnect with our authentic self and show up as that person. And also through not having an attachment to material possessions and things like that, and having that close relationship with God and with your higher self and letting it guide you. We came to earth to be human and to have a human experience, and I don't think you should be living your life just to try to have a certain type of death or to have a certain life after death. You chose to have this life, and you're meant to have this life and experience this life. It's not just the means to an end. This is the thing that you came here for, this current life. And the current life that you're living is very important, and you should be able to enjoy it and not just be using it to try to get to heaven, because heaven is on earth. Another thing I don't like is when people say you should fear God. Why should you fear God? So that you make the right decisions? Why are you not making the right decisions out of self-love and out of wanting the best for your life? Why do you have to fear something higher than you in order to treat yourself well and make good decisions? So yeah, I think a lot of organized religion, it's comforting to a lot of people if you're in a place where you don't love yourself, you don't trust yourself to help yourself, you don't feel that everything you need is within you, which is the case. And so you put all your trust and all your faith in this thing higher than yourself, not understanding that it's actually you. There are times where I kind of was like, I wish God was not me. Like, it's kind of stressful to think like I am God and I'm actually like the source of all this. But understand that you are God, but it's not the you that you're thinking of. It's not the you that has this identity and that has this ego and that has these limiting beliefs and stuff. The part of you that is God, that is source, does not have any of those things, does not have any of those worldly limitations, does not have your subconscious mind, does not have your conditioning, does not have an ego. It's all knowing, it can see everything, it can understand everything, and you can just tap into that part of yourself and let it guide you. But don't get stressed out like, oh, I'm actually in control of everything and like this is stressful. It's not like the human you that's in control of everything. There is a higher power, but it's also you, because we're all a part of that higher power. We're all a part of source. So yeah, that's just like some thoughts I've been having lately as someone who used to be a part of organized religion. I was raised Catholic, and then I've seen people convert to Christianity. I respect everyone's religions. I'm not saying my way is the only right way. I just feel like personally, organized religion doesn't resonate with me. There's certain things about it that just don't feel right and don't sit right with my soul. And I know the truth is that everything you need is within you. Everyone knows that social media can perpetuate unhealthy beauty standards and make you feel insecure and compare yourself to other people. But I think the real danger of phones and social media is not what they do to us, but what they take away from us. They take away your time, they take away your focus, they take away your motivation, and they take away all of the amazing life experiences that you could be having instead. We live in such a beautiful, amazing world full of so many amazing things, full of so much beautiful nature and oceans and rivers and forests, and it feels so good when you're actually present in that world and when you actually go out into that world and are able to enjoy it. But we've just like trained ourselves to be so used to being entertained by a screen instead of being present in our realities. If you were playing a video game and the main character was on their phone the whole time, or if you were watching a movie and the main character was just on their phone the whole time, that would be no fun to watch. And that's literally what you're doing in your life. You don't realize what you're actually taking away from yourself and how much more fulfilling and enjoyable life could be if you were able to actually get off of your phone. What do you actually want to do with your life? What actually makes you happy and makes you feel good? And maybe you feel like you don't have money to do these things, you don't have money to travel, but then put your time into actually getting it and actually being able to do it. Because whatever you want out of life, you can get it. You just have to work towards it. And if you invest some of your time into actually working on things that you're passionate about in order to have a passive income or in order to travel the world and live a more enjoyable life, it's absolutely worth sacrificing your phone time. If you want to be happy in life, you have to take stock of your life and start to notice what makes you happy, what makes you sad. When do you have negative thoughts come up? When do you have anxious thoughts come up? And start to observe what's triggering these things. And then you can start to change your life to make it so that you're able to create more positive and happy and grateful thoughts, and you're not having the negative thoughts as much. And for me, I noticed that when I was going on social media, that was more when I was having negative thoughts. And obviously it's dependent on who you follow on social media and how much you let it affect you. A lot of times social media is not a reflection of reality. The majority of people on the internet are not posting anything. Only 5% of people are actually posting content. And so you're mostly just seeing the most extreme, crazy views of things. And if you go out into the real world and into reality, you'll realize that life isn't so bad. And I'm not trying to downplay what's happening or just say like ignore all the horrible things happening in the world, but definitely try to not worry about things that have not happened yet. And understand that there's a lot of misinformation in the media and especially on social media. And if you really care about a cause and you're really passionate about something, why don't you actually go out in your community and do something to help people? Because you posting online is actually not having that much of an impact, and the government probably loves that we all just post on social media instead of actually doing anything meaningful. But anyway, sorry about that tangent. But I'm just saying that if you want to be happy, and I think most people do, start to notice what makes you happy and start to do more of that, and notice what doesn't make you happy. And for me, social media definitely doesn't make me happy. It's not fulfilling to me. Or if anything, if I'm scrolling on TikTok, maybe I feel neutral, like I don't feel happy, I don't feel fulfilled, but I just feel nothing almost. And I know it's addictive, but you just have to like snap out of it and remember that you're in control of your life. You can live your life however you want. You can spend your time doing whatever you want. Obviously, you probably work a certain amount of hours, but the time outside of that, you get to spend however you want, and you probably don't want to spend it on your phone, even though you do. Another thing I've noticed is that all the stimulation from social media and my phone will really make it hard for me to focus, really make it hard for me to stay motivated and get the things done that I want to get done. And so what's been really helpful for me is putting my phone in another room when I go to sleep and then not going on it for at least the first 30 minutes of the day. That way you're able to naturally get out of an alpha wave state to a beta brainwave state. Because if you're just going on your phone right away, that's going to create stress and anxiety throughout your day. And it's really going to make it hard for you to focus because you're going to be so used to overstimulation and needing to be really entertained to stay focused. So it's going to make it hard for you to enjoy more mundane tasks or to work on things that you need to work on. It really messes up your dopamine reward system. So you get used to all these hits of dopamine from social media and from the notifications on your phone and stuff. And then you're going to crave that throughout the day. Whereas if you start the day in a more calm, relaxed way where you're not on your phone, you're not on social media, you're going to be able to just be a lot more present and do more mundane tasks and fully enjoy your day. If you haven't tried this, like this will change your life so much. It's crazy the difference I notice. And when I start the day on my phone, I basically get nothing done. I am not able to focus and I have no motivation. And I don't drink caffeine, so it's really important for me to not go on my phone in the morning if I want to be able to get things done and be focused. And if I'm gonna make a YouTube video or write a book that day, I will try to not consume any content before I do that. For some reason, that just really helps me to tap into my own creative ideas and to articulate myself better. I think that when you're consuming media, your brain like adapts to taking in the information. instead of being able to produce and being able to be present with your own thoughts. I also have a theory that social media, specifically TikTok and Reels, put you in a freeze response, like fight or flight or freeze, because I feel like it's so much overstimulation that it literally like makes you feel threatened almost, and your body goes into like a freeze response. Because I notice when I go on TikTok and when I watch Reels, it makes it really hard to get other things done. It makes it really hard to go do the dishes or like to get up and cook yourself a meal. And I don't know if that's just because it makes you crave a bunch of dopamine or if it's putting you in a freeze response. But I think about how we have the same brains as our ancestors, and they would never be in a situation where they have that much stimulation unless there's like an avalanche and a bunch of animals running towards them and, you know, like so much going on that you would be threatened. So I think it's not natural for us to be getting that much overstimulation. And you will start to notice if you start to go on your phone less, especially in the mornings, how much more enjoyable life is. And I really think we're meant to be in this state of bliss and happiness and gratitude. And I've been able to tap into that so much more and so easily when I don't go on my phone and I'm actually present and enjoying life and living life. I think that our natural state as humans is happiness and bliss, and we've just become so far removed from that because of the way we've created society with all the toxins, not having a sense of community and just having so many different responsibilities, and with 40-hour work weeks and the food industry and just so many different things where we've made society so incompatible, and the stress of all of these different things. But you still have control over your life and how you choose to live your life, how you choose to spend your time, and you can live a life that is more aligned with the way that we were meant to live in order to be happy. I know in my videos I talk about how much meditation has helped me and changed my life and healed my depression and my anxiety. And all of that is true, but through a lot of trial and error, I realized that there are a lot of other things I do in my life that help keep me in that state of happiness and not feeling depressed and not feeling sick. And so I wanted to make a video talking about all the different things I do to keep myself in that high vibration, because although meditation is definitely one of them, I've started to notice that there's other things where if I take them out of my life, I start to feel bad again. I've noticed that my morning routine is so important to making me feel good. I don't go on my phone for at least the first 15-30 minutes of the day. I try to go as long as I can. Sometimes I'll go hours. I really recommend leaving your phone in another room at night so that you're not gonna just go on it when you wake up and then wake up and make yourself coffee or celery juice or breakfast, or just do something you could journal, do something for 30 minutes or 15 minutes where you're not going on your phone, because you're literally setting your brain up for the day. And if you're going on your phone, your brain is going to crave more dopamine throughout the day. It's going to be unmotivated, unfocused. It's crazy how much this changes your mental state. Like, if I go on my phone in the mornings, I won't get anything done. I won't be able to focus all day. I'll just end up on social media all day, craving stimulation. And in order for me to do things and get things done, I have to not go on my phone in the mornings in order to be focused and stuff. Because otherwise you're literally just like craving so much stimulation because you got your brain used to it really early in the day. And your brain is still producing alpha waves in the morning, which is really a great state to be in because you're more receptive to things. So it's a great time to listen to positive affirmations or to meditate, because it's a time where you're able to alter your subconscious more. But you really don't want to just be grabbing your phone and then like putting it into beta waves. It literally makes you more stressed throughout the day. I have a theory that phones literally put you in like freeze state, like fight or flight. It's just so much information, so much overstimulation. And if you think about how we have the brains of our ancestors, our hunter-gatherer ancestors, there would never be a situation where they're getting that much stimulation unless there was like a volcano erupting and a lion running towards you and like 3 people telling you a story. Like, it's not natural, and it puts us in fight or flight, I think. And I can at least tell that it completely messes up my focus and it makes me really unmotivated when I'm going on TikTok, especially TikTok and Reels, I think we're just not meant to have that much stimulation and that much information. Like, you can't process all that information. It's like new information every 5 seconds. And our brains just are not wired that way. And life becomes so much more enjoyable when you are more present and slow down and do things that are not that stimulating and not consuming that much content. Every day I ask my higher self or God to guide me, and I feel like that really helps me. Sometimes if there's a day where I forget to do that, I'll end up feeling frustrated or like feeling like I wasted my day, or like I'll regret something that I did. And so just setting that intention for me to listen to my higher self really helps me. Also, just practicing gratitude and always reminding myself how grateful I am and how much I have, and I'm so grateful to be healthy. Having a hot shower is like such a luxury. I feel like the biggest luxury, and every time I shower I feel so grateful, or every time I lay in bed I feel so grateful. Like, beds are so comfortable and amazing, and just having a functioning body, being able to see, being able to walk, being able to taste, like there's so much to be grateful for, even if you're going through something difficult. And really focusing on those things and appreciating life is going to help you stay in a high vibration as well. Another thing is meditating. I love meditating. I try to meditate most mornings, and I meditate every night, usually just a 15 to 20 minute meditation, but I'll do longer if I feel like it or if I have time. I really love to meditate outside. I just love the feeling of fresh air and sunlight. Sadly, it's winter now, so I can't really do that as much. But when I was able to, it definitely made my day a lot better. And I think just like getting vitamin D, getting sunlight is really good for you and is gonna make you feel good. And so since I don't have that now, I've been replacing it instead with exercise, because I know that exercise also makes me feel good and also helps balance my neurotransmitters. But yeah, I used to go outside for like 20 minutes every day and get some sun. Now I can't, so I try to exercise like 2 to 3 times a week. One thing that really helps me is eating healthy. I don't eat sugar, I don't eat dairy, I don't eat gluten. I try not to eat farmed fish. I do eat it sometimes. I don't eat soy. And I know this is really extreme. I'm not recommending that you do this, but any amount of eliminating unhealthy foods and adding in nutrient-dense foods is going to help you feel better physically and mentally. Sometimes I even notice if I'm not eating enough fruits and vegetables in a day, I'll start to feel a little bit depressed, almost like a little bit sad. And I used to think it was because I wasn't eating enough or I wasn't getting enough calories, but now I realize I think it's that I wasn't getting enough nutrients. I also avoid a lot of toxins. I use like cleaner makeup, skincare, hair care, and I don't wear synthetic fabrics anymore like polyester. And that really came out of necessity. I was having reactions to all of these things, but I do think that it's also helping me stay in a high vibration. Obviously, you're gonna feel better and feel healthier if you're not having to expel a bunch of toxins. I'll link below all of like the makeup and hair care and everything that I use personally, and I feel like it's all probably pretty good because I literally like will react to things if they have chemicals in them. I would say just be really mindful of the media you're consuming because it is going to be affecting you, and also try to consume less and create more. It's actually so entertaining to be in silence and to be with your own thoughts and your own creative mind. But if you're constantly on your phone and you're training your brain to be so overstimulated, then you're not going to feel that way. But even just overnight, you can change it by not going on your phone in the morning. I also really like to listen to affirmations, and I pretty much gotten to a point where I don't really have a lot of negative thoughts, but if I do, I try to think the opposite and try to strengthen that neural pathway instead. I mean, I used to be an extremely negative, extremely anxious and fearful and depressed person and have all these negative thoughts, and I hated myself, but you can literally train yourself to stop thinking like that. And affirmations are really helpful, and just being aware of your thoughts is really helpful. Meditation is really helpful. You really just have to actually make an effort, and it's not that hard. And then over time, eventually it'll become supernatural. So yeah, I realized it's not just meditation that helps me feel good. It's all of these different things are definitely contributing. If you're dealing with a chronic illness, I want you to understand that healing is not about copying what other people do in order to heal. And it's great if they can inspire you and they can make you feel like you can heal. And that's what I'm trying to do on this channel. But your intuition will guide you to all of the things that you need to heal. And I can't attribute my healing to just meditation and just the coherence healing. There are so many different changes I made in my life. I learned about nervous system regulation. I completely changed my diet. I changed all the toxins I was being exposed to. And I did a lot of emotional healing and working on healing my trauma and not repressing my emotions and releasing shame and listening to affirmations. And so I did so many things at once that I think all helped me to heal, or even adding in things like turmeric and ginger and garlic and healing foods. And I just feel like I was drawn to all these different things that healed me, and I was drawn to eating these foods. I would literally like crave foods that had turmeric in them. So listen to your body, listen to your intuition. You are going to be guided to what you need to heal if you just open yourself up to it and believe it. I don't think I can attribute my healing to any one thing. I think it was literally hundreds of things that I changed in my life. But I don't want you to feel like you have to copy what I did exactly or copy what anyone did. Just let your intuition guide you, and you will be guided to healing, and you'll be guided to all the things you need in order to heal. Everything that you need is within you. You have all of the knowledge within you, all of the tools within you. When I finally started healing, I did not have any health insurance. I did not have any doctors helping me. I didn't have anyone helping me. I only had myself. And that's all that I needed. I mean, there's so many free resources on YouTube, and obviously people on YouTube helped me. I watched a lot of EFT tapping videos, and different books helped me, medical medium. But all of that is stuff that you can access for free and that you can be guided to by your own intuition and by yourself. Even Joe Dispenza talks about how changing your diet helps, and he talks about how it's not one specific type of diet that helps everyone, but just changing your diet in general, because it helps different genes turn on and off. And so you can turn on different healing genes, turn off different genes that are making you sick through changing your environment, changing your diet, changing your mindset. And you kind of have to combine all of it. I've noticed that people who are only following a strict diet and making all these physical changes, but they're still in a state of stress and they're not doing any emotional healing, they end up staying sick. And so I think you do need a combination of the emotional healing and the physical healing. But literally your higher self has all the information you need, and just let it guide you to healing and believe that you will heal. So if you don't know what a coherence healing is, basically the one I did was over Zoom and it was free. I'll link below the link that I used to sign up for it. But a handful of people who are more experienced at Joe Dispenza meditations will meditate in order to try to heal you. And so I was in a group with 4 other healees, and then we had 17 healers who were meditating to try to heal us. I think it was an hour and a half long, and at first they just did a brief description of what it was, and then they played an audio clip of Joe Dispenza talking about how it works, and basically just saying the best thing you can do is feel gratitude, because when you're receiving something, you're going to feel gratitude for it. And so for you to best receive the healing, try to feel gratitude. I felt great during the healing. I felt like elated. I felt so relaxed. And I was thinking it was just because I was kind of meditating. But later I remembered that I don't feel that good when I'm meditating. Like, I feel good when I'm meditating, but this was definitely on another level. Like, it was one of the happiest feelings I've ever had in my life. I got a little bit emotional just thinking about how there were 17 strangers who were taking 2 hours of their life to try to heal other strangers. And I was just like, that's so amazing. And it did make me feel very grateful. When you fill out the application, they have you send in a picture of you happy and healthy. And they ask you to write a sentence about what your intention is. I think I wrote something about how I can live my life freely, because basically I was trying to heal chemical sensitivities. And so I was trying to think of how to word that in a positive way. And they will like reword your sentence a lot. So during the healing, they'll say a couple sentences about the intention and about being filled with love. And then they show your picture and everyone focuses on healing you. And there's a 15-minute meditation for each person, each healee. All of the healees in my group had such a beautiful energy. And if any of you are watching, I would love for you to comment and let me know how you're doing. And although I'm not an experienced meditator at all, I just tried to imagine them being healthy and so happy and living their lives freely and being able to help other people through their healing and through their experiences with illness, and just being so grateful to be alive and to feel better. And so I would try to just imagine that during each healing that wasn't my own. So throughout my life, I've had Lyme disease, I've had POTS, I've had mold toxicity and chronic Epstein-Barr virus, and more recently developed a bunch of chemical sensitivities and allergies to my bed, my car, polyester, different fabrics, foods and shampoo and hair care and makeup. And so I had to change all of those things in order to manage my symptoms. I think that maybe I had or have MCAS, but I wasn't able to get a diagnosis because my health insurance ended. But by the time that I did the coherence healing, I had already gotten most of my symptoms under control. And I had gone from being extremely sick, feeling like I was being tortured by my body almost 24/7, so miserable, suffering so much, to feeling really healthy majority of the time and having mild annoying symptoms like 5% of the time, maybe, not even. So by the time I did the coherence healing, I was already in a pretty good place with my health and really happy with where my health was at, but I still was needing to avoid, you know, different cleaning products and all this different hair care and makeup and skincare and clothing and fabrics, and have to roll down the windows in my car to not feel like I'm suffocating. And so although I felt healthy and was really happy with where my health was at, I had to avoid so many different things in order to maintain that. And so that's what I was hoping to heal. I was hoping to have some more freedom with my diet, and when I was exposed to these things, maybe not feeling sick from them. When I would go to work, I work at a restaurant, I would feel sick, and I think it's from like a combination of like cleaning supplies and polyester and regular hand soap. So yeah, I was hoping the coherence healing would make me less sensitive to everything. And after the coherence healing, I haven't been getting sick at the end of my shifts, and I haven't been having as many symptoms. I still do sometimes, but I would say it went from like 5% of the time to like 1% of the time. And even then, it's just symptoms that are like mildly annoying and that I just notice, versus like 10 months ago, I felt like I was like being physically tortured by my body, and it was really horrible and traumatic. So I think it actually did help. I definitely am someone who believes in the placebo effect. I believe in this stuff, and it's kind of like hypnosis, where if you believe it, it will happen. I think I'm definitely a suggestible person because I read You Are the Placebo, and reading all of those research studies really helps you believe in it. I definitely recommend trying it because it's free, you have nothing to lose, and for me it was a great experience. Our brains are wired to survive, and everything that our brains do is rooted in that, is rooted in trying to survive. You can really understand any process of your brain or any experiences that you're having by looking at things through this lens. We need attachment and connection in order to survive, especially in the wild. And contact between a mother and a baby releases endorphins, which is basically like natural painkillers. And this is because if a baby and a mother were separated in the wild, the baby would need to cry in order for the mother to find it and in order for the baby to survive, because the baby cannot survive on its own. They did a study where they took rats' endorphin receptors away, and they wouldn't cry when they were separated from their mothers. So essentially we have this addiction to attachment to our caregivers in order to help us survive. And if you learn that something is going to threaten that attachment, then it's going to threaten your life. And so you will get rid of whatever is threatening that. And this is how shame is born. So if you're criticized, if you're abused, if you're humiliated by someone, especially a parent or a caregiver, that threatens your attachment. And you're gonna learn that whatever that thing you did, like, you need to stop doing it. Our brains at that point are not fully developed to understand that adults make mistakes too, and that their reaction to us is not always our fault. But at that point in time, you need that person in order to survive, so it's easier for you to place the blame on yourself. We have to find ways to trust them again and to value their opinion and their beliefs. So when we have this experience of something threatening our attachment, that threatens our survival, and then our brain learns, this part of me is not okay, or this thing that I did is not okay. And sometimes this is expressing emotion. So maybe you get really angry, maybe you cry a lot, and then you're criticized or you're humiliated or whatever it is, and you start to learn to repress your emotions, because in order to maintain attachment and connection, which you need to survive, you learn that it's better to repress your emotions. Another cause of shame could be the fear of being ostracized or rejected. So maybe you haven't had that experience yet, but something makes you feel that it will happen if people found out a certain thing about you or if you act a certain way. And so shame also comes from this fear of that. And again, when we were hunter-gatherers, we needed to be accepted by our tribe in order to survive. Being rejected and ostracized meant that you would die. And so this is why so many of us still have this fear of rejection, because we perceive it as a threat to our survival, and our brains are wired to keep us alive. So to survive and to maintain connection and attachment, which we essentially have an addiction to also because we release endorphins, we repress parts of ourselves and we repress our authenticity because our authenticity has become a threat to our survival. And when we lived in the wild, we actually needed our authenticity because that's your intuition, that's your gut feeling. And if you didn't have that and if you just went off of logic, you would not survive out in the wild. And I also believe that we need our authenticity in this life to connect to our higher selves, to connect to God, to attract the right experiences into our life, and to live out our purpose. But so many of us have learned to repress it, and so many of us don't even know how to get back in touch with it. Traumatic events disconnect you from your body, your emotions, the present moment, and it also causes negative feelings, a negative view of the world, negative self-talk. And it doesn't really matter what the trauma was, it matters how it's affecting your life now. And this is often how it's affecting your life, is by making it difficult for you to be present, making it difficult for you to think positively, and making you feel disconnected from your body and your own emotions and your gut feelings. And to heal trauma, you just need to reconnect with yourself and reconnect with your body and reconnect with your emotions. So you have to teach yourself that it's safe to be yourself again, because above all, your body needs to feel safe and needs to feel that it's going to survive. And you can do this by facing and challenging the fears and beliefs that you have that are holding you back. So if you have a fear of rejection, if you have a fear of being seen, if you have a fear of abandonment, these are all things that are preventing you from being your authentic self because you're acting out of fear, you're not acting out of authenticity. But if you can stop acting out of fear and teach your body that you're not going to die if you get rejected, you're not going to die if you put yourself out there and get criticized, the more that you're going to learn that, the safer your body is going to feel, and it's going to be able to reconnect with your emotions and with your authentic self. If you want to work through your fears and heal anxiety, I'm going to put in the description free root chakra healing worksheets to help you feel connected to the earth again, feel connected to your body again, and work through your fears and feel safe in your body. Another thing that's important is to let yourself feel your emotions and express them. And I want you to understand that your emotions are valid simply because they exist, and your emotions wouldn't exist if there wasn't a reason for them to. And emotions are something that happens naturally. We don't have control over them. So the fact that you're feeling something means that it's totally valid for you to feel that way, and it makes sense for you to feel that way. And it doesn't matter if you're invalidating yourself or if people invalidate you or have throughout your life, or they tell you that you're too sensitive and that you shouldn't feel this way. Well, you wouldn't feel this way if you shouldn't feel this way, because emotions are something that just happens naturally. And so you should never be judging yourself for the emotions you're having, because anyone in your situation would be feeling that way. I know it's easy to feel like, oh, I shouldn't be feeling this way, I shouldn't be expressing this, but obviously you should, because emotions are something that happens naturally that we don't have control over. So if it's happening for a reason. I know that it can take time to even be able to feel your emotions and be connected to them, but every time that you do have them, make sure that you're acknowledging them and you're letting yourself actually feel them, and understand that emotions are just feelings, they're not facts. So don't read into them too much, don't assign them too much meaning or value. But it's so easy and common to just want to distract yourself from emotions and just go on social media, watch TV, drink, do whatever, and just distract yourself from what you're feeling. But the way that we need to deal with emotions in order to get them out of our body is to be present with them. And your body actually perceives repressing emotions as a form of stress. And then this is how we end up with triggers. It's because your body starts to associate certain events with stress. And so then it starts trying to avoid those events, or it starts having extreme reactions to certain events. But again, you can retrain your mind, you can retrain your body to behave differently. So what you want to do is when you're feeling an emotion, actually sit with it, be present with it, observe it, evaluate it, examine it. And I have a processing emotions workbook on Amazon, or you could get the ebook on my website for $5. And it has a bunch of prompts to help you do this and to help you sit with your emotions each time you have them. And then to find out where they came from and what cognitive distortions you're having. And there's a list of cognitive distortions. There's a list of ways to transmute emotions. There's a list of ways to release emotions. And then I go more in depth about how to transmute each negative emotion. But yeah, the best way to deal with emotions is to actually be present with them. Let yourself feel them. Let yourself ride it out instead of trying to distract yourself or trying to repress it. And then I think it's good to try to recognize where this is coming from and if the story that you're telling yourself is true, and then to find some way to release it, whether that's through physical movement, creating art, tears, or transmuting it into a more positive emotion. And so the workbook will help you with all of that if you want. And the reason that feeling emotions is so healing is because you're teaching your body that you're able to get back to your baseline. You're able to get back into a state of relaxation and feeling okay. And every time that you're able to fully feel an emotion and be present with it and ride out that emotional low and then return to feeling okay, it's training your body that it's safe and it's okay to feel things and it's okay to have negative experiences. Whereas if you're constantly trying to distract yourself and you're constantly repressing your emotions, then your body is getting more and more scared of everything, and it's just gonna be contributing to mental illness and things like that. Because your body is gonna perceive that as a form of stress and it's not gonna feel like it's able to handle certain things. But you wanna teach yourself that you can handle things, you can handle negative emotions, and you can handle negative experiences. And you can do this by being present with them and then letting them go in a healthy way and returning back to feeling okay again without using substances or without using unhealthy coping mechanisms. And also, if you have past emotions come up or past trauma come up that you feel like you've never actually fully processed or sat with, it can be good to just fully sit with it, fully remember what happened and be present with it, and then find a healthy way to release it. And it's not good to be constantly reliving trauma and to constantly be back in that dark place. But if you're always pushing it away and you've never actually processed it, this can be why it keeps coming up and why it keeps being an issue. But if you can allow yourself to just feel it and process it once, in my experience, I've been able to just completely heal those parts of myself and make peace with them. Whereas for years, it was like every time I'd have that thought coming up, I would like push it away or just try to be like, everything's fine now. I don't want to feel this. I'm just gonna ignore it. But when I actually let myself like be like, okay, I'm gonna sit with this emotion as uncomfortable as it is and acknowledge what happened instead of being in denial, that was really healing to me. And then I was able to get myself back into a regulated state after. Some things that you can transmute shame into are compassion, empathy, courage, and pride. The opposite of shame is pride. And when we feel shame, our body language becomes protective. So we like put our shoulders in, maybe we look down, and we make ourselves small because we're kind of trying to like hide from a threat almost. And even just changing your posture, changing your body language to that of pride can be helpful. Also, see if you can reframe the situation in a way where you can be proud of yourself, where you can go, you know what, I overcame this and I'm proud of that, or I'm able to help other people through this and I'm proud of that, or I'm my authentic self and I'm not for everyone and some people might see it as flawed, but I'm proud of that. So see if you can reframe shame in that way. Shame is also something that helps us to feel empathetic. I'm pretty sure everyone experiences some level of shame in their lives. So you can relate to so many people. You can help other people through healing your own shame, through acknowledging your own shame, even just through relating, through sharing your story. You don't have to necessarily feel that you're healed from it, but you can turn shame into empathy, and you can turn shame into helping others. You can also turn shame into courage by facing your fears, by overcoming whatever it is that shame is telling you to do that you shouldn't be doing, like repressing yourself or letting fears control you. You can take shame and you can go, no, instead I'm actually gonna face my fears. I'm actually gonna be myself. I'm actually going to cry openly and not care what anyone thinks of me. And so in that way, you can turn shame into courage. You can also turn shame into compassion for yourself and compassion for others, and make peace with those parts of you that felt shame and have love and understanding and acceptance of them. And recognize that you are inherently worthy simply because you are alive and you are good enough exactly as you are. There's no reason to be ashamed, and obviously it's good to learn and to grow and learn from whatever mistakes we have, but you don't want to be living in the past. You want to make peace with your past and forgive yourself, because that's all you can really do, and you can learn and grow from it, but there's no point in still being upset with yourself and still looking down on yourself for that. I think most of the time that we feel shame anyway, it's actually not something we did wrong, and it's not something that bad that we did, but for whatever reason we feel shameful about it. Probably because someone told us to, someone made us feel that we should. But even if you actually did something that you deem as bad, it's really important to find that forgiveness for yourself and just focus on who you are now and who you can be in the future. We're all just organisms trying to survive and working with what we know, what we have, and doing our best. And whatever decisions you made in the past, whatever you did in the past, you were just doing the best with what you had based on all of your experiences and what you knew. And anyone in your situation would have done the same thing. But I think it's important to find that forgiveness for yourself, and then to recognize if that shame should have ever even belonged to you. And if it was just someone projecting their own insecurities onto you or their own beliefs. I think a lot of times we're just pressured to conform to society, to fit into society, and not to express ourselves and not to show emotion. But that's not how things should be, and you shouldn't be internalizing that. Now we're gonna take a couple minutes and do an exercise to release shame. I want you to think of a time that you felt shame, something that you feel was pivotal in your life. Maybe try to think of a time that you repressed, that you think, oh, that didn't affect me that much, that's not a big deal. That might really be the root of your shame, and that might be carrying a deeper meaning than you realize, especially if you're repressing it. But if you can, try to remember that, or remember the first time that you experienced shame, and you can do this exercise as many times as you need to. Now I want you to imagine that child version of you that experienced shame, and imagine that this current version of you now is meeting with your child self. And what would you tell this child self about this experience? Maybe you would want to tell them that someone else was just projecting their ideas of how to behave. And the things that people make you feel bad about or judge you for actually has nothing to do with you. And it's not a reflection of you or your worth. Maybe you would want to tell them that it's safe for them to be themselves. It's safe for them to express emotions. And it's valid for them to feel these emotions, and they're perfectly fine the way they are. They're perfectly worthy and great the way they are, and the way that people treat them or the way that people expect them to act is not a reflection of their worth. It's a reflection of those people's own insecurities and beliefs, and that they are perfectly worthy the way they are. Maybe you would want to tell them that this shame is not theirs. It was never theirs. It's something that someone else is putting on them. Maybe you would tell them that they should forgive themselves, they should have compassion for themselves, and they should be comfortable being themselves, and that they're not going to get abandoned, they're not going to get criticized, and that they're going to survive whatever it is that they go through, and there's nothing to fear. Whatever it is that you want to tell this child self, take a few minutes to visualize this, visualize meeting with your child self, and visualize what you would tell them. So I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll let you take some time to do that. Whenever you repress an emotion, your brain interprets that as a form of stress. So if you have a negative experience and you feel a negative emotion, and then you repress that emotion because you're trying to distract yourself by doing something else and the emotion makes you uncomfortable, or maybe it's because you're in public and you don't want to cry in public, you don't want to be emotional in public. Maybe it's just because you learned that you get punished when you show emotions, and that showing emotions is a threat to your attachment and to your relationships with other people. Maybe you never learned how to handle your emotions in a healthy way and how to work through them in a healthy way, so you do get scared when you feel a negative emotion and you want to just push it away, you want to just push it down and not experience it. Whatever the reason is, I mean, there's so many different reasons that we repress our emotions, and society has taught us and encouraged us to be this way in a lot of ways. But when there is a negative experience that you have and then you repress your emotion, then your brain is going to associate that experience with a stress response. And so when anything reminds you of that experience, or when you have a similar experience, you're going to have a stress response. And this is why we end up with triggers. This is why we end up with PTSD. This is why people end up with borderline personality disorder. It's because we start to associate certain events with stress, with danger, with negative feelings. And your body thinks that you can't handle those things because you basically taught it that by repressing your emotions. And you made it think that you're not able to handle these things, and that these experiences are too dangerous or too painful for you to survive them. And so that's why we end up with fears of things. That's why we end up with hypervigilance. That's why you get really stressed or really angry when something happens or someone does something and it triggers you. It's because it's bringing up this emotional memory that is stored in your body. And it's just so easy to get caught up in this cycle of repressing your emotions, distracting yourself, feeling like you can't handle the pain. But the reality is, if you let yourself feel it, you're going to be able to cope a lot better with these feelings, and you're going to be able to release these feelings and not be holding on to all of this baggage that they bring. And this is why you have to feel to heal, because each time that you have a negative experience and then you have a negative emotion and you let yourself fully feel that emotion and be present with that emotion, and then get yourself back to a state of feeling okay, a state of neutrality, your brain is going to learn, okay, I can handle this experience. Like, there's nothing to be scared of. I just handled it. Now I'm good again. I let the emotion out. It's gone now. And over time, your brain's going to create a new association with all of these negative experiences. And you're no longer going to have these impulsive reactions and these extreme emotions and have all of these fears and these negative associations coming up for you. You just have to retrain your mind that you are able to handle these things, and you do that by feeling your emotions fully. Now, I'm not necessarily saying to act on them. Like, if you get triggered and then it makes you really angry, it makes you want to yell at someone, take it out on someone, obviously don't do that. But try to give yourself space to be angry, to sit with the anger in a way that isn't affecting anyone else. Or if you're really sad, try to let yourself cry, let yourself be sad, let yourself sit with the sadness and not judge yourself for it and not feel like you have to push it down. And obviously, you can't necessarily do this every single time that you have a negative emotion. Ideally, you could, but I know that a lot of us have jobs, and there are just certain situations where you can't just cry in public, unfortunately. But the more that you're able to do this, the more that you're going to be able to heal. And it doesn't matter if you do it every single time, but just try to do it as much as you can. I made a workbook that's going to help you with this process if you're interested. And basically the idea is that every time you have a negative emotion, you can use the prompts in this workbook to be present with that emotion and let yourself feel it. And then it's also going to help you identify any cognitive distortions you might be having. It has a lot of suggestions on healthy ways to release emotions and healthy ways to transmute emotions into other emotions, and lots of different information as well. But however you choose to do it, it's just really important to be present with the negative emotions you feel every time that you feel them. And we live in a society now where sometimes we might not even mean to do this, but we're just so used to being overstimulated that when you have an emotion, it might just be a habit for you to go on your phone, like, because you're just not used to sitting in silence. You're not used to just sitting with yourself. So this is something you really have to make a conscious effort to do, is to just sit with the emotion, not scroll on Twitter, not watch TV, not do anything else, and just allow yourself to be present with that emotion and to allow yourself to feel it and explore it. And that's how you heal pain. You can't just replace the pain with something else. You can't just push it away. You have to get to know it and understand it, and then that's when you're able to replace it with something better. That's why I made the workbook. I really made it for myself so that when I'm having a negative emotion, I can just sit with the workbook and it's gonna help me be present with that emotion and not be doing anything else. But whatever way works for you that you're able to do this is gonna be really helpful. And the more that you're able to do this every time you have an emotion, you're literally going to be healing your trauma responses. You're literally going to be healing your mental illness. You're literally going to be healing all of these things about yourself that you probably want to change and that you feel like are out of your control. This is like going to change your life so much. I also recently learned that this applies to physical pain as well. And if you're having extreme physical pain and you actually are present with it and focus on the sensation, it kind of lessens it a little bit. And then it also helps you develop a healthier relationship with pain and sickness. So I've dealt with chronic illness in my life, and I had gotten to the point where I just would panic when I have symptoms. I would just need it to end immediately, just feel like I couldn't handle it. And then it just created this even worse cycle where I was so scared to ever feel anything bad. I mean, it's like when you've spent years of your life sick, years of your life in pain, it just gets to a point where you feel like you have no tolerance for any of it. And that's where I was at. And I was just wanting to avoid it for the rest of my life. But now with this knowledge, it's helped me to feel like I can handle physical pain and I can handle periods of sickness. Because when you're present with it and when you tell yourself it's gonna be okay and you help yourself through it and then you end up okay again, you're creating that new association and you're teaching your body that it's safe to feel this way and that you can handle it. And that's really the important part of this process, is just teaching yourself that you can get back to feeling okay again. And that's what your body and your brain is going to register, and that's what's making the difference. And I already kind of started doing this in a different way. I really recommend, if you have chronic pain or chronic illness, watching Pain Free You on YouTube, because he just explains this a lot better than I do, I think. But he basically talks about when you have a symptom or when you have pain, kind of like comforting your body, talking it down, calming yourself down. So when I would have a symptom, I'd be like, okay, thank you for bringing this to my attention. There's actually nothing wrong with my body. Everything's fine. This is just one little symptom. It's not gonna escalate. There's nothing to be scared of. I appreciate you, and it's okay for you to go away. You don't have to feel this way. Because for a lot of people, our pain or our symptoms are not actually indicative of a bigger issue. For a lot of people, we have pain and we have symptoms because we've made our body believe that it has to be on high alert and that it should be scared of something and that it should be alerting us to any issues. And we're kind of in this hypervigilant state of searching for threats and being afraid of what's wrong with us, being afraid of our illness. And so by creating that new relationship with your body and telling it that it's safe, it's okay, it doesn't have to alert you, and just like reminding yourself that you're safe and that you can handle anything and that there's nothing to be afraid of, that has been really healing as well. That has greatly reduced my symptoms. Because when you just get stressed about them and start to worry more and more, then you end up with even more symptoms from anxiety, or you end up literally making yourself sick, because your thoughts can literally create illness, but in the same way they can heal you. And so that's something that I've been doing for months now, and that's something that has helped my health so much. But adding this extra layer of being present with the pain and actually focusing on it, and then tying that together with teaching my body that it's okay and that it will feel okay again, and that it's safe for me to experience extreme pain and that I can get through it and it's a part of the human experience and it's okay. That has just been so healing and so life-changing. I actually only did this once with physical pain, where I was actually present with my physical pain. A couple days ago, I had really bad period cramps and I tried this out. And I already feel like it, just that one time, healed my relationship with sickness and with pain, because before that, I was just I just never wanted to feel any pain or any sickness ever again because I've spent so many years of my life feeling that way. And it just felt like I had no tolerance for it anymore, and I couldn't even handle like another second of it. But now I'm like, it's fine. I know I'll be able to handle it every time that it happens. It's not going to be a regular occurrence anymore, but it is a part of life to be sick, to feel pain. And so now I know that I'm able to handle that experience, and I have the tools to handle it. One more thing that I think is important to mention is that if you heal by being present with your pain and by allowing yourself to feel your pain, so do other people. So if you're trying to comfort someone or help someone through something, the best thing that you can do for them is to allow them to be present with their pain and allow them to feel their pain and hold that space for them to. I feel bad because looking back, I always would try to distract people from their pain to make them feel better, or I would try to help them think positively because one, that's the way that I handled my own emotional pain, and two, it made me uncomfortable to see these people in pain because I care about them deeply. I don't want them to be sad. I don't want them to be hurt. And so I would always try to help them through making them focus on something else or helping them to see the positive. But that's something I really want to be mindful of moving forward and totally change the way that I react to people's pain, because that's just not the healthiest way to deal with pain. If you actually felt your pain and were present with it every time that something happened to you, you wouldn't have any like baggage. You wouldn't have any old stuff coming up affecting you. Like you would literally be able to be free of anything. You wouldn't have old pain affecting you. You know what I mean? But no one has really lived a life like that where they let themselves feel everything and fully embrace their emotions. But the closer that you can get to that, the more that it's going to improve your life and heal you. But yeah, that's just something I wanted to mention because I know it can be hard to see people you love in pain, and you don't want to just let them be sad or see them being sad. You want to make it go away. You want to help them. But the best thing that you can actually do for them is to just create that space for them to feel it fully. I see it happen all the time where someone's crying and then people are like, don't cry. But I try to be like, let it out, like cry, please. Crying is great. Crying is an amazing way to release emotions. But yeah, that's something I definitely regret the way I've handled it in the past. I never want to invalidate people's emotions, but in a way, that's what I was doing. Part of that is also working on your boundaries and working on how much of people's pain you let yourself absorb and how affected you are by it. Because if you're able to not take on so much of people's pain, it'll help you to be there for them in a better way, because you won't be as uncomfortable from other people feeling pain, if that makes sense. But yeah, I kind of grew up in a way where no one ever let me feel my emotions or didn't make me feel bad about feeling emotions. And so I just never learned this. I just never let myself be present with my emotions. And it has been so life-changing. And I'm sure there's other people out there who also never learned this. Or sometimes we don't even realize what we're doing, but just to be aware of it and try to remind yourself of this every time you feel pain, and just let yourself embrace the pain, let yourself feel the pain. Pain is a beautiful thing, and if you can actually just be present with it and give it the attention that it's asking for, then it won't affect you any longer after that point, after you let yourself feel it. Your fear of rejection, your fear of being seen, your fear of making content is totally normal and natural. Our fear of rejection is a survival mechanism. We have the same brains as our ancestors who were hunter-gatherers, and they needed to belong and be accepted by their tribe in order to survive. And so being rejected or being ostracized is literally a threat to your survival and to your life. And we all still have those fears within us. And even though it's not as relevant in modern day society, we still have the same brains as our ancestors that give us those fears. Being accepted by society is still important for our survival. I mean, if you get fired from a job because of the way you act, or if you get canceled and you don't have a source of income anymore, obviously that's a threat to your survival as well. But it's still not as relevant of a fear, and you can survive having the world hate you if you need to. But what you have to do if you want to start posting content is to overcome this fear of rejection. And you do that by making your body feel safe and feel like it's okay for you to do this. I had an intense fear of rejection, intense fear of criticism, of judgment, of being seen even. I grew up with very critical parents and I felt rejected by them. And so I basically lived my entire life just trying to not be judged and rejected and criticized by other people, which resulted in me just trying to make myself really small, like not speaking, not being myself, just trying to not be perceived and not open myself up to any type of criticism or judgment. And I just say this to let you know that no matter where you're at with this, there's hope for you. Now I'm posting on YouTube with no fear when these fears used to control every single aspect of my life. And so what I suggest doing in order to get over these fears is sort of like exposure therapy and just taking it step by step. And so what you're gonna do first is film the content and just tell yourself that you don't have to post it. You're just filming it for practice. You're just filming it just because. And remind yourself that you don't actually have to post this content, so there's no reason to be fearful. And then you wanna just edit the content. And again, you don't have to post it, it's just for practice. And then write the caption, write the title, draft the post. And again, it's just practice. You don't actually have to post it. And then at that point, the only thing between you and posting the content is the click of a little button. And you just have to be willing for 1 second, a split second, to be willing to click that button and post that content. Or you can even have someone do it for you. Usually I find by this point, I already put so much time into the content that I want to just post it anyway, even if I'm embarrassed or even if I'm insecure about it. And again, you literally don't have to post it. You could change your mind at any point in this process and decide that you don't want to post it, but at least try, at least film it, at least edit it. And don't put that pressure on yourself to have to post it, but at least work towards it a little bit. And then as you start to see that nothing bad happens when you post content and it's not actually a threat to your safety and your survival, you're not actually gonna die, nothing bad's actually happening, over time, this is gonna get rid of that fear that's associated with it. And it's gonna calm your ego down because you're realizing that nothing bad is actually happening, there's actually nothing to fear, and you're proving those fears wrong, so they're gonna go away eventually. The reason that I started posting content is because I got so sick that I couldn't work anymore, and I was like, I need to make money somehow, and I have all these medical bills, and I need money to survive. I have a clothing brand that was not successful because I never marketed it, and so I was like, it's time for me to finally face this fear and to do the marketing for it. And that helped me face my fear of being seen and face my fear of putting myself out there in rejection and judgment in a way that felt safer because I wasn't putting my actual personality out there. I was able to hide behind my clothing brand and just say, you know, I'm doing this for my clothing brand instead of actually putting my true personality and my true thoughts and opinions out there into the world. And I think that's what I needed personally, because then it got to a point where I was able to realize there was nothing to fear and able to actually admit to myself, you know what, I don't even want this clothing brand, I actually want to do YouTube. And I've always dreamed of doing YouTube. I've always had this little voice in the back of my head telling me to make YouTube videos. I just always thought that I wasn't good enough. I had all these fears, all these reasons why I shouldn't do it. And I just thought, what do I have to offer to the world? What do I have to say that's interesting? Why would anyone want to watch my videos? And I want you to understand that your insecurities and your self-doubt are just feelings. They're not facts. They're not the truth. You thinking that you're not good enough is wrong. And it's totally okay for you to feel that way, but it's not the truth, and you shouldn't make decisions from a place of your insecurities and your self-doubt. Try to make decisions from a place of believing in yourself and believing that everything is going to work out for you. When we tell ourselves we're going to do something and we always talk about doing something and we consistently break trust with ourselves and don't end up doing that thing, and we don't honor the promises that we make to ourselves, that's what's going to ruin your confidence in yourself. That's what's going to break your trust with yourself. And the more that you're able to actually go after your goals and actually do the things that you say you're going to do, the things that you want to do, you're going to be able to rebuild your confidence and rebuild trust with yourself. And it is going to make you feel more secure in yourself and feel like you're good enough. It's uncomfortable at first to make content. It's uncomfortable to hear your own voice, to see yourself, to have to edit yourself, and it brings all these insecurities up to the surface, but it really does get easier over time. Everyone hates hearing their own voice at first, but now I don't even think about it when I'm editing my videos. And honestly, the discomfort of making content and putting yourself out there, even in the beginning, is so much better than the discomfort of just staying stuck and being disappointed in yourself and not following through on the things you want to do in your life. I've been posting YouTube videos for 4 months now, and my self-doubt went from being almost constant to now I have it maybe 1% of the time. And I like to just view my self-doubt as something that is leaving my body and it's coming up to be released, and I just don't act on it. I just observe it and I'm like, okay, this is something I have inside of me. I have a lot of self-doubt, and now it's being released from my body through this process of me facing my fears. And so that's the way that I like to view it, and my self-doubt has gone away almost completely over time. You have something unique to offer the world that no one else has, and your thoughts and your experiences and your opinions are so familiar to you because obviously you live with them every day. But to other people, they're valuable and they're interesting. And just understand that no one else is like you, and you actually have something special to offer the world that no one else can. No matter who you are, this is the truth. And the internet is not oversaturated with content. There's so many people consuming content. It's almost impossible for there to be too much. Only 5% of people who are on the internet are actually creating content. The majority of people are just consuming it. And I feel like we can't comprehend how many people there actually are in the world. But just think about how many YouTubers there are getting millions of views, how many businesses there are with so many customers. There's so many people out there, and we all consume multiple sources of content, and we all buy from multiple businesses. So don't think about it being oversaturated and that there's too many people already on the internet, because you have something unique and special to offer that no one else has, and there's room for everyone to be successful. Another thing that I think is really important to be aware of is that you might not be proud of what you're creating at first. You might really hate what you're creating at first, and you just have to get over that uncomfortable feeling. Ira Glass talks about how people who get into the creative field, they have good taste, but when they first start creating things, their skill levels are not going to match up to their taste. And so you're putting all this work into something, and what you're creating is not meeting up to what you want it to be. And so that's a really uncomfortable thing to go through in the beginning. It might even make you feel like you're not meant to do this and you should give up. And that's why I wanted to mention it, because I feel like it's so important to be aware of this. There is a period in the beginning where you need to build the skills up in order to be able to create things that you're proud of and things that you actually like. And it doesn't even mean that your content is bad in the beginning. It's just not meeting up to your taste level, but still post it anyway. Everyone has to go through this period of building up their skill level and getting better at things. And all the famous directors that you admire, all the YouTubers that you admire, everyone who creates any type of art, they have to get better at it at first, and they're gonna have that period in the beginning where the stuff they're creating is just not that good. But you just gotta create as much content as you can to get through that period to the point where you can be proud of the stuff you're creating. When it comes to creating content, when it comes to creating art, really any skill or job or anything, you have to first build up the skills to be good at that thing. Don't let it discourage you when you don't just immediately have all the skills that you need. And a lot of people refer to this as climbing cringe mountain. As uncomfortable as I was putting myself out there and being seen and trying to film YouTube videos and stumbling over my words and it not turning out how I wanted it to, the discomfort was honestly so much better than the discomfort of doing nothing and not going after my goals and my life never changing. And it's worth it to try. And even as I was feeling kind of disappointed and discouraged by the content I was making, I still felt so much fulfillment knowing that I was actually doing the things that I want to do, and I was building up the skills to be better at these things. So as much as I talk about the discomfort in the beginning, it's actually not as bad as you think. I just want you to be aware of this so that you don't give up and you're able to get through it, but it's really not that bad. It's not worse than you right now doing nothing. You don't need money or fancy equipment to start either. I just have a $15 tripod. I'm using my iPhone. Usually I use natural lighting from a window, and people make content that is even worse quality or where they don't even have video to go along with it. So don't feel like you need to even invest money before you start making content. Just start doing it with whatever you have already. Also, something I like to do to help me with the creative process and being in the right mindset to film videos and to articulate myself well is not going on social media in the mornings, not going on my phone in the mornings, and not consuming any content until I create some. I've just noticed that going on social media or watching YouTube videos will really mess up my focus and make it hard for me to concentrate and be motivated and think clearly. And as someone who doesn't drink caffeine, this is so important for me to actually stay motivated and focused and be able to do the things I want to get done. So if you're someone that struggles with being focused and motivated, I recommend trying not going on your phone in the beginning part of your day and not consuming any content. Going on social media really messes up your focus and messes up your dopamine reward system. And so it makes it harder for you to be productive. When you face your fears and your insecurities and you work through your fears and you show yourself that you can overcome them, all of these things become your strengths, and you literally can turn your weaknesses into your strengths when you learn how to overcome them. And so it's like, the more things that are wrong with you, the better, because that's gonna be something that you can help other people through one day. And I used to be so depressed, I used to be so anxious, I used to have all these different fears and obsessive thoughts and so many things wrong with me. And now, through healing all those things about myself, all of those insecurities and all of those issues have become knowledge. And now I have the knowledge to help people build confidence and to help people overcome depression and help people overcome anxiety and help people make content. Whatever it is that you feel like is wrong with you or that is holding you back, you have the ability to turn that into your strength. So don't feel limited by any fears that you have, any insecurities that you have, any mental illnesses you have, because when you're able to face those things and work through those things, then you're turning them into knowledge and power and strength. You can't gain knowledge and wisdom from people who haven't done the work to come out of a certain place, you know what I mean? So don't view your flaws and your insecurities as a bad thing, because they're actually going to become your strengths one day. Obviously, when a relationship ends, there's so many different reasons that you feel pain and so many different feelings that come up, and you're grieving so many different things. I think for me, one of the most painful ones is this feeling that I'm alone, I'll always be alone, everyone will betray me or leave me or lie to me. And I have these really intense, beautiful connections, but then they ultimately always end. I grew up thinking that my parents didn't love me. As I've gotten older, I can recognize that my parents did love me, but growing up, I did not think that they did. And I thought there must be something so wrong with me that my own parents don't love me. And if I show all the bad parts of myself, I'm not gonna be accepted by anyone. And so I can't show negative emotions. I just tried to be perfect in order to be accepted and really put this mask on, and was never really being myself or opening up about things that were happening in my life. And when I was 16, I met a friend who I actually did open up to and got super close to, and showed him all the bad parts of myself. And that friendship completely transformed my life. It was so healing, and it made me realize, like, people will accept me and it's okay to be who I am. And I was able to have more authentic friendships with other people also as a result of that. And the reality of why these codependent connections feel so good and why love feels so good is because it's the only time that you're connecting with your authentic self. And this is really the root of all trauma. It's the core wound that a lot of us have, and that we're trying to fill with addiction or with love, with other people, with wealth, with whatever it is that you're trying to fill that wound with. But literally all you ever need is your authentic self, and you're not gonna get that feeling from anywhere else. Dr. Gabor Mate says that trauma is just disconnecting from your authenticity, disconnecting your mind and body, and that to heal trauma, you just have to reconnect with yourself and reconnect with your authenticity and your intuition. And yeah, so I think that's really the root of everything, and it's why you feel alone and why it's so painful to lose someone that you love, because they're a reflection of your authentic self, and you're able to see the beauty of your authentic self when you're with this person, and to be able to accept and love it. But you don't need this person to do that. You can do that for yourself. And also the love that you have for them is still there. It's not gone. You can appreciate and be grateful for all of these amazing experiences, and just be grateful that you felt these good feelings and that God always gives you who you need when you need it. There's no reason that you can't feel love and positive emotions when you think about this person. You don't have to grieve them forever. This friend and I, we had a very codependent relationship. We literally hung out every day for almost 7 years straight. We texted 24/7. I told him like every single thing that ever happened to me, every single thing anyone ever said. And I think that came from a really unhealthy place of wanting someone to know everything that ever happened to me so that they could validate my feelings and validate the decisions that I make. And I've been able to give that to myself now, and I don't feel like I need that from other people. But yeah, I think that's why it's so painful to have these codependent relationships end. Because I notice for me especially, it brings up this wound of like feeling like I don't even have family that I'm close to, like I don't have that comfort. Yeah, the reality is that the pain comes from losing your authentic self, because that person was such an easy way for you to connect with that every day, because you were able to show up as that person and really be yourself and like have that reflected back to you through a relationship with someone. And you know, we're all mirrors of each other, so I'm not saying that person is not amazing and great and everything, and it might be a genuine loss to not have that person in your life. But really that person was a mirror of you, because when you are your authentic self, you're going to attract someone who mirrors that. And you are just as much a part of the equation and a part of that relationship. And the relationship wouldn't be enjoyable if you weren't there to interact with them and to be yourself and to have conversations with them. And part of what you fell in love with was really yourself. And I think love is really just two authentic people reflecting each other back to each other. I think this is the root of all pain. We aren't connected to who we truly are, and we don't accept who we truly are. We don't show up as who we truly are. Maybe we do with one person or with a few people. And so when you lose that, it's so painful, because that's where like all of our pain comes from, and that's the hole that we're always trying to fill. And you can always search for it in other relationships, trying to fill it with someone else. And it might work temporarily, but you don't need to be in a relationship to heal this part of yourself. Just start trying to show up as your authentic self more and more, and find ways to accept and love that all the different parts of yourself, all the bad parts of yourself, and not relying on someone else to do that for you and to make you feel like it's okay to be that. You can literally just give that to yourself. I think that addictions are just us trying to heal this wound and fill this hole, and I think that relationships can be addictive in that way, and you feel like you need it because you're trying to fill this hole in yourself. Obviously, this doesn't apply to toxic relationships where you're not being yourself and you're not being accepted, but I think you probably still are trying to fill that wound. It's just not necessarily working. And then when it ends, it's just gonna make it even worse. But the people that we fall in love with are really a representation of you accepting your authentic self. And when my friendship with this friend that I had for 7 years ended, I feel like my heart chakra got blocked. I also ended a lot of other friendships around that time because I felt like they were not trustworthy, or I just was trying to not live a chaotic life anymore. So I had a lot of friendships end around that time, and after this one friendship ended, I feel like I was scared to connect to people again, or to like open up to someone again. And I literally haven't made a friend since. It's been like 3 or 4 years. And I feel like my heart chakra just got blocked. And now this experience now is healing it, because I'm allowing myself to feel that pain of grief and loss and teach myself that I'm able to handle it. I'm gonna make another video going into this more. And also learning to find my authentic self and fall in love with it without needing another person to be there to reflect it and to validate that there's nothing wrong with me, or that I'll be accepted for the worst parts of me. And a lot of times our relationships don't work out because we rely on this person to help us accept this version of ourselves instead of being able to do it without their help. And so then we're overly reliant on this person to meet our needs. When you're not authentic, you're gonna attract something that reflects that back to you, something that is inauthentic or is not a reflection of who you truly are. And so it's not gonna be fulfilling in the same way, and it's not gonna fill that void. And a lot of us only have one or a few relationships where we're truly showing all of the bad parts of ourselves and accepting those parts of ourselves, or being able to have someone else accept those parts of ourselves. And so when this relationship ends, that's the wound that's being brought up, is that core wound of feeling like you're not good enough and not being able to accept all the parts of yourself, which is where trauma comes from. I also feel like this person represents like comfort and stability to me, and there's almost like this craving, like addiction, this craving for that comfort. But again, it's like you just have to give that to yourself, because why do you not feel safe and comfortable being alone? And it's because you're relying on this person to meet your needs instead of meeting them for yourself. Or you don't trust yourself and your own capabilities. And maybe you don't comfort yourself in the way that you should, and you're not kind to yourself, you don't validate yourself. Whatever it is that this person does for you that makes you feel better, or that helps you, that makes you feel comforted and safe, you just have to do it for yourself now, and you should have been all along. And also, once you're able to do this, all of your relationships are gonna get a lot healthier. When I was going through such a dark time and having so many negative emotions, I felt like I couldn't show that side of myself to people, and that people wouldn't accept the depressed version of me and the version of me that was struggling so much. And so I only opened up to this one person, this person I was in a relationship with, and I relied on them to meet all of my needs, which is really not fair to do to someone. I just always thought no one wants the sob story, no one wants to see the dark parts of you, no one wants to hear the bad things, they just want the success story after, they just want the good version of you. And honestly, it's not true, because obviously I don't want to see other people struggling, but it is comforting to know that you're not alone in your dark experiences, and to hear people talk about their own experiences and to be able to relate to it. Like, even when I started this channel, it's harder for me sometimes to talk about my own experiences, and I just thought like no one cares. But I'm realizing that as humans, like, we love hearing other people's stories, and we connect through story and sharing this human experience. So comfort yourself, accept your authentic self, learn to start showing up as that person more, even if it's just with yourself, and accepting yourself. You know what I mean? Like, accept when you have these dark emotions and be kind to yourself about that. Because you're perfectly fine no matter what state you're in. You're perfect the way you are, and you're deserving of love and respect, and you at least have to give that to yourself. You don't need another person to fix this pain. All you ever needed was yourself. When we have a major change in life, when what we expected out of life completely changes, or our daily experience of life drastically changes, obviously that's going to be scary and difficult and painful at first, especially if it's something we perceive to be a negative thing, like a relationship ending. But ultimately, all of the best things in life come out of change. And think of all the major changes in your life and how they have benefited you and led to amazing things. At this point in my life has fallen apart so many times, and I felt like everything's over and it's never going to be okay again so many times. And then to find myself in a completely different place, feeling better years later, I've had that happen enough to know that when it feels like everything's over, it's not actually, and that your life is going to feel like it's ending many, many times. And it doesn't mean that it actually is. You can't see yet the beautiful life that is waiting for you on the other side of this. And it's hard for you to comprehend it right now, but you just have to believe that it's there. And honestly, celebrate the endings in your life and the pain, knowing that it's gonna bring you more blessings. It's like giving birth. Like, giving birth is so painful. It's a traumatic process. It's really intense. But at the end of it, you have a beautiful baby. And so just realize that right now you're in the painful process of giving birth, but there's going to be a beautiful outcome. Try to see everything that happens to you as a gift, because it can be, and it is if you believe that it is. And earlier in the year when I got really sick, I was allergic to everything. I was like, I can never go to restaurants, I can't wear makeup, I can't travel, I can't eat so many different foods, and I feel so sick. I don't know how I'll ever be okay again. I can't work. And I didn't see a way for me to ever be happy again or enjoy life again, because I couldn't comprehend how different my life was about to become, and how I didn't need any of those things to be happy, and I would find happiness from other sources. My life transformed in the most beautiful way, and I'm happier than ever without all of those things. or I guess some of those things, because some of them I'm able to use now. But you can't see what's on the other side. You don't know what is going to bring you happiness in the future, and you're not meant to know yet, but just know that it's going to happen eventually, and you just can't imagine yet the way in which your life is going to transform. And sometimes the universe has to take away what is comfortable to us, because if we're comfortable, we'd never move. We'd never want to make changes in our life. Try to just surrender to the process and give up what your ego wants, and understand that this is what your higher self wants, and your higher self chose this for you. It chose for this ending to happen because it knew the rewards on the other side of this. And it might feel painful. You might not feel like you want to accept this. You might not feel like this is ever what you're gonna want, but for now you just have to surrender and get through this. And it's okay for you to feel that way and to feel like you don't want it, and just be present with your emotions and really let yourself feel them, because you're feeling this way and you're releasing these emotions so that they can be released for good, and so that you can go through the rest of your life without these wounds. So I think the lesson is really that we need to meet our own needs and give ourselves whatever it is that we want from other people, or whatever it is that they were giving to us that made us feel good. A lot of times our love languages are actually things that we struggle with giving to ourselves. So if your love language is acts of service, do you take care of yourself? Do you cook healthy meals for yourself? Do you do nice things for yourself? Are you responsible? Do you do the chores that you need to do in order to feel good? My biggest love language was acts of service, and growing up, I didn't feel like my parents took care of me as much as I wanted them to. And the reality is I didn't take care of myself for most of my life the way that I should have. If your love language is physical touch, do you feel connected to your body? Are you taking care of your body? Are you proud of your body? How can you feel proud of it? How can you love and appreciate it? And how can you make it feel good and move your body in a healthy way? If your love language is words of affirmation, what is your self-talk like? Are you kind to yourself? Do you feel like you're good enough, or do you need someone else to validate that for you? If your love language is giving gifts, do you do nice things for yourself? Do you reward yourself? Do you celebrate yourself? Do you feel like you can provide for yourself? Do you feel safe? If your love language is quality time, do you spend time with yourself, or are you always distracted? Do you really give yourself attention and spend time with your thoughts and your feelings? And do you give your emotions the attention that they need? So many fights in relationships are because you feel like someone else is not meeting your needs, but really you should be meeting them for yourself, and you shouldn't really expect or need anything from anyone. Every person wants to be witnessed and understood and listened to, and the same is for your emotions. They just want to be witnessed and understood and listened to, and they want attention, and they don't want to be judged. Don't label your emotions as bad or negative things. Try to just welcome them and accept them and feel them fully, and allow them to move through your body in a healthy way. I think sometimes it's hard for us to be present with our emotions if we're not like talking to someone else. You can sit and talk to yourself the way that that person would that would comfort you. Have that conversation with yourself like as if you were venting to someone else, and then comfort yourself in the way that you need. Do you check in with yourself and your needs, and are you there for yourself, or does it require the presence of another human? A lot of us were always searching for external fulfillment in something else, in love, in a relationship, in drugs, in wealth, in success. But none of those things are actually gonna help give us what we want. What we want has always been within us, and you can give it to yourself. And the external circumstances don't necessarily matter. Being single might help you meet your own needs, or you might end up feeling unhappy and unfulfilled and searching for something else to come and meet your needs. And these wounds are gonna show up in different ways regardless of our external circumstances. So they're gonna show up in relationships, they're gonna show up outside of relationships. But if you're watching this video right now, this is an opportunity for you to recognize this and to meet your own needs. It's easy to recognize the strength of our love and power when we pour it all into someone else. But we're all the embodiment of love, and what you see in that person is a reflection of your authentic self. I think that true love is just two authentic selves mirroring each other. And so what you loved was really yourself all along. But it might be harder for you to do that when you're alone. You might only be able to love and accept yourself when you have someone else reflecting it back to you and also validating you and accepting all of the bad parts of yourself. And even though you lost that person, you will always be here. You didn't lose yourself. And so you can find that love again, because it's always within you, and it always has been. And you will have fulfilling relationships again, and you will find that feeling again, and it'll never leave. And even your love for that person doesn't have to leave, and it doesn't have to bring up negative emotions. You can just be appreciative that it was in your life and you needed it, and it brought you so much happiness. And I know that all of this is easier said than done, but just being aware of our wounds and our shadow selves is so healing. And a lot of times these things can heal just from being brought to light. Just trust the process, be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself. I'm gonna pull some cards for any messages that anyone watching this video might need to hear. Balance spirituality and practicality. Yeah, don't use spirituality to try to escape your feelings. Be present with your emotions, and remember that this is about having a human experience and being human, but also, you know, keep that faith and keep that connection to source, and allow that to guide you and help you. A new romantic cycle begins. Yeah, so I think that's pretty obvious. Maybe you'll meet someone new, or maybe it's just about falling in love with yourself, falling in love with your authentic self, and meeting your own needs. Work through your fears. Yeah, I feel like this is happening so that you can feel these emotions and feel these fears and face these fears. And then once you're able to fully feel it and release it, you're gonna learn that it's safe for you to feel these things. It's safe for you to open up to people. It's safe for you to be your true self. And it's safe for you to feel heartbreak and loss and grief. And that's gonna help you work through your fears. So when these bad things happen to us, they're really a blessing, because they're helping us release different fears and release different pain and wounds from our body. What are the dominant emotions that run my life? There is power in your desires. Let them be your fuel today. Your desires are your soul's wings, and it's time to take flight. Today, go inward. Your answers lie within. What do you desire? Choose what makes you happy and do that. Yeah, focus on making yourself happy and doing what you want, not trying to please anyone else, or not trying to be a certain way for anyone else. Am I consistently showing up? Show up for yourself, meet your needs, be there for yourself. Some trade their dreams for comfort, yet comfort is the enemy of progress. Success requires showing up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, and even when it feels uncomfortable. It takes guts and an endless vision to stay consistent to your dream. Journal where you can be more consistent in your life in alignment with your soulful goals, then show up. And showing up doesn't have to mean being productive and getting things done. Showing up can mean being present with your emotions, or allowing yourself to rest and giving yourself the things that you need and that your body needs. It's really about consistently showing up and being there for yourself in the way that you need, and giving to yourself what you need. I'm gonna pull a few cards about what you have to look forward to. Confidence. Definitely makes sense. You're building confidence through this experience. Safe travel. Maybe you're gonna move, or maybe you want to travel. Maybe you needed this relationship to end so that you could make a move in your life, and you'll end up living somewhere that makes you happier, that you love, that you meet people that you're meant to meet. Or maybe you are going to travel and enjoy traveling and freedom, beauty. I think you're gonna feel beautiful, recognize your own beauty inside and out, and be able to share that beauty with other people and turn this experience into something beautiful. And we have abundance. Abundance in every area of your life: money, happiness, confidence, success, love. You can get love from everywhere. You can get love from yourself. I just got broken up with, and it's causing a lot of anxiety attacks, and making it hard for me to eat and sleep. And so it's bringing up a lot of old symptoms, and just reminding me of like feeling really sick, worrying about not being able to sleep, worrying about my life falling apart again because of my health. But I'm able to recognize now that these symptoms aren't a sign that my organs are deteriorating. It's just the result of a body that thinks there's a threat and is prioritizing survival over normal bodily processes. And so I'm realizing that what I'm working through right now is a fear of change. And I mean, this is a really important thing that I have to work through if I want to make changes in my life. And I have been manifesting a drastically different life, but the reality is I've been afraid of change, and I've been really comfortable where I'm at and really enjoying my life as it is now. But if I want my life to change, I have to release this fear of change, which I very clearly have an intense fear of change because this process has been so painful and it truly feels like I won't survive it at times, and I can't survive it, but I know that I experienced worse feelings twice this year for months at a time sometimes, and I did survive it even though I felt like I wouldn't. And now I have so many more tools to actually deal with it, and I have all this spiritual knowledge and insight, and I understand what's happening to me, and I have all these tools to deal with anxiety and to heal things, and I have a different perspective on it, which I didn't have when I was sick the first time. So I know, like, logically that I can survive this because I survived a lot worse, but it definitely feels like at times that I won't, just in terms of like feelings and emotions. And sometimes I'm just like, higher self, what are you doing? What did you sign me up for? Like, this is too much pain that I'm not able to deal with. But obviously I am, but it feels like I can't. And so I've just been working on allowing myself to feel the pain and release it in a healthy way, and change my relationship with it, and change my relationship with the physical symptoms that I'm having, and doing my best to keep myself in a calm state even though my body is really working against me. I shouldn't say that. My body is always trying to help me, and I love my body, but we're in the process of releasing a lot of fear that is no longer serving me. And so I'm realizing that this is happening for many reasons, and I'm sure I'll realize even more later. But one of them is that my heart chakra is opening. My heart chakra has been blocked for a while. I haven't been open to making new connections. I've been afraid to make new connections. And through this, I'm releasing grief. I'm releasing a lot of that pain. And I'm also motivated to make new connections and make new friendships and stuff in order to help me overcome this breakup, because I really was just relying on this one person to meet all of my need for connection instead of like having a good support system and having friends that I see often, because I was really just prioritizing my career and my relationship, and it felt like I didn't have time for much else. But that really should have been a priority, and that's something that now I'm going to make a priority because I have to, and I'm being forced to make this change. And it's funny because I always say, like, if you want to heal a chakra, you have to like act as if and like do the thing that's going to heal it before you feel ready to do it. And I've been wanting to heal my heart chakra. I've been setting the intention, and now I'm realizing I'm not going to make friends after I heal it. I have to go out and like be willing to make friends in order to heal it. So now that's where I'm at in my life. I'm open to making friends again. I'm open to making changes in my life and teaching my body that it's safe for my life to change. I'm also having physical symptoms in my throat, heart, and root chakra. So I can tell these are all areas that are being worked on right now for multiple reasons. But it's also nice to, when you're having physical symptoms, instead of being like, oh, something's wrong with me, like I have a disease or something, to be like, oh, my root chakra is healing. And I think that's just like a really good mindset to have. I know some people might call it spiritual bypassing or something, but I think there's a biological reason behind everything, because that's just how the world works. But the reality is that it's all spiritual. And so just because, like, yes, I have heavy metals, I have parasites, I have different diseases, but that can all vanish once the spiritual healing happens. And it is slowly going away on a physical and spiritual level as well. This really is like the final boss, and it's the hardest thing I've ever been through, like on paper, because it brings up all of my different wounds, all of my different fears all at once. But it's actually not as hard because I have these beliefs to comfort me, and I have tools like meditation, and I know how to regulate my nervous system, and I understand what's going on. So in that way, it's like I know I can handle it, and it's a lot easier than some of my previous experiences. But yeah, it's like I think of it as like the final boss, and it is the hardest level. But it's like sometimes when you get to the final boss in a video game, it's technically the hardest level, but it might not feel like the hardest level because you have the skills to deal with it. And that's basically where I'm at now. Like, I know I have the skills to deal with it, even though at times it feels like I don't. It feels like too painful. But logically and spiritually, I know that it's gonna be okay, and this is all happening for the best. And I can see that this is helping me work through my fear of change. And more importantly, it's getting all that trapped fear out of my body. It's like I have not only my lifetime of trapped fear that I never released, but many lifetimes. This has been really comforting to me. When you have negative emotions, understand that you're releasing it for good. Like, you're releasing that feeling, and that this fear, as you're going through a spiritual awakening and you have fear come up, or you have depression come up, you have anxiety come up, this is a feeling that has been in you this whole time, trapped in your body, affecting your life, affecting your experiences, affecting what you're willing to do. And you know, this fear has been holding you back. These feelings have been subconsciously controlling you and blocking your blessings and making it hard for you to enjoy life. And so by feeling this fear, once you're on the other side of it, your life is going to be so different. You're going to be so much happier. Your experience of life is going to be so much better because you're releasing all of this stuff that was in your body this whole time affecting you. So I'm very much aware that that's what's happening to me right now. It's still really hard to deal with. There are good moments and bad moments. Some moments I'm like, I'm gonna die from the pain. I can't do this, I'm not strong enough. And some moments I'm like, I actually feel good and relaxed and happy and grateful. And then some moments, I would say most moments are somewhere in between, where I'm working on, I don't know, just honoring my feelings, but also like working through the fear in a healthy way. But yeah, there's a lot of anxiety and fear and things coming up, and it is getting easier each day. I'm on like day 3. The first day was extremely difficult. The first night I was like in denial and like processing it and like confused because I just was not expecting it. And normally I know things before they happen, and so I guess I wasn't meant to know this, obviously, but I was just like in denial at first and processing it. Then I got angry. The stages of grief are like so real, it's funny. And then I couldn't sleep that night, so then I ended up having a lot of physical symptoms from anxiety and really struggling that day to stay in a positive mindset, and just like having all these old fears coming up about my sleep, about my health, about my relationship. And it was extremely hard to like control my thoughts and get myself out of that mindset. I basically didn't, but I listened to a few meditations and I was finally able to sleep. Then after that, I felt a lot better. I actually had a really enjoyable morning, went on the roof, listened to positive music, made some videos, and then experienced extreme horrible pain. I think mainly fear was the pain coming up, the fear of change and like losing people. It's also the week before my period, which I'm always like sicker and more sensitive this week, so it's like there's also that. But that is also kind of a good thing because then it makes me like read into my symptoms less. And also I have come such a long way with my relationship with my health and like really not stressing about it and not letting things escalate and not like reading into my symptoms and telling my body it's okay to feel this way and like everything's fine, it doesn't have to be stressed. But it was still bringing up all these feelings. I think just for them to be released like a final time, because I hadn't really felt them since I learned how to actually feel and express emotions. So now that I know how to like release emotions in a healthy way and feel them in a healthy way, I think like all of these old emotions have to come up so that I can finally release them. So I can tell that's what's happening. So yeah, I was feeling a lot of fear. And then I ended up journaling. I wrote a letter to my past self. And I wrote about every single thing I could think of that my younger self ever feared, ever worried about, and told them it ended up okay, because it all did. And sometimes things would be bad, but then eventually they end up okay, you know? Like it would never be like the worst possible outcome. It would never be like the things I really truly feared and like spent so much time worrying about. So I wrote a letter to my past self just saying like every single thing that ended up okay, every single thing that ended up happening. And that was really healing. I think that really relieved the pain. And so that fear started to dissipate. I started to feel good again. And it's kind of like gratitude journaling because you're kind of writing like everything that ended up working out that you're grateful for. But it's also like time doesn't exist. So when you speak to your past self and you comfort them, you're helping them. And so you're getting rid of the fear that you felt in those moments that is still affecting you to this day. So I've been like thinking about my past self a lot lately and like returning to all the moments where I felt so much fear and anxiety and telling myself that I'm gonna be okay, like telling my past self like, hey, it turns out okay, it ends up being good, like you end up getting healthy again, like everything works out, you know, like just going back to all those moments and comforting my past self. And I think that has been helpful, and I need to remember to do that for the me right now and comfort this version of me, because this is rough. But yeah, I've been manifesting this life where I have this big community and I travel and I live in Spain and I have money and I have a successful business. And the reality is I was so comfortable in my relationship, I probably would have decided to not do any of that in order to just stay in my relationship. And I wasn't opening myself up to new friends and things like that. But yeah, a lot of times we have to face change in order to have a different life, obviously. And our fear of change holds us back from so much stuff, because you can only let into your life what your ego is going to allow you to let in and feel safe letting in. And so by facing this change and facing our fears and then teaching ourselves that it's safe and that everything turned out okay, that's how you overcome the fear. After this, I'll no longer have the fear of change. And so then I'll be able to allow positive changes into my life, because my ego and my subconscious programming and my body that reacts to these things in extreme fear and anxiety, all of that is no longer going to be affecting me. It's still extremely difficult, and the only way out is through and just surrendering and letting yourself feel it. And to the best of your ability, just find comfort in the fact that it's bringing in a better life for you. And once you don't have this fear in your body, staying stuck in your body and affecting the way you live your life subconsciously and affecting what you're able to bring into your life is going to get so much better. I also think that years from now, there's going to be a mass awakening. There's going to be people going through exactly what I went through this year, exactly what I went through my whole life in terms of like the chakra healing and things like that. And so I think people will be able to come back and watch these videos and like be like, okay, this is literally the experience that I'm having. This is the process I'm going through. And then they'll be able to see me in the present, which a few years from now, I think I'll be really healthy, really happy, enjoying life, living an amazing life in alignment with my highest self. And so I think that's like part of the purpose of all of this, is years from now, these videos will help people who are going through the same thing. And I think that's why I felt like I need to document all of this in the way that I have. But yeah, the more that you feel pain, the more you're releasing it from your body forever. And you've had all this pain trapped inside of you and it's coming out now to be released. And so it's really a good thing to be going through this, and it's worth it. I was kind of wondering earlier this year, like, why was I sick for so many years of my life? Like, did I have to be sick for that many years, like, to get the message across and like to have the spiritual awakening? Like, it seemed a little excessive. And I think, like, I feel like I could have gone without a few years of straight like sickness and being miserable. Especially when I did like a 1-year treatment of Lyme disease. It felt like I didn't learn much. I didn't grow much. Like, I was like a shell of a person. Like, I barely had thoughts. It was just like a lot of suffering and not really learning or growing much. But now I realize that the purpose of that is to release all of this trapped pain, all of this pain from different lifetimes and from this lifetime. And sometimes we have to suffer for like years straight in order to release all of this stuff. And there's always going to be a physical explanation behind it. And that's why a lot of people going through spiritual awakenings have addiction or have chronic illnesses, because that's like a biological reason that you would be experiencing such extreme mood swings and physical symptoms. But the reality is it's a spiritual experience and it has this deeper spiritual meaning behind it. And even if you're like old by the time that you feel like you finally heal, you're going to have the rewards from the work that you've done in this lifetime in all of your other lifetimes, for eternity, for infinite lifetimes. You're going to be able to enjoy life and not experience pain and suffering on this level ever again. And so the work that you're doing is so worth it. It's just hard sometimes to like see it from that perspective. But no matter what age you are, like, you're gonna benefit from all the work that you're doing in this lifetime for such a long time. And the more work that you do in this lifetime, the more you're willing to evolve and challenge yourself, the more you're going to have fun in your next lifetimes and not have to go through these lessons. I think that's everything I wanted to say. I just made this video so that if someone is going through something similar, hopefully this can help you a little bit. And a few months from now, when I'm great and in a much better place, I know that I will eventually recover from this. And so hopefully you can see that and feel hopeful that you'll get through whatever difficult thing you're going through as well. This is all just a part of the process, and it's really difficult at times and really painful, but it is all worth it in the end. And when you pray, God is answering your prayers, but God is answering every prayer you've ever prayed. And so if in the future you end up being grateful for this moment and you want different things that this moment led to, then that's why your prayers right now are being ignored, because your future self wants this. And time isn't real to the universe and to God, and so they just have every prayer you've ever prayed, everything you've ever asked for, and that's what they're giving to you. They're not just going to give to you what you want in every moment. You will get through whatever difficult thing you're going through right now, and it's going to be worth it in the end. And I just wanted to document the fact that right now I feel like I can't handle this. I feel like I'm in so much pain. I'm really struggling. I'm really having so many dark emotions, and I do have tools to kind of cope with it better, and I have all these logical and spiritual explanations that help bring me comfort, but it doesn't make the pain less painful. You still have to face the pain and feel it and deal with it, and there's really nothing you can do about that and no way around it. If it really feels too painful, you can ask the universe and your guides to spread it out and to help you experience it over a longer period of time at less intensity. So you always have the choice of how you want to work through these negative emotions. If you really feel like it's too overwhelming, you can ask for help and relief in moments. But yeah, just know that every time you are feeling it and every painful experience that you have, it's so powerful, and it's doing so much healing for you to just be having that experience. I've been really struggling the past week. I've been working through a lot of grief and fear, and I've been debating if I wanted to make a video about it, because I know a lot of people are inspired by me and I give them hope that they can be happy again and heal and stuff. And so I didn't want to like send the wrong message by making a video like, JK, I'm actually depressed. Although I'm not depressed. It doesn't negate any of the things I've said, but healing really is a roller coaster, and in general, I'm doing so much better overall. Like, it'll go like up, down, but you never go back to the low that you were at, even if it might feel like it sometimes. But if you really like look at it realistically, you'll realize that you have come so far. And I'm glad in general that I have been healing, but it does bring up new pain and new stuff for you to deal with. I also just have issues in general where I feel shame around expressing my emotions or expressing negative emotions and being honest about the negative emotions that I'm having, and just kind of these beliefs that people don't want to see that side of me, or that they won't accept that side of me, and that I just have to like put on the best part of me and put on that mask. And I've been training myself to stop repressing my emotions and to allow myself to feel my emotions so that I can release them and not be like traumatized by these experiences that I'm having, and not be keeping these emotions stored in my body and affecting me. But these old emotions have to come up now. And so now I'm having to deal with emotions that I never dealt with, that I've never really fully felt before, because I always was dissociated or just like apathetic, or I would just feel my emotions like at the wrong times. Like I would just be depressed for years for no reason over an event that happened a long time ago that I never fully processed. And so it's a difficult experience to actually like experience my emotions in the present moment and have to help myself through them and to experience them at such intensity. But then at the same time, most of the day I actually feel fine and happy. Like at least half of the time I feel completely fine and happy, and I'm not like depressed 24/7. But then like the other part of the time I'm like having a mental breakdown, experiencing the most extreme emotional lows of my life, and just like feeling like I'm gonna die and having that feeling come up and feeling like I can't survive it, and really having to like help myself through that and comfort myself through that and just be present with it so that it can be released, because I'm literally training my body right now that like it can handle difficult events, and that I'm still gonna take good care of it. I'm still gonna feed it. I'm still gonna do my best to sleep, and I'm still like gonna be here for myself, and that there's like nothing to actually fear when these horrible things happen. And so it's like bringing up all these old events that I never really, I think it's like the collective pain of like all of these old events in my life that I never really processed, and where these events did become a threat to my survival and my well-being, and I didn't take care of myself, or I didn't have caregivers taking care of me as well anymore. But yeah, it's been really, really difficult to like deal with all of these emotions, and there's really no way out of it. And you know, I have so many beliefs to come for me, and the universe has given me so many messages of why this is happening and how it's all happening for the best, and like how everything is going to work out amazingly. But none of that really helps, honestly. Like, you just have to deal with the pain sometimes and just get through it. And I think in these tower moments, in these moments where your life falls apart and you're grieving your old life, it's important to just feel the pain, and you're not supposed to like think or help your way out of it necessarily. Like, to some extent, you just have to allow yourself to feel the pain, because you're supposed to feel that pain, and you're supposed to grieve that event and feel what is happening to you in the present moment so that you can release it. If you like are constantly finding yourself in the same cycle, and you're just like perpetuating these old beliefs and these old fears and stuff, like that's when you need to learn to change your mind and learn to get yourself out of that. But when bad things happen to us, it's okay to like let ourselves feel the pain and feel the emotions, and not try to like completely change all of our thoughts and beliefs all the time. Like, I am gonna try to just enjoy life and like focus on what makes me happy, and recognize that certain belief systems need to change. But when the pain comes up, I just let it happen. I don't try to change it. You never want to try to change your emotions. You always want to just change your thoughts and beliefs. But you always want to like honor your emotions and be okay with when they come up. And it's good to practice being in positive emotions, like emotions of gratitude and stuff, and like spending time in those states. But if you're having like a really negative emotion come up, just like let that ride out. Let that happen, let yourself feel it, and just like wait till it passes before you're trying to just make yourself happy again. Because we really are meant to feel these things and to release them. But yeah, at one point I was just like totally overthinking everything. I was like, okay, I have to figure out how to get myself out of this. I have to like think my way out of this. I have to figure out like exactly the steps I need to take to be happy again. And I think I'm just at a point now where I'm just accepting it. I'm just like giving it up to the universe. And our belief systems change throughout our lives, because certain belief systems serve us at certain times. And so when I believed in manifestation, and I still believe that whatever you believe creates your reality. So if you believe in manifestation and that you could just manifest anything out of thin air, then you can. But if you believe in God and a higher power that just is controlling everything, and you don't have to lift a finger, and it's all just up to God, then that's true too in your life. And right now I'm at a point where I believe that God is helping me through this and guiding me through this, and that I can kind of surrender more, and that it's not all in my control and up to me to fix everything. And I also believe right now that the reality that we manifest is not just based on our beliefs and our thoughts. It's kind of based on how healed we are, which is very much tied to our thoughts and beliefs. If you're in survival mode, then your reality is going to reflect that back to you, so that you can learn to get out of survival mode. Like, I think for me, I just noticed that the situations that happen in my life happen so that I can heal different parts of me. And I was realizing how codependent I am, and how I need to change my codependency and stop relying on other people for validation so much. And then I realized like I'm always trying to change myself. I'm always trying to improve. And of course I don't feel like I love myself, because I'm always trying to change myself instead of just accepting who I am. And I think I needed to realize that like exactly at this point in my journey, because when I was in survival mode and I didn't feel safe in my body, and I wasn't taking care of my body, and I wasn't setting boundaries, those are all things that I actually did need to change. Like, I needed to make those changes in my life and develop good habits and take care of myself in order to heal my root and sacral chakra, so I can like feel healthy and feel safe. And I actually did need to change and improve at that time in my life. And now I'm healing my heart and my throat chakra. And so the things that I've been wanting to change and improve about myself are just being open to new connections, and being more comfortable being authentic in every situation, and speaking more clearly and confidently. And also I want to stop, seeking external validation, and stop getting defensive and offended when people criticize me, or when they want to change something about me, which is literally just a reflection of me wanting to change myself and being a perfectionist. But I really realized that all these things I want to change about myself right now, the real root of them is just me accepting myself. And if I just accepted myself instead of always trying to change and improve, I would be open to new connections and new friendships, and I would be more authentic and speak more confidently if I just accepted myself, and I wouldn't get so offended when people bring up things, and I wouldn't like take them so personally. And yeah, so I'm going through this heart chakra healing right now, and that's where I'm at. And I realized, like, to heal the heart chakra, you just have to accept and love yourself unconditionally, and it's all about unconditional love. And I knew that, but I just had to learn it in this order. But now I'm at a place in my life where I'm done trying to change myself. I'm done trying to improve. I'm going to try to just accept myself as I am and accept the bad parts of myself and be kind to those parts of myself. And accept that I am codependent, and accept that sometimes I'm really quiet and shy and uncomfortable speaking, and accept that I am an emotional person and it's okay to have emotional lows, but also to accept that I feel shame sometimes when I express my emotions, and that it makes me uncomfortable sometimes to express my emotions. And all these different parts of me are okay, and like, I don't need to be mean to these parts of me and not accept them and try to change them. Like, I can just love them unconditionally and honor them. And yeah, that's the lesson that I'm going through right now. And I think that there are times in your journey where it serves you to just believe that you are in control and you can have anything you want, and you can be happy forever, and you can be healthy forever, and you can manifest whatever you desire. And there are times in your journey where it serves you to want to change and improve yourself. And then there are times where it serves you to just accept yourself as you are, and it serves you to just give it up to a higher power. And all of those things are okay, and they don't actually contradict each other, because it's okay for our belief systems to change and for us to evolve and grow. And whatever you know and believe in each moment is what you're meant to know and believe in that moment in order to create the human experience that you're meant to have. And I wanted to believe at one point that I wouldn't experience much more pain in life, and that, you know, life was just gonna keep getting better and better. But I understand that pain is necessary. It's a part of life. It's okay. Sorry about my throat. I literally don't know what's happening. I'm like going through a throat chakra thing. Part of the human experience is experiencing pain, and you're meant to experience pain, and it's okay to experience pain and to not be happy all of the time. And after I started meditating and changing my belief systems and everything, I had many, many months of just pure happiness, not much suffering, not much struggling, not much pain. And I really needed that, honestly, because it had been a rough year. It had been a rough life. There are times in your life where you need a break and you need to be happy, and the universe is always going to give you what you need, and the universe is never going to give you something that you can't handle. And now I'm at a place where I can handle this pain, as hard as it is and as much as it feels like maybe I can't at sometimes. I know that I can, and I'm getting myself through this. I know that this experience is literally healing my trauma and releasing all this old pain from like teenage years, from my entire life. And when I can see it from that perspective, it's like, obviously it's worth it to be in pain to heal so much past stuff and not have it affect me for the rest of my life. And also just reminding myself, like, I used to be depressed for years. I used to be so anxious and sick for years and years and years. And yeah, now it hurt, like, this really hurts, but I have moments of happiness still. I'm not just in a straight depression. I don't feel sick. I don't feel anxious. Most of the time, when I do feel anxious, it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Because it's like, sometimes you're like, what is the point of all of this? Like, I keep thinking my suffering is over, and then it just continues, and it's like you can just get really discouraged. But the reality is, I look at how far I've come on so many levels, and it really puts things into perspective. Like, okay, the healing, it is doing something. Like, we're getting somewhere for sure. Like, I've literally come so far in so many areas of my life, and also just in my experience of life. Like, the fact that I'm able to go through a really difficult event and still find happiness every day and not just be like completely depressed and numb is really, really beautiful and amazing. And that was not the case previously in my life. And also being healthy, like, that's all I ever cared about at so many times in my life, and health is everything. And as long as you have your health, like, you can create a new life for yourself and life goes on, and not having your health really takes everything from you. So just like remembering that all at times in my life, all I ever wanted was health, and I'm so grateful to be healthy and to feel good in my body. And who cares what's going on outside of that if I'm healthy, because life is gonna go on and I can find different ways to feel joy. But again, there's really no way around the actual pain itself. And I used to use all these different, like, I used to try to think my way out of pain and be like, well, everything's gonna work out, everything's gonna be fine, or I shouldn't feel this way because this and this. And now that I'm like really in tune with my emotions, none of those things help. None of those things do anything. I still feel the pain. There's no way around it. And that's okay. That's just what you have to do. You just have to feel it. It doesn't matter that you know everything's gonna work out. You're still gonna feel the pain. It still has to be released. And all of these beliefs do kind of bring me comfort, and during my more neutral states, they'll bring me happiness, but they don't take the pain away, and that's okay. But yeah, I just wanted to be honest with you guys about where I'm at. I'm always gonna be really authentic on this channel. And when you start healing emotionally and physically, things do just get better and better and better. But there's gonna be moments that are really low and really difficult to deal with. But it really is worth it in the end. And in general, like, you're only going up. It's just like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. But yeah, it's been a dark week. I've been really spiraling, really like overthinking, really struggling, feeling like I can't deal with this, I can't be alone. Just feeling so many really dark, difficult emotions and crying excessively. Also, like yesterday at work, I was literally like crying in between serving tables because I taught myself to stop repressing my emotions. So it's like hard now to like repress them, and also I don't want to repress them. But also it felt like my emotional state is like creating my reality, and I still see that. And so it was like a stressful day at work, and everything was kind of going wrong, and like the timing was off, so that, you know, I would get like a bunch of tables all at once and have a bunch of stuff to do all at once, and like just all these little inconveniences. And it was just really showing me like your emotional state is creating your reality. But I know that right now I'm not meant to like control it. Like sometimes you just have to feel the pain. Sometimes you just have to be sad. And it's true that we're in control of our reality, but there are times where things are just meant to be a certain way, and you're just meant to feel certain things. And you don't always have to like be in control and try to fix everything. That's more helpful if you just are continuously in the same situations and like you really need to make a change in your life and like break that cycle. But if you've already kind of broken that cycle, then like pain is going to come up to be released, and these different experiences are going to happen to heal different parts of you, and you're not meant to escape that. So yeah, I just wanted to be honest. I'm having a really rough time, but at the same time, there's a lot of beautiful, happy moments, and that's where I'm at. Healing isn't linear. Please don't let this discourage you. It's still totally worth it to do the internal work and to work towards healing. And I would never want to go back to the person I was before this. But yeah, it's not easy all the time. I'm not happy all the time. I was for a very long time, and now I'm at a period in my life where I'm really shedding my old self and my old beliefs and having to step into a new version of me and having to release a lot of past pain. You don't have to be happy and grateful all of the time to manifest your dream reality. It doesn't have to be all love and light for you to manifest your desires and to heal. You're going to have negative emotions come up as a part of the process to be released. And you definitely don't want to push away these emotions or try to ignore them and try to fix them or see them as a bad thing. And there is a certain way that you should address them in order to help them be released. But manifesting is not about feeling happy and grateful all of the time. There are going to be negative emotions that come up in order to be released. So there are 2 main reasons that we have negative emotions come up as we're on this spiritual journey or we're trying to manifest our dream life. One is because they're moving out of your body for good. They're coming up to be released for good, so that you no longer have this emotion or this feeling or this fear affecting the way that you live your life or staying trapped in your body. Especially if you have repressed your emotions a lot or distracted yourself a lot or judged yourself for having negative emotions. These emotions need your attention and they need to be released. So understand that when you have negative emotions come up, it's not a bad thing. It's not like you're failing because you feel self-doubt or because you feel fear or grief. Try to recognize that when an emotion is coming up, it's so that you can get this emotion out of your body for good, so that it no longer affects your life and it's no longer a part of your life. So one emotion that I have come up a lot is self-doubt, and I'll feel like I want to delete my videos and I'm not good enough and all these different fears and feelings. And I recognize that that's just the self-doubt moving out of my body so that it can be released for good, and one day I won't feel that. And I don't make decisions based on that feeling. I just give that feeling the attention it needs and find healthy ways to release it. And so these feelings might come up multiple times to be released. They might come up in phases so that it's not so overwhelming, or it might happen all at once. Like, don't assume that you're gonna keep having to go through this, but don't be surprised either if it's happening again, and don't let that discourage you. And the other reason that we have negative emotions come up, and this reason is still connected to the other one in a way, but it's to heal the subconscious association that we have with whatever triggered the emotion and to heal the wound that's there. So to help you work through like certain fears and certain feelings that come up when certain things happen to you. Because when you're able to fully be present with an emotion and allow yourself to actually feel it fully, and then naturally you're gonna get back into a state of feeling okay again, your body learns that it was safe for you to fully experience that experience and to feel that emotion, and that you were able to fully do that and then still be okay after. So it removes the association it has with whatever triggered you. And so the fear behind whatever triggered you is going to slowly go away as you're able to do this more and more. So it's really important that we allow ourselves to feel our emotions and handle them in a healthy way in order to work through these things. The only reason that we have certain fears and certain triggers is because we never fully allowed ourselves to feel the negative emotions that happened as a result of those triggers. So when something bad happens to you and then you don't fully let yourself feel the pain and you distract yourself, or you judge yourself for feeling that way, or you just try to push it down and numb it with drugs or whatever it is, that's what creates the fear of that situation, and that's what creates that negative association. When we repress our emotions, it causes this stress response. And so this is the source of a lot of our fears and triggers and trauma. And just by simply feeling your emotions fully, you can work through all of these fears to the point where they will be gone and you won't be affected anymore by your triggers. So the way to deal with these negative emotions in order to grow and heal is to give them the attention that they want and actually be present with them. We're so used to distracting ourselves, or we feel like we can't handle the pain, or just like we don't even realize that we're not being present with our emotions and we're going on our phone or whatever. We're never really sitting in silence with our thoughts and our feelings and feeling the sensations in our body and giving them attention and asking ourselves, how can we work through this and how can we release this, and asking our body what it needs. And that's what you really need to do in order to actually heal and to release all of this trauma. And if you had done this, you wouldn't even have trauma in the first place, because the negative events would have just happened, but they wouldn't be sticking with you and still affecting you in your life. But the fact that you never let yourself fully feel it and release it in a healthy way is the reason that it still affects you. But by revisiting all of these different feelings and all of these different associations, and then changing our relationship with it by letting ourselves feel it, that's how we get over this. That's how we heal and overcome all of these different fears and all of these subconscious blocks and different triggers and different wounds. So first you want to feel and acknowledge the emotion, give it attention, be present with it, ask it what it is, what it needs, where did it come from. Let yourself feel where it is in your body, and ask if there's see if there's a certain way that it would like to be released. I like to understand where this emotion comes from and if there's any underlying meaning or experience behind it that leads me to feel this way so strongly, because the awareness of our different wounds and different experiences can really help heal them. And also identify if you're having any cognitive distortion. So are you mind reading? Are you assuming that people are thinking certain things about you? Are you assuming certain things about the future? Are you assuming the worst possible outcome is going to happen? Do you feel like things should be a certain way? Try to go through the list of cognitive distortions and see if you're engaging in any, and try to see the reality of the situation. And I have a workbook coming out soon that is going to help you with all of this, and has this whole process laid out in a really easy way, and then has different ways for you to transmute the emotions written in depth. Then you're going to want to release the emotion. So see if there's a certain way that your body wants you to move, or is it through tears, maybe through breath work. You might find that physical exercise is helpful, or just like random movements that feel right to you, depending on where the emotion is in your body. Cara Elizabeth on YouTube talks a lot about body work with releasing emotions. I would go check her out if you want to dive into that a little bit more. But you can release emotions through movement, through tears, through journaling, talking about them, through creating art, creating YouTube videos, and also through transmuting them into different, more positive emotions. And I personally like to do all of the above because it really helps me move through emotions quickly, and I find that it can be helpful to use a lot of different techniques with each emotion. So every time this emotion comes up, try to find a way to release it. And then after I release it, I like to think, can I transmute it? So for example, you can transmute grief into love, because that love has not gone away, it's still there. And you could transmute it into empathy for other people, into art, tears. I think emotions like anxiety and fear and anger are emotions that are really good to do a lot of movement with, because they really are asking for your body to move and to protect itself. Think of it as a good thing when emotions come up, because you're healing that part of yourself, and it's healing so that you can release this thing for good, so that it's no longer getting in your way. So to give you an example, when I set the intention to heal my sacral chakra, I had all these different memories of shame come up, and different things reflecting it back to me in my life, and new experiences of shame coming up. And I was able to allow myself to fully feel these feelings and revisit those memories that I had never allowed myself to feel the pain of fully. And then by allowing myself to feel that pain and then returning back to a state of feeling okay, which is always going to naturally happen, I was able to move that shame out of my body and change my relationship with shame. But I've been doing a lot of different things to work on building confidence. And the thing that finally solidified my confidence was actually releasing my shame. And then more recently, I've been working on my heart chakra, listening to heart chakra meditations, and I got broken up with. And so I have this feeling of grief coming up and loss and all this pain. And it's reminding me of all these different feelings I've had every time a friendship ended. And I've had a really blocked heart chakra, and I haven't wanted to make new friends, and I haven't been open to new connections. And so this experience is coming up so that I can work through this grief and allow myself to feel it fully and release it for good. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that, because you're probably healing so many different aspects of yourself at once. I can see how this is healing so many different things about myself, and same with the whole shame experience. That was a lot more nuanced and complicated. But just understand that when these emotions are coming up, it's so that they can be released, so that they are no longer in your way. They are no longer affecting your ability to manifest or your ability to enjoy life and be healthy. And remember that your higher self chose this. Your higher self knew the pain that you would go through and decided that it was worth it for the reward, because your higher self knows the reward. Your higher self knows better than you. And it might be really painful for your ego. You might feel like you don't want to go through this, and that's definitely how I feel a lot of times. But eventually you're not going to feel that way, and you're going to see why your higher self chose this. Going through this heartbreak also really affected my ability to sleep. And so I basically pulled an all-nighter because I couldn't sleep. And that created a lot of physiological stress in my body, and I kind of felt sick, and I felt super anxious. Because when you don't sleep, your body is going to release a lot of stress hormones. And so it was really hard for me to overcome that feeling, because it was physiological, it wasn't emotional stress. And even though I have all these tools now to work through anxiety and all these different things, it was difficult for me to overcome that feeling, and I wasn't really able to think my way out of it. And it brought up all these old fears and all these old associations because I had insomnia for so many years of my life, and it completely destroyed my life. I was failing classes because I couldn't sleep. I wasn't able to work certain jobs. I felt sick all of the time. It was ruining relationships, and it just made me feel like my life was completely out of my control. My sleep was just ruining everything in my life, and it just became this really unhealthy cycle. And so this recent experience of not being able to sleep really brought up all of those old fears and associations with not being able to sleep. And I was like, what if I can't sleep again the next day, and then it spirals out of control? My whole life is ruined again. I have to quit my job again. But allowing myself to actually feel that fear and that anxiety, and then things turning out okay and feeling okay again, is going to heal that fear and heal that association. And yeah, like I said, it was really hard for me to get out of that state of stress because it was so much caused by my body and not my mind. And I knew that if I could believe that I was gonna be able to sleep, that I would, but it was hard for me to have that be the overarching belief. And ultimately I did end up sleeping and everything's okay now. And the only thing that actually helped me get out of that state of stress was meditating. And I was really struggling to meditate all day because of how anxious I felt and just the state of my body. But I listened to these meditative mind chakra healing meditations that I really like. I listened to the root chakra one because that deals with safety and stability. And then I listened to the heart chakra one because I know that I'm working on my heart chakra right now. And midway through the second meditation, I was in a relaxed state where I knew I would be able to sleep now. Listening to affirmations was really helpful and calming as well, because the sleep deprivation really was just making all of these negative thoughts come up that were really hard for me to control. But the affirmations were helpful for combating that. And it is just a reminder of how important it is that we take care of our physical bodies, because if you're not sleeping enough, if you're not eating enough and eating enough nutrients, it's gonna be really hard for you to get yourself out of a state of anxiety or depression. It's so much easier for me to control my moods and my thoughts when I'm rested and healthy. And so I think it was just a great reminder too of how important it is that I prioritize my sleep and taking care of myself. And I think if it were to happen again, I wouldn't be as worried and as anxious about not sleeping. But that was a feeling that I have experienced so much throughout my entire life that I never really let myself sit with it. I never knew how to process my emotions back then. So this was a chance for me to heal that as well and actually give it the attention it always wanted. And I ran around, I did breath work, I journaled, I did basically the prompts of my processing emotions workbook, and also wrote about how I can transmute it using the workbook and any cognitive distortions I was having. And even though I literally wrote the workbook, it's so helpful to me because it's hard when you're in that state of extreme negative emotions to remember all of the tools that you have and to remember how you should handle this. And so having a resource like that, like this workbook that lays out for you, here's how you can heal this, here's how you can release this, is just so helpful in those states. And then it's also a really helpful way to be present with it and actually spend time feeling the emotion instead of being bored and wanting to distract yourself or something like that. So yeah, I hope this video was helpful. It's not a bad thing if you're experiencing negative emotions. They're just coming up so that you can release them for good, so that you can heal and live a better life. And you don't have to be scared about feeling anxious or feeling negative emotions and having it affect the way that you're manifesting your reality, because these things are probably coming up so that you can attract your desired reality. And it's really important that you actually allow yourself to feel and accept them and not judge them, and that you don't just try to immediately turn them into happiness and gratitude. It's actually really important that you feel them and that you honor these negative emotions and see them as a good thing as well, because they are, and it's healthy to feel this way. One of my favorite things about the human experience is how much our experience of life is just based on our perspective, and how it doesn't really matter what's happening in your external reality, because your experience of reality is all what's going on inside of your head. And you actually have so much control over what's going on inside of your head and what your perception of your reality is. I've been going through a breakup, and I know that this experience is helping me to learn and grow so much, and that one day I'm gonna look back on this version of myself and be so grateful to her and so proud of her, and realize that she was so strong even though in the moment I want to already be that future version of myself and I want to already have gotten through it and be reaping the rewards for that. But I just understood that one day I'd be looking back on this fondly and I'd be so grateful to this version of myself, and I would see this version of myself as honestly one of the strongest versions of myself, because it's the one that actually did the hard work and got me through the difficult situations in my life. In the same way that I look back on who I was like 6 months ago when I was really sick and I was so anxious and had so many unhealthy beliefs and thought patterns, and I definitely don't want to be that version of myself again, but I can look back on that version of myself with so much love and appreciation. And honestly, like, that is the strongest version of me, because that's the me that got me to where I am now, and that's the me that had to really do the hard work and change all of those things. So I've really just been looking at things from that perspective and viewing myself that way now, and being grateful to myself now and having so much love for myself now for being the version of me who is getting me through this and who's learning the lessons through this. And this is an era of my life where I'm really truly learning to love myself and fall in love with life and get to know myself. And I could just stay in that energy of grief and feeling like I miss my old life and feeling the loss, but I can see it from a higher perspective and know that this is such a pivotal time in my life, and to really appreciate it while I'm in it, because I'm never gonna get to live this part of my life again. If you're always just waiting for the next thing, waiting for your life to change, your whole life is gonna pass you by and you never got to appreciate or enjoy any of it. So try to find the good moments and really fully experience those and appreciate those while they're happening. I also realized that for the first time in my life ever, I'm completely alone and able to do whatever I want, and I don't have to worry about what anyone else wants, because I used to have roommates or be in a relationship. And so for the first time in my entire adult life, I live alone and I'm not in a relationship. And it's so amazing to have this much freedom and to be able to do literally anything I want and to just take care of myself and do what brings me joy. And so I really choose to view things from that perspective as well, and just appreciate the gift that it is to be alone and to be independent. Also, I'm so grateful for my health. There were so many years of my life where all I cared about was being healthy, and I actually have that now, and I don't have brain fog even. I have the body and the mind that I've always wished for and dreamed of, and always said, like, I'll be happy no matter what if I have this. So I remind myself of that as well, because I am healthy and it's so amazing to feel healthy and to be able to enjoy life. And I'm so grateful for that and want to make the most of that and want to focus on the things that I do have, because I have so much to be grateful for. When we go through these tower moments, the old you and your ego is really going to come out and feel sad and not want to die and feel scared. And you honestly have to just love and comfort that part of yourself and tell it it's going to be okay and that you're here for it. And don't succumb to fear. Don't act on your fear. Try to get yourself out of a place of fear and comfort your ego. If your ego wants something, just tell it it's going to have it, because you can. You are the creator of your reality. You can have anything you desire. Comfort your ego however it feels best to you. And as I've been doing this, I'm recognizing all of these old unhealthy belief systems I have that are dying. They are really going away more and more. And the part of me that feels fear, the part of me that feels shame, the part of me that seeks external validation, initially that part of me was coming up a lot to be released, but now it's something that I experience so rarely, and I really don't desire external things anymore to fulfill me. I've found that fulfillment within myself. I really don't desire anything anymore, and I really don't fear anything. Sometimes I have thoughts of fear, but there's no emotion tied to it. So I'll be like, what if I get sick again? Or what if I don't have enough money? And then I'm like, wait, no, you forget, like, everything works out for you. But there's no longer this like fight or flight, fear, anxiety response from my body. And it's like, after you comfort your ego and tell it what it wants, but don't act on it, then you enter this higher state of mind where you don't even care if you get what you want. And I implemented this mindset a few weeks ago where I see it from this place of one day I'm going to be so grateful to this version of me and have so much love for this version of me, and I never get to experience these moments again. And since doing that, it feels like I stepped into this future version of myself that sees it from that place, that sees it as this past event of suffering. And it feels like I've been able to like work through this tower moment really, really quickly because of that mindset. It's like I stepped into the future version of myself that sees it that way. And at times I like to see it from the past version of myself who would be so grateful to be where I'm at and would love the version of me that I am now, because this is the version of me that I was manifesting a few months ago. I think it's just so important to accept where you're at and stop trying to change things, stop trying to resist things. I know this might be contradictory to some of my videos that are about manifesting things that you desire. And I think there's a place for that too. I think that we're supposed to desire things at certain times. We're supposed to want to fix things at certain times. I'm at a place now where I'm just past that. I don't want to fix myself. I don't want to fix other people. I don't want to fix my life. I just know I'm exactly where I'm meant to be and everything is working out exactly how it should. And it's okay to oscillate, and it's okay to have these different mood swings and to feel different ways and to have your ego come out at times and then see it from a higher perspective at times. And you don't have to like change or fix anything. It's so hard to explain because it's like a paradox, but once I stopped trying to fix things, I got everything I wanted. Our suffering really comes from resistance and from resisting the present moment or resisting who we are. And just by accepting where you're at, accepting who you are, accepting whatever it is that you feel in each moment, everything just flows so much easier. But yeah, it's like I love the parts of me that feel desire when they come up, and I love them and I accept them and I understand them. And I love the parts of me that feel fear or shame or grief, and I just give them the attention they want. Like, all of these are different parts of you that will never fully go away, and you have to accept and love them. And in doing that, you become more in touch with your higher self and with the truth of who you are, instead of these old programs and societal conditioning and the ego and these survival fears. But yeah, I'm just at this place now of really accepting where I'm at, not trying to fix myself anymore, not trying to fix my mindset. And through that, it's been fixed. It's really getting rid of my fear and my negative emotions and my negative thought patterns. Because instead of being in this energy of control and survival, I'm just in this energy of acceptance and faith and trust and feeling safe. I understand now why they say that if you heal your heart chakra, it will heal all of your other chakras, because through having so much unconditional love for everything and for the universe and for where you're at, and understanding that it's all happening as it should, that does put you in touch with your emotions, and it does get you out of survival mode and make you feel safe, and it does allow you to speak authentically and be yourself, and it allows you to see things from a higher perspective and have an open third eye. If you're gonna think about the future or the past, find the joy in them, because either way, it's an illusion and it's something you're just creating in your mind. Every time you remember something, the memory changes in your brain. So I think we're actually changing the past as we recall it and as we interact with it. And I know this is true on some level, because when you go back and you talk to your old selves, when you connect to your inner child and you comfort them or you help them, or you reassure yourself about past experiences, you heal, and it really helps you in the present moment. But yeah, if you're struggling right now, if you're going through a tower moment, if you're going through a difficult time, try seeing it from a different perspective, and try thinking about how would you view it as a future version of you, knowing that this moment is turning you into the version of you that you've been dreaming of, knowing that you're gonna look back at this moment and be so grateful for all the lessons it taught you, and knowing that you never get to relive this moment again. So if you don't appreciate the good things that are happening right now, then you'll never get to experience them again, and you'll never get to appreciate them. I think that I actually have reached enlightenment, and I don't know if it's permanent. And I'm hesitant to say like I'm healed, because I know that healing never ends, and every time I think I'm healed, the universe will humble me. But I'm really at a place in my life where I no longer desire things, and I'm just so happy in the present moment. And even when I experience pain, I don't experience suffering. I think that I got here through really surrendering to God, surrendering to the universe, trusting that everything's gonna work out, having faith, and accepting every single thing about my life. Accepting the universe's plan, accepting other people and how they are, not trying to change them, not trying to help them, not trying to fix them, and understanding that they are exactly where they're meant to be, and that we're supposed to learn certain lessons, we're supposed to have certain flaws, we're supposed to have certain struggles and suffer in certain ways. And all the ways that I had to suffer in the past were necessary to get me to where I am now. And we don't really understand like the ripple effect that we have, and the butterfly effect of like every single decision you make. And sometimes someone who is broken is the catalyst for your healing. And so sometimes people are supposed to be struggling and supposed to be dealing with difficult things, and it's not your responsibility to help everyone. You should just trust whatever the universe is doing. And I do think a huge part of being human and the point of being here is helping people, and that's really been the source of my joy now. But there's a difference between helping people out of that being what you truly desire to do and what you feel drawn to do, what excites you, versus helping people because you're trying to control reality, you're trying to fix things, you're trying to prove that you're worthy, you're trying to make yourself worthy and valuable. I only help people when I truly desire to, and when that's what I feel drawn to do, and that's what brings me joy in that moment. Whereas I used to also help people because I felt like I wasn't worthy if I didn't do what other people wanted me to do, or because it really hurt me to see other people suffering and I really experienced their pain alongside them. And I don't feel that way now because I can see it from this higher perspective that it's all meant to be, it's all happening as it's meant to be. And I know when you look at the extremes of some of the suffering that people are going through, it's hard to see it that way. But I just know that I'm just a human with an ego, and I can't really understand the bigger picture. And we're all living many lifetimes. And the people who go through the deepest pain really help other people heal and help heal society as a whole through some of that suffering. When you abandon yourself to help someone else, you're playing God. You're saying God doesn't know what to do, I do, my ego does. And your ego does not know what's best for anyone. Your soul knows what's best for anyone. So really follow your soul. And you can do this by following what brings you joy in each moment. I don't do things out of curiosity anymore, and I don't do things out of desiring a certain outcome. I don't do things as a means to an end. And I don't do things out of fear or because I feel like I have to, because I'm trying to avoid some perceived threat. Everything I do is just whatever feels good in each moment. And you might be like, oh, well, then I'll never go to the gym, or I'll never eat, or I'll never go to work, or I'll never clean my house. But when you're really connected to your intuition, you will still desire to do all of these things at a certain point. I don't know if I desire to go to work, but it doesn't feel like I don't desire it. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm rejecting it. And when there are days where my body is rejecting it, I try to not work that day or take that day off. I realize that we all have the exact same wound. We're all seeking external validation. We all have this wound inside of us that just like wants to be loved and accepted and validated because we think that's what we need in order to survive, and we still have the brains of our ancestors. There's an evolutionary lag. And I just realized that people who experience lust, people who experience greed, who desire to be successful, who desire to be in love, who desire money or fame, all of this comes from a place of craving external validation. And that's because external validation will temporarily heal this wound. And same with drugs and alcohol, it will temporarily heal this wound. But the way to permanently heal this wound is to love yourself and accept all parts of yourself, and to really connect to yourself and get to know yourself and connect to the universe, because you are the universe. It's all the same thing. Connect to nature. And when you really tap into this love of the universe and love for yourself, you no longer desire external things because you don't need them to fill that void. For the past couple of weeks, as I was like going through all these different lessons and shedding all these old beliefs, I would get in these thought spirals where I would be like, well, if I don't have desire, then how will I ever be happy again? Like, if I don't want certain things in life, then like, what's the point of being human? How will I ever be happy? And I would kind of have like existential crises. And I realized that happiness does not need a source. Happiness does not have to come from external things. Happiness actually comes from within you, from chemicals that you generate in your brain. And it just comes from being in alignment with your higher self and like being in touch with the universe and really connecting to yourself and what you desire. And by desire, I mean what you desire in each moment, what makes you feel good in each moment, and just living moment to moment in the present, doing whatever makes you feel good, instead of desiring certain things because you want to feel validated, you want to feel good enough, you want to prove yourself to people. But it's like, you don't have to try to let go of your desires and try to let go of material things. When those thoughts come up about desiring a certain person or desiring a certain amount of money or desiring a certain career, just accept those parts of you and understand where they come from. They come from this place of wanting to survive, and just accept those parts of you, but you don't have to act on them. And as you continuously do this and you continuously show love to these parts of you and accept these parts of you and don't try to fix or change them, they just start to dissipate. They just start to come up way less. And so I really just try to be present in each moment, live moment to moment, doing whatever makes me feel good. But sometimes that means not being present or not feeling good or having these beliefs that you don't want to be having, and just accepting where you're at, accepting that that's exactly where you're meant to be. It's kind of like confusing and weird, and it's been like confusing me all week, but now I'm at a place where I've learned and like integrated all of the lessons, and I can understand how it works now. So hopefully this video makes sense, because you probably will have thoughts pop up of like, okay, how do I fix the situation? How do I fix myself? How do I get what I desire? How do I stop desiring? But it's like, literally whatever's happening, it's meant to be happening, and just accept where you're at and just have love for it. You don't have to try to fix your brain. You don't have to try to change your brain or rewire your brain. I think at a certain time in my life, that's what I needed to do. And so that's what I was drawn to do, and that's the perspective I was given. And so whatever perspective other people have or whatever they're doing, it's not your responsibility to change it, because they're exactly where they're meant to be as well. And it's not your responsibility to change what you're thinking either. But obviously you do have so much control over your mindset and your perspective, and you can do what makes you feel good. But if you have certain thoughts come up, you don't have to resist them and like try to get rid of them and try to fix things. And I think I needed to believe in manifestation to get where I am now. And I needed to desire success and money and subscribers and all of these things to get to where I am now, and that's the mindset that I was supposed to have at the time. So I think there's nothing wrong with wanting these things. There's nothing wrong with promoting these things. We're all at different stages and they're all beautiful. And when I first had this tower moment, I was like, I'm gonna get a reward. Like, I'm going to have amazing friends come into my life now, or I'm going to finally have success now. And this experience is bringing in everything that I want. And then I realized that there is no reward, and that the reward is me. And that the lesson this time was that I don't need to replace it with something else. I don't need to replace this love and this source of joy in my life that I just lost with something else. I'm replacing it with myself. And that's honestly the greatest gift, when you're able to really love yourself and love your life and not need anything else outside of that. I really have so much empathy and understanding for everyone now, because we really have the same wound. We all are seeking external validation through all these different things. And pretty much everything humans do comes from this place of wanting external validation, wanting to be accepted and loved. And it just shows up in different ways, whether that's addiction, whether that's chasing success, being a workaholic, whether that's always being in relationships, wanting love really badly, wanting fame. There's all these different ways it can show up, but we're all exactly the same. We all have the same wounds. We all have the same ego. And I have so much empathy and love for everyone, but I no longer take on their pain. I no longer feel pain when I observe these things. And it's honestly a weird experience and kind of like new to me, because for so long when something bad would happen to someone else, I would like literally feel the pain and be able to understand it on that level. But now I'm more detached from it. I can just understand it from like a logical perspective. And even my own pain it just isn't the same. Like, it feels blunted. I've been having some experiences lately where normally these experiences would cause me a lot of pain, and they just don't anymore. It's like I can just take the lessons from it. I can like cry a little, but it just doesn't hurt that bad. Like, it feels so mild. And I think that's because I worked through all of these old wounds and I finally released these old emotions. And I had all this grief and shame trapped inside of me that was creating my reality. And that's why we end up in these cycles, because you need to release your grief, you need to release your shame. So if you keep losing things, or you keep having these feelings of shame come up, it's so that you can heal it. It's so that you can finally feel it and release it. And if these emotions are just stuck in your body, then you relive the same scenarios over and over to try to make you aware of what you need to heal. But I feel like I finally released these emotions, and now I have this like clean slate. My karma is cleared, my past life stuff is cleared. There's a history of so much anxiety, codependency, addiction, mental disorders in my family, and I feel like, and health issues, and I feel like I've healed like all of that. Obviously, healing isn't linear, it never really ends. If I was never going to struggle again or feel pain again, I wouldn't be human, I'd probably die. But I feel like I'm at a place now where I'm really able to enjoy life and really be present and see things from this higher perspective while still having a human experience and having an ego and going after desires, but also not needing them to be happy. And I just realized now that all of my desires were coming from this place of wanting external validation and wanting something outside of myself to make me feel better, when really happiness comes from within, and it comes from loving yourself and connecting to the universe, connecting to yourself. It's all the same thing. And even my dream of like moving to Spain, or wanting to make new friends and like have a soul tribe, or wanting to be successful on YouTube, all of those things were me seeking something outside of myself, seeking this feeling that I've found now. This feeling that I already have now and that I've found just within myself. And when you meditate and you visualize these things and you imagine that future and you feel that feeling, you are generating that feeling without needing anything external to change. And essentially, I'm getting addicted to that feeling, and I'm learning to generate that feeling every single day so often, instead of getting addicted to these external things and seeking that feeling from these external things. So I think this is enlightenment. I don't really desire things anymore. Sometimes my ego comes out, but it's very subtle. I feel happy so much of the time. I feel incredibly happy. I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else outside of myself anymore. And I don't want to be anywhere else except for exactly where I am right now. And even when bad things happen, I just don't have this stress response anymore. Like, I don't have the physical anxiety or fear. I don't have strong amounts of pain. It's really just these subtle feelings that I allow myself to like tune into and learn the lesson from, but they're just like not bad at all. Like, I don't know, it's really weird. But yeah, there's good in every moment, and you'll never get to relive this moment. So I'm really just soaking it up, enjoying being a normal person, working a normal job, and appreciating all of the things about that are really amazing. A big illusion that a lot of us face is thinking that we are the victim of our lives and that life is happening to you. And the reality is that life is happening for you, and every single thing that happens in your life is happening for your benefit, and it's a reflection of whatever it is that you need to heal. And it's a reflection of whatever it is going on inside of you. Our external circumstances are just a reflection of what is inside of us, so that we can learn and grow and heal these parts of us. So the way people treat you, the jobs you end up with, your relationship with money, all of these things happen to you, not because you are a victim of circumstances, but these things are happening to serve you, to teach you what you need to change. So if you're looking out into your life and there's something you don't like, what is it that you need to change about yourself in order to have that reflected back to you? Our lives reflect back our wounds to us because we have these stored emotions in our bodies. We have these unhealthy beliefs. And so we end up in these cycles over and over until we make a change, until we do the internal work. Because your external reality is never going to change until you change internally. And it's so easy to mistakenly think that once we change the external reality, things will be better. But if you never change your internal reality, you're going to end up in the same cycles, in similar situations, learning the same lessons over and over, and you're going to essentially relive your trauma until you release it. I was able to get myself out of survival mode, connect to my body, connect to my emotions, actually feel and release my emotions. And now they no longer control me. They're no longer reflected back to me by my reality. My mind is in control now, and I get to be the creator of my reality, and my body, my old emotions are no longer controlling my reality. Everything is happening for you. Everything is happening in your favor because you're attracting the lessons that you need in order to heal. And it's only gonna hurt if you keep ignoring the lesson. The fights that you get into, everything is a gift. The things that people don't accept about you are things you don't accept about yourself, or the things that you dislike about other people are things that you don't accept about yourself. And you have to learn to accept these parts of you and love these parts of you. A lot of codependent people end up with narcissists because codependents and narcissists are equally insecure. They're both extremely insecure. And the difference is that the narcissist lacks empathy, has sociopathic tendencies, and the codependent has empathy. And there was a time that I believed I was better than people because I had empathy and they didn't. But the reality is, these are just survival mechanisms. One person learns to survive by having a lot of empathy. One person learns to survive by turning off that system. And honestly, one is not better than the other if you're able to look at it from a higher perspective. But this codependent narcissist dynamic, you're actually reflections of each other. You're both extremely insecure, and it just shows up in different ways. You both are seeking external validation, and it just shows up in these different ways. You're both trying to fix something, trying to have control over something, because the codependent is trying to heal the narcissist. The narcissist is trying to control the codependent. And so if you're in this situation, you need to learn to stop trying to control things, stop trying to people please, stop trying to be something that you're not, stop accepting this type of treatment, stop putting yourself in these situations. And I totally have so much empathy for people in these situations. I know it's so hard to leave an abusive relationship. I know it really negatively affects your mind and it's a lot to deal with, but you have the power to get out of any situation. You are not a victim of your life. Everything that's happening in your life is to teach you a lesson, to show you exactly what it is that you need to do in order to become the person you're meant to be. Pain happens to get your attention. Pain is a teacher. If you consistently ignore your pain, you're just going to experience the same pain in different ways in similar situations. If you put your hand on a hot stove, it hurts so that you take your hand off. You feel the pain, you notice it, and you move your hand. But when you feel emotional pain, a lot of times we don't let ourselves really feel the pain, and then we don't move our hand. And so when you have pain come up, when you have difficult situations happen, really look at it, examine what is causing the pain, and make a change in your life. Make a change in yourself, because your external reality is never going to change until you heal internally. Whatever other people don't accept about you, whatever they judge you for, are things that you don't accept about yourself. And once you accept them, other people will too. And anything that you don't accept about other people, that you judge them for, are things you also don't accept about yourself, and you need to learn to accept about yourself. And obviously there's different levels to it. Some people are worse than others, obviously, but on some level, anything that you judge in others is a part of you and is a part of you that you need to integrate. It's a shadow that you have. And obviously if you judge someone for being a murderer, I'm not saying it's because you're a murderer, but dive deeper and be like, why did that person murder someone? It's because they have unprocessed grief, and maybe you have unprocessed grief. Why do certain politicians lack empathy? It's because they're seeking external validation. It's because they have these wounds, they have these survival needs that they don't address. They have this ego that is running rampant, and we all have a part of that within us. And so it's really important to accept all of these different parts of yourself and understand that they're just trying to help you. They're just trying to protect you, and you want connection because you learned that you need it to survive, that you need attachment in order to survive as a baby. You want to fit in and be liked because we used to live in tribes and we needed to in order to survive. and you feel shame when you do certain things because you're afraid you'll be rejected, you're afraid you'll lose this attachment, this connection, and that's a threat to your survival because you think that you need to be accepted and be part of a community in order to survive. Because we still have the brains of our ancestors. And I think that if you're going through a spiritual awakening and you're healing and you're trying to get out of survival mode, you are contributing to the evolution of humanity, because we have all of these different survival instincts still in us that are no longer beneficial to our survival. It's not beneficial for you to be in fight or flight mode at your 9 to 5, or how a lot of men have a high sex drive because that's obviously how we reproduce, and in the past that was beneficial to the survival of the human species. But now with birth control and things, dating multiple people is actually probably not beneficial to the survival of the human species. And so I think that we're learning to overcome these parts of us, this part of our ego, this part of our survival mind, so that the human species can evolve and become more compatible with society. Because society is really incompatible with our biology. The beginning of this year, I was like, I'm gonna get rich so that I can go live outside, be in nature a lot, have a big community around me, eat really healthy, get sunlight, and be more aligned with my biology. But now I realize that I'm also able to change my biology to be more compatible with my reality. And it's really up to us to change these parts of our brain that are still wired for survival. But you do that by loving and accepting them and being kind to them, being understanding of where they come from. Because if you're trying to just get rid of them or fix them, then you're just falling into that trap of fear and control and thinking that you need to do something in order to survive, if that makes sense. And we all have to really accept and recognize these parts of our ego and these survival fears that we have and these unhealthy beliefs that we have, and accept them, try not to get rid of them, but don't act on them. You don't have to act on these things. Don't make decisions out of fear. Don't make decisions out of lust. Don't make decisions out of greed. All of these things are old programming that are not beneficial to us anymore. They're not necessary. We are spiritual beings. We're creating our reality. There is no scarcity. We can live any lives that we want, but we're just keeping ourselves trapped in these boxes because of all of these old fears. So as much as possible, try not to act on your fears. Try not to act on these limiting beliefs, and try to really get in touch with your soul and your soul's desires. Whatever is happening in your life, it's just to wake you up to whatever parts of you need to be healed. Don't ignore your pain, or you're just going to keep reliving it over and over. And you are not a victim of your life. Everything is happening for you. Everything is happening in your favor. It's all for your highest good. And you get to choose what to believe, how to approach your life, and what mindset you want to have. Having a physical body is a really important part of the human experience. And you really need to work as a team with your body and listen to it, because your body always tells you everything that you need and everything that you need to know. Our bodies tell us when they need rest. They tell us when to eat. They tell us when to use the bathroom. They tell us everything that they need. Things like physical symptoms and chronic pain are things that are getting your attention to something that you need to address and heal. But I think something that's really common is we start to disconnect from our bodies because of the discomfort of having a body and feeling pain. So if you feel like you're out of touch with your body and you're not in tune with these signals and knowing what your body needs, that's probably because you've kind of disconnected from it and tried to rise above it and not feel the pain and the things that it wants you to feel. But if you can really tap into your body again and listen to its signals and take care of it and give it what it's asking for, life becomes really easy and really enjoyable, because your body is such a great guide and it's always telling you what you need to do. If you experience fatigue, if you feel tired, if you're depressed, if you're unmotivated, that's your body telling you that it needs rest. It needs you to relax and to not only rest physically, but also to get out of a state of stress in your brain so that it can recover from whatever it needs to recover from. But a lot of times when we experience fatigue or a lack of motivation, we kind of freak out and we think we shouldn't be feeling this way. And we think, I live in a capitalist society, I can't rest, so something must be wrong with me that I'm feeling this way. And you ignore what your body is telling you. You stress out about it even more, which is the opposite of what it needs. maybe you get a diagnosis and then you are limiting yourself because of that diagnosis and in an even worse state of stress, and then the symptoms will continue to get worse and worse until you address the core issue. But a lot of times I think people just don't even realize what the core issue is. Our bodies know how to repair themselves. They're amazing at healing themselves if you can get out of the way. When you get a cut, it literally heals itself. That's like magic. But your body is just not able to recover when you're in a constant state of stress. Your body needs you to relax in order for it to repair itself. And a lot of times dealing with chronic illness, we just don't relax. It ends up being this constant cycle of stress instead. I think that our bodies are always alerting us to what we need to heal, and they're alerting us to the emotional healing that we need to do, because although everything is physical, there's also an emotional meaning behind everything. And so fatigue means that you need to rest, you need to get out of a state of stress, you need to slow down, you need to give yourself a break. Things like chronic pain and other symptoms, any other symptoms that you're experiencing are a reflection of whatever emotional blockages you have that you need to work through as well. So if you are continuously having pain in one area or having symptoms in certain body parts or organs, look into what that organ or body part is associated with, which chakra, and what emotions block that chakra. Different organs and body parts are associated with different things, and work to heal these parts of yourself and release these emotions. And you can literally just set the intention, just ask the universe, be like, hey, I need to heal my throat chakra, please help me to do this. And it's going to give you all the answers you need. It's going to guide you to do whatever you need to do. Just listen to those intuitive hits that you get and follow your intuition and follow what you want to do in each moment, and you're going to be guided to healing. That's what happened to me, and I went like chakra by chakra, and it was just crazy the way things unfolded and the way the universe answered all my problems and gave me all the solutions to them. Our bodies are literally like these amazing guides that we have in this lifetime to tell us what we need to heal, what needs to be worked on. But I think that sometimes we get so uncomfortable from the pain, from the emotional pain, the physical pain, that we start to disconnect from the signals instead of realizing what they're trying to tell us. Once I actually released my shame and grief and allowed myself to feel them and listen to my body and was in tune with my body, I now experience a level of peace and health and happiness that I didn't even realize was possible. I keep thinking that I'm gonna experience anxiety if I'm in a stressful situation, or that I'm gonna feel sad if something bad happens to me, but I really don't. I experience them at such a subtle level now, and I think this is the way that we're supposed to live, but a lot of times we have these blocked emotions, and so situations in our life keep triggering these wounds so that you can address and heal them. I just wanted to clarify, I still experience negative emotions. I'm not just like spiritual bypassing. I very much experience the full spectrum of emotions, and I'm very in touch with my emotions. But I used to experience them at such an intensity because I always ignored them and because I had these trapped emotions in my body. And so I think that my body was trying to get my attention and make me have to address it. But sometimes we just don't know that that's the step that we're supposed to take. And also, when you repress your emotions, your body thinks that you can't handle pain, that you can't handle negative emotions, that you can't handle negative experiences, because when they happen to you, you literally disconnect from the experience and you don't actually lean into the pain and allow yourself to feel it, which if you can just do that, it will heal it instantly and it won't be affecting you in the future. And so I was able to feel these old emotions that had been trapped in me since childhood and finally release them. And so through that, my anxiety has completely gone away, and the way that I experience emotions is so different because it's just not bad, it's not difficult, it's just not at an extreme intensity, because the second that I feel a negative emotion, I'm very present with it and I really give it my attention and figure out what it needs and like what it's trying to bring to my awareness. I don't think it's necessary to suffer as a human for the rest of your life. I think if you can heal the core wounds, then life becomes a lot easier. And that's what I'm experiencing now. And so I think we have these physical symptoms and mental symptoms because they're trying to bring awareness to a wound that we need to address. You can try to ignore the signals of your body, you can try to ignore the pain. I think it's just going to get to a point one day where you can't ignore it anymore. I know that's what happened to me. I would go through these phases where I would try to push through, ignore the symptoms I was having, and then it would get to a point where I couldn't ignore it anymore. I was not functioning like a normal human, and I had no choice but to address it. And maybe you think, I can't rest, I have to work. I personally think those are just limitations that you're placing on yourself. I think there's a way to get out of every situation. There's a way to meet your needs in every situation. And you don't want it to get to a point where you have no choice. But even when I couldn't work, even when I had to quit my job, even when I was so sick and my health insurance ran out, the universe still gave me everything I needed in order to be comfortable and to work on my health. And even though it seemed like I was in a really bad situation and that I was gonna run out of money and all this stuff, I had to get myself out of that state of stress in order to heal. And I had to literally brainwash myself and be delusional and believe that everything was gonna work out. And it did. I had really bad brain fog for so many years, to the point that I literally got an MRI because I was convinced I had brain damage. My memory was so bad, it was so hard for me to have conversations. It felt like I couldn't understand what other people were saying. Like, it felt like they were speaking another language. And for a long time, I really thought something is permanently wrong with my brain, something is really damaged. And I feel like my mind has been completely restored now. I think that brain fog happens because you're just not able to think straight and store memories and things like that because you're in such a state of stress. There's something called abuse fog as well, which is essentially brain fog that happens to people after abuse. And again, this is because you're in a chronic state of stress as a result of the abuse. And so this amount of stress is preventing your brain from functioning optimally. So literally the solution to everything is getting yourself out of a state of stress. I really thought something was horribly wrong with my body. I thought my brain and my body would never recover based on how horrible my symptoms were. And it just wasn't the truth. There was actually nothing wrong with my body, or if there was, it was able to recover once I got out of that state of stress. And so even if you have a diagnosis, if you have something wrong with your body, our bodies naturally repair themselves. They know how to heal themselves. And in changing your environment and changing your mindset and changing your habits, your diet, all of these things can turn different genes on and off and help repair your body. So if you're dealing with physical symptoms, if you're dealing with chronic illness, it's just your body trying to tell you what you need to heal and trying to tell you what to do and guiding you. And so if you can just start listening to it, honoring what it needs, giving it what it needs, paying attention to what it's telling you needs to be healed and what it's telling you is in pain, you can heal physically and mentally, and you will feel better than you've ever felt in your entire life. And I'm just speaking from personal experience. I didn't even realize this level of happiness and peace and health and energy was possible. And you can literally just set the intention to heal whatever you need to heal whatever chakra you need to heal, and the universe will guide you to heal that through different affirmations, meditations, sound baths, life experiences that help you to release the pain and be present with the pain, just different information. There are so many ways that everything just happened so serendipitously and led me to all of the answers that I needed and all of the healing that I needed. And experiencing heartbreak and actually allowing myself to feel that grief was so healing in so many ways, but also it made me experience unconditional love and understanding for everyone in a new way, and made me feel so much more connected to everyone, because I always thought that most people cannot understand the pain of having a chronic illness, and that's somewhat true. I mean, they'll never understand like all the different ways that it causes stress in your life and the physical symptoms and sensations that are so horrible, and just all the different ways it negatively affects your life. But I realized that the pain of chronic illness is grief, and it's the same feeling I got from heartbreak. And I realized that everyone has experienced grief in their life in some form. Any type of loss can be felt as grief. So even if you haven't lost someone, if your parents got divorced, or if you had a major life change that upset you, or you moved, or you had a heartbreak, all of these things create grief. And so I realized that actually I am so much more connected to everyone than I thought, and we're all having a very similar human experience. We're all having the same emotions. Everyone's experiencing shame, everyone's experiencing grief, everyone's experiencing fear, and we can all really relate to each other and understand each other. And I used to think that people who had happy, healthy families also would never understand me. And obviously there's levels to it, but again, we all still experience the same things, and we have this same core wound of needing validation, and everyone feels rejected by their caregivers or by peers in some way at some point throughout their life, I think. And so we all have the same wounds. I mean, maybe there's like a handful of people out there who are just born without that, and I'm hoping I can do that for my children, but we're all a lot more connected than I realized. And through my grief, it helped me understand that more, and it helped me have more unconditional love and understanding for everyone. A lot of times we assign meaning to the things that are happening to us, and we label everything as good or bad, when the reality is we don't actually know if what's happening to us is good or bad and what the meaning behind it is, because we can't see the full picture yet. It's like if you were the character in the middle of the movie where everything is going wrong and you can't see the happy ending, then you think it's bad, but really those experiences are helping them learn and grow. And we make certain assumptions about things, like we think it's bad to not have money, it's bad to be poor, and so then we want to be somewhere that we're not, and we are in this energy of lack and feeling like we want something that we don't have, instead of realizing that we have everything we need and you're exactly where you're meant to be, and everything is coming together perfectly for you, and this is exactly where you're meant to be. Sometimes we don't actually know what's best for us. The universe knows what's best for you, and it's always going to give it to you. And sometimes it doesn't look how you would expect it to. A few years ago, I was trying to manifest winning the lottery, and now I'm really grateful that I didn't win the lottery, because if I had money, I wouldn't have started this YouTube channel. I wouldn't have faced my fear of being seen. I wouldn't have started creative outlets and like businesses, and I wouldn't have learned all of these things and healed so many aspects of myself. I would just be still in survival mode, still afraid of everything, and just trying to keep myself safe from the world by like being a hermit and never facing any of my fears or putting myself out there. And so me not having money was actually such a blessing and such a necessary part of my journey. And so wherever you're at right now that you think you don't want to be there, it's actually an important part of your journey. You just can't see it yet. And we're always in the perfect place. Like you already have everything you need. You already are abundant. Your life is already exactly what it's meant to be. It's not that you have to manifest and try to get somewhere else and try to attain something. You already have the best possible outcome. This is the best possible outcome that you're living in right now. You just don't see the full story yet, so it might be hard to live through this right now, but one day it's gonna feel so worth it that you're having this experience. Me being sick, having a chronic illness, was one of the best things that ever happened to me, and it was a catalyst for so much of my growth, and so worth all of the pain, which is crazy to say because it was really horrible. But to be where I'm at now and to have been able to achieve this positive mindset and everything that I've learned and everything that I've gained, it is so worth it. And it was a blessing for me to have that difficult situation. But in the moment, I would never know that. And you can't see that in the moment because you can't see the full picture. And sometimes we might not even see the full picture until we die and we're reflecting back on our life and the ripple effect that everything had, or the way that things could have turned out if something else was different, if the alternative happened. Because we make assumptions about what we want our future to look like, but we don't actually know what that would be like, what that experience would be like. And maybe you think that you want to be with someone, but maybe the universe is going to protect you from them because your future with them wouldn't be positive, it wouldn't be happy, and they would end up hurting you or cheating on you or mistreating you. And the universe wants something better for you. And the universe always gives you what you need and what's best for you, and you don't necessarily always know what that is. And we'll falsely label things as bad when the reality is nothing that happens to us is ever bad. And obviously you might be feeling negative emotions, you might really be struggling, and that's so valid, and please let yourself feel that, but still try to see this situation as something that is getting you to where you want to be and something that is going to feel so worth it in the end. My breakup was another one of the hardest things I've ever gone through, and it was also one of the best things that ever happened to me, and such a beautiful experience. And I learned and grew so much, and every day I'm like looking back in disbelief at how much I've grown and changed and how much this experience has helped me. Another thing is that the reason that your prayers might not be answered is because time doesn't exist to God. Time doesn't exist to the universe. So imagine that they have a book of like every prayer you've ever prayed, and they're gonna fulfill all of them. They're not just gonna fulfill whichever ones are in that moment that you're in. And so if a future version of you is praying and grateful and wanting whatever is happening to you right now, then that's the prayer that's also going to be answered, because time isn't real to the universe. And so just know that if your prayers aren't being answered, it's because the future version of you is praying for this moment and wants this moment, and this is bringing you something that you desire. And this is actually the best thing that could be happening to you. There's an outcome in your future that makes all of this pain worth it, all of this suffering worth it. It doesn't waste any of your pain. Even if you took a longer route to get to wherever your soul wants you to get, to learn whatever lessons, God is not gonna waste your pain. Every single thing that you go through, you're gonna be able to use it and to turn it into something positive one day. I feel like I probably didn't need to spend so many years sick, like years and years, but now I can tell people who have spent also years of their lives sick, that doesn't mean that your life is never gonna turn around. Sometimes we suffer for years and years and years for almost no reason. But one day it's just a bad memory, and it doesn't have any power over you, it doesn't affect you in any way, it's just a memory, and all you have from it is the wisdom and the happiness and the gratitude. I think that we struggle with time being linear because we are these spiritual beings. We're not used to time being linear. We're used to everything existing all at once. And to have to wait to get things and wait to get places is something that we struggle with. And so we want to be places that we're not yet. And we want to have the answers and we want to know the future. But the human experience wouldn't be so intense and so amazing and have all of the positive aspects if it didn't allow us to experience time in a linear way. And so although it's uncomfortable to experience time in this way at times, and we kind of try to resist it, it is so necessary and so worth it. But yeah, you're literally exactly where you're meant to be. Like literally the best case scenario is happening to you right now, no matter how dark it is, no matter how horrible your life is, no matter how much you're suffering. This is just a part of your story, and one day you're gonna see why you're meant to be here right now, and you're gonna be grateful for it, because a future version of you is grateful for this and praying for this experience. And it's not that you need to get somewhere that you're not. You're exactly where you're meant to be. You're exactly in the perfect place already. You're being given everything that you need and everything that you want already. You're already living in abundance. You're already living the perfect best case scenario. You just can't see the full picture yet. But try to have faith, because it makes life so much more enjoyable, and it makes you really able to enjoy the present moment and to appreciate it for all that it is. And know that your soul wanted this experience, your soul asked for this experience. No matter how difficult it may be or uncomfortable, try to really soak it up, because you can never go back. You can never be present in this moment again. You can never truly relive this time in your life and be present in it again. So try to soak up all of the good things about it and really take that in and be present with that. I realize that I'm living my ideal life. This is literally my dream life. This is the exact life that I would choose. I love learning about mental health and psychology and spirituality and being able to talk about it. And in order to become this person, I had to go through so many different struggles in order to really experience and understand them, to be able to help other people. That was an essential part of the process that I signed up for and that I chose, and I decided was worth it. And now I am starting to see the full picture, but there's so much that I still don't know and haven't seen yet even. But I'm just gonna assume that it's ideal and that it's my dream life, because that's what is already happening. I realize this is the life that my soul wants to live. This is exactly what I would have chosen. And so I believe that somewhere deep down you believe that too, and you know that you can turn this into your dream life. You can turn this into everything that you want, and you can get everything that you want. And you actually already have it. You're just at a different part in the story, and you haven't seen the full story play out yet. But this part of the story is really necessary for the life that you want. I also used to assign meaning to my sickness and my symptoms, and when I would have symptoms, I would get worried and I would be like, am I gonna keep being sick? How long is this gonna last? Am I gonna not be able to sleep, not be able to work? And kind of spiral. And it's so much more helpful when you're able to just be present and be like, okay, right now I feel sick. That doesn't mean anything about the future. I don't need to jump to conclusions about the future. I just need to be present. I can handle this symptom in this moment. And it doesn't mean that it's gonna continue beyond this moment. It doesn't mean anything about my body either. It doesn't mean that I'm sick or that something's wrong with my body. It just means that I'm experiencing a symptom. So be present, don't jump to conclusions, don't assign negative meaning to things. And that has been really helpful for me. And now when I have a symptom, which is very rare, and when I do, they're very mild, I just look at it like, okay, everything is always working in my favor. So what is this trying to show me? And what can I learn from it? What chakra do I need to work on? And I don't assume that it's going to continue. I don't assume that it means anything negative about my body. And I just assume that it's actually healing me and it's actually helping me. And every single bad thing that happens to me, I assume it's healing me, and it does. And I see the results after of, wow, that did help me to have that experience. And every single time I have like a traumatic experience or fears come up or insecurity or whatever it is, every single time it helps me grow and heal. You are the creator of your reality. You get to choose what meaning things have, why things are happening to you, if they're negative or positive. You have the power to decide. Choose the life that you want and continue to remind yourself that everything is working in your favor, and hold that vision of what you want and know that it's all bringing you there. And you don't have to know exactly how you're gonna get there or what steps to take or what it's gonna look like exactly or how it's gonna unfold, but just hold that vision of it and just know that it's yours and that it's coming. You can turn everything into a positive thing, and you can believe that everything's happening in your favor. Literally just decide, this is your success story. This is all happening to you for the best. This is all happening to make you the person you always wanted to be. And literally everything that happens to you is the best case scenario, even if you can't see why. Our brains categorize the experiences that we have as dangerous or safe so that you can avoid dangerous situations in the future. And something will be considered dangerous if you disconnect from yourself, from your body, from your intuition, dissociate, don't allow yourself to feel your feelings fully, and disconnect from your authentic self. Or if an event is perceived as a threat to your survival needs, so food, shelter, love, if any of those things end up being affected by an event, then it's going to be categorized as dangerous. And so the number one priority when you're going through a breakup should be taking really good care of yourself and eating enough food and making sure that all of your needs are met. I know that sometimes it can be hard when you're really anxious or depressed to eat enough, but you really just have to force yourself to eat at least a reasonable amount and do your best to get sleep when you can. And just take really good care of yourself so that this event is not registering as a threat to your survival. Because sometimes we think that losing someone or grief is a threat to our survival because of what we've learned in the past. And so you'll have these really extreme fears and anxieties coming up, and you might literally feel like you're gonna die. And that's because you have old associations with these feelings of grief and loss. And by allowing yourself to be present with your emotions and to make sure that all of your needs are being met by yourself, not only are you ensuring that this event is not going to traumatize you in the future so that you're not afraid of love in the future or heartbreak in the future, but also you can heal the old associations that you have with grief and heartbreak and loss, and all of the trauma that you have from those things in the past. You can heal it through the current events that you're going through and the current negative experiences that you have when you're able to handle them in a different way and fully experience the negative emotions and be there for yourself and make sure that all of your needs are met. We have a need for love and connection, but this is something that you can meet for yourself. And you do this by validating all parts of yourself and accepting all parts of yourself as they come up. Every single thought, emotion, experience that you have, understand that it is valid and validate yourself and accept it, and don't judge yourself for it. Don't label it as a negative thing. Any emotion that you have, it's based on what you've learned in the past. We're all doing the best that we can with whatever we know, and everything that you feel is valid, and there's a reason that you feel that way based on your past experiences and based on what you're going through right now. So when you're having different emotions come up, Just be present with them, allow yourself to experience them, and try not to want to resist where you're at and want to change it and want to be somewhere else. This doesn't mean that you should act on your feelings of insecurity or fear or self-doubt, but just give space for these things to exist and don't judge them. When we're quitting an addiction or grieving someone that we love, there's a part of you that relied on that thing or that person for comfort, safety, love, or validation. And so whatever it is that you relied on them for, you have to give it to yourself. So when you're having cravings for that person or that thing, ask yourself, what is it that I need in this moment? What is it that I want from them? And find a way to give it to yourself. If it's comfort, allow yourself to relax, watch TV, do something that makes you feel good, something that makes you feel comforted and pleasure. Maybe eat a nice, nourishing meal. If you're craving love and validation, make sure that you're accepting all of the parts of yourself that come up and accepting all of your emotions and feelings and speaking kindly to yourself and thinking highly of yourself. And try to find ways to give that to yourself. I realized that I forgot to talk about how to meet your own need for safety and create a feeling of safety within your body. And if you want to learn more about that, I would watch my video about being an empath, because that video is just all about how to feel safe in order to not pick up on the emotions of everyone around you. But I think the most important thing you can do is actually just allowing yourself to acknowledge and feel your emotions, because that helps you build trust with yourself and your body and feel safe handling any situation when you know that you can face whatever emotions come with any situation. This is something that I really struggled with my entire life, and once I learned how to properly feel my emotions and really started practicing that, it has been the most life-changing thing I've ever done and just changed my life in the most beautiful way. If you feel like you could use some help being present with your emotions and coping with your emotions in a healthy way, I made a workbook that you can get on Amazon, or it's $5 for the ebook on my website. And it has different ways to release and transmute emotions, cognitive distortions that you might be having, and then more in-depth ways on how to transmute each emotion. And also just some information on healing and emotions, and then a bunch of prompts to help you be present with your emotions and to work through the things that you're going through. Whatever it is that you relied on them for, you really have to give it to yourself, and not only to your present self, but also to your past self, because all of those versions of you still exist within you, and they are still dependent on that thing for comfort and security and validation. And so something that has been really healing for me is doing like inner child meditations, but not even with the child versions of myself, just with past versions of myself. I'll link below one of the ones that I do a lot. You have to help the past versions of yourself feel loved and safe and validated and comfortable so that they can let go of that thing as well, because those versions of you are still within you. I also like to just connect to the past versions of myself throughout my day and kind of just hold them in my mind and be like, look at this beautiful apartment that we're living in now. You have so much freedom. You're completely safe. You're so at peace. You're not surrounded by any toxic people. And that just feels so healing when you connect with the old versions of you and you show them where you're at now and you let them know that everything is going to be okay, and comfort them and give them the love and the security and the things that they never had in that moment. I think we also connect to our past selves when we listen to music. And if you found comfort and happiness from a song when you were in a really dark place, I think it's because a future version of you was listening to that song and feeling better. When we listen to music, we connect to all the versions of ourselves that have ever listened to that song. And so just by listening to music that you like, you can connect to all these different versions of yourself, especially if you're listening to music that you used to like as a kid or whatever version of you you're trying to connect to. You can always communicate with your past selves, and it feels really, really good when you do, because it heals a part of you. So make sure that you're not only giving your current self everything that you need, but give it to those past versions of yourself that are still having a hard time letting go and that are coming up, because they're always going to be somewhere within you, and so you have to heal those parts of you as well. But don't stress out about it. Like, it can just be a really natural process where when you feel like connecting to them, you do. Like, you can literally just spend like 10 minutes a day connecting to your old selves for like a week and you'll probably feel a million times better by the end of it. Our love languages are also a reflection of the things that we need, that we struggle to give to ourselves. If your love language is words of affirmation, what is your self-talk like? Do you speak kindly to yourself? Do you validate yourself and love yourself? Do you say nice things to yourself? Do you think nice things about yourself? And if not, how can you get better at those things? If your love language is acts of service, do you take good care of yourself, and do you trust yourself to take care of yourself and to have the energy to do everything that you need? Or maybe you're spending so much time doing acts of service for other people instead of yourself. If your love language is gifts, do you buy nice things for yourself and give yourself nice things? And do you feel comfortable receiving? Do you feel deserving of receiving? Or do you not trust yourself to be able to provide for yourself and have this fear or scarcity mindset around money and possessions? If your love language is quality time, make sure that you're taking time to be with yourself and get to know yourself and do the things that bring you joy and allow yourself to relax and recharge. And if your love language is physical touch, do you feel confident in your body? Do you feel proud of your body? Do you love your body? Do you take good care of your body and move it and feed it healthy foods? Or do you have insecurity around your potential to reproduce? Because I feel like that is a survival need that we all have. It's something that people struggle with. I think especially men struggle with that a lot, because I feel like women generally know that they're desirable and can reproduce if they wanted to. So if that's your love language, that's probably something that you need to work on and a belief system that you need to work on. The people that we love are really a reflection of us and a reflection of who you are at that current time. If someone mistreats you, that's how you treat yourself, because if you didn't treat yourself that way, you would walk away, right? When someone mistreats you, it's the universe showing you, hey, this is where you're at, this is who you are right now, and you have the choice to walk away and to become a new version of you and to stop putting up with that type of behavior and stop treating yourself that way. And so everyone is really just a reflection of us, and everything that that person criticized about you or wanted you to change are things that you're insecure about within yourself, that you don't accept about yourself and that you want to change about yourself. And so in order to heal from the breakup, look at that person, but understand that they are just a reflection of you, and the way they treat you, the things they think about you are all just a reflection of you, and use it as an opportunity to heal yourself and heal your relationship with yourself. So whatever they judged about you, whatever they didn't accept about you, whether it was real or just the way that you perceived it, learn to accept those parts of yourself. It's not that you have to change them, it's that you just need to accept them and accept that that is a part of you, and it's okay that you're that way. And again, we don't have to act on the negative feelings that we have or the negative parts of ourselves, but just accept them and love them and validate them, and don't criticize yourself and don't be mean to yourself because they exist, because you're just a human. We're all flawed, we're all learning. It's just a part of the human experience. Also, the things that you dislike about the person, the things that you want to change about them, are also a reflection of you. My ex was a perfectionist. He was very hardworking. I think he didn't really allow himself to relax, and those were things that I kind of wanted to change about him. But the reality is I was exactly the same way. It was just a reflection of me. And so those are things that I started working on within myself, and allowing myself to relax and not feeling like I need to work hard in order to be provided for, not feeling like I need to work hard to be worthy, and no longer trying to fix myself and make everything perfect and think that I need to change things, but instead accepting and loving myself as I am. And so the way to heal is to stop pointing the finger outside of you at the world around you, and realize that the world is just trying to show you who you are and who you have the potential to be. The people from your past are all different versions of you. And so this is why forgiveness is so important, because if you are hating someone and mad at them, you're mad at a version of you who tolerated that behavior and who was the reflection of that person. You attracted that energy into your life and you allowed yourself to be treated that way. And if you can't forgive someone for treating you like that, then you're not forgiving yourself for being treated like that. Once you're able to turn all of your pain into lessons, into healing, it's a lot easier to forgive people, because everything turns into something really positive and beautiful. And so unconditional love is really the key to healing and being able to find love and understanding for everyone. Even if someone is a narcissist and you can't understand the lack of empathy, they're still a reflection of you because you were deeply insecure, and narcissists are also deeply insecure, and they just have a different way of coping with it. They learn to turn off their emotions and turn off their empathy in order to survive, whereas you probably learn to be overly empathetic. But both of these are just human instincts and ways that we try to survive. And maybe you would never treat someone the way that they treated you, but you actually treated yourself that way by allowing yourself to be treated that way. And so can you find empathy and forgiveness for yourself for allowing yourself to be treated that way? And can you find empathy and forgiveness for that person? Because it's really the same thing. But also, if you feel really angry at that person, allow yourself to fully feel that anger and sit in that anger, and don't try to turn it into love or anything else. Don't try to justify it. Just allow yourself to fully feel it, because that's how we release emotions and are able to later transmute them into things like love. You have to allow yourself to fully experience each emotion and just go with the flow of life and whatever is coming up for you, and accept wherever you're at, accept whatever you're feeling. Every feeling passes, but don't try to change whatever you're feeling in the moment. Allow yourself to actually feel it, because it's naturally gonna pass, and that way it actually gets out of your body instead of staying stuck and negatively affecting you and your health. I had phases where I just fully felt anger and nothing else, and after that I was able to return to this place of love and forgiveness and acceptance, but I had to fully feel the anger first. But everything that you loved about that person is within you. It's just the universe reflecting you back to you. And all the positive emotions that you feel, the oxytocin, the dopamine, are things that literally come from your brain, from your body, that your brain releases, that you can always tap into. It was never something outside of you creating it. It was actually being created inside of you. You can practice generating these emotions, and then you become addicted to yourself, and you're not dependent on anything outside of yourself. When we depend on things outside of us for our happiness, then your happiness is gonna waver with the things outside of you and with your external reality. But when you can learn to generate love and happiness within yourself and not needing anything outside of you, then that's something that can never be taken away from you. And the reality is, you've been generating these emotions all along. It's always been you creating these things, but you're just attributing them to things outside of you. If you need to lean on people and go to people for support and help, that's totally fine. But I actually stopped going to people when I was going through negative experiences, and I learned to emotionally regulate myself and just fully experience it and be there for myself. And you really don't have to do anything. All you have to do is allow yourself to feel it. And that's teaching your body that it's safe for you to feel things, and then you're gonna return back to a state of feeling okay. And so you're gonna learn that all of these experiences are safe for you to have, and then your fears and anxieties and trauma responses will go away, because you can handle pain, you can handle negative experiences, you can fully feel them and still be okay. So what is there to fear anymore? And so if you can learn to actually emotionally regulate yourself and just be there for yourself through things, you become so powerful, because you don't depend on anyone outside of you ever. Independence can be toxic if you're doing it from a place of like fear and unworthiness, and feeling like you don't want to be a burden to others, and feeling like you're not deserving of other people's love and support. But it's not toxic to just choose to be independent and to be completely content and fulfilled within yourself, not from a place of fear. But when you learn to emotionally regulate yourself and to become your own source of love and happiness, you become so powerful, because you don't need anything from anyone else, and people can sense that. People can feel that energy, that you're completely whole within yourself. And you can go into social interactions not needing anything out of it, not needing validation, but instead just wanting to experience people for who they are and just showing up as your authentic self and enjoying life. And that's just such a powerful and beautiful thing. If you could love someone so much who was mistreating you, and you could forgive them and accept them back anyway, that just shows how beautiful of a person you are, how big your capacity to love is. And there's no reason that you can't give all of that love and forgiveness to yourself. When I look back at situations where I allowed people to mistreat me, and I still forgave them and I still loved them anyway, and could understand where they're coming from and have empathy for another human, I now allow that to turn into self-love, because I'm like, wow, I'm such a nice, forgiving person. And so you can turn all of that love and that forgiveness back into yourself and realize that I've always had the capacity to love unconditionally and to be so forgiving, but I just wasn't giving it to myself. I was just giving it to everyone else. The ego will come up stronger when it's dying, and these past selves are gonna come up stronger when they're dying. And so you might have a lot of anger coming up, a lot of fear coming up, a lot of insecurity and self-doubt coming up. And just make sure that you're allowing yourself to fully feel these things and accept them and don't judge them, because they are coming up to be released for good. And sometimes they come up a lot so that we can really look at them and evaluate them and understand ourselves and know how to change our belief systems and just set that intention to change them. But just remember that all feelings pass. And I know sometimes it feels like however you feel in the moment is how you're gonna feel forever, because in that moment, that is all that exists. We only ever live in the present. But everything passes, everything changes. Your perception is constantly changing. It's gonna shift so much. Try to just honor wherever you're at and trust that it's gonna turn around. When you allow yourself to be fully present and experience whatever it is that you're going through in each moment and to take really good care of yourself, your breakup is not only gonna not traumatize you, but it's going to heal all of your past trauma and all of the negative associations you have with things from the past. Lately, what I've been working on is detachment and letting go of control and letting go of feeling like I need to help people or feeling like I need to work hard or do things a certain way, and just surrendering and trusting and letting go and releasing attachments to people and things that are no longer serving me. And releasing attachments is the completion of the healing cycle, because that's crown chakra work when you are learning to surrender and release attachment. And we go through these cycles many times, starting from the root, going up to the crown. Every time that you're releasing attachment or releasing addiction, letting go of relationships, this is you releasing an old version of yourself and stepping into a new life. And it's the completion of the cycle. So that's where I'm at right now. And I have felt pretty detached for a while now from the person that I've been trying to detach from. Like logically, I'm like, I would never go back to this person. I would never choose to be with them again. Even if there's a part of me that wants to, I'm gonna choose to be the other part of me. And I'm gonna recognize that I deserve something better and that there is something better out there for me, and I'm not gonna accept this. I'm gonna step into a new version of me and a new life. But then there are moments where the desire comes up and I do wish I could be with this person. I wish that they could heal in the exact same way as me and that we would be compatible again. And when that happens, I try to just allow it to happen and be present with it, because detachment is really about accepting where you're at instead of trying to change it. And today on the new moon, I found myself in a kind of nostalgic mood, feeling kind of lonely, which is something I haven't experienced in the last few months really. But my brain kind of goes to this place of like, okay, how do I fix this and feel appreciative and grateful and get back into a positive mental state? And then I realized that that's the mindset that I need to heal from, because that's me trying to control things and thinking that things should be different than how they are and thinking that I should feel different than how I feel. But when you actually lean into how you're feeling and just let yourself feel it, it's not that bad to experience negative emotions. They're only like so bad because we're constantly resisting them usually. But when you just accept like, this is where I'm at, I'm missing something, I'm nostalgic, I feel a little bit lonely, this is where I'm at in life and that's okay, and I'm gonna let myself feel it, it kind of just becomes this like beautiful experience. And it's like cool that you get to be a human and have all these different emotions, and even if they're a little bit negative, they feel like kind of good and magical when you stop resisting them. So that's something I've really been learning, because I really had this tendency to want to control things in my life and want to change things. And that comes from fear and insecurity and feeling like we need things to be a certain way and not trusting and not thinking that this is where we're meant to be, and recognizing that everything is perfect already and it's okay however you're feeling, and this is how you're supposed to be feeling, which is really the mindset that I've been overcoming. I think that the universe doesn't give you what you want. The universe gives you what you need and what's best for you always. And you don't know what's best for you, the universe does. And the universe is always guiding you with your emotions and with your intuition. But when you try to override that and use your logic, you're just pulling yourself further away from the things that you actually want. Life doesn't have to make logical sense. And sometimes I find myself thinking I should post regularly, I should post every single day. And then I remember that If the universe wanted me to have money, they would give me money. If they wanted me to have success, they would give me success. If I'm meant to have something, the universe can give it to me instantly, and I don't have to try or do anything more to get that. And so that's just something I have to constantly remind myself of, to actually do what I desire doing and enjoy the process, instead of thinking that there's a set of rules I need to follow and that I need to do things a certain way and I need to work hard even when I don't feel like it. And the reason that we want things is because we want to feel good, right? We're gonna feel good when we get the outcome that we want. But that's just like a split second, and then it's on to the next thing that you want, because that's just how our brains work. But if you instead focus on enjoying the process and enjoying every step of the way that gets you there, and doing the things that make you feel good on the way there, then you have the potential to feel good for a way longer period of time when you can enjoy the process instead of being focused on the outcome and ignoring what feels good to you in the moment because you're so focused on a certain outcome. I think that nothing can take what's meant for you, and nothing is above God to me. Like, I don't know better than God, so logically, following my own logic is not going to get me somewhere better than my intuition. And the algorithm is not more powerful than God. I don't think the algorithm controls my ability to be successful. I think that whatever's meant for you will always find you, and nothing can take it from you. But the more that you're able to follow your intuition and your joy, the faster you're going to be able to get there. And this is something that I'm learning to apply to my interactions with people as well, because I think that people pleasing comes from two places. The first one is insecurity, fear, instability, and this need for validation, right? But it also comes from a place of really caring about people, wanting to help people, being upset when other people are upset, being uncomfortable when other people are upset, actually genuinely caring about people and not wanting to see them suffer or struggle, and having that make you uncomfortable. And so you want to control situations and you really want to help people. And so for the first stuff, the insecurity and stuff, those are the lower chakras. That's like the root chakra, solar plexus, sacral. But when it comes to the need to control and help everyone, that's when you need to heal your third eye and crown chakra, because the reality is that we don't know what's best for everyone. We don't know how to help everyone, and you helping people is actually enabling them. It's actually preventing them from building trust with themselves, finding confidence in themselves, finding solutions for themselves, which are all of the things that really help us to grow and feel better about ourselves and create better lives for ourselves. So we actually need people to not be as involved in our lives and in our healing as much as sometimes we think that we do. And when I started healing, I didn't have doctors, I didn't have anyone helping me. And that's when I finally felt empowered and actually started healing and really seeing results. And so that's crown chakra healing, when we can surrender and we can understand that everyone has everything that they need, and it's not up to you to control other people and control reality and try to fix things and try to change things. Don't even try to change yourself. When you can just start learning to accept everything and stop resisting what's happening to you and stop resisting what you're feeling and stop always wanting to be somewhere else or wanting to change the way that you feel and the things that you think. But also, if you're feeling like you want to change things, like, also accept that part of you. If you're feeling like you need to fix things, accept that part of you. And all these different parts of you that come up, just accept them and love them and understand them, give them your attention. But then you get to choose which feelings you act on, and that's what's going to determine your reality and how healed you are. So I have feelings coming up of wanting to help people, being like, I see this person struggling, I know the solution to their problems, and then I have the choice, do I tell them the solution? Even though I think that you can only learn from what people say if you already understand the concept and have learned it yourself and experienced it for yourself. Like, if you're watching this video and this is resonating with you, it's because you have this knowledge within you already. You've already experienced it. You know what I'm talking about. It applies to your life and you've lived it. So I think even when we try to use words to help people, they can only go so far as whatever they already know. Otherwise, they're just not going to be able to apply it to their lives. And if you're telling them something that they don't fully grasp yet, then it's just a waste of your time, because it's something they need to learn on their own and that they're not going to understand until they learn it on their own. And then that's what gives them confidence and healing and power, is when they're able to find that answer on their own. And I guess this is still me like analyzing everything and trying to like make sense of it and trying to justify why I don't need to help people. But even all of that aside, like I just surrender, I just trust the universe blindly, and I just try to let go and not control things. And when other people are struggling and in pain, I actually don't take it on anymore. I don't feel it anymore. And that's not a bad thing, that's actually a good thing. And I feel like I'm able to have much more of a positive impact on people now that I don't feel what other people are feeling, because it can become really debilitating and depressing and kind of just make you freeze up. But also, if you still are really affected by other people's moods, that's okay too. And everyone's at different places in their journey, and wherever you're at is fine. Nothing is really like more desirable than something else or better than something else. We're all exactly where we're meant to be, and try to just accept wherever you're at and accept all these parts of yourself and know that this is exactly how it's supposed to be happening for you. Like I used to feel like I wanted to help people who were religious and had a lot of like fear-based thinking, and I would kind of judge them and think like that's a worse way of thinking, because there is fear, there is guilt, there's all these negative emotions. But the reality is that we're all supposed to have different belief systems. We're all supposed to have different human experiences. I don't know what's best for everyone. I just surrender to a higher power and trust in that. And it's not my job to change things and to decide what's best. This is just what the human experience is. Like there's no reaching perfection. Like it's about learning and growing and having all of these different experiences and experiencing the contrast. And so it's necessary for people to have different belief systems, and that's something that they chose, and that's something that I want to respect in everyone. Not that I ever was like preaching my religious beliefs or spiritual beliefs to anyone or like trying to change them, but I would just be like watching like religious YouTube videos and kind of judging them and being like, oh, like I don't like how they are saying like the spirit of depression is possessing them. I just like thought negatively about it, and it kind of made me uncomfortable, and it made me want to help them. But now as I've been detaching, I don't see it as a negative anymore. I'm like, it's a beautiful thing that these people are benefited by their religion, even if it's not 100% ideal and there's still some fear and negative beliefs. Like they're helping so many people who are open to this type of religion, and this is their path, this is what they wanted to experience, and who am I to say they should be doing it a different way? I feel like I've mostly detached from the things that I want to detach from, specifically a certain person who I feel like is very representative of my old life, and my old identity is kind of very much tied up in this person. So I feel like once I'm able to release this person, that will really be the completion of the cycle, and I'll really be able to step into a new version of me and a new life. I rarely feel negative emotions about it. I'm able to accept any outcome. For the most part, I just feel very detached. I would not choose to go back to it. But then again, there's a part of me that sometimes desires it and wants to, but I know I would never act on that part of me. And it's like all of these parts of us exist and are always going to exist, and you might always have a part of you that feels insecure or that wants a certain attachment or desires certain things or wants external validation. You might have these thoughts pop into your head, and that doesn't mean that it's who you are. It's just your ego. And we have all these different feelings and experiences and beliefs and thoughts, and they all exist. They're all a part of us. And we get to choose which ones we act on. And we get to just experience them all and accept them and not resist them. And that's when being human becomes a lot more enjoyable, at least in my experience. But I still just had this like 1% of me that felt attached, that I was like, I'm not sure what it is that I can't let go of, because I really like dug into this, analyzed this attachment. And I was just like, I feel like I'm so close to being detached, but something is still there. But I'm not in a rush. Like I could live like this forever. I'm totally content. I know that things just take time, and that how we feel is not how we're gonna feel forever. I did this letting go meditation, like stepping into your new life or something like that meditation. And after that, I kind of had this realization that not all of my actions are actually aligned with moving on. And sometimes I'll watch like tarot readings about this person. I'm like curious about what they're doing or what they're feeling, what they're thinking. And I feel like I'm detached because my mood is not swayed either way. Like whatever the outcome is, it doesn't determine my mood. It doesn't determine my happiness. I know I can be happy with any outcome. and I'm not attached to any outcome, but I'm still attached energetically to this person every time that I am curious about their energy and then act on that curiosity. So I realized that that's something that I need to stop doing, is just stop feeding this part of me at all, this part of me that is thinking about this energy and curious about it. But again, if it comes up, like, I'm gonna accept it, I'm gonna honor my feelings, but not act on them. Because that's how you actually detach, that's how you heal from things. Because you can't control your feelings. You should accept your feelings, you should not resist your feelings, but you can't control your actions, and that's who you really are. Even though we aren't really anything, because everything is always changing, but I feel like your actions are the closest to, or I guess that your actions are what is creating your reality, and your actions are what's gonna reflect back to you. So yeah, I think that me acting on this attachment in any way is what was still attaching me to this energy a little bit. Obviously, if I was completely detached, I wouldn't be watching tarot readings about it. I wouldn't be making any decisions based on this attachment. So even though that I thought that I wasn't acting on the attachment because if this person were to come back to me, I wouldn't get back with them, I still was acting on it in a certain way. And I'm not sure exactly how this applies to like alcohol or drugs or attachments like that. I think with situations like that, there are gonna be like friends and places and habits and stuff that you also need to let go of that are associated with those things. Because anytime that we're releasing a relationship, important friendships, or drugs or alcohol, or even if you use like food or things like that as a coping mechanism, anytime that we're releasing an attachment like that, you're essentially releasing the old you, your old life. It's like this huge transformation process. It's the completion of a cycle. And so you have to completely let go of your old life and your old self and not feel like you need it, and be willing to let go of it and surrender, and not engaging in those same behaviors and belief systems and habits and thoughts. For the past 2 months, I've literally been journaling like for hours every day, like almost writing down like every solid thought that I have, and it's really helping me identify my beliefs and thoughts and understand myself, and helping me shed the old me and determine what is the old me, what do I want to bring with me, what do I want to let go of, and really identifying all of those things. And that's been really helpful. And I think that anytime that I go through a process like this again, or anytime I experience loss or grief in my life, I want to do this because it's really helped me work through this really quickly. Like, I feel like most people don't get over breakups this quickly. And it wasn't because it was in a great relationship or it was toxic or anything like that. Like, he really felt like a soulmate. We really got along so well. It was such a healing, great experience. But at the same time, I do think we outgrew each other. But I think the reason that I was able to heal from it so quickly is because every single time I had an emotion, I literally sat with it. I felt it. I spent hours journaling every day, like feeling all my feelings, analyzing everything, trying to turn my grief into art, and trying to learn all of the lessons it was trying to teach me, and allow this experience to help me become a better version of me, and to help me identify who I want to be and what belief systems are no longer serving me. With the amount of healing I've done in the past year, I'm like, of course I'm not going to be with the person that I was with 5 years ago. And obviously there are going to be times where you are guided to help people, you're intuitively guided to deliver certain messages to people, to say certain things to people, and to help people in certain ways. But really ask yourself, is this coming from a place of fear, of insecurity, of feeling like I need to control the situation, of feeling uncomfortable that this person is suffering and feeling like I need to fix it? Or is this just coming from a place of love and wholeness, and I just feel like I want to do this from a place of intuition and not from this like lack mentality or fear mentality? And in this phase of healing, I really like have to check myself every time I go to take an action and be like, where is this coming from? Because at this point, I still have both of these sides of me like very active. But it's really easy for me to identify which version of me I'm being, and to choose to be the one that is acting out of love and not fear. But I did recently end a friendship with a friend who I felt myself falling into my codependent ways and like wanting to always help her and try to give her answers to her problems. And this test kept coming up and I kept failing it. I just kept trying to give her the answers and trying to tell her what to do. And I was just like, I feel like I just need to remove myself from this situation. I need to take a step away from this like entirely and what this person is reflecting back to me. And I think it's gonna be best for them also. Like, I feel like they are such a beautiful, amazing person and they have everything they need within them. And this will allow them to like actually heal and take control of their healing and build confidence and build trust with themselves. And I feel like I was actually like hindering them in that way, because they would be like, I'm so grateful to you, you have helped me so much, like you're the reason I'm healed, like all this stuff. And I would just be like, no, like you're the reason you're healed, you're the one who did all the work. But it is important for us to take control of our own healing and like build that confidence and build that trust with ourselves and trust with our own discernment and not feeling like we need anyone else. And if you can't do that, then you're only gonna ever get to a certain phase of healing. So I do find comfort in the fact that even when I'm like not helping people and I'm maybe abandoning people in a way, I do think it's literally what's best for them. And like, you're never really hurting anyone, because even when we trigger people, like, well, that's a wound that they need to heal if they're getting triggered. If they feel pain, that's something that they need to address. And so if you're causing pain in someone, you're helping them heal, you're helping them realize that this is something they should address. Although not everyone is gonna realize that and gonna look at their pain more deeply. And obviously I'm not saying like just be a horrible person or like purposely hurt people or anything like that. Like, I would never intentionally hurt someone, but it's definitely important to just put yourself first and love yourself and prioritize yourself, even if sometimes that hurts people a little bit, because the reality is it's not gonna hurt them if you act like that. It's actually gonna help them be able to heal themselves and become the best version of themselves. Now, this is like reminding me of my last crown chakra video where I was releasing attachment. It's funny how we go through these cycles over and over, but they really are like on such a different level each time. Like, I'm at such a different place with this whole concept, but it's like literally the same lesson at the same time. It's really interesting. So I'm like wondering what my next root lesson will be. Might have to finally face my fear of bugs, which actually has been getting way better, so I feel like it might not be that bad. But maybe I'll start like coexisting with bugs. We'll see. I'll keep you guys updated. When I was watching my last video about detachment, there was like a bunch of things I wanted to add or a bunch of things I wanted to correct. I feel like I'm always trying to think like, how could I contradict myself, or how could this like be misinterpreted, which is like a blessing and a curse, I think, because it helps me maybe communicate better, but it also is like just a lot sometimes. But in that video I said something about how it's okay to hurt people when you're like being yourself, and I just want to clarify what I meant by that. Like, I'm not condoning like cheating or like any of those kinds of things where you're like obviously hurting someone, although I do even think like those things have a purpose and we're all meant to like play certain roles in people's lives. But that's just like how I would look at the past and like forgive myself for the past. That's not how I think you should go into your life, like thinking like, well, if I do this bad thing, then it's because it's meant to happen. Like, you should obviously try to be a good person and not hurt people. But really what I meant is that it's okay if your absence hurts someone, or it's okay if you not being there for someone, not people pleasing, not overly extending yourself for someone, sacrificing yourself for someone. It's okay if that hurts them, because they need to learn to grow on their own. If you don't want to do something, if you're only going to do it to make someone else feel good, but it's something that you don't actually want to put your energy into, then you not doing it and you maybe hurting or triggering that person is perfectly fine. To give you an example, I had an old acquaintance message me on Instagram, and in the past, I feel like I would have answered because I don't like to make people feel rejected or like hurt people's feelings. But I recognize that I don't actually want to have a conversation with this person and I don't actually feel like answering. And so I didn't. And so if that triggers that person, if it hurts that person, that's okay. Please buy my workbook, because my phone keeps running out of storage, and every single video I have to like keep deleting videos and airdropping them to my MacBook, and then the angle changes. If anyone wants to buy me a camera, let me know. But when you act out of ego and insecurity and fear instead of authenticity, you might get some bad karma, because you're interfering with other people's karma. You're just not following your authentic self. And so it's not going to be what's best for you or what's best for other people always. But I also think sometimes we're meant to have those experiences, and like somehow everything just magically ends up working out for the best, even if in the past you weren't acting in that way. Because even then, sometimes it's a lesson that we needed to learn. And you can avoid that lesson by not doing it, or you can do it and learn the lesson. But yeah, that's what I meant about it's okay if you hurt people. Like, I'm not saying just do things that are morally wrong, but like, it's okay to put yourself first and to not do things that you don't want to do, or to remove yourself from people's lives, because you don't owe anyone anything. And the reality is that no one owes you anything either. You're the only one who you can really rely on and trust to be there for yourself. So you really should be doing that for yourself. A lot of times we're disappointed because we have expectations for people. If people don't act the way that you expect them to, then you can remove them from your life. But the reality is that no one actually owes you anything. No one owes you their presence forever. No one owes you anything. I think it's helpful to just really like appreciate people for who they are and realize that you never know when it's gonna end. But yeah, I think we try to find security in the fact that we can trust someone and that they're gonna act a certain way. But the reality is you never really know, and no one really owes you anything. You can't really expect anything from anyone. But also, like, you should trust people and allow yourself to trust people. If you feel love when you're remembering someone, that's love that you're generating from yourself without even needing their presence. Even when we lose people or things that we love, love always shows up for us in new ways and new experiences. And the universe always gives you what you need, and it always gives you love in new forms. I have some notes written down about when I was watching that video, things I wanted to add. And like I said, that I healed because I really sat with all my emotions, which is true. But there were also like many other reasons that I healed from the breakup so quickly. I have another video that goes more in depth about this, but I just wanted to like list them. Like, first of all, meeting your needs and loving and accepting yourself and giving yourself the comfort and the emotional regulation that you need. And at first, the emotional regulation took time for me, and I kind of essentially felt like I was dying when I was having these really low moods and had no one to turn to. But I would just comfort myself through it and like just let myself experience it. And eventually, after a few weeks, my body stopped having this stress response. Taking really good care of yourself, eating enough, sleeping enough. There were definitely days where I did not sleep enough, but I was really trying my best to take good care of myself because I feel like it is so important. And then also just, I started being more authentic in all of my interactions. Like, at work, I was always just very closed off and just like coming off as a certain version of me and not actually being myself. And so I think that made me feel really lonely, and I only had this person and like a few friends to rely on who actually allowed me to connect with my authentic self, because I just wasn't being my authentic self in the majority of my interactions. And so something that actually helped me, I think, heal from the breakup was starting to be more social and be more authentic just in my everyday interactions, which is something that I kind of had to work up to, and something I had been working up to all year, I feel like, in like getting over all these different fears, because I just used to be afraid to like lose my job or something, or like be rejected, you know? But yeah, I feel like that's so important, because a lot of times we're lonely, we feel like we're not whole just because we're not actually connected to our authenticity. And other people help us connect to our authenticity. But if you're just putting on a mask in the majority of social situations, then you're gonna have this wound. Everything that I judged about him or that bothered me about him, I made sure to address within myself, realizing that he was just a reflection of me. And also everything that he judged about me or wanted to change about me, I made sure to accept those things about myself, because he was just a reflection of the things I didn't accept about myself. Part of healing these different parts of yourself is not acting on your ego, and part of it is just accepting them and like letting them exist and validating them. Because there were all these different parts of me that I didn't acknowledge, but I would see them within him, and recognizing that that was a reflection of me, I was finally able to acknowledge them and validate them. I feel like I finally have like the full picture of the situation now. Like, I can really see it for what it was, which means I can see the full picture of myself as well. And I had to cycle through all these different feelings, like anger and sadness and negative emotions, and then also love and putting him on a pedestal and seeing all the good in him. And I had to see like the full picture and really accept it for what it was in order to move on from this chapter of my life. And I'm just at a place now where I don't need to only focus on the good in order to feel good, which is how I coped with life for so long. I just tried to stay positive, focus on all the good things in my life, assume the best. I would just ignore like all of the issues and kind of try to forget about them and push them to the back of my mind. But I was finally able to like look at everything and acknowledge everything and still feel good, still feel secure, even when I look at the bad stuff and acknowledge the bad stuff. I've always been really good at being optimistic, but not so good at feeling all of my negative emotions and like allowing myself to be human. And that's just something I'm constantly learning, is just to stop resisting the human experience and allow yourself to feel pain. And the end goal doesn't have to be experiencing less pain. The end goal can just be experiencing life. Although I am experiencing way less pain than I used to, and life is just so much more enjoyable and like actually unbelievable how good I feel every day. Like I literally cry happy tears every day of my life about like how beautiful the trajectory of my life is, and just thinking about if my younger selves could see me now and like understand how good and healthy I feel. Like it literally is so beautiful, and it makes me cry literally every day of my life, but like happy cry. But with that being said, I still am learning like the goal of life is not to feel good all of the time. The goal is just to feel and to experience. But it's like we can know all these different lessons and it still takes time to really integrate them. And I think we just learn them over and over and are able to apply them even more, because I find myself just learning the same lessons over and over, but at the same time things are changing so much. And even when I make videos, it'll be like messages to my future selves, and I'm like, I obviously knew that information, but now it's like I needed to hear that still, which is interesting. And I'm trying to understand that all the different parts of me are equal, like the parts of me that feel negative emotions and desire and all these different things are equal to the parts of me that feel more positive emotions, and just trying to not rank these things in my head and like view or judge them. I used to judge myself for being human, for being flawed. I've always been good at detaching from things and seeing things from a higher perspective, but what I actually had to learn most on my spiritual awakening journey was learning to be human and sit in my emotions and accept the human experience, and embracing my flaws and realizing that being a flawed human is beautiful and it's what life is all about. I get drawn to certain people and like certain TV shows or whatever that are like reflecting things back to me. And last week it was Taylor Swift. I don't like to put any celebrities on a pedestal, and I don't like to hate or judge celebrities either, because I just feel like being a celebrity would be so hard, and you know, we're all just flawed humans and you really don't actually know what they're like or anything like that. But I always kind of judged Taylor Swift and was kind of very confused by the amount of fame that she has. But now I realize that it was a part of myself that I didn't accept, this part of myself that loves romance and like wants relationships and like misses people and has crushes and all this stuff. That was a part of myself that I didn't accept, and I was like, oh, I'm better than that, I'm above that, like I'm not like these other people, I'm not desperate for love. But the reality is that there's a part of me that does want that, and so I feel like I'm finally embracing that part of myself. And so I was kind of drawn to like videos of Taylor Swift and realizing, oh, it's because I finally accept this part of myself that she really embodies. And all of the people who love her also love and accept this part of themselves. And that's why they love her, because she is embodying it. Like she embraces her attachment to men and her desire to be skinny. And these are all things that are parts of me. They're thoughts that come up and they're beliefs that I have, you know, that were ingrained by society that I just rejected. And I was like, no, that's not who I am. And I don't act on them. Like when other people will talk about like wanting to be skinny, I don't really like to engage in those conversations and like act like being skinny is like the most important thing ever. But then in reality, there's a part of me that like obviously cares about my appearance and like has that ingrained in me from society as well. And so I'm finally able to like integrate these parts of myself and acknowledge them. It's good that I never changed my eating habits to try to be skinny, or that I never was so desperate for love that I was like in toxic relationships. But I still can acknowledge like there are parts of me that want certain things and like desire certain things, and I'm just a flawed human like everyone else. And you can just acknowledge that it's there and not have to act on it. But I wasn't even acknowledging that it was there before, really. I think I've also been trying to detach by not labeling things as negatives, like not labeling the things that happen to me as negative. A lot of times I stay up really late and then I like feel bad about it and I think it's a bad thing and I think that I should go to sleep earlier. But I've been trying to instead assume like this is what's for the best, this is what's meant to be happening, and it's okay. And it does always end up okay, but I still have these like beliefs that I should go to sleep earlier. But sometimes instead of trying to change things, we should just accept them as they are. But also you can try to change them if you want, but also accept them as they are in that moment, and you could change it in the future. I feel like a lot of times we try to police our emotions and be like, I shouldn't want this person because they're bad for me, they're toxic. Like, why do I still want this person? Why do I still care about them and love them? But it's helpful to understand that it's okay to want something or someone that you can't have, and you will survive the experience of wanting something that you can't have. There's nothing wrong with wanting it, because it's not a threat to your life to want something that you don't end up having, or even to want something that you're going to actively have to choose not to have. Like if that person came back to you and you had to reject them, you can still have a part of you that wants to be with them, but you're gonna choose to listen to the part of you that knows you deserve better. A lot of times we think that we should feel a certain way or that we shouldn't want certain things, but it's really helpful to honor all of the emotions that come up for you and all of the different desires and feelings that you have. And ironically, when you actually accept this part of yourself and accept, you know what, I want this person, and that part of me that wants them, that's okay, that's valid, like I understand and validate this part of myself, you'll actually end up wanting them less. Because a lot of times the reason that we crave validation, success, certain people is because we want the validation, we want the love. And when you are saying, oh, I shouldn't want this thing, I shouldn't feel this thing, then you're invalidating yourself. And so now you're needing that love and craving that love and validation from that person even more. And so when you actually accept, you know what, I want this person, I love this person, I miss this person, even if they're bad for me, even if they don't want me back, even if I should move on with my life, when you love and accept that part of yourself, you're gonna actually start to want them less and not crave them as much, because you're giving yourself the love and validation that you need and that you're craving. In my last video about detachment, I was kind of talking about how we need to accept everything as it is, but then I also was still kind of talking about how I felt like I should let go of this person and that I'm so close, but like a part of me is still attached to them. And once I was able to realize like it's okay to be attached, it's okay to want things, it's okay to love people, it's okay to feel things, that's when I finally felt detached, when I accepted that part of me and accepted that I love him. But it's also like I know I would never go back to that version of me that I was when I was with him, and I don't actually want that relationship back. I don't actually want to be with him unless he was like a very different person. But there's still this part of me that just feels a certain way that goes beyond logic. And now when that part of me comes up, I just acknowledge it and accept it. I feel like I did detach to the point where there just wasn't that attachment. There wasn't much emotion there anymore. And after about a week of that, I was like, actually life is a little bit boring now. Like, kind of feels like some of the magic got taken away when I don't feel this sadness and grief mixed with like desire and love. And I feel like the universe gave me that experience just so I could choose to feel emotions, to be human, which is something I'm constantly learning, is to stop trying to escape the human experience. And I think that I want to avoid painful situations and I want to rise above my emotions all of the time. And sometimes I want to kind of escape this human experience and not be attached to things and not have these extreme emotions. But then I always get this reminder that I'm supposed to be human, I'm supposed to feel emotions. And that experience really showed me that, you know what, I do want to feel emotions. It's better to have these uncomfortable emotions mixed with these happy emotions than to have a dull human experience. And so I really appreciate that the universe actually helped me experience like true detachment so that I could realize that that's not actually what I want. Because the second that you stop wanting this thing or this person, stop missing a version of your life, you no longer have that love and that appreciation for it. And it's kind of sad to let go of that thing completely, because as long as you can miss a version of your life or a person and feel emotions towards it, it's still existing in a way, and that's actually like a really beautiful thing. I don't want to just keep pushing away these different parts of my life and pretending that they don't exist because they're uncomfortable or painful. I want to experience everything. I want the whole spectrum of human emotions. And I really am at a place now where even when I'm sad, even when I'm feeling the most low emotion, it really is just not that painful. It doesn't feel like suffering. Because when you just lean into your emotions, it kind of just becomes this like fun, beautiful experience. And I'm like, how amazing is it to be a human that gets to experience heartbreak and know what that feels like, and to know what everyone else feels like when they're going through it. But yeah, it's okay to want something that you can't have. The key is to act like the person that you want to be. It's okay to want something that you shouldn't want. We shouldn't try to change our feelings. We can change our actions and our thoughts and our beliefs, but allow your feelings to happen, because if you don't, then you're invalidating a part of you and you're always going to feel incomplete and have this void in you as long as you're invalidating your emotions and trying to escape them or judging them and thinking that they should be something else. You can believe in a positive future, believe that everything is going to work out perfectly for you and everything is happening for the best, but still accept that a part of you is upset and a part of you is hurt and maybe wishes it could be different. This experience is teaching you that you can love someone, you can want someone, you can miss someone, and that you're going to be completely fine, and it's safe for you to want something. It's safe for you to experience loss, and you're going to help yourself through it and be fine. You get to choose who to be. You don't need to do anything a certain way. You don't need to be a certain way. But you get to choose, and there are things that you do that are going to make your life less enjoyable, that are going to lower your vibration, that are going to put you in a state of fear or lack, and you get to choose whether or not you want to do those things and how good you want to feel. But it's not like you should or have to do things a certain way. Change your actions and practice having new positive thoughts, but don't try to change your feelings. Don't judge your feelings. Let your feelings be what they are and let yourself feel them. I feel like there are times in the past where I kind of shut down my heart to protect myself and closed myself off to new connections because I was so hurt by certain people, betrayed by certain people. The loss of certain people hurt so much. But through this experience, I'm really teaching myself that I can handle loss and that I would rather experience the pain of loss and love again and choose to keep my heart open and be open to new experiences and to opening up to people and still being myself. And also, when you're missing something, ask yourself, do I actually want this thing this very second? Like, is that actually what I want in this second? Because a lot of times I would find that when I was missing this person, I actually didn't want to actually be with them in that moment. I actually wanted to be alone, relaxing in that moment, or doing whatever else. But it really just helped me to be present in every moment and to realize that in that moment, I had everything that I wanted and needed. And a lot of times we're actually scared for the future, that we're not going to have what we want or we need, and that we won't have access to it when we want it. But why are you assuming that about the future when you have everything that you need right now? So sometimes if you find yourself having these emotions, try to really be present and realize what the truth is, what's actually happening in your life right now. And if you actually are in a state of lack, or if you're just assuming or scared that that's what's going to happen in the future. And if you actually find that you do want it in that moment, then ask yourself, what is it specifically that you want? Is it comfort, validation, love, safety, security, emotional regulation? And then give that to yourself in that moment. And over time, you're going to continue to learn that you can give yourself everything that you need and that you consistently show up for yourself and give yourself what you need. And that's going to be a really healing experience. We think that we shouldn't want certain things, but you can sit in that discomfort. You can deal with that pain. You can want something and not have it and be totally fine and not have it affect your survival needs in any way. And maybe you will even have it one day when you want it again. If it makes you happy to imagine that one day you'll be together again and you'll have an even healthier relationship, let yourself feel that sometimes. Let yourself sit in that fantasy. Like, what's the harm in that? Because you're either attracting that or something of an equal vibration, which is a high, good vibration. So try to stay in these positive thoughts. And over time, like if it's not meant to be, you're gonna stop wanting that and fantasizing about that naturally. But if that's what brings you comfort in that moment, it's okay to think about it. And it's okay because it's helping you generate positive emotions on your own without even needing that person. And then you're attracting a better reality that matches that frequency. But also don't be afraid to have negative emotions and to feel your negative emotions, because that's what we need to do in order to release them and get them out of our bodies. It's not attracting like a negative reality for you to be feeling negative emotions. But if you're having a lot of negative thoughts and like creating these scenarios in your head of fear of the future and negative things in the future, then that is something that you need to make an adjustment to. But when we try to let go of something and we think we shouldn't feel that way, then you're constantly invalidating yourself, and then you're perpetuating this cycle of wanting them, craving them, because you're craving the validation that you're not giving to yourself. If you can, try to find peace and happiness where you're at. If you really can't, try to work towards that and believe in it for yourself. Even if the future that you want doesn't end up working out, you're gonna be fine just like you are now. It's okay to give love from people from your past, because in a way they represent you, they represent a version of you, your past self. And so when you give love to these versions of you, it's actually healing. When you give love to other people, it's healing. We're all so connected, and I feel like this is why it feels so good to help other people, because you're filling up yourself when you do that. Obviously, there's a difference between loving someone from an authentic place and just really feeling unconditional love for them versus doing it from a place of fear and scarcity, fear of losing them, attachment to them, feeling like you need them, and from this feeling of lack. It's a very different thing. And so if you find yourself acting in a way of like desperation and fear, then that's not healing to you. That's not like true unconditional love. I think that love just like lets people be who they are and appreciates them for who they are. And so yeah, the past few weeks I achieved detachment, and then I realized that I don't want detachment. I want to be human. I want to be flawed. I want to feel all these different emotions. And even when I do, like, it feels amazing. And if you feel like you really need something in order to be happy, then you can imagine having it to comfort yourself. Like, that's what I had to do with my health. I was like, I really feel like I need my health in order to be happy. And I had to imagine a life where I had it. And now I got it. So if that's where you're at, it's okay to want something. It's okay to feel like you need something to be happy, because that's probably what the majority of your life is going to be like, because it takes a while to really like get to these levels where we don't need anything external to be happy. I think that if we want things, we're meant to want them. We're meant to either go after them and get them, or just to have the experience of wanting them and whatever that is going to bring us and teach us. Your emotions don't actually have to dictate your reality at all. They don't have to limit you at all. You have complete free will to ignore your emotions and to transcend them. And that doesn't mean that you should try to not feel them or try to like push them down. You can just like feel them fully, but then also decide that this fear is not going to control how you live your life, or this insecurity or whatever, and still make the best decisions for yourself. Believe in a positive future for yourself, but accept that your emotions are sad in that moment, and then take intuitive action in order to bring in that future for yourself. Here's a little update on what has happened since my last video. In my last video, I was like, it's okay to love people, it's okay to want things, it's okay to grieve. And that's all true, and I think there's a place for like all these different feelings and experiences. And I feel like I cycle through so many different feelings during this breakup, and like they're all where I'm supposed to be. Like anger, grief, love, and then like just detachment, not caring. Like, I don't know, I feel like I just keep cycling through all these things over and over. And like I'm supposed to have different perspectives at different times. And also I feel like I used to really judge people for like being so obsessed with love, and I was like, why are there so many heartbreak songs? Why is every song about love? Like there's all these other important, interesting things that happen. But I feel like relationships are how a lot of people experience themselves and like face their childhood wounds and stuff. Like most people do that through relationships. And in a way, relationships are kind of like playing life on hard mode, because you do have to really look in the mirror and like face yourself, whether or not you're realizing that that's what's happening. because a lot of people are just gonna like blame it on all the external things, right? And be like, it's just that person, it has nothing to do with me. But yeah, this whole experience has been so intense that I'm like, I get it now. I get why everyone writes songs about love and breakups, because it is such an intense experience and you have to make art about it to like heal through it. And it's funny, like the things that you judge people for, I feel like the universe is always gonna give you empathy. So be careful what you judge people for or what you don't understand, because I feel like you will end up having an experience that makes you understand. But obviously, I guess you can't really control what you don't understand, and we're meant to just have different human experiences and like increase our understanding of what other people are going through and experiencing. I think that's just like karma. Like if you think, oh, they don't have it that bad, then the universe might show you what it's actually like to have that experience. But anyways, yeah, so my last video, I was just like allowing myself to love and miss this person. And then I think I kind of got into a place of like really being sad about everything and just being like, I've sacrificed all these different foods. I stopped drinking. I stopped all my vices. I gave up my 5-year relationship. I mean, I got broken up with, so I guess that wasn't really my choice. But I did surrender to the universe and just be like, okay, I'm not even gonna try to get it back. Or like if the opportunity arose, I would not get back with this person, even though there's a part of me that wants to, my ego wants to. But I was just like, I've done all this shit. I've been a really good person for my entire life. I never get revenge. I never do anything to try to hurt people. And I was kind of just in this place of like, I think it's because I was at work and I was hungry. Like a lot of times when I'm hungry at work, I kind of get in like a worse mood. But yeah, I was just kind of in one of those moods where I was like ungrateful and unhappy with my life. And I was like, why am I still working at a restaurant? Why have things not gotten easier and things not changed for the better yet? Even though there's so many changes happening every day in my life, and like there's actually growth in so many areas of my life. And then mentally, it's like every day I realize I healed a huge thing in my life and like a huge unhealthy mindset that I have. It's like every single day I like work through a new one, and it's actually happening so fast. And most of the time I do recognize that and like really feel that, but then you have moments where you're just like annoyed and grieving and whatever, and I think it's fine and you should honor that. And once you're able to like validate that and move through that feeling, then you can go back to being grateful, and it's easy to be. Because when I am in these low places, it's like my brain always goes, oh, but you should be grateful for this. Oh, but blah, blah, blah. And really that's invalidating yourself. Like you're saying, oh no, you shouldn't feel that. You should feel this way instead. And it's like you actually need to like fully experience it and like validate it, and then you can move out of it. And so that's something I still catch myself doing all the time. Like I try to see the bright side. I try to be optimistic. I try to be grateful. And it's like, sometimes you just gotta let yourself be annoyed and sad and whatever. So yeah, I kind of had that like low on, I think it was around the new moon or on the new moon. And then I really grieved my relationship, and I feel like I kind of saw it for what it was instead of like romanticizing him and like confusing him with myself. Like I feel like I always project my empatheticness onto other people, and I assume like everyone else cares about people just as much as I do and stuff. But it's not necessarily the case. I have a Pisces Venus, and I love to just like romanticize things, and like I like to be like, oh, we have this like special connection. We have this deep spiritual love, and like really everything is spiritual. Like every single person, every single relationship you have is very spiritual, and it goes beyond the physical. But at the same time, it's like, he's just a man. He's not like the qualities I like about myself. He doesn't necessarily have all of them. And I think that I like wanted to pretend that he did, and that he was like more similar to me, and that we like are both on this like beautiful spiritual path, becoming the best versions of ourselves and caring so deeply about other people and loving so deeply and overcoming our egos. But it's like, if you look at the facts, like he's very deep in his ego still. But I think I just like finally accepted like it's not this magical connection, like you're not gonna come back together healed. Like it served its purpose, it awakened you, it helped you heal in so many ways, and it's over now. And that's exactly what it was meant to be. I know that we had past lives together, and I know that we were soulmates, and like when I met him, it felt like I knew him immediately, and it felt really easy to talk to him. But that doesn't mean you're meant to be with that person forever. It's just like we chose to have this experience in this lifetime, to have a long-term relationship that helped me heal in a million ways, but also like was kind of toxic in ways. And yeah, I feel like I can just finally see it for what it is and not try to like keep wanting it to be something more than what it was, or keep believing that he was something more than what he was. Because if I actually look at the facts, like he would say a lot of things and not actually follow through and do them. Like when we broke up, he was like, I'm gonna write you a letter. I wrote him a nice long ass letter, which sometimes I want to be like, fuck you, I don't mean what I said in that letter. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna like, I feel like we heal people with love. It's okay to be loving towards people. It's okay to be nice towards people. But sometimes I think about the things he did and I get angry and I'm like, I don't actually see you that way sometimes. But it's like our perspective is always shifting so much. But like he said he was gonna write me a letter. I wrote him a nice long ass letter. When he broke up with me, he was like, I'm still gonna get you a Christmas gift, which I really didn't expect or want anything, but it's just like a reminder that he always says things that he's not actually gonna do. And he was like, I'm gonna send you this cleanser. He had gotten me this face wash in Japan because I have a bunch of chemical sensitivities and stuff, and like I guess the skincare is cleaner there. So I found this face wash I could use there, and he was like, oh, I found this website I can order it off of. So he told me he was gonna send me some, and it never came. And it's like whenever I want to get back with him, I just remember that, and it's such a small thing, but it's like, you know, I have chemical sensitivities and that I'm gonna go have to try to find a new face wash and like potentially have trouble breathing for a few hours. And it's like, damn, you don't even care about me that much to like buy me a $20 face wash. Like, I want to believe that he loved me as much as I loved him, but when I remember things like that and just like other things he did to me, I'm like, I would never ever do that to someone. I would never treat someone like that. And it's like, he's not the person that I was telling myself that he was our whole relationship. And so I feel like I finally like processed that this past week. It's like, did you stop caring about my well-being, or did you never care about my well-being? And I also found this like old letter that he wrote me from a past breakup, when he had DM'd girls on Instagram, like flirting with them, and I broke up with him for a week. And he was like, just like over and over, like, I love you, I miss you so much, I just want to be with you, like, I'm so sorry, I let my ego get in the way, blah, blah. But then there was like one line that was like, I just want to be with you or someone who treats me like you do. And so I'm like, do you just like how I treat you, or like, do you like me? Because I always like loved him as a person, but now the one thing I would change is how he treated me, because I do recognize that I deserve to be treated better. Like, I just deserve to be treated the way that I treat other people, which is very, very well. But yeah, it's just like, did you actually like me as a person, or you just liked what I did for you, you liked how I treated you? But the reality is, it doesn't even matter anymore, because either way, we're never getting together again. It doesn't really matter what it was. Like, I don't need to keep ruminating and trying to figure it out and like make sense of it all and process it all. I think I already spent so much time processing all of it, and now the lesson is really to move on with my life and to focus on other things. Yeah, it's okay to grieve things, it's okay to love people, but I don't need to be spending hours every day or even minutes thinking about how much I love him and how much fun I had with him. I should be focusing on my new life and creating the life that I want and doing things in the moment that I want. And it's like, I accepted what happened, I surrendered, I trusted the universe, I let myself feel all the negative emotions, but I was still kind of living in the past, because I was still just like missing the past, wanting something that I didn't have in that moment, instead of focusing on the life that I want and all the things I have and all the things that I can do now. Even though there were a lot of phases where I was focused on that and just like enjoying my life and appreciating all the things I get to do when I'm alone and like free to do whatever I want. But yeah, it's just like I really cycle through all these different moods and perspectives, and now I'm just really in a place where I'm like, okay, just like stop thinking about it. It's okay to detach. It's okay to let go of the emotions. Just focus on creating the life that you want and living your new life that you manifested, that you asked for. It's like when I went to college, I wasn't sitting around thinking about how I miss my high school friends and I miss high school. Even though my high school friends were great, I was just fully engaged in my new life and creating a life that I love and enjoy and enjoying it. And that's what I have to do now. And I think everything happened the way that it was meant to. Like, I think it's okay that it took me that long to process it and to get to this point. And it's Aries season, it's April. This is like the season of new beginnings and actually taking action. And I think I did a lot of like healing and resting and just being with myself, healing so many parts of my mind. I think winter really is a period for like rest and reflection, and that's really what I did, and I healed so much internally, which is really the most important thing you can do and the most productive thing that you can do. But it gets to a point where it's like, okay, now it's time to re-enter society and enjoy life, because that's the reason I did all of this, is because I wanted to enjoy my life and I wanted to connect to people and have a better life experience and have new experiences and fulfilling interactions and see the world. But yeah, it was painful to like realize that I was like in love with an illusion. Like I had created this own illusion in my head. I had romanticized everything so much, and it's kind of cool that my brain can do that and it can create like this magical perception of things, but I need to like apply that to other areas of my life and like to my current life, and not to like my past or to like certain people that are not good for me. It's like also important to see things for how they are and like realistically, because if you excuse people acting out of their ego over and over again because you know like everyone has a good soul, like where do you draw the line? I deserve someone who doesn't act out of their ego, who isn't super insecure and needs validation and needs all these different things, because that's how I am. But yeah, it's just so weird when you like find your sense of safety and security and happiness and you connect to yourself through a specific person, and then it's like it's just such a weird, intense experience. And I didn't realize like breakups were this intense, and I just kept wondering, like, is it different for me? Like, is this like a real like soul connection, actually meant to be, actually divine counterparts, actually gonna end up together one day? Or like, does everyone feel this deeply and this connected to people? And I think it is that like a lot of people experience this deep of a connection, and it's still not meant to be forever. It's still not meant to last forever. Like it served its purpose. And really you're the one creating that like deep magical feeling. It's always been your mind. It wasn't like actually anything external, because everything is spiritual. The world is spiritual. Everything is deep. I met him at a time in my life where I was so traumatized by so many horrible living situations and like bad friendships. I used to be pretty outgoing, and when I met him, I kind of just like started to really shut myself off from the world and kind of just stuck with the friends that I had, who have slowly dwindled down. But yeah, I just really felt safe like being within myself, not really being social, not really opening my heart up to the world and like participating in it. Like I just was protecting myself for like several years, which I think I had to do to heal my health issues and my mental health, and it was all a necessary part of the process. But now that period of my life is finally ending, and I think that being with him would have held me back from being able to be open and friendly, because I feel like he did benefit from it because he was insecure, which like I never wanted to like flirt with people or give people the wrong idea, but I feel like I might have taken it too far into like not being friendly and not even like forming friendships or like talking to men at all. But yeah, it's like I'm kind of realizing that I think he did like a certain version of me. Like he didn't like all of me. He didn't like me in my full potential. Like he wanted me to be this people pleasing, not that I was like such a people pleaser in the relationship, like I had already healed from that a lot, and not that he was like a narcissist or like anything that bad. Like he always said he wanted me to put myself first. He wanted me to focus on my own needs and stuff. I think maybe subconsciously like he felt safer and more comfortable if I was like really generous to him and giving a lot of my time and energy to him, which means like not giving it to other people and other goals and dreams. But yeah, I think I was just at a time in my life where I just wanted to really protect myself and just feel safe in familiarity and comfort, and not putting myself out there and trying new things and meeting new people again. Like I just wanted to be safe and make myself small, and I did need that for a time. It was very healing, but I think it's time for me to like re-enter society and step into my power. But it's also just weird to think about, like he really doesn't know the full, he really just knew one version of me that like was a certain way, and like probably sees me very differently than I see myself, because I was kind of this like very closed off, like fearful version of me. I was like really confident when I met him. Like I was like secure in myself and like loved who I was, but I was scared of the world. I was like scared of people hurting me. And so that's where I'm at now. Like, I know in my last video I was like, I don't want to detach. I love feeling emotions. I love feeling love for other people. But now I'm like, okay, I can detach. Like, there doesn't need to be such strong emotions there. I don't need to be thinking about this every day. You can't just keep ruminating on the past, wishing for the past, and like being in this state of lack and missing things. Start to create the life that you want and appreciate your life and do what you want with it. Make the most of every second and like love where you're at, because you're exactly where you're meant to be and you never get to relive this moment. The more time that I spend just like focused on myself and what makes me happy and creating the life that I want and meeting new people, the better. I think this is the completion to healing from the breakup. Although who knows, you know, we always cycle through different emotions and I'm sure it'll come up sometimes. But yeah, it took me a long time to get here and I don't know, it's just a lot to process. There's no way I could have like faced the truth of who he is and what our relationship is like the first week of the breakup. There were so many other issues I had to deal with then and like heal then, and it just takes time to like work through everything, you know? Then I just had to like feel safe being alone and like being with myself and like losing things and like work through my grief and stuff. I couldn't like focus on all the bad. So for a while I just had to lie to myself and like believe in a certain reality. But yeah, overall I love my life. Even when I was like crying for hours, it felt so good. Like it was so weird. It literally felt like drugs. Like it felt so good to like cry and be sad. It's like you get to a certain point in your spiritual awakening where everything feels good, like even crying. And I don't know, it's weird, it's hard to explain. But yeah, life is great. Like I just go through all these different emotions, but they're all like enjoyable in their own way. So yeah, I finally just faced reality of like, this person treated you in ways that you would never treat someone. They obviously didn't really feel the same about you. They didn't really love you unconditionally in the way that you love other people. They're just like not the person you thought they were and that you have been thinking they are this whole time. And that was like hard to grieve. That was sad. I cried for hours, but it was necessary. And it did take me a long time to get there. You really have to look at people's actions. Would you do what they do? And it's like, maybe he did care about me just as much, but he still let his ego take over. He let his insecurities and fears dictate the way that he acted. And I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't treat a person in that way. I always care so much about people and like want to make them feel good. And I have the discipline to make good decisions and to treat people well always. Something that's been helpful to me lately is viewing God as a woman. And obviously God is not gendered, but when you think of motherly, divine feminine energy, this energy of unconditional love and nurturing and creation, that's what God is. God loves you unconditionally. God watches you make mistakes and forgives you every single time and loves you anyway and thinks that you're perfect anyway and listens to you, listens to your struggles and your feelings, and will give you the answers if you listen and if you're open to them, but also allows you to learn on your own and to make mistakes on your own, because that's how you grow. And so yeah, I just feel like God has this very like mothering, healthy mother energy. Obviously not all mothers are that way, but when you think about like the ideal mother, I think sometimes with religion, there's this idea that God is like this man in the sky who's watching over everything and judging you, and you should feel guilty when you do things wrong and you're gonna be punished. And the reality is that we're never punished. God does not punish you. And if you feel like you're being punished or you're scared of being punished, that's not God, that's your ego. Sometimes we're tested in a way, but it's really just the universe giving us a choice. The test is just to see, are you ready to be this new version of yourself? And so really you're just being given a choice of, are you going to choose your old life and your old way of being, or are you going to choose your new life and take new actions and make different decisions? And so the test is not like to punish us or to make sure that we're good enough. It's literally just the choice of who do you want to be, because we have free will to be whoever we want to be and to live whatever life we want to live. And sometimes you just have to be prepared in a certain way and have the traits in order for certain things to come into your life. And so that's all that it is. It's not like some negative, evil thing that's happening. If God is like the purest, highest thing that exists, then God is love. God is not anything negative. And so if your relationship with God is making you feel fear or guilt or shame, then that's not what God truly is. That's like your ego or something that humans have taught you. You can literally feel what God is by the energy. God is like the highest energy, right? So that's how you can discern what God is and what the truth is. Is it making you feel love and have love for others? That's what God is. Like if you're watching something and someone's talking about God in a way that makes you feel fearful, that makes you feel insecure and shameful, or that makes you judge other people, that's just not what God is, at least in my opinion, because God is like literally the most beautiful thing that exists. And God is unconditionally loving, unconditionally forgiving, and has so much love for you and never judges you or thinks negative things about you. And God isn't a human. God doesn't have an ego in the way that we do. So of course God is not experiencing those emotions towards you. But also just from an energetic standpoint, like the more in touch that you are with positive emotions, with emotions like love, the more in touch you are with God. Fear and shame, these things take you away from God in a way. And obviously like there's a place for everything. We're meant to experience fear, we're meant to experience shame. It all serves a purpose and it's all beautiful in its own way. But you can really use this like inner compass that you have of your emotions to tell what is right for you and to tell what is making me feel good and how can I do more of that, because that's what's raising your vibration. I just cried for like an hour thinking about me from a year ago and like all the shit I went through, and like words cannot describe the way it felt to be in my body and like all of the symptoms I was having and how horrible it was and how I felt like my body was torturing me, and all the fear and like truly thinking I was gonna die every day. And like I think I was having like anaphylaxis, having panic attacks and like suffocating, not being able to breathe, having it really affect my mood, suffocating every time I tried to sleep, not being able to sleep, and then just like losing all faith in doctors and faith in the medical industry. I don't know what's happening in my throat. And I think sometimes I want to believe that it wasn't that bad because like I don't want to think that it could happen again. And I try to tell myself that I like almost warped it in my memory. And I do believe it would never happen again, but for different reasons. But the reality is I know how bad it was. I remember how bad it was. And I think it's really important to validate that version of myself and not try to like tell her that what she experienced wasn't real. And I'll always have so much love for that version of me. And I think in the past when I would go through difficult things, like in high school, I would try to just like run away from that version of myself and pretend it didn't happen, pretend it didn't exist, and just try to separate myself from that version of me as much as possible in that phase of my life. But I think it's really important now to like integrate all these versions of me and to validate them and face the pain that I experienced and validate that. And yeah, like that version of me is the reason that I'm able to be so at peace and happy now. And like she's the one that had to do all the hard work and go through all the horrible things. And I never want to invalidate her and tell her like that she was being over dramatic or whatever, because I remember how bad it was and no one else will ever know, because it's not something you can put into words the way that my body felt. It was so horrible and it went on for so long, and there was no, I stopped believing in a higher power because I was praying all the time and nothing was happening. And I stopped believing in doctors in the medical industry and even holistic doctors and stuff. I felt like they didn't even have the answers, and in the past I thought that they were better, but I really like gave up on everything and felt so hopeless. And I just remember the fear of like thinking I was gonna die every day, just thinking I was gonna die, but also like kind of wishing that I just would, but like also I just was like, I liked my life a few weeks ago, like why can't I just go back to that? But now I'm so grateful that my life is so different and that I didn't just go back to that, because I'm so much like happier and healthier and really proud of the person I've become. But it was so scary to like truly think I was gonna die and to be suffocating and like to think I wasn't gonna have enough air to breathe. Like so many times I didn't think like someone could feel that horrible and not like drop dead very soon, because it was like a level of discomfort and pain that I had never experienced before. And I've dealt with chronic illness for like 10 years to the point where it's really affected my life and prevented me from like working normally. Like I've had fatigue to the point where it just makes life completely unenjoyable, but this was like torture every second. I guess it wasn't every second, but it was very often, daily. And there were at least like dozens of times where I would have these like, I think it was anaphylaxis, but like kind of these panic attacks where I felt like I was suffocating, like I was gonna die, and like I would get really lightheaded and literally have like 20 symptoms at once, like tingling body and pain all over my body and feel like someone's squeezing my organs and my lungs, and pain, back pain, pain in all my joints and like arms and legs, just so many things at once. And it was so weird, and so many weird sensations, and it was really scary. And then also I learned that like histamine binds to your serotonin receptors. Excess histamine binds to your serotonin receptors. So I always would feel like I could be positive when I wasn't having a reaction, and I could try to like stay hopeful. But then when it would happen, it was like I always just felt like it completely changed my mood, and it felt very chemical. So that makes sense now. Like it actually does completely like make you feel hopeless and fearful and depressed because you don't have serotonin in your brain in the way that you should. I mean, I doubt I'm gonna post this, but I just felt like I wanted to document this moment for some reason. I feel like that was just like the last version of me that was still really traumatized, that I hadn't really fully healed yet, even though obviously healing is like a never-ending journey. But yeah, I feel like I try to sometimes like push away these different versions of me that make me uncomfortable or that like are painful to look at. But I think it's really important that we like validate all these versions of us. And like, yeah, I'll always have so much love for her, and like I know what she experienced was real, and I'm the only one who will ever know how bad it actually was. And so I'm trying to like telepathically tell her like everything works out. It's hard to say like it's worth it when it was like so many months of suffering, but like it really does feel worth it. The emotions I feel now, I feel so happy, and life is beautiful, and like the way I've grown is just insane. But when I really remember how bad it was, it's just wild to think about. And I remember like even thinking, even if I figure this out, even if I like find the cure, like how will I know that it's gonna help others? Because I was thinking like the only way that it would be worth it to like suffer that much would be if I helped like a lot of other people, because that just felt like the only way that it would like balance out, you know what I mean? But I was just like, how would I ever know that what I did is like gonna help other people and work on other people? And I remember thinking that even, but it did all kind of work out, and I feel like I'm able to help others now. And it like, I don't know, I honestly like cry happy tears a lot of days of my life, because I just feel so happy now and grateful and at peace and confident, and just feel like I healed all these wounds I had my whole life and like figured things out. And I don't know, I also just felt like such a burden. I felt so unworthy of love in that state. I felt like so scared that I was gonna lose everyone in my life on top of everything I was already losing. And so I didn't want to open up to people. I didn't want people to take care of me and help me, even though that's what I really felt like I needed. I really like needed someone to love me and care for me, and I didn't really fully let people do that or like accept that. And I feel sad for that version of myself, that she didn't like get the love that she deserved and the validation that she deserved, because she did deserve it. And I realize that now, that like we're all always worthy of love and validation and everything, even in our worst states, even when we're sick and tired or whatever it is. Like I used to think I just wasn't worthy in my worst states, but I am. And you know, people really should have like loved me harder in that moment, and I feel like people didn't. But I feel like that was just a reflection of me, because I couldn't love myself and because I didn't feel worthy of it. And I just didn't even feel like I could fully open up to most people, because it just felt so dark. And I basically rejected myself, so I assumed that other people would reject me. But yeah, today was very healing, crying about this for a while. And it was after I did like an inner child meditation to connect with that version of myself, because I realized that I really needed to connect to that version of myself and heal her. Then I started reading like old texts that kind of like reminded me of what I was going through and like the headspace I was in, and also seeing the way that like other people were reacting to it. And I just like finally saw it for what it was and like cried about it, because at the time my perspective was so like painted with fear and insecurity that I feel like I didn't see things clearly. But now I can like see things clearly and just like feel sad for that version of me and really like validate and love her. If I do end up posting this video and something in this resonated with you or helped you or something, or you relate to it, like please leave a comment. I would love to know. I feel like it's really important to face our pain in order to heal from it, and it's so important to validate yourself, and that includes all versions of yourself. Don't try to change the narrative and put it in a more positive light. Or sometimes we also like villainize people and we like want to believe that things were worse than they were. Like try your best to see things clearly, and our perspective is always going to be shifting, and at times we're supposed to be like angry, at times we're supposed to be sad, at times we're supposed to be happy, but try to allow yourself to like see that full picture and feel all those feelings instead of trying to see it as one way in order to like make yourself feel better or protect yourself in the future. Like I think I just wanted to believe like it was so bad because I was stressed and I was like overreacting, because I want to believe that I could never feel that way again, because it's like terrifying and horrible. But the reality is I know like what my experience was. I know it was real. I know that I felt those things, and yeah, I'm sure that me being anxious like didn't help, but like I know there was something that started it, and it was very much not just anxiety. I mean, they literally gave me Xanax and I still couldn't breathe. But also when we are anxious in this constant state of stress, our bodies really struggle to repair themselves and to recover from whatever it is that we need to recover from. And so that's why it's so important to get out of that state of anxiety. But don't listen to the doctors that tell you it's just anxiety, because you know yourself better than anyone. You know what you're experiencing, and make sure that you're validating yourself at the very least, because the world might not, but you need to do that for yourself. And trust your own judgment of things, and trust your emotions, and know that all of your emotions are valid. Today's video is going to be about why we experience limerence and how you can actually use it to help yourself heal and evolve. There's a lot of videos out there about how to get rid of limerence and how it's bad and unhealthy. And yes, limerence is not ideal because it's not grounded in reality, but I really believe that every feeling that we have, every emotion that we have is there for a reason, and there's wisdom that we can get from it. And when we try to resist whatever we're feeling, it creates suffering. When we want to get rid of how we're feeling, it creates suffering and it causes issues in our lives. But when you can lean into whatever emotions you're feeling and accept them and learn the lesson that they're trying to teach you, it's going to naturally dissipate after that. And so I do think there's a purpose behind limerence, behind infatuation, behind obsession, and over-identifying with certain people or really thinking about people a lot. I think that they're a reflection of you, and there's something in there for you to integrate within yourself, some part of you that you don't accept, some part of you that you don't look at, or a part of you that you want to embody more. So yeah, I'm going to talk about in this video how you can do that and what this feeling is trying to teach you and how you can gain something from it. We experience ourselves through other people. It's very hard for us to comprehend ourselves without it being in relation to others. And so it's okay to feel really connected to other people. Sometimes I'm afraid to lose myself in other people or to confuse myself with other people almost, because I have this history of codependency. But this really is how we experience ourselves. We experience ourselves through the relationships that we have, and the relationships that you have at that current time are going to be a reflection of you. And so it's okay to kind of see yourself within those relationships and identify with them. I think that the people that we're romantically drawn to are such a reflection of us, a reflection of our belief systems, what we believe we're deserving of, what we believe about the world, about men, about women, and also maybe traits that we're looking for because we need them in order to feel safe, or what we need from another person in order to feel safe. I also do think there's times where the universe will give us more than we feel deserving of, because it's time for you to step into that version of yourself before you even have become that within yourself. But a lot of times the people in our lives are a reflection of our belief systems and our self-talk. Also, the way that we perceive people is not even necessarily who they are, how they are. It's a reflection of the way that we perceive things and the way that we view the world, the way that we view ourselves. And so you can learn a lot about the way that you perceive people, because you're not necessarily seeing people actually as they are. You're seeing people the way that you're meant to see them in order to grow spiritually. So I think it's so helpful to observe, how do I perceive people? What do I notice in them? What traits do I think they have? And sometimes when we're obsessed with a certain person, it's because we over-identify with that part of ourselves that they represent. Because we're all so multifaceted, we all have so many sides to us. I feel like a lot of times I come off as this very spiritual, serious person, but I know there's also this side to me that is really funny and playful. And at different times I'll over-identify with different parts of myself, or the human part of myself that makes mistakes, that has an ego that's very flawed. And then we all have this spiritual, divine part of ourselves as well. And it's important to find the balance between all of these, because we're always going to be oscillating between all of these different parts of ourselves. But the human experience is really about experiencing ourselves through other people. And so other people are going to reflect all these different parts of yourself so that you can accept them and love them and integrate them in a healthy way. If you're wanting to transmute your other emotions into healing and wisdom as well, and develop a healthier, loving relationship with yourself, I highly recommend checking out this Processing Emotions workbook. This workbook aims to help you feel safe and secure while facing your difficult emotions, which is going to help heal your trauma responses and unhealthy coping mechanisms. When we resist our emotions, they get stuck in our bodies and can contribute to mental and physical illness. Emotions can be a source of creativity and immense power when we know how to address them in a healthy way. You can find it on Amazon, or you can get the $5 ebook on my website. So sometimes we over-identify with one part of ourselves, and so we will become obsessed with certain people, because that's the part of ourselves that we accept and that we want to embody, because we think that that's the part of ourselves that we have to be in order to be safe in the world or to be accepted or whatever it is. So we find someone who's similar to that, and then we identify with that and we share this belief system that they have. If you feel like there's one person in this world who actually understands you, who is similar to you, who gets you, it might just be because you are rejecting all these other parts of yourself that are represented by the other people in your life, and you don't accept these parts of yourself. And I'm not saying that you have to embody these parts of yourself, but I think it's important to just accept that these things exist in our head and they're a part of us in order to heal. Also, a lot of times with limerence, we want approval, we want validation, and you're fantasizing about getting someone's approval, getting someone's love, getting someone's affection and validation. And so if that's the case, then you need to look at what is it that you want from them? What are the parts of yourself that you want to be accepted by them? Like, really just look at the thoughts that you're having and be like, what is it that I'm dreaming about, fantasizing about, and what is it that I'm craving? And find a way to give that to yourself. Find a way to validate and love yourself and give that to those parts of yourself. I think that's usually the cause of limerence, is that we're craving approval and validation because we don't validate ourselves. We don't validate our own emotions. We don't accept the bad parts of ourselves. We don't feel worthy of love. That's probably the main cause of limerence. But then if you're at a place where you are meeting all of your needs, you're validating yourself, you love yourself, you might still have obsessions with certain people because it's helping you integrate a certain part of yourself and face it and accept it. Because there's all these parts of ourselves that we don't always acknowledge, we don't always accept. And I feel like as we evolve, we're meant to just accept more and more of them and acknowledge them. Like a few weeks ago, I was talking to this guy and I, for some reason, was just really drawn to him and had feelings for him, even though I barely knew him. And so I was like, what does he represent to me? What do I see in him? What am I noticing in him? Because that's going to be a reflection of me. And I feel like he was very much in his ego, in a certain part of his ego that was something that I didn't accept about myself, or something that I judged in others a lot of times, and kind of told myself, like, I'm not even like this. But through this experience, it helped me to accept that part of myself and to acknowledge that it's within me. And just because that part exists, it doesn't cancel out the other stuff. And it's okay to I accept that this is a part of me and it's a part of most people. I was able to accept that part of myself within myself and within others, and not judge people for this trait and think it's a bad thing and label it negatively, and reject myself for feeling that way sometimes, or looking down on people who really embody that. But I also decided this isn't my priority. This isn't who I want to be an embodiment of all the time. Like, this is just a part of me that I accept, but it's not the part of me that I want to like live life in or have relationships with people who are this way, if that makes sense. So after I was able to learn that lesson and integrate that part of myself and accept it, I stopped having feelings for this person. I think that sometimes we have this tendency to want to get rid of the feelings and the experiences that we don't like, but I think that spirituality is really about accepting all of the different feelings that you're experiencing and realizing that they're all teachers, they're all guides, and you can gain so much from each experience when you lean into it and allow yourself to feel it. And we're really just here to experience, and it's cool to experience all these different emotions. I know that we think some are good and some are bad, but really they're not. If you're able to look at it from a certain perspective, like really everything is equal. But yeah, you don't need to heal or correct your emotions. Your emotions are exactly what they're meant to be, and all of your emotions are okay. But when we experience limerence or infatuation, it's because there's something for us to learn there, and a side of you is being highlighted and brought to the surface so that you can accept it and acknowledge it. It's normal to be drawn to certain people. It's normal to have feelings for certain people. Our emotions don't always make logical sense, and that's okay. That's the experience that we're meant to have. But I think if you're clinging on to a certain person, it's because you're attached to that version of you, that past version of you, and you're not ready to evolve past it yet. There's something there that you haven't fully processed and healed. And once you're able to do that, you're gonna stop having feelings for that person, and you're gonna step into this new version of you, and new people are gonna come into your life. And really look at what do you perceive them as, because that's what's gonna show you what you need to heal and what you need to integrate. And once you finally see the truth of everything, the truth of who you are, the truth of who they are, because it's similar, because the reality of who you are is someone who accepted that person, who accepted that treatment, who accepted that form of love. Even if you are different people, it's still going to show you things about yourself. And then once you decide, I don't want to be this version of me, I don't want to embody these traits anymore, and you evolve past that version of you, those feelings for that person are going to go away. So if they haven't yet, it's because there's something there that you haven't fully processed or healed yet, or looked at the reality of the situation yet. Lean into the infatuation, lean into the limerence, and learn the lesson from it. Who are they to you? Who do they represent to you? Really try to see the full picture. Try to analyze, who is this person to me? What are the things I notice within them? And are these traits that I accept within myself? Are these traits that I even see within myself at all? Are these traits that I want to embody? Are these traits that I don't want to embody? Or is the obsession more coming from a place of wanting validation, wanting approval, wanting love? Because in that case, then you need to validate and love yourself, all the different parts of yourself, and acknowledge them. Sometimes certain people bring out a side of us that we really like, that we feel good, that we feel confident in, makes us feel good about ourselves. But I do think the goal is ultimately to accept all parts of you and love all parts of you, not just one specific side of you, and to over-identify with that. Because who you are in every situation with different people, it's all a part of you. And there are times where I'm very reserved, I'm very shy, I'm very awkward, and so I don't want to identify with that part of me as much as the people who I'm confident and outgoing around. But it's been very healing to accept and love that version of me as well, and just like to see it almost like a child who's learning, who's growing, who's flawed, and like it's beautiful to be human and to be awkward and to be shy. Like, I don't know, I don't view it as a bad thing anymore, and I'm able to accept that part of myself as well. I think the whole human experience is just us experiencing ourselves through other people, through the universe, through the world. It's all a reflection of you, and it's all for you to learn and grow and experience and have fun. And when we try to resist what we're experiencing, it becomes a difficult experience. It becomes painful. But when you lean into all these different feelings, instead of labeling them as bad and trying to push them away, it all just becomes like a fun, cool experience, at least in my experience. I even realized that everyone I work with, it represents a part of me, and for so long I didn't identify with all these different parts of me that I notice in other people. But all of them are thoughts that exist within my head and experiences that I have, and a part of my ego that I have not accepted. And that's not the version of me that I show up as in the world, but it is a part of me that exists. And I feel like at least my life is about learning to face and integrate all these parts of me and accept them. And for the past several months after my breakup, I was analyzing my ex, and I didn't really know why, but I just felt drawn to do that, and so I just kept doing it. But it actually helped me learn so much about myself, because sometimes it's hard to observe ourselves and to really see ourselves accurately, but it can be easier to see it in others and then realize that that's a reflection of you. So that's something that really helped me. And I was just analyzing him so much and like why he is the way he is, and then realizing that these are traits that I also embody and why I attracted a person like this. And then eventually when I got to a point where I realized this is not the version of me that I want to be and I don't want to embody these traits anymore, that's when I finally moved on and finally stopped having strong feelings for him. It also took me a while to see the truth of who he was instead of projecting a fantasy onto him or like projecting myself onto him. I feel like during my 5-year relationship, I never saw myself clearly or my ex clearly. I was always kind of lying to myself or just only accepting a certain version of myself. And so when the relationship ended, I spent so many months processing all of that and seeing the reality of the situation and actually observing myself and facing reality. So it took me a while to process all of that in the version of me that I was for so many years. And now I can keep the traits that I like that he embodied and that I wasn't embodying, or the traits that we were both embodying, and I can leave the rest, and I don't want the rest. I want to be a different version of myself. And now that I've done that, I don't have feelings towards him anymore. So yeah, I hope this video was helpful to you. I think this would be considered shadow work. I don't know if anyone else has ever really talked about this. It kind of just came to me, but I kind of just started observing what these emotions meant to me and why I was feeling this desire to analyze people. And then I realized that it's not a bad thing to feel feelings for people and to have strong emotional pulls towards people, and you're actually meant to be experiencing that, and it's really helpful once you can learn the lessons from it and use it for your benefit. And it's also going to help you get over these feelings. I feel like I documented the whole healing process of my breakup on this channel, so I feel like I need to give an update. I think this is kind of the last video of that whole era, the ending to that era, because I feel like I am in my new life now and I'm no longer grieving the old, and I no longer miss my ex or have feelings for my ex. And I know that some people are watching those videos and actually relating to them because I get emails. So I will say, like, even if you feel like you'll never get over this person and you'll never feel a different way, you probably will, and the way that you feel in the future is gonna surprise you and it's gonna be so amazing. There were just so many times I was like, am I ever not gonna have feelings for him? Or like, are we just meant to be and it's different for me? But now I feel so different about the whole situation, and just I'm viewing it from a way different perspective. And it's just crazy how much we can change and grow. Yeah, I feel like for so long I was kind of sitting in that grief of the old, grieving the old, missing the old, and in this weird limbo period where my new life had not come in yet, but my old life had crumbled, and it was a weird space to be in. I honestly feel like I made the most of it. I enjoyed it, but it also, there's those feelings of like doubt and discomfort. But yeah, I feel like I'm not grieving that relationship at all anymore. I'm not missing that person at all anymore, because I feel like new things have come into my life that are even better. And I did find that fulfillment within myself first, and know that I will always be happy and be okay being alone and not even needing strong connections with people to be happy, although that is an important part of life. But I feel like it was important for me to sit in that discomfort for a little bit and sit in the loneliness and really feel safe and secure and happy within myself and feel completely fulfilled without needing anything external to fulfill me. But yeah, now I'm definitely done grieving the past. I don't miss the past. I'm so much happier with my new life. I feel like there are actual physical changes in my life finally. I've been making new friends. I actually met my dream man. Like literally, this man is so healed, so nice, treats me so well, compliments every single thing about me, really sees my value and like appreciates me. And shares all the belief systems that are important to me and just has a really healthy mindset. Like, I feel like he makes me look like a negative ass bitch. Being around him, I'm like, oh, I actually still have negative beliefs that I need to heal that he doesn't have. And I honestly rarely feel that way around people. I usually feel like I'm the most positive person in the room. And he's also working towards bigger goals, making content about self-development, and just checks off every box on this long ass list I had of what I want in a partner. So that's just been really cool to realize people like this do exist, and I did have this strong belief that I will get everything I want, that I will meet someone who is so healthy and perfect for me. I really truly believe that, but it's cool to have it reflected back to me so quickly, so soon. But I'm actually in this place where I don't want to commit to anything. I don't want to be in a relationship, and I don't want to have to worry about someone else's happiness and what they want, because I've never had so much freedom in my life. Probably in many lifetimes, this is the most freedom I've ever had. And yeah, I just feel like my soul right now just wants freedom and doesn't want to have to worry about anyone else and just wants to experience life. I feel like I never really got to date because I used to be so insecure and so fearful. And now I just want to experience people and like not have to worry about making someone else happy or what they want from me, who they want me to be. Although obviously I do believe that I'll find a partner who doesn't expect me to be anything other than what I am, or doesn't make me feel like I have to do things to make them happy, and who is meeting their own needs. But I also just feel like right now I'm just meant to be free and not be in a relationship and experience different people, not even in a romantic way, but just, you know, having the time to do that and the freedom to do that. But yeah, I think it's just cool that I met someone like that, and it just like really shows me that all of this is real and that everything's gonna work out and I am gonna attract like-minded people. And I think at the very least we'll end up being really good friends, but I don't know where it's gonna go. But right now I just feel like my soul just wants to be free and to explore. And someone was like, lock this man down. Like, what are you doing? If you find a man who like is everything you want, why would you not be in a relationship with them? What if you lose them? And I just realized how healed I am that didn't even scare me. I'm like, I cannot lose what's meant for me. Whatever is meant for me will be, or something better will come into my life if I lose something. And I really believe that and have such a healthy mindset around relationships, because that's been proven to me. Every time that I end an unhealthy relationship or friendship and decide that that's not the type of behavior that I want to tolerate, something better always comes in, even though it's hard to believe sometimes that healthy people exist and will come into your life. But it's just been proven to me time and time again that better people continue to come into my life. So that's something that I really strongly believe in and trust in now and have such a healthy mindset around. And I'm just not gonna act out of fear and not wanting to lose something, because first of all, I'm fine alone forever if that's what happens. And second of all, I do believe that what's best for me will always find me, and I can't lose what's meant for me, and I'll always get something better, especially by following my intuition. And so I'm not gonna act out of fear and like desperation of trying to keep something or being afraid that I'm gonna lose it if I don't act a certain way. I'm just gonna do what I want, and I truly trust that everything is gonna work out perfectly for me, because I just think that's how life works when you think that way. We literally came here just to have fun and to experience life, and it's so sad how many of us are living in fear and in survival mode and not enjoying the process and enjoying the experience. And I feel like now I'm able to just enjoy all of this, even the things that people would think of as bad. I'm able to just be grateful to have this human experience and to really experience it fully and enjoy it and appreciate it for what it is. Also, it's interesting because I used to get really obsessed with people when I had a crush on someone. Like, I would create this image of them in my head that wasn't really based in reality, but who I wanted them to be, and I would fantasize about that. And then over time, the image I had of them would be disproven and would kind of fall apart, and then I would lose feelings for them because they weren't even who I thought they were. Whereas now I feel like I'm forming the image of them as I'm getting to know them, and it's based in reality, it's based in what they're showing me they are, instead of who I wish people were. So it's taking me longer to have strong feelings, but I think that's a healthy thing. But it is kind of weird and uncomfortable right now because it's just a new experience for me. But sometimes I'm just like, if I don't have strong feelings for them, then it's not meant to be, right? Because like my feelings will guide me. But no, I think it actually should take time to really like people and have strong feelings for them. But there's nothing wrong if you develop crushes really quickly and feel strong feelings for people. If you do, I recommend watching my video about limerence. And I also think it's beautiful that the universe is literally giving me like my dream man, the person that I would want, but I'm still choosing myself. I still love myself so much that I would rather just be free to be myself, to express myself in whatever way I want, than to be in a relationship and try to consider someone else's needs and wants. Like, I feel like that just shows me how healed I am, that I'm actually choosing myself and I actually love myself so much that even when presented with like the perfect person, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I will say that it feels uncomfortable at times to be dating again, to be doing this all over again. It is like an uncomfortable and scary experience at times, and I still experience some anxiety. Like, it's not like everything is so easy and I'm so healed. Like, it's just new lessons coming up, and now I realize I'm having to work through my fears of dating and being intimate with people. But I think this is also my first time like actually facing those feelings instead of dissociating from them. But yeah, I just want to be honest, like, it's not like everything is perfect, but everything is really, really good, honestly. I also started doing a bit of online coaching, making money from that, which is really exciting to be making money doing something that I love and enjoy so much and that I'm really passionate about, and being able to help people. So I feel like that's such a beautiful thing that has come into my life recently. And also I've been going to the gym a lot and really loving that and feeling the healthiest I've ever been, feeling the strongest I've ever been for sure in my life. And sometimes after the gym, I'll just sit on my rooftop and feel so healthy and strong and think about a year ago sitting on my rooftop doing healing visualization meditations and just wishing that I would be healthy and just wanting that so bad and having to believe that I would have it, but also not really fully knowing. And to have that now, I just feel so, so grateful. Life is just so amazing and beautiful, and I feel so happy and so grateful to be so healthy, and to think of wishing for that and hoping for that and to have it now is just so amazing. And I know that the things I'm wishing for now, I'm gonna feel that way one day, but I honestly feel so fulfilled and so happy right now. I haven't even gotten a cold in like 6 months, which is really crazy for me because I always get sick, and I work in a restaurant and everyone's always getting sick, and it was winter that whole time that I didn't get a cold. So I feel like I actually am so much healthier, and I still have symptoms sometimes, but they're really not bad. I actually had an allergic reaction at work the other day for the first time in like maybe a year. Like, I can't remember the last time where I actually felt like I was suffocating. So it kind of sucks to know that that could even still happen, because I was starting to wonder if it could even still happen. But also I was really able to help myself through it and comfort myself through it and even still finish my shift at work. And I just had to believe, like, I'm not meant to die right now. Even though it's hard to breathe, I'm getting enough air to survive. And yeah, I was like frustrated by the symptoms, but they weren't horrible. They weren't as traumatic as it was in the past. And I think it actually was healing to have that experience and to comfort myself through it. So yeah, everything is great. I have new people in my life, new friendships. I'm having so much fun. I feel like I'm in my new life. I'm not just grieving the old life anymore. And it's so much better, and I'm so grateful that my old life fell apart. And every day I just realize so many different things that I've healed in so many different ways, that I'm acting in a more evolved way, but also always realizing things that I still need to heal, and new challenges coming up, new fears coming up. There's always more growth, and it's kind of the same lessons over and over in different ways, in different levels. And you do have to face discomfort. Like, it never gets super, super easy just to be healing and evolving. I had to face a lot of discomfort in order to bring new friendships into my life, because it wasn't comfortable for me to hang out with people, and I had anxiety and insecurity, but I'm really glad that I did, and the discomfort is getting easier to deal with. But I feel like the universe really helped me face all my fears in phases so that I could really handle it and be prepared for the next phase and work my way up to these things that are really uncomfortable for me. But yeah, sometimes you need to face your fears. You need to do what makes you uncomfortable and trust yourself to know when that's the right decision for you. And obviously healing isn't linear. I'm sure there will be a day where I miss my ex again and feel sad about it, but I felt this way for a long time now, whereas before it was kind of flipping back and forth like every day. So whatever it is that you're grieving, whatever it is that you are feeling right now, just know that everything passes. You are gonna feel differently. I know it might be hard to believe it, but just keep going and keep choosing to be a better version of you, because I really believe that you will be rewarded. The universe is always going to give us something better when we decide that we don't want to tolerate something. And it does take some discipline, it takes some sacrifice, but it's so worth it. You're going to have to face some discomfort, some fears, but again, it's so worth it. And this is what's fun about life, so enjoy it. A few months ago, my maintenance man called me beautiful, and I felt very uncomfortable and scared because this man has the keys to my apartment and knows where I live. But I also was like, okay, why am I feeling this fear? Because logically, I really believe that like a freak accident will happen before anyone is able to hurt me that isn't meant to hurt me. And I really believe that I'm so protected. And I have so much faith in the universe and in my guides. But I really like to observe when I have fear coming up and try to heal that and try to work through whatever fear it is that I'm experiencing. And I realized that I had spent all this time working through my fear of criticism, working through my fear of rejection, working through my fear of people judging me negatively. But this experience helped me realize that actually I also have a fear of being desired, of people thinking good things about me. I have this fear of people desiring me, especially if I'm not reciprocating it and giving them what they want. And for whatever reason, being desired feels very unsafe to me. So this is something that I observed and just set the intention to work through it. And how do we work through fears? Usually it's through facing them. And it's funny because now there's a bunch of people in my life who have made it very clear to me that they have crushes on me, that I am not reciprocating. And so I'm kind of sitting in all this discomfort of the fear of being desired. And it's all people who I don't think would do anything bad to me. I don't think they would do anything to harm me. But I think just being able to face the thing that I'm afraid of, which is being desired, and just sit with that and have it be okay and have me still be safe is helping me heal it. And it's also making me realize that a lot of the fear also comes from not wanting to hurt people, not wanting to disappoint people, not wanting to not be what people want from me. So it makes me uncomfortable for people to desire me and want something from me, and for me to not be able to give that to them and to choose myself first. But that's something that I'm obviously choosing to do, and just sitting with that discomfort, which is helping me heal it. And I really just make this video to say, maybe this is a fear you also have and you also will need to work through. If you're facing your fear of being seen and you're trying to go after some type of goal that requires you to be criticized and desired, like you might have both of these fears that you need to work through first in order for your nervous system to feel safe letting in fame or success or whatever it is that you're going after. And a shadow that's coming up for me a lot lately is vanity. And I think that I always wanted to believe that I'm not vain. I don't value physical appearance. I don't care what I look like. It's the least important thing about me, which I do still think that. I think that physical appearance is the least important thing about people, but it obviously is still important. It still affects the way that we view people. And I'm really at a place though where I feel so much unconditional love for like every single human that I see, even strangers, and I'm able to see the beauty in them no matter what they look like. Like I really just can admire and see the beauty in everyone and every body and every face. But lately I've been shown that when I do think someone is very physically attractive, it does change the way that I view them, and it does make me view them more positively. And so that's just a shadow that I'm integrating lately and realizing like I'm not above all of this. People's physical appearances do affect the way that I view people, unfortunately. But I guess it's not unfortunate, I guess it's human nature. And it's just something that you should be aware of, because when you're not aware of it, that's when it's really a problem. And then also I just have so many insecurities around my physical appearance coming up lately. That's just a huge theme in my life lately, is just being really insecure about my physical appearance on and off. It's really the biggest insecurity that I have left. And even when I have people in my life validating my physical appearance and telling me that I'm beautiful, it really doesn't matter what other people tell you until you yourself believe it and give power to their opinion. But honestly, we shouldn't give power to other people's opinions. We should learn to make our own opinion the healthiest opinion, and then to value that above everything else. So that's something that I'm working on, but it's kind of hard because it's like, how do you find evidence that you are physically attractive? It feels like something that is very objective, but honestly, attraction is so subjective. Like, everyone has different opinions. And also, I really do believe that as you grow energetically, your physical appearance can change, even though it seems like it's not changing at all. Like, your physical features are not actually changing, but somehow energetically you appear more attractive. Or I think that my energy alone would make me attractive even if I'm ugly. And I do believe that. But then, I don't know, I still have all these insecurities about it, about how I look. But yeah, I think that I view physical appearance as something that is objective, something that is the least easy to change. Like, we can change all these other things about ourselves energetically, and we can build more confidence and get better at skills. But it's like, you look how you look and you can only do so much about it. But in reality, I think that you can live in any reality you want, and you can focus on all the flaws that you have and all the bad things about yourself, or you can focus on the beauty and choose to see it from that light. And probably when you're able to view it in that light, it becomes more real in your reality, and it becomes your like dominant reality. And whatever we focus on grows. And I think that physical appearance probably isn't as set in stone as we believe that it is. I think that any reality that you can imagine and believe in, you can create it. In the same way that I improved my health, even though that is a very biological thing, but that's something that I was able to change with my mind. You know how there's days where you look in the mirror and you feel beautiful, and then there's days where you notice all the flaws and you feel so ugly, and you notice all the weird shadows and all the ugly features that you have, and you focus on those. I think that there's always evidence of so many different realities, and you get to choose which one to focus on and which one to live in. Like, even when we're dealing with health issues, say you're bedridden for months, like, obviously you're not healthy, but you could look at it and be like, I still have a beating heart, I have lungs that function, I have literally all these organs that are functioning, I have my body that is trying so hard to heal me and showing me that it needs rest in order to heal me, and doing all of these physical processes for me properly. And you can realize how much health you do have, even if you're really, really sick. Like, there's so many aspects of your body that are still healthy and that are still functioning properly in order to keep you alive. And so I think that there's always going to be proof of both realities, and manifesting is not about changing your reality. It's about realizing that both things already exist, and then focusing on the part that you want and choosing that. And it's the same with money. Like, you can focus on how you're struggling to pay your bills, you can't buy the things that you want, you're stressed about making enough money, whatever it is. Or you can be like, I have this, like, I'm able to pay these bills, I have a place to live, I have everything that I need, I have food to eat. Obviously there's varying levels, like, everyone is experiencing different levels of this, but there's always gonna be something for you to focus on that you have. Like, even if you're homeless and you get $5 a day from someone, like, you can focus and be like, God gave me this $5 today, which is what I needed in order to be able to eat enough to live another day. Like, you know what I mean? There's always evidence of what you want already in your reality, and you can choose to focus on that and give more value to that than to the negative aspects of your life. But yeah, I think that for so long I viewed my physical appearance as this thing that is the least important thing about me, so I don't really care about it. I'm just gonna kind of ignore it, put it in the shadows. I'm gonna act like I don't care about that, and I'm above that, and I don't care about physical appearance. But obviously I do, because I still put effort into my physical appearance. And so this is something that is coming out of the shadows for me, something that I need to integrate and accept that, yes, I do care about physical appearance and it matters, and developing a healthier relationship with that instead of just trying to ignore it and pretend that it doesn't matter. I think something that always helps me reprogram my beliefs is finding evidence of the beliefs I want to have. So I guess I just have to like look in the mirror and find a way to see beauty in it, because I'm like, is it wrong to use external validation as confirmation of the beliefs that you want to have? Like, if 100 people tell me that I'm beautiful, then is that gonna be evidence for me? But there's people already who are telling me that, and it really doesn't matter because I just like don't value their opinions, I guess. Not like I don't value their opinions, but it's not working. So obviously it's not enough. Obviously it's something that I need to give to myself. Or I'm wondering if there's certain people whose opinions I would value. But I'm kind of just making this video to say this might also be a shadow that you have. And I think when we're able to bring awareness to things, that's when we're able to really start healing them. If you're just trying to ignore something and push it away, there's really nothing that is gonna solve it until you're able to look at it and face it. If anyone has any good insight, any advice for me, or even if you just relate, I would love to hear about it in the comments, or if you want to email me if you don't feel comfortable commenting. We attribute our happiness to external things like relationships, friendships, money, success, accomplishments. But in reality, happiness comes from your perception of external things. So really happiness is coming from within you, not from anything outside of you. So you actually have complete control and power over your happiness. It's always been coming from within you and just from within your own mind, not from the things outside of you in your reality. It's you who is creating that association with things outside of you. And so once you can understand this, you're not really gonna fear losing things because you'll realize that everything was always coming from within you and that you can't lose it. And happiness doesn't have to make logical sense. Happiness doesn't have to come from tangible things in your reality. I think that happiness really comes from God and comes from within us, but we just tend to associate it with things outside of us. And because you do associate it with things outside of you, your happiness is wavering with the things outside of you because you're the one giving those things power over your happiness, but really you're in control of your own happiness. And you're the one assigning meaning to the events that happen in your life. Like a lot of times we'll assign negative meaning to the things that are happening to us, but you can assign positive meaning to bad things that are happening to you. A lot of times the bad things that happen in our lives lead to the best outcomes, lead to the most beautiful transformations, or something that you think might not be good on the surface, you think you don't want it, it might end up being a positive thing in your life. And you can start to view everything in your life as having positive meaning, and it's gonna end up creating a much more enjoyable life experience for you, and you're gonna be able to experience positive, happy emotions the majority of the time. And it really doesn't even matter what your external reality is. But personally, I like to have a really enjoyable human experience and just enjoy life, and so that's how I like to live my life. I really just romanticize every part of my life and like to assign these, magical feelings to things. And it's fine because even if I lose those things, I realize that it was coming from me all along. It's nothing external. I can always attract similar experiences into my life, and I always do. And I can always create those feelings in my head from other things. I think that you can find happiness in any moment of your life by focusing on the things that bring you joy and focusing on those things and growing them instead of focusing on the things that you don't like and that you want to change. There's always both sides of your life to look at. There's always going to be good and bad in every single situation. It's never going to be a 100% perfect. And you get to choose what to focus on, what to give your attention. But yeah, I think that we associate our happiness with certain things instead of realizing that our happiness is independent of these things. Our happiness is coming from our own mind, from our own perception. And you are always in control of your happiness, and it doesn't have to waver as things outside of you change or as you lose things, because it was you all along creating these positive feelings. But when we misattribute it to certain people and certain things, then when we lose those things, we're the ones making ourselves unhappy because we're associating it with these things. But if you can start to associate your happiness with your own mind and your own perception, then when the things around you in your life change and when you lose things, your happiness is not going to go away. If someone loves you, someone takes good care of you, and suddenly you have self-worth and that helps you to see yourself as valuable and worthy of love, that's you seeing yourself as valuable and worthy of love. You're the one that is adding value to that situation and seeing it as proof and allowing it to change the way that you view yourself, because you could just be like, no, like they're just wrong, that's not true, like I don't deserve this. So if someone is able to make you feel more confident in yourself and worthy of love, then that's not dependent on them. That's coming from you in the first place anyway. You're the one who is allowing it to make you feel that way. Or if you have career success, if you get 1 million views on YouTube and now you see that external validation as proof that you are good enough and you're worthy, and you're allowing that to make you feel confident about yourself, that is still you assigning that meaning to it and giving yourself confidence. Because you could just look at that and just disregard it as proof and just be like, I don't deserve this and I'm still not good enough. So really everything is always coming from you and nothing external really matters, but you're the one assigning meaning to the external things that happen to you, and you're misattributing the feelings that you have to the things that happen externally, but really everything is coming from inside of you. And so once you're able to realize that, then you don't need anything outside of you. You're not dependent on anything outside of you for validation, for love, for approval, for happiness. And to be able to do that is just such a beautiful, powerful thing, because you'll be able to be happy and confident in every situation and not be so affected by the things that are happening around you, and not be desperate for people to like you, or desperate for a certain person, or desperate for any certain outcome. And you'll be able to just enjoy your life and not feel this state of lack. I think that everything is just a reflection of you. So if you lose something, you're always gonna get something better, or the same at least, unless you allow that loss to make you think more negatively of yourself. And I think that everything in your life is exactly as it's meant to be in this moment, but sometimes we assign a negative meaning to it. So you can choose to assign a positive meaning to everything happening in your life, and to just enjoy where you're at and really appreciate this experience and focus on all the good aspects of it. Don't waste your life wishing to be somewhere else because your soul chose to have this exact experience. Your soul wants to be exactly where you're at right now. And trust that everything that you want is going to come in eventually. You're gonna have that life that you want, that you're dreaming of. But also your soul wants to be in this exact moment and experience things in this way first. And don't let the curiosity or the fear of things not working out in the future ruin this moment for you. External validation can make us feel happy, but it depends on the meaning that you assign to it, because you can have 1,000 people tell you that you're attractive, and if you just don't believe them, it just isn't gonna mean anything. It's not gonna make you feel anything. But if you can value other people's opinions, then it's gonna make you feel things, it's gonna make you feel positive things, but that's because you're the one valuing it and agreeing with it. But if you can make your own opinion really healthy and positive and then value that above everything else, you're gonna have a lot more control over your emotional state. You're gonna be able to stay in a positive emotional state a lot more easily and not be sensitive to rejection or criticism, not be desperate for people to like and validate you, and not feel like you need to do certain things in order to get certain outcomes, or be afraid of losing things, or feel like you have to be a certain way, like you have to people please, like you have to follow societal norms. And getting to this state of mind has truly been the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced in my life. Like, it's just such a state of bliss and peace and comfort and happiness, and it brings me so much joy every day to be in this mental state and to not be so affected by people around me, and to just really feel whole within myself and validated within myself. And I think it's a feeling that so many of us are searching for through all these external things. We just want this feeling, and I feel like I finally found it. And even when we love someone, that is coming from you, that is coming from your own mind, from your feelings. You're adding this like magic and this romance to this situation, to this person, and assigning it to this person. It's not actually coming from that person. Everyone is just like a simple person. They don't carry these feelings with them. The feelings come from within you. And so you already have this capacity to feel love, to feel strong feelings for people, to have these magical romantic feelings. And you can start to assign that to different things in your life, or to just find it without needing anything external, or to just realize that it's always there, it's always been within you, it's always been coming from you. And even if you lose the external thing that you're associating with it, it's okay, because it's still within you and it always has been. I hope that this video made sense. Please let me know in the comments below and let me know your thoughts. If you're wanting to transmute your other emotions into healing and wisdom and develop a healthier, loving relationship with yourself, I highly recommend checking out this Processing Emotions workbook. This workbook aims to help you feel safe and secure while facing your difficult emotions, which is going to help heal your trauma responses and unhealthy coping mechanisms. When we resist our emotions, they get stuck in our bodies and can contribute to mental and physical illness. Emotions can be a source of creativity and immense power when we know how to address them in a healthy way. You can find it on Amazon, or you can get the $5 ebook on my website. I feel like there's a collective healing happening lately in terms of how we view relationships and cheating and monogamy. And I didn't even know who Aubrey Marcus was. I guess that he's big in the spiritual community. But a YouTuber that I watch made a video about this situation. Shout out Katie Horton. And for some reason, I've just been intrigued by this whole situation and been reflecting on it a lot. And I think the question that I've been trying to answer is, what is the right way to do things? Is it monogamy? Is it polyamory? Is it only having sex in a committed relationship? Or is it having sex as much as you want with whoever you want? Or somewhere in between? I do think that the more healed you are, the less jealous you are going to be. And if you were truly healed, you wouldn't be jealous, you wouldn't be possessive, and you would not be hurt by people doing whatever they want and being happy. And I also do think that I could love multiple people, because I think that anyone that you get to know deeply, you would love them, because every human is just so unique and amazing. And just anyone that you would get to know really in depth, you would fall in love with them, I believe. So I do think I could fall in love with multiple people in my life. I mean, of course, you don't have chemistry with everyone, you don't have attraction to everyone. And it's honestly rare that I really click with someone to the point where I want to spend so much time around them that I'm getting to know them that well. But in theory, I know that there's definitely like a handful of people out there that could happen to me with. And sometimes I feel like I want to experience so many different people, and I just love getting to know people, and I love loving people. But I think for me personally, I'd rather just pour all my love into one person and myself and my kids, not dilute my love between a bunch of different people. I feel like that's so much to balance already, and even though I could, in theory, probably love multiple people, that's probably not what I would want to prioritize in my life. But I don't necessarily think that that means that that's right for everyone, and that monogamy is like the highest form of love. I do think that it's hard to do polygamy in a truly healthy way from a truly healthy place. But at the same time, that's also true for monogamy. Like, a lot of people are in codependent relationships and have unhealthy attachments to each other and have jealousy and possession in monogamous relationships as well. And in this scenario, it does seem like Vailana wants a more monogamous relationship and has kind of abandoned parts of herself and doesn't feel worthy. And so I think that's the issue that a lot of people have with it, is that it seems like it's not what she really wants, and it's bringing up these wounds for her. And so then I'm like, is it our responsibility to make our partners feel safe and loved? Because I think about in my last relationship, my partner was kind of insecure and very possessive, and so I stopped being friendly with men. And it felt like I kind of was sacrificing a part of me, because I just am a very friendly person. I love talking to people, I love getting to know people. But I did that to make him feel safe. Well, honestly, I did it for me to feel safe and secure in the relationship, because I was desperate to keep the relationship. And so I'm kind of torn. I'm like, do you make your partner feel safe, or do you do what feels good to you and like allow yourself to be the full version of you? Obviously, there's a difference between being friendly with people versus having sex with people. But yeah, I think that you probably should make your partner feel safe in a relationship and prioritize that, and maybe sacrifice some things that are not detrimental to you in order to do that, because we are all flawed humans and we all have our own insecurities and wounds, and those are things that you do have to take into account in a relationship. And we're all always sacrificing something in order to get something else. I guess it all comes down to us seeking things outside of ourselves, us seeking external things, when really the goal should be finding that within us and finding that wholeness within us. But most people are just not there yet. This situation is also making me reflect on how a lot of people are spiritual, in the fact that they believe that we're spiritual beings, they believe that there's more to the world, they believe in energies and spirit guides and all of these things, but they're not necessarily enlightened. They're still attached to external validation and external things. Because when I think of spirituality, like true spirituality, I think of being more detached from external things and not needing them to be happy, and not seeking these external pleasures. But then at the same time, it's like we're human and we're supposed to be human. We're supposed to have a human experience, and that's the whole point. So is it really like spiritual and a higher level to be detached and to not be human in that way? I don't know, I feel like everything is just so paradoxical, and I drive myself crazy trying to find like an answer to everything, but it's just like life is so complex and there are no right answers, and everyone is meant to have a different human experience. We're all just here to experience, so who are we to say what is better? And I usually try to come at things from a place of not judging, because I think that everyone is where they're meant to be and everyone is meant to have a different experience. And even looking at their relationship, a lot of people are judging it, right, and saying that it's wrong in some way. But I think even if it's a karmic relationship, which it probably is, they're both learning from it, they're both growing from it. It's reflecting their wounds back to them. Vailana probably doesn't feel worthy of the relationship and the love that she desires, and so this is reflecting that to her. And I think that Aubrey Marcus is a reflection of that insecurity and that worthiness wound as well, and is seeking external validation, seeking something external to make him feel whole. And they are reflections of each other in that way, and they're gonna help each other heal through these experiences. And so in that way, I'm able to see the beauty and the value in it, and I don't judge it as wrong. I think this is the experience they're meant to have. And she even talks about how it is healing her sister wound. And I think that eventually she'll probably get to a place where she leaves the relationship and chooses herself. And also they're making this content that is allowing everyone to have these reflections within their own lives and discern what feels right to them. And so I think everything is exactly as it's meant to be, and I try not to judge. But then at the same time, judging is how we learn and grow. It's by judging things and doing what feels right and distinguishing right from wrong. So judging is almost the whole point of life at the same time, and it's very paradoxical. I think that we can judge actions, but we should try not to judge our feelings or emotions. And when we do judge people's actions, I think that we shouldn't project that onto them, but we should just apply it to our own lives and realize that that's what's true for us, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's what's best for everyone and that it's what's meant for everyone else. Because again, I do think this is the experience that they're meant to be having. And then it also was making me reflect on karmic relationships versus soulmates, and just being like, is it even like our soulmates and divine counterparts, or whatever you want to call it, like, is that even a better experience really? Because in karmic relationships, the love is real. You do experience love, you experience strong emotions. I think as we grow, the love that we're able to feel and experience gets deeper, because we become more authentic and we become closer to our true selves. And also as we develop more love for ourselves, we're able to love other people more deeply. But at the same time, the love is still real, the love is still intense, and it's still the highest form of love that you can experience at that time. And then also karmic relationships really hold a mirror to us and teach us so much, help us grow so much. And that's really the point of life, isn't it? To learn and to grow. And so in that way, it's like the most beautiful relationship. And how can you really say that a soulmate relationship is even better? Because I feel like my last relationship, I used to think that it was a soulmate relationship, but now I'm like, maybe it's a karmic relationship. But I'm like, do these things even exist? I think we're just putting like labels on things that can't really be explained. But I just feel like either way, that relationship was so beautiful, because it was such a catalyst for my growth and my healing. And my breakup allowed me to, for the first time in my life, actually face the pain of abandonment and loss and betrayal. And through actually feeling those things deeply and being present with them, it healed my trauma. Like, it healed my PTSD, it healed my anxiety, it healed all of these issues I had my whole life. And I found this wholeness and this deep sense of self-love and worthiness that I feel like I had been searching for my whole life. And it's literally such a beautiful experience and feeling. It's literally the most amazing thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I just like, I'm so happy all the time now. And so I feel like that karmic relationship was literally the most beautiful thing that ever happened to me. And it's also like, would I have wanted to be born with this feeling, to be born with this feeling of wholeness and self-love and worthiness? And I wouldn't, because it's really the contrast and knowing the difference, knowing what it felt like to be so insecure and anxious and to wish that I had a normal family and to just kind of have this void my whole life and all these difficult feelings. It's really knowing what that was like that is making what I feel now so amazing. I just think I wouldn't be able to appreciate how I feel now and how amazing it truly is to feel this way if I hadn't experienced all those painful things before. Basically, I just really see the value in pain and suffering and learning and growing, and it's so hard to say that something is above something else or that something is better, something is superior, because it really is all equal. Everything really serves a purpose and is beautiful in its own way. So I'm just like, who are we to say that their karmic relationship is bad and wrong, because they're gonna grow so much from it, they're gonna learn from it, they're having a fun experience, and it's also this catalyst for growth for the people who are watching as well. And I do think it's an important reminder that you should never put people on a pedestal. You should never just blindly follow people. We're all human, we're all figuring it out, we're all flawed. And I think it is important that we share our thoughts and we share what we think is right, but it's so important to use your own discernment and figure out what feels right to you, and to really emphasize that above everything else, not to just blindly follow one person and to listen to what they're saying. I think that consuming other people's content should just be a way for you to decide what feels right to you and how you want to live your life, and you should always be analyzing if it feels right to you or not and what you want to do, but not just like blindly following something and assuming that they know what's best for you. And so when I consume something and I just disagree with it and I'm like, that's not how I would live my life, that's all that it is to me. I'm like, okay, this just showed me this is not my truth. But that doesn't mean I need to like project that onto them or judge them, because they're exactly where they're supposed to be. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's gonna resonate with some people, and it's supposed to, and other people it's gonna help them realize that this doesn't resonate with me. And that's really how we should be viewing things. We shouldn't really be viewing anyone as like a leader and above us and all knowing, because we're all human and we're all figuring it out and we're all flawed. But yeah, I think that ultimately I'm always trying to figure out like what is the right way to do things, what's the best way to do things. Like, should you be sober and celibate, and is that the best way to do things, and does that end your suffering? But I think there's really no right answer. Life is so complex and it's different for everyone. It really is dependent on what life do you want to live, and we all have free will. Vailana has free will to stay in that relationship or to leave it, and so she's making the choice that she wants to make. And I don't think we should judge what other people want to do and where they're at in their journeys. And yes, we're all kind of acting out of our own wounds and insecurities. And when you're in a relationship, you do owe your partner a certain level of respect and commitment, and providing them with the safety that they need based on their own wounds, and you're committing to that unless you walk away. But life is so complex, and we're all insecure and wounded and just figuring things out and doing whatever feels right to us and having the experiences that we're meant to have. So I don't know, I can kind of see it from that higher perspective, and I just use my own judgment to further my own evolution, not to judge other people. I hear a lot of people talk about how the dating pool sucks and men are all trash, everyone's a cheater, there's no good people out there. And that has not been my experience at all. So let's talk about it. How do you attract a good partner, and how do you discern who is a healthy partner? You limit your capacity to be loved when you don't love yourself. Because if you speak negatively to yourself and you don't treat yourself well the majority of the time, and then you meet someone who sometimes doesn't speak to you kindly, sometimes treats you badly, that's gonna feel like love to you, because it's better than how you treat yourself. So however well you treat yourself is what you're willing to tolerate, because however you treat yourself, if someone comes in and treats you just a little bit better than that, that's gonna feel like love to you, that's gonna feel good to you, that's gonna feel better than being alone with yourself, and you're gonna accept that as love. And we get to choose what type of love we wanna receive, if we want to receive unconditional love, if we want to be accepted and not criticized, and you get to choose that by how you treat yourself. So however worthy you feel and however much you love yourself, however well you treat yourself, that's kind of setting your standard for the love that you would allow into your life. And so the more that you're able to raise that bar and feel more worthy and treat yourself better and speak kindly to yourself, the more you are going to attract a healthy partner and not tolerate anything less. If you can treat yourself really well and really love yourself and really just love spending time with yourself and be so kind to yourself and uplift yourself, you wouldn't want to let anyone into your life who gives you any less than that. We get to choose the love that we're going to accept and the level of kindness and gentleness that we're going to accept. And it's a lot easier to not accept something unhealthy if you're already treating yourself so well, because you're really going to recognize that difference and realize that you feel better alone. If you like someone and you don't feel worthy of them, observe why is it that you don't feel worthy? What are the parts of yourself that you don't accept or that you don't think are good enough? And work on changing your self-concept and the way that you perceive yourself. Or if someone rejects you, observe why you think they rejected you. One time I was really drunk and I cried in front of this guy I liked about my crazy roommate who was ruining my life. And when that didn't end up working out, I attributed it to me crying, and I was like, oh, he probably doesn't like me because I cried in front of him. But that's just because I was always insecure about expressing emotions and like being an emotional person in front of people or having negative emotions in front of people. Like I thought that made me less worthy and less valuable and would make people reject me. So whatever it is that you think people would reject you for or that you think people have rejected you for, you can use that to learn about yourself and to heal that part of yourself and to accept those things about yourself so that you have a healthier relationship with yourself. Also, if you tend to attract a lot of avoidance, I think that this happens when we avoid our own feelings and we are avoidant with ourselves. Certain parts of our lives or certain parts of ourselves that we don't want to look at. A lot of times when we attract avoidance, it's because we're not very open and expressive and honest with ourselves, and we're not really looking at reality or we're not facing our emotions. I do think that a lot of times the universe will give us more than we feel deserving of and will give us a love or a partner that is healthier than we feel deserving or worthy of. But if you really want to ensure that you are ending up with a healthy partner, then it's really important to love yourself and to increase your level of self-worth. And the ways that I've been able to increase my self-love are through affirmations, through observing my negative self-talk and trying to rewire that, keeping the promises that I make to myself and actually following through on the things that I want and the dreams that I have, and building that trust and that confidence with yourself I think is so important. And then also taking really good care of yourself physically, like taking good care of your physical body and eating enough, sleeping enough, and also walking away from people who mistreat you in situations that are bad for you, situations that are making you unhappy. Basically, I think it's really helpful to act like you love yourself even if you don't feel that way yet, and the more that you take those actions, the more that you're gonna actually feel it. And also, I just want to say that loving yourself and healing is not about fixing yourself. It's really about learning to love and accept all parts of yourself, and that's how we actually heal and fix ourselves. It's not like something is wrong with you because you don't love yourself or you don't express yourself. And those are not things that you need to fix. It's really about uncovering who you really are, your authentic self, and embodying that more. It's just like tapping into the truth of who you are and learning to love and accept that. I feel like sometimes we get caught up thinking that there's something wrong with us that we need to fix as we're trying to heal ourselves. But really, it's not about fixing yourself. It's about accepting yourself and just getting closer to who you actually are. And just removing all of the things like the societal conditioning or the past experiences you've had that are preventing you from being that way. I think it's so important to become the partner that you want. If you wouldn't want to date yourself, then you're probably not ready to be dating yet. Whatever it is that you want in someone else and you're looking for in someone else, not only do you need to give that to yourself and treat yourself in that way and take care of yourself in that way, but also realize that you can already be that and you can already be that person for yourself. And if you want to attract someone like that, you should be like that. Give yourself all of the things that you would want from a partner. Treat yourself how you would want a partner to treat you, but also embody all of the traits that you are looking for in someone else, because they are within you if you're admiring them and if you're wanting them. Once you're able to do this, you're not really going to be desperate for a partner. And also be your authentic self, because if you want someone who is honest and authentic, then you have to be that way too. If you're going to show up with a mask and pretending to be a certain way, then you're going to attract someone who is also doing that. And I don't know why you would want to be in a relationship anyway where you're having to pretend to be a certain version of you and you're not comfortable fully being yourself, because that would just be really hard to live like that for years. If you want someone who is really authentic and open and honest and good at communicating, then you need to be open and honest and good at communicating and show up as your authentic self. Make sure that you're reaching your own standards. I also think it's really important to believe that good people exist, believe that your dream partner exists, believe that every single standard that you have will be met and exceeded. I feel like a lot of people just don't even believe that they're gonna attract a good person, and they doubt that it even exists. And so then you're kind of coming at it from this like lack and scarcity mindset, and you're limiting what is possible in your life. If you can become the partner that you're looking for and you exist, then they can exist too. Just because you haven't seen proof of something yet doesn't mean that it's not there. All you need is one person that can come into your life at any second. Just because it hasn't come in yet doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's like when you're searching for an apartment and you can never find the right one and you're worried that it doesn't exist, but then you end up finding the perfect one, and all you needed was one, and just because you hadn't seen it yet doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Or when you're looking for a job and you can't find one and nothing is working out, but then suddenly one comes into your life. We only need one of these things, and it can come into our life at any moment. If the universe sends you someone that you don't want, someone that doesn't meet up to your standards, reject them and be like, no, I don't want this. I'm gonna wait for something better. And I swear every time you do that, the universe will send something better. And I really feel like dating just teaches you what you want and helps you add to that list of what you want. And I keep meeting people who check off every single box on my list of really high standards, but then they help me realize, actually, I want to add some more things to my list. Actually, I'm looking for even more than this. And that's really what my experience of dating has been like. And I have this really strong belief that I can attract people who meet my standards and who are really good, amazing people. I don't think that I need to settle. I don't think anyone needs to settle. I think if you say, universe, I don't want this, I want something better, the universe is going to send you something better. And it might take some time, it might take months, it might take years. This always happens to me with friendships. I'll end friendships that are unhealthy and then have a period of loneliness and wondering if I'm gonna find something better, but I always do. So if you don't want it, if the universe keeps sending you the same type of person, make sure that you are rejecting them. Make sure that you're not entertaining this, and wait for something better to come in and tell the universe what you want. So literally decide what you want, create a long ass list of what you want, and believe that you can have every single thing on that list and more, and don't settle until you get it. And when I met my ex, I felt that way. I felt like he really exceeded all the things on my list, but now I've just grown so much and evolved past that version of me so much that my list is way bigger and I'm just way healthier and love myself so much more. When I like someone, I'll imagine the relationship that I want to have with them, and I'll imagine them treating me really well and doing nice things for me and having great conversations. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm just delusional and it's fun for me and it entertains me, but make sure that reality is matching up to your vision of what you want. Even if I'm imagining a specific person being what I want, I'm not attached to it being that specific person. If they show me that that's not who they are and it's not matching up to their actions, then I'll move on. Make sure that you are really looking at reality and grounded in reality, because we have a confirmation bias, so you will tend to notice evidence that confirms whatever it is that you believe and disregard evidence that doesn't match up with your beliefs. So if you create this belief that someone is a good person and you get really attached to that version of reality, it's gonna be harder for you to notice red flags and to really take them into account if you're invested in this certain vision that you have of reality. So make sure that you're staying open to really looking at the facts, really look at their actions, not their words, because a lot of people can be really good with their words, but I think that actions show you who people really are. I'm someone who is so honest. I always say what I mean. I always say what I feel. I always speak very honestly and bluntly. And so I tend to assume that everyone else does too, and that people mean what they say, but that's really not true. Most people are not like that. But yeah, make sure that you're looking at people's actions, because it's gonna tell you a lot more about who they are, because a lot of people are not truthful and are good with their words, or maybe they have good intentions, but that really doesn't matter if they can't act on that and be the person that they say they are. Don't get attached to just one person being what you want and cling on to that. There's billions of people out there. If someone is not treating you how you deserve, if someone is not meeting up to your standards, move on, don't settle, and I promise you the universe will give you something better. I've been very conflicted lately, and I feel like I can never ask people for advice because everyone is living with such a different belief system and a different mindset, and most people's mindsets I don't want to be living out of. I feel like I've worked really hard to create a healthy mindset of my own, so I really can only trust myself. But like with each new challenge, I'm having to learn what mindset I even want to have and like how to handle things. Sometimes I just feel like I need help making decisions, but in reality, I know that the universe is gonna tell me whatever I need to know when I need to know it, and that I'm gonna get to the answers eventually. But I think sometimes I'm supposed to be in this period of not knowing first. But for some reason, I just felt like filming a video about all of this. I think it'll help me make a decision. Feel free to give me your advice in the comments below. Maybe it'll actually be helpful. So I went on 2 dates with this guy and we got along really well. He has a lot of the beliefs that are important to me. There's like a few things that I feel like he still has a scarcity mindset around dating a little bit and like doesn't have a lot of trust in the universe, but like a lot of his beliefs and values are the same as mine, and we just got along super well. Like I felt super comfortable around him, which is really rare for me because I really have a fear of dating and like kind of become the worst version of myself on dates or in romantic relationships. Like there's still a lot of fear and insecurity there, but I just felt super comfortable around him. And like I think sometimes I kind of take on people's mindsets when I'm around them, and it seems like he has a mindset where he's not judgmental and like doesn't shame people, doesn't judge people a lot. Like he seems very accepting and unconditionally loving, which I feel like could be very healing for me to be around someone like that. And like I feel like he would just be very unconditionally loving and a healthy partner in that way. But yeah, like we just got along really well. It felt very comfortable. And then I was like, I feel weird because I have this other date scheduled in a few days, and now I'm like, should I go on it? And like I was just being very open and honest because that's just how I am and that's how I would want other people to be. So I was telling like both of these people I'm talking to other people, and he did kind of like bring it up jokingly a few times, and then eventually it was just like, it's kind of messed up if you go on this date. Like I feel like if you found the person you're looking for, like you wouldn't want to go on another date. And I was like, well, I don't know if you are the person I'm looking for. The thing is, I didn't even really like want to go on this date. I'm not really dating to really find a partner, which I feel like sounds weird. I feel like most people are doing that, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think you shouldn't do things as a means to an end and be like, I'm only going on this date to be in a relationship. Like I think if you go on a date, it should be because you want to spend an hour of your life like with that person, you know what I mean? And that's really the way that I live my life. Like I'm filming this YouTube video because I want to be filming this YouTube video, not because I want to get rich on YouTube and get successful. Like I try to do things because I want to do them in the moment, not as a means to an end, as a way to get a certain outcome. And obviously there's times where like I slip up, but generally that's how I try to live my life. So anyways, I'm not like going on the second date because I like want to have a bunch of options, or because I want a relationship, or because like I don't like anything really. I honestly didn't have like a strong desire to go on that date. Like I didn't even know if I was attracted to the guy. He did seem like a really good person just from the conversations we had. Like I could tell that he is like self-aware and intelligent and like not seeking external validation. But really it was just like an intuitive thing. So it wasn't like logically I want to go on this date and I feel like I'm missing out if I'm not. It literally just felt like intuitively like God wanted me to go on this date. He messaged me right away on this dating app, let me take you out. And normally I like to talk to people for a few hours and make sure that like I would actually get along with them and potentially click with them, because I don't want to go on an awkward date and just like waste my time with someone who is not interesting to me or like just wouldn't get along with me. But for some reason in this instance, my intuition was just telling me to say yes to it. And he was also like, I don't normally ask people on dates, but you seem really like authentic, and for some reason like I just want to talk to you in person. So I was like, okay, maybe there's some type of lesson for us to learn, or like we'll end up being friends, or just for whatever reason like we're meant to cross paths. But then I was also like, well, is it wrong if I go on this date when I like don't think it's gonna go anywhere, because now I'm talking to this other guy who things are going well with, so I would feel like Or if I like both of them, then that's like an even worse scenario and I just couldn't even deal with that. I'd probably just like end it with both of them. But yeah, I was kind of like, should I go on this date if I don't even see it going anywhere and like let this man pay for dinner for me? But like I also believe being in my presence could be beneficial, like even for an hour, and like there's probably something he could learn from me, there's probably something I could learn from him. Like if people are only doing things for you because they want a relationship out of you or they want sex out of you, and then they're disappointed that you don't give them that, like that's not really your problem, honestly. But I still just would feel bad if someone like wants a relationship out of me and is paying for me because they want a relationship and then I'm not giving them that. But that's like some old people pleasing things that I need to work through. So yeah, I was like, is it wrong for me to go on this date if I don't actually see it going anywhere? And I didn't even necessarily want to go on the date, like from a logical standpoint. It wasn't like I wanted anything out of it. It was literally like, it just felt like God was telling me to go. So then I felt like I was like being tested by God, where it's like, are you gonna do something that is potentially gonna hurt someone else just because like I'm telling you to, type of thing. And then ultimately I just decided I couldn't do it. Like the other guy is just like such a sweet person, and I was just like, this is who I am. Like I'm a person who like chooses to be loving. I choose to not hurt people, like, and that's okay. That's just who I am. And I don't think it's like, I don't think I failed the test from God. I think it's just like, this is how I'm gonna like show up in the world and be able to help people in the world, is by being loving, not by being disciplined and doing whatever God asks of me, even if it's hurting people. Although sometimes I do that. Yeah, ultimately I was just like, I don't want to hurt this person. Like they don't deserve to be treated that way and like treated just as an option. And like, I just like care about him, and I could tell like he has maybe not received the love that he deserves. And so I just couldn't do it. And I'm just like, why not just focus on one person and pursue that, and then if it doesn't work out, that's fine, I can move on to the next person. I'm not really someone who dates multiple people anyways. Like I usually just focus on one person. I definitely would not be physically intimate with multiple people. So I canceled the date with this one guy, and then he's like sending me all these nice messages. And then the other guy, I was like, I don't know if you're what I want yet, and like you seem so sure that I am, and I think you're kind of romanticizing me. I feel like you don't really know me fully yet, even though I feel like we did have a lot of like deep conversations and he got a good idea of who I was. But still, it just felt like it was moving kind of fast. And then he was like sending me all these nice messages about things he likes about me, and I was just like, what is my life? This is crazy. It's like when you love yourself, the world really becomes a reflection of that. But yeah, ultimately I was like, okay, we can be exclusive and I'll just pursue you for now and like not talk to anyone else. But I feel like my soul just like wants to date and be free. And I think I just never like really experienced dating from a place of wholeness and confidence. And even still, I have a fear of dating, and like I become an insecure version of myself on dates. And so I want to like work through that and heal that fear and challenge myself, I think. And I also just want to like experience different things and different people. And I feel like dating is a lot of fun. I don't know, like I just have this gut feeling that I want to explore my options, because I feel like every new person that you meet, like it helps you meet a new side of yourself, and you get to see which side of myself do I enjoy being in the most. But like at the same time, also every friendship and every relationship I'm in, it helps me love a new side of myself. Like you fall in love with that person and they're a reflection of certain traits that you have. So it's like if you're ever just fully rejecting someone and you're like, I don't like them, then it's like you should actually look at that and try to find love for them in a way. But you don't have to like spend all your time with that person and be an embodiment of that person, you know what I mean? That's just how I view things. Like I'm kind of weird, but I think like everyone is a reflection of you, and you should learn to love everyone. And like if you're condemning people and obviously there's levels to it. Like I'm not saying I'm a murderer, but all of that comes from a place of like insecurity or things that you can relate to. And so if you can have empathy for people who are doing really, really bad things, then you can have empathy for yourself as well. But yeah, I just still have this like itch to date and to explore my options, but it also feels wrong because I'm like, this is like disrespectful to this person. This feels wrong. I don't know, like I also am working through a fear of like not feeling like I have to give people what they want, because in the past I really would just like be a people pleaser and like do things to make other people happy, and that's a big fear that's coming up for me right now as well. I was kind of starting to like have a lot of uncomfortable emotions and like a lot of fear and anxiety. And he's like, I'm not gonna hurt you. And I'm like, I'm not afraid of you hurting me or like leaving me. I'm afraid of losing myself in a relationship trying to make someone else happy. And he's like, I'm not gonna let you do that. But I feel like I'm already doing it right now. But I guess this is how we work through fears, by actually feeling them. I think once you actually feel a fear and you like face it and face the pain of that fear, then you're not gonna fear that pain in the future. So like in the past, when I lost myself in relationships, I never really like grieved that and felt that pain. I was more detached from it, if that makes sense. So I think it's like a good experience for me to be feeling this. I'm literally crazy. Like, am I making any sense to anyone else? Please let me know. But yeah, so I have this fear of like losing myself, of like trying to be who other people want me to be, because I do care so much about other people's feelings and I want them to be happy and I want to make people feel good. And I'm struggling to find that balance. But I think it is really just like once you're unhappy because you feel like you're actually sacrificing something, that's when it's an issue. But also like in relationships, we do have to sacrifice. So you have to decide, what am I willing to sacrifice? Because I used to be in this mindset of like, I don't want to give up my freedom for anything. Like I really don't want a relationship anytime soon. But also, if all that you have is freedom, then you don't actually have anything. Like you have to give up parts of your freedom for the things that you want. And that's the whole point of having freedom, is so that you're able to do that. But yeah, I kind of evaluated it and I was like, do I feel like I'm sacrificing anything by giving up this date? I really don't. I really didn't want to go on it like that bad. It was more of just this like intuitive feeling that like God wanted me to go. But I feel like I get to choose if I want to be that person that just like blindly follows God, or if I want to be the person that is just like loving and helps people feel good and validated. So in that moment, I didn't feel like I was sacrificing anything, but now I kind of do. Like it just isn't sitting right with me to be exclusive with someone so soon. This hot man asked for my number and I told him I was in a relationship, and then I was kind of like, damn. But I feel like this sounds so bad. I'm like, am I being greedy? Because like I met someone who I really click with, who seems to be a really good, genuine person, who wants to only be with me, like is a loyal man, is a good person. Like so many people would be so grateful to meet someone like this. But I don't have a scarcity mindset at all. Like I just think everything can always get better. But I don't know, like maybe there's a point where I need to be happy with what I have. But I am happy with what I have. I think there's just something more for me to learn through dating and through meeting new people, and I can just like sense it intuitively. It's not about like being greedy or like wanting more than what I have, I don't think. It's literally just like an intuitive thing. Like I could be completely content where I'm at. The last guy that I was talking to was so intelligent. Sometimes the things he said were like go over my head, and the way that he articulated himself, I really admired it, and I was like, I want to be like that. And I just felt like I could like bounce my ideas off of him, and he really understood like all these spiritual concepts that I understand, so he already had that basis so that we could like dive even further. And so I really, really liked that, and I didn't even know that was like something I could find until I had met that guy. And I think that's something that is like something that I still want and I'm kind of looking for. Like the guy that I'm talking to right now is like, he is really smart and we have deep conversations and I learned from him, but it wasn't to like the extent that the other one was, where I'm like, I want to become like you, like I want to embody this trait more that you're embodying and like communicate in the way that you communicate. It felt like he was like how I sound in my mind, but then when I go to film a YouTube video, I can't like articulate myself as well as I wish I could. And so I was like, I would love to be around someone like this and to like be able to become more like that, you know, like it was something I could admire and aspire to be like, which I think is good to find in a partner. So I think that's like one thing that I feel like is missing, that I am looking for. But I still really enjoy being around this guy and like think he's a great person. Yeah, I guess he's just not everything that I'm looking for and not like what I want in a long-term partner. I feel so mean saying this, and he's like literally such a sweet person and great in so many ways. Yeah, I guess this video is helping me come to a conclusion. I guess I gotta just like let him know I don't actually see you as like the long-term partner that I'm looking for. I probably won't say it in that way. I wasn't sure if I should just like keep dating him and then also like ask to date other people, or if I should just like end it and be like, I'm just gonna wait until something different comes into my life. Because I do feel like there's so much I could learn from him. Like, he's a very unconditionally loving person, or at least like has that energy, and like is not judgmental and not over analytical. Like he is, but in a way that's like healthy, because I feel like sometimes I'm too over analytical and I'm like trying to be too perfect and I'm judging myself too much. He also like accepts a lot of things about me that like my past partners did not, or that they would like kind of shame me for. Like, he just literally didn't care at all, and that was very healing. Yeah, he's just like very understanding and accepting, and I really admire that, and like would like to be like that, and think it would be helpful for me to be in a relationship like that. But then also it's like, if you don't really see it long term, then is it like fair to be with them, especially if they do and if that's what they want. Yeah, I think there's just like a few more things that I would look for in someone that I want to spend the rest of my life with. But also I feel like I'm meant to keep dating and keep discovering new versions of myself, or traits that I would want in a partner, or traits that I would want to be brought out in myself when I'm around someone. Like, I feel like I'm still discovering what I want, and I really never had a chance to do that. And now that I actually like truly love myself, it's actually crazy that I like actually love myself now and think positively of myself. Like, it's crazy how far I've come, and it's wild to be here. But yeah, dating has become a very different experience now. But it's funny because I'm still like afraid of dating and still very like closed off and guarded at times. Like, I think him being very affectionate and being very much like, I want you, I want a relationship, made me kind of get like scared and stressed out. But really it was because I didn't want to disappoint someone. So I guess subconsciously I just knew like I don't feel the same. Damn. Can I post this? Like, is this mean? I guess I could just never tell him my YouTube channel. I know like literally so many people would be so happy to meet a man like this. Like, so many people are looking exactly for this, but I don't know. I always want to keep growing and just like be the best version of myself. But then I'm also like, is that unhealthy? Should I just accept myself and love myself as I am? But I can accept and love myself as I am and still be like, I want to embody like an even better version of myself. You know, like, you can still accept all of them, but then choose to keep growing and keep bettering yourself. I was conflicted because I feel like it just feels like wrong to date multiple people. It feels like disrespectful. I think when I think of someone who's like dating multiple people and like putting people in situationships and like not being exclusive, not labeling things, you think of someone who's like in their ego, right? Someone who's insecure, and so they need to have multiple partners or protect themselves from like rejection or whatever. But that's really not why I would do it. Like, I want to do it from this place of confidence and like just wanting to have fun and experience different people. But I think I am coming to the conclusion like I should probably just end this and just date one person at a time, but just make sure they have all the traits that I'm looking for, not just like a lot of them. But also it's like, maybe it has to happen in phases. I don't know. I think that if someone told me like, I just don't see you as a long-term partner, but I still like would like to have you around, I would either be like I deserve better, you don't recognize my worth, like I'm gonna move on. Or I would be like, I still enjoy your company and benefit from it, so I'll still hang out with you because I don't do things as a means to an end. Like, I don't do things because I just want a relationship with someone. Like, if I enjoy someone's company, I'll just spend time with them. Maybe it's kind of a blessing that I can't really talk to anyone in my life about this, because I can just make a YouTube video about it and then I'm able to come to my own conclusions. He just feels very comfortable and familiar. Like, I feel very comfortable around him. I feel like he would be very loving and accepting, and I really like, he's a great person. He's very interesting, he's smart, like he's funny. But I just realized there's all these other parts of myself that I haven't even tapped into yet that I can meet through new people. I do want someone who really shares my mindset and who like really understands all the concepts I'm talking about and can like dive deeper into them with me so that I can continue to learn and grow. And then it's also like, maybe there's traits that I don't even know that I want yet, that I don't even know like exist, because I wouldn't have even really known I was looking for this if I hadn't met the last guy that I talked to. Yeah, dating is weird. I'm having fun with it. It's like a cool experience. I feel like I really do just like learn what I'm looking for A lot of people I feel like just have really negative mindsets around dating, and so they meet people who like consistently disappoint them and do not meet up to their standards. That's not really my experience. Like I feel like I'm having a really good experience dating, and like maybe these people are all liars and like maybe he's love bombing me, honestly, but I'll figure it out eventually, and I learned the lessons I needed to learn, so it's fine. And I'm not really attached to anyone, so if I figure out that someone is unhealthy, like I'll just walk away. Today I did have fear coming up around like, what if he's love bombing me? What if he's lying? Like he is so affectionate and complimenting me so much, but I low-key think it's valid because I love myself, and I get why someone would think all these positive things about me. I think like another thing I'm learning is just to keep choosing love and not fear. Like when fear comes up, don't indulge in that. Don't take actions from a place of fear and like overanalyze everything and worry about everything. Like you can handle whatever life throws at you. Try to look at the reality of the situation, but just live moment to moment. Because at first I was really trying to like process everything and evaluate everything and like look at every single thing he said and did and be like, what type of person is he? Like, is he a healthy partner? Like, is this gonna be good for me? And it was just a lot. Like, I don't know if I need to be doing all that. I think I can just trust my intuition at this point. If he ends up being a bad person, I'll walk away. I trust myself to walk away and to recognize that eventually. And in the meantime, why not just like enjoy it, take the lessons from it, and do what you want? Because I'm not really afraid of getting hurt anymore. I'm not afraid of losing anything. So dating is a very different experience. But then I also really want to be mindful of other people, because other people are not dating from this place of confidence. Like I feel like other people are insecure, but I really need a partner who is secure because so many reasons. But I feel like we'd just be living in two different worlds, you know, like they'd just be perceiving everything so differently. And also a lot of insecure people like end up cheating, or they end up being inauthentic, and they try to be who you want them to be. Speaking from experience. And yeah, I just want someone who's like really honest, really authentic, being themselves, and actually wants to be in the relationship, not feeling like they need me for anything or like they're afraid to lose me. People who are insecure, they're gonna project that onto your actions. They're gonna assume that you're insecure as well. So if you're wanting to date multiple people, they're gonna assume that's from a place of insecurity and wanting to have options and being afraid to catch feelings or whatever, because they, from a place of insecurity, only want to be with you and want a secure relationship because they're insecure. But really everything that I do is from a place of confidence and just like following my intuition, or at least I'm trying. I think it's rare to meet people who are like that as well. So I never want to hurt people, because I like understand where people are at, and I don't want to make their insecurities worse. But then at the same time, it's like if you do trigger people, it's just lessons they were meant to learn anyway. I feel like the universe like wants me to be okay with breaking someone's heart. That's like literally a fear of mine. But I try to tell myself like, if someone's gonna do it, like I'm gonna do it in the nicest way possible. So like, and heartbreak is such a good catalyst for healing. Like my heartbreak was the best thing that ever happened to me, literally. Like it was such a beautiful catalyst for my healing. And pain is just really like a teacher. Pain can turn into art. Pain can turn into so many beautiful things. And so it's not bad to cause people pain, but I'm still really struggling with this idea of like disappointing people, hurting people, upsetting people by being myself and like doing what makes me happy. And I'm trying to find the balance, and I'm struggling. But yeah, dating has been a really interesting experience. Like I feel like each person just teaches me traits that I want, and I'm able to take things from it and learn lessons from it and become a better person through all of it. But yeah, I'm kind of like struggling with morals. I'm like, is it okay to hurt people? Is it okay to disappoint people? To do what makes you happy, or to listen to your intuition? Like, am I being greedy by not appreciating people? Am I not loving all parts of myself if I reject someone? But I think I know the answers, and I think it's okay to hurt people sometimes, and I think that mainly I do need to follow my intuition and listen to God and be honest with people about how I see them. Can y'all give me advice actually about like how I should end things? Because I feel like I don't need to give details of like why I don't see him as a partner forever, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I don't need to say all that, but I always just try to really be super honest. But obviously like sometimes you don't want to hurt people's feelings, but also it's like, should you hurt people's feelings because it helps them grow? I'm just struggling with all of this a little bit, because I think I used to always prioritize people's feelings. Like that was literally like my number one goal, was like always make everyone feel as good as possible, never hurt anyone. But then when you do that, you end up hurting yourself a lot. You end up abandoning yourself a lot and betraying yourself and like doing things that you don't want to be doing. And so I'm really afraid of that, and I don't want to be like that anymore. But then it's like hard to find the balance. I don't know, life is so weird. Like, how much do you do what you want versus doing things to make other people feel good? Well, thank you for listening. I'd love to read your comments. I know this is pretty different from my normal videos, but let me know if you want more videos like this. It feels weird to like be this vulnerable and to talk about other people who could potentially see it and like get upset and get hurt by it. I think that if I'm just honest about my feelings and my intentions, then it's okay to let them make the choice of like if they want to be in my life or not, right? And even if that's hurting them and disappointing them because they want something more with me, that's not necessarily my responsibility. That's probably a lesson that they need to learn, and eventually like they will learn it. I think I'm just trying to do like the morally correct thing, but then I'm also trying to really honor myself and my intuition and God. And like they're conflicting a little bit, or at least my idea of morals is conflicting with it. Also, not gonna lie, it's getting to a point where I miss physical intimacy, but I do want to just be exclusive with one person. I do have to have feelings for someone to even like have attraction to them. Like I have to like their mind and like their personality, enjoy talking to them to even like be attracted to someone. So then I'm like, I don't want a relationship, but then I also want to be exclusive with someone, and I have to like their personality in order to want to do that. So I'm like, what do I want? Like, I'm confused. And maybe I did make the wrong decision by not going on that date, but eventually, like you can never lose. Like everything just becomes a lesson. I'm still having this desire to date other people, and so I'm going to like express that to him. It is weird. Like I care so deeply about other people. I never want to hurt them, but I guess really like my number one loyalty should be to me, because that's everyone's responsibility. Like you can only control how happy you make yourself. You're never going to be able to please everyone else, and no one else is really going to try to do as much for you as you could do for you. But it's just really difficult to upset other people. But it's like, what am I going to do? Date people who I don't even like just because they want to be with me? Like obviously I don't do that. So it's like, why would I do other things for people just because that's what they want from me, just to make them happy? Sometimes people are going to get hurt when you're being your authentic self, and that's okay. And so I'm learning to accept that. Whenever I film a video, it's really just capturing who I am at that moment in time and what my perspective is at that moment in time. And I feel like it's constantly shifting so much. And a lot of times I'll edit a video even an hour later and just feel completely different and have a completely different perspective on everything. And when I filmed that video, I was really in this very logical, fear-based thinking and really trying to analyze, like, is this a healthy partner for me? And being afraid to lose myself, and being afraid to change myself for someone, being afraid to choose the wrong person who's gonna make me a worse version of myself. And so I was really trying to like logically think my way through, like, is this the perfect person for me? And I had a lot of fear about choosing the wrong person and choosing someone who would make me not the very best version of myself. And really this obsession with being the very best version of myself is a little toxic. Like, why do I need to be so perfect? Like, why can I not accept myself as I am and just enjoy the process and accept where I'm at right now and not become obsessed with being so perfect? So I think a lot of like the feelings that I was having in that video and a lot of the ways I was thinking about things is a mindset that needs to die, is a mindset that I'm trying to overcome and get rid of. And for me, a lot of times my fears and my insecurities will really get worse, and they'll be really amplified for a short period of time before I really start to let go of them and just completely like have a new mindset about things. So I think that that's what's happening right now. I'm really letting go of this over analytical, logical mindset, especially around dating and relationships. But I have so much fear coming up right now in terms of relationships. And I'm realizing like I have all these trust issues. The guy that I liked that was very intellectual, I liked him because I thought this will make me a better version of me. Being around him is gonna make me better at communicating and make me be the way that I want to be. But being around him made me feel kind of inadequate. It made me feel like I wasn't smart enough and like I wanted to be better. And it wasn't a bad feeling, but I don't know if that is what is best for me in a relationship. I don't know if I need to have this obsession with like being so perfect and always bettering myself. And honestly, I can give that to myself. Like, if I want to get better at communicating and I want to get smarter, I can give that to myself. I can find other ways to do that. I don't need a relationship to do that. And he was even very much a reflection of this logical, over analytical part of myself. He was the same way. But I think that that's actually a part of myself that I'm wanting to let go of a little bit and not be so over analytical and worrying about everything and over analyzing everything all of the time. But then I'm also torn because I feel like it does bring me so much insight and knowledge. I mean, nothing is black and white, and I'm always trying to figure out like the right way to do things and like summarize it into one rule for myself, if that makes sense. But really, everything is like complex and always changing. And sometimes it's okay to overanalyze, but sometimes you need to let go of the fear and the analytical thinking. So yeah, I actually do really like the guy that I was talking about in that video, and I think he is potentially a really good partner for me. I'm trying to just really like live in the present moment and do what I want to do moment to moment, not getting attached to a certain outcome or a certain relationship. But I was really just overanalyzing because I was afraid to become a worse version of myself in a relationship, or to sacrifice parts of myself, or to lose something, or to choose someone who's not good for me, because it's easy for me to just love people and become attached to people. And so I was like overthinking to try to avoid whatever my fear was. But I think it's really time for me to let go of the overthinking and the overanalyzing and the logic and the fear, and just learn to accept all parts of myself and enjoy my life and be present. I also was just like, I feel like he doesn't fully understand me. I feel like he doesn't have the same mindset as me. He's very spiritual, and he's good at not judging his emotions or judging my emotions, and he's very understanding and patient and kind. But I feel like there's just so many beliefs I have that he doesn't share, and he views the world in a very different way than me. And so I was overthinking, and I was like, I want someone who's the same as me, because I'm afraid to lose my mindset, because I really enjoy my mindset and I worked really hard to create it, and I don't want anyone who gives me a worse mindset. But again, this is all fear. This is like fear of me becoming a worse person and becoming the same as my partner. I don't think that I'm gonna have codependent relationships in the way that I used to in the past, where I just completely take on their mindset, because I think that came from a place of my own mindset not being healthy, not making me feel safe. And so I would try to adopt other people's mindsets. But I think that I like that this guy has a different mindset, because it's gonna help me understand more people and just have a greater understanding for other people's perspectives. And that doesn't mean that I have to take it on. But he doesn't even have an unhealthy mindset either. He's just more like realistic about life, and like doesn't think that everyone's a good person, and doesn't think like everything's working in your favor. But yeah, I feel like I really have trust issues now, and I have all this fear coming up around being friends with people again, like being friends with new people and relationships especially. But I like to think that the fear comes up to be released. That's the experience that I have when I have a lot of fear or shame or negative emotions coming up. A lot of times they will get really intense, and I have like an existential crisis, and then they kind of go away completely, and I feel like I'm this new version of myself after. And so right now, this is the fears that I'm observing. I'm having a lot of fears around being in a relationship and dating, and like wondering if I can trust someone, wondering if I can trust my own judgment, being afraid to make the wrong choice. But I think I'm learning that I need to observe it and not act on it, because lately I've been expressing my fears to him, and I don't know if that's the best approach. I think sometimes it's like hurtful when you accuse someone of bad things and you're feeling like you can't trust them. Like, that's really not fair to people. But he's been super patient and understanding and kind about it, and like so mature about it. And then I feel insecure, and I'm like, why does he still like me when I'm being like this? And so it's crazy. I thought I was so healed, but dating is making me realize that I'm really not, and there's always so much more to do. But I do really love myself now, and I'm like really happy with my life and have a healthy mindset and believe everything's gonna be okay. But I'm still paranoid about letting people into my life or choosing the wrong partner. But yeah, I feel very different now than when I made that video. When I made that video, I was really in a part of my ego that was very fearful and logical and trying to overthink everything. And I was just like wanting to be the most perfect version of myself and wanting a partner who can help me with that. But that's not necessarily gonna happen with it looking the way that you think it's gonna look. I just feel like he's already helping me heal my mindset in ways, even though he's not at all what I expected. I wanted to find someone who was like me because I like me and I like having my mindset and stuff, but it probably is beneficial to find someone who has different strengths than you so that they can help you with those things, and then you have different strengths than them. But overall, I'm just gonna listen to my feelings and my gut and go with that. And my feelings are changing over time, and I think our feelings are supposed to change, and everything happens the way that it should. But yeah, when I make a video, it's really like, that's who I am in that moment. It doesn't necessarily ring true even an hour later. Like, I might feel completely differently and be a completely different person, but I still put my videos out there and I still leave them all up because I'm like, maybe someone else is in that phase of their life and it's relevant to them at that time. And so I kind of just like leave all my videos up, but take them with a grain of salt because I don't always resonate with them afterwards. It's actually kind of bothering me how much discourse there is on the Wizard Liz's relationship and how everyone is just commenting on it. But I guess that's just how the world works and that's what comes with fame. But anyways, here I am making a video about it too. I just feel like, first of all, it takes time to process that the person you loved is not who you thought they were. And so I just feel so bad for her, like getting all these comments where they're like, he stalked you, he did all this to manipulate you, he's a narcissist, he just wanted to humble you. Like, the people who literally think he stalked her and just became exactly what she wanted in a man, and like all of it is a lie, and he just did it just to make her a single mom, which is her biggest fear. Like, some people have these like theories that he's like literally just crazy and evil, and I feel like he probably did love her, and I feel like he probably just cheated because he's insecure, and I don't think he was like out to ruin her life from the beginning and humble her like a lot of people are saying. But I just feel like it'd be crazy to be reading that when you're going through a breakup and you're like trying to process all of it. And so I just feel bad for her because it took me like months to accept that like, my ex was not the person I thought he was and like didn't have the same values as me, and that was just like a lot to handle. It's like you're just kind of in denial at first. I do think that people cheat because they're insecure, and I think that a lot of men get really insecure when they're with a woman who doesn't need him and who is able to protect herself and provide for herself, because they have this wound and they have this like old conditioning that they need to be the protectors and the providers in order to be valuable and to be worthy and to be chosen. And so it really takes a strong, like, confident man to be with a really successful woman, I think. But I'm hoping that that's like a wound that we're healing right now. Hopefully men are healing that and realizing that your worth doesn't have to be tied to how much you provide for people. I think that a lot of this spirituality and healing is really about the evolution of humanity and making our mindsets more compatible with the way that society is now, because women now are providers and can protect themselves, and they don't need that from men. And so I feel like men need to like heal that wound and that mindset, and also realize that you can protect and provide in different ways. But I think we all need to work on not tying our worth to what we do for others, what we provide for others. And a lot of women are very much in this toxic masculinity energy as well, where they feel like they need to work hard to be successful, and they need to work hard to feel safe, and they need to be in control of everything. And I think that women especially are not supposed to be in that energy. But I think that we all can really be in this receiving energy of just like trusting the universe, trusting that it will provide for us, especially if we listen to our intuition. And I think that if you're someone who dates men, you should choose men who have healed this wound, or at least are working on healing this wound, so that they're not passing it on to your children. Also, a lot of people are just like, she's a manifestation coach, like she manifested a cheater. What does that mean? And for a while now, I believed that we don't manifest whatever we want. I think we manifest whatever we need, whatever lessons we need, whatever healing we need. So I think that for whatever reason, she was meant to have this experience, and she's gonna grow from it so much and become a way better person from it and be able to help millions of people through this experience. I know that for me, my breakup was literally the most transformative, beautiful thing that has ever happened to me. So I can just imagine everything that she's gonna be able to do after she heals from this. And she is a healer, she is a teacher. She's gonna be able to turn this into so much wisdom and healing for other people. Some people are meant to go through painful experiences so that they can help other people through them. And I really believe that this is the experience that her soul chose to have. But I also do believe in free will, in that people can act how they want to act. We all have choices to make. And also, you can't guarantee that someone won't cheat on you, that someone won't act out of ego, even if they've never done it before, because we are all always new versions of ourselves. We're all always changing, and you really just can't guarantee how someone is going to be forever and what kind of person they are. But you always have control over how you respond to it and what you tolerate in your life. But if you want to find that sense of safety and security, you need to find it mainly within yourself and in trusting yourself to treat yourself well and to walk away from things that aren't good for you. Also, I'm just like, can we stop generalizing entire genders? I'm just like, why are we generalizing about an entire gender and making assumptions based on a few pieces of evidence? It reminds me of politicians. Like, it's such a logical fallacy to make generalizations like that, and I'm just like, can we please stop generalizing men, generalizing women, and saying all men are cheaters, all men are bad? Because I feel like you're really limiting what's possible in your life when you have a perspective like that. I think that like 20% of men have admitted to cheating, which is pretty crazy, but it's still not even close to the majority. But I don't know, I just don't like when people are like negative and just assume bad things about the world and bad things about people. I think that we should have faith and trust that there are good things out there, there are good people out there. I think that it is really important that in a relationship, you see each other as equals. I think that when people see their partner as better than them, then they'll get insecure and they'll cheat, or they'll do something to try to feel more secure in themselves and better about themselves. Especially when you have a woman like Liz who is rich and successful and smart and all of these things, and he's probably hearing that all the time. It probably got to a point where he didn't see himself as an equal, and he cheated in order to try to feel more secure within himself. So I think it's really important when you're looking for a partner to make sure that they do view you as an equal and they're not putting you on a pedestal and they feel worthy of you. And also make sure that you feel worthy of them as well and that you feel like you're just as good as them. And obviously our self-image is kind of always changing and we have different levels of insecurity on different days. But I think just in general, it's really important to try to find a partner that you see as an equal and that sees you as an equal, because that's how you're going to be able to have a healthy relationship where you're not hurting each other due to your own insecurity. I could literally psychoanalyze and analyze these things forever, but that's just what I felt like talking about today. I would love to hear your thoughts on the situation or what I talked about in the comments. I thought that I was so healed and that I was just gonna be so healthy in relationships going forward, but dating is really bringing up all of my fears and insecurities and making me realize how much I still need to learn and grow. I think that when I go on dates, I really just turn into like the most insecure, reserved version of myself. And I think that's because I think that the way we felt safe showing up with our parents and the way that we learned to receive love as a child is how we're gonna show up when we're dating and with partners. And the way that I learned to show up was by being unexpressive and by being really quiet and reserved and doing whatever people wanted me to do. But that's not the version of me that I want to be. That's obviously not how I want to experience relationships. I want to really be my authentic self and feel comfortable expressing myself. But it's kind of just feels like naturally I just end up being this more reserved, awkward version of myself. And I feel like I'm making it sound so bad. Like, it's really not that bad. I'm still like pretty normal and get along with people and stuff, but I just feel like I'm repressing myself a little bit, and it kind of frustrates me that that happens. But also I really do trust that like we are exactly where we're meant to be, and we are showing up as who we're meant to be in every moment, and that's the experience that that person was meant to have of me, even if it's not really a good representation of the whole. And I trust that that's who I was meant to be in that moment, and it's really not about me or a reflection of me. But also, I do want to learn to feel more comfortable in these situations and to be myself more, and I think you can only really do that by putting yourself in the situations over and over again until you can feel comfortable. And so that's what I've been doing. I've kind of been like dating as exposure therapy, but I'm trying to really not judge myself and like think that I need to change and be better and portray myself better, and just accept like it is what it is and it is what it's supposed to be. And also just, I think what's really helpful is enjoying every moment and just being present and just being like, this is who I am in this moment, and I can just say whatever's on my mind. I don't need to be this perfect version of me that is showing people who I am. Like I can just say like the dumb things that come to mind. And dating is just like a lot more fun that way. Life in general is just a lot more fun and fulfilling when you're just yourself in every moment and not trying to be like a certain version of yourself, if that makes sense. Like sometimes I don't want to say like the dumb things that pop into my head that I'm like, I know I sound like an idiot right now, because I want people to have a certain perception of me. But life is just like more fun when I say it and when I just honor like, this is the version of me that I am right now, and like that's okay. I don't need everyone to like me. So yeah, I just feel like I've been enjoying life a lot more when I'm just not overthinking it and trying to be perfect and like policing my thoughts and words essentially. And I'm trying to be really authentic and honest, but then I'm also like, I do think I need to consider other people's feelings a little bit more, because I kind of went too far in the other direction where I'm like, I want to say everything that I feel and think and be so honest and open. And it's like, you should consider other people's perspectives and how you're coming across, and if you're saying things in the way that you really mean them, and if they're going to interpret them in that way. And it's so hard because you really can't understand anyone else's perspective fully. We all just perceive things so differently, and it's hard to understand, but I think that I do need to consider that a little bit more. Like with the person I'm dating now, I have all these fears coming up. At first, it was a fear of losing myself, choosing the wrong person, choosing someone who's not healthy for me, choosing someone who doesn't bring out the best in me. And so I was just like overanalyzing and trying to decide like, is this the person that I want? Is this everything that I'm looking for? And then I had a fear. I was like, what if he's a murderer? What if he kills me? And like, do I have good judgment about people? Am I able to like discern things like that? I do believe that I'm so protected, but I don't know. That's just the fear that I felt. And I was just like, okay, this is what it is. This is what I feel right now. Then I had fear of like, does he actually like me? Is he using me? I think that I need to learn to reassure myself and just observe my fears and not act on them, and just observe like, okay, you're afraid, and that's okay. We're gonna keep going anyway. Cause I know I can handle loss. I know I can handle betrayal. I would prefer not to, but I know that I can handle it. I've done it a lot. But yeah, for some reason I still have these fears. I actually don't have a fear of loss. Like that's really not what I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of getting rejected or not having someone in my life. I am afraid of them not being who I thought they were and lying or hurting me in some way. I'm just afraid of being wrong about people and like thinking people are good when they're not, and then them doing something to betray me. Like something that would impact my life. Like I've had people who have like tried to sabotage my friendships, or like if someone like tried to tell like lies about me or something like that. I think that's more what I'm afraid of. But then it's also like that goes back to caring what people think about you, right? So it's like, why do I care what people think about me? I don't, but then part of me does. But yeah, I have all these fears coming up lately. I didn't realize I was still like this. I feel like I'm literally being the most like toxic version of myself in relationships. But I do believe that these things happen because they're being released, and like things get a lot stronger as I'm learning to overcome certain mindsets and fears. So I know that things are rough right now, but it's probably just because I'm getting rid of all of these fears and this old way of thinking and overanalyzing that I need to let go of. At least that's how my life works ever since I started this YouTube channel. Like I just observe certain emotions, negative emotions, fear, shame, and then as they come up, they start to just go away completely. Like I used to have a lot of self-doubt when I would like post videos, a lot of insecurity, and I don't feel that way at all anymore, even though my videos are getting even like weirder and more vulnerable. I kind of just like don't care anymore. And I really don't experience a lot of physical anxiety anymore. Like I used to have a lot of physical anxiety. I don't experience that anymore. But sometimes I just feel like I can't think straight on dates. Like I just like have brain fog. And then I get insecure about it. Then I'm like, oh, I wasn't the best version of myself. But I think I need to learn to accept all versions of myself and think that they're all worthy, and it's okay for me to be awkward or quiet sometimes, or just not show up as the best, smartest version of myself. I'm also trying to learn to see my value not in what I do for others, but how I show up for myself, because I really learned to love myself, and it literally took me like the past 8 years of trying to love myself, and I feel like I finally achieved it. But I noticed a lot of the things that like I love about myself and admire about myself are in relation to how others will perceive me or what I do for others, instead of what I do for myself and how I like enjoy being with myself, you know? I think it'd be healthier to develop self-love from that place. I've noticed that someone wanting me and me not reciprocating it feels very unsafe to me, or even like healthy love feels unsafe to me. And I feel like I have to overanalyze things because I can't trust my own judgment, because I have a tendency to romanticize things and see the good in people and assume the best. But I'm just like, how do you ever know what's real? But the thing is, you don't actually need to. Like, I think we see what we're meant to see, we know what we're meant to know. You can never really know what's real and like who someone really is. I don't know. But obviously over time you kind of learn how someone acts and who they are. Our brains feel safer with things that are familiar to us than things that are healthy for us. So for me, an avoidant partner feels very familiar and safe. And when someone is actually expressing their feelings to me, letting me know that they desire me and like letting me know what they feel and where they stand, it feels unsafe and uncomfortable to me, I've noticed. And then another thing I think I'm learning is that sometimes you don't need to choose the person that is appealing to you and the person that is easy for you to love, but actually the person that you struggle to love. Because obviously I'm not saying someone who mistreats you or like is a bad person, but I think that we can learn to love ourselves through others. So if you maybe meet someone who's so successful and smart and all these things, and you're like, it's easy for me to like them and want them, that's because you would accept that version of yourself and like view that version of yourself as worthy. But if you could learn to love someone else who maybe embodies some parts of you that you don't accept, then you can learn to love those parts of you and accept those parts of you. And personally, I think that's what my lifetime is about. Like, I think part of it is just learning to love and accept all parts of me. And like, again, I'm not saying choose someone who's like has traits that you just don't want in a partner or who is mistreating you or anything like that. But if they're like similar to you in a way and it's kind of things that you maybe don't accept about yourself, it might really be helpful for you to learn to love that person. Last year when I was really sick, I did believe in God, and so I was praying to God every day, like every second, like, please make this suffering end, like please take these symptoms away, please give me answers, like please make it end. It's literally so bad and so unbearable and I can't handle another second. And that's just really how I felt every second, and I was just constantly praying. And I did believe in God, but I felt like my prayers were never getting answered. And I just remember being in the ER being like, please let them give me a diagnosis that is something that I can fix pretty easily and have this whole nightmare end. And just over and over, I felt disappointed, I felt let down, I felt like my prayers were never being answered, and I felt so discouraged. And it got to a point where I just stopped believing in a higher power. I was like, there's no way that a higher power would put me through this, and you know, obviously they're not doing anything to help me. And yeah, that just went on for weeks. I literally felt like I was in hell. I felt like I was in a nightmare. I just felt like I was in such a dark reality. I would wake up every day and just be like, I cannot believe this is my life. Like, I feel like I'm living in a nightmare, and just felt tortured by my body every second. Like, just so much unbearable discomfort every day, and just fear of everything and losing everything in my life falling apart. And I just did not see any end in sight or any way that everything could turn around and be okay again. I saw this quote that said, religion is for people who fear hell and spirituality is for people who have been there. And I really felt like I was in hell. It was such a dark energy, like it was just so bad. I was just like filled with fear and anxiety and depression, and there was really no relief or no end in sight. And I really believe that hell is on earth, and I also believe that heaven is on earth, and that I'm experiencing it now. And My life is so different. It's actually insane, and I'm so happy all the time now. Even when I feel negative emotions, I really am not suffering. Like, I just have such a different experience of reality than even before I got sick. But when I compare it to being sick, the contrast is insane. And so I make this video because hopefully it can help someone who is going through it and struggling with their health right now. Or really, if you're struggling with anything, I think this video can apply to you. For years, I had Lyme disease, and I was doing Lyme disease treatment, and the fatigue and the symptoms really interfered with my life and made it hard for me to work a normal job, and just messed up my relationships. And I would fail my classes because my insomnia was so bad, and I just got to the point where I didn't want to do anything, and nothing could bring me joy because all I wanted to do was lay in bed because my fatigue was just so bad that it really took the joy out of everything else in my life and everything that I used to enjoy. And I didn't even want to hang out with friends or anything because it just didn't feel good to be in my body. But this was really on another level. It was just so unbearable for so much of the time, and it wasn't just that it took the joy out of life, it was like I couldn't stand being in my body. I wanted to crawl out of my skin. And every doctor that I saw, everything that I read online just made me lose hope more and more and more. Everything in my reality just made it seem like I was never gonna get better, and my life was just gonna continue to get worse forever, and there was no solution. And I just remember one night I was like, God, please, if you just give me a healthy body to live life in, I will just dedicate my life to you and being a vessel to help others, and I will do whatever you tell me to do. I will give up all my dreams, all my desires. All I want is a healthy body to experience life in, because I understood how difficult it was to not have that. As long as you have a healthy body to live in, you can enjoy life, and life goes on, and everything will turn around eventually. And you can always find things that make you happy in every situation. But when you're feeling tortured by your body, it's so difficult to find joy in anything or to even be existing. And at this point, I was open to any form of God, any religion. I was like, maybe I have it wrong. Like, maybe this is why my prayers aren't being answered. I'm open to whatever. And the God that did show up for me was spiritual, was this belief that all religions are really the same thing at their core, and that we're all a part of Source, we're all a part of God in a way. And that's just what showed up for me. That's what feels right to me. I believe that whatever you believe is true in your reality, because we are God, and we create the reality that we live in and the laws of the reality that we live in. And I guess this is the God that I'm meant to believe in order to connect to whoever I'm meant to connect to, and to relate to them and speak to them and deliver the messages that they're meant to hear. But I think it's going to be different for everyone, and I don't think that it's up to us to tell other people what to believe. And I thought that this was me giving up my life. Like, I thought this was me giving up everything in order to just have a healthy body, and I was okay with that. But really, I've been given everything I've ever wanted and more. Like, it was just for me all along. And when you surrender to God, you're really gonna get everything you want and everything that brings you joy and fulfillment, because you are God, and God is just trying to help you. And sometimes our ego is like, well, I don't want to do this thing that my intuition is telling me to do. But it's actually going to get you to what makes you the most happy and fulfilled. So it's like you're really not even sacrificing anything. You are going to have to sacrifice things, and it feels like you're giving up a lot, and it feels like you're surrendering a lot, but really it's all for you, and it's going to give you the most beautiful life. And I ended up getting the life of my dreams and having so many beautiful positive emotions every day. But I think that that night was a shift for me, because God is already answering your prayers. You're just not listening. You're listening to your ego, and that's why you have to surrender and be like, I'm willing to do whatever. I'm willing to listen, and really listen and tap into that. And every day I like to say, God, please guide me today, and I will do my best to listen. And I try to really be mindful and be like, where is this coming from? What do I really want to do from a soul-aligned place versus from my ego or from fear? And I try to really be mindful of the decisions that I make. And obviously there's always times that I'm making mistakes, but it's okay. But I try to overall listen to my intuition and really follow that. And I can really feel when I don't and when I fall out of alignment, and I will see the consequences of that. Not that it's like anything that bad, but you can feel the difference, and then you get to know what feels right and what to follow. I started following a medical medium diet, and that really gave me hope. Again, there were these success stories of people who had tried everything else, people who had been so sick, and they started having luck with this. And it really gave me faith and hope that I could be okay again. And so that was something that I really clung to for a while, and something that helped me get through a certain phase in my life. And I still follow medical medium a lot. I still make celery juice every day. I still have a heavy metal detox smoothie every day. I still use a lot of the advice and avoid the no foods. But I started to realize that I didn't like that belief system either, because it was telling me that I would never be able to eat gluten, dairy, sugar, corn, farmed fish, all these things again. And it was telling me that I had these diseases in my body that would take years and years to get rid of. And so eventually I decided that I don't like this belief system. It doesn't make me feel good. I want to choose a belief system that makes me feel even better. And I want to believe that I can be flexible with what I eat and what I do, and that it's not going to take me years and years to heal, and that there's nothing actually that wrong with my body that is going to be hard to heal. And then at some point I read You Are the Placebo by Joe Dispenza, and that was really the biggest shift in my life. That book completely changed my life and really gave me hope, put me in a way higher vibration, a way higher state of mind, and really changed my belief systems because of all of the evidence in it. And that's when I started meditating every day, and I've been meditating every single day since, and my life has just completely, like, I don't necessarily have material success, but the level of happiness and peace and confidence that I feel would just be unfathomable to the old version of me, even to the version of me a week ago. Like, I just feel like the positive emotions I feel increase so much every week, and even the way that I feel negative emotions, it's become enjoyable. It's not painful anymore, and I don't have these like physical feelings of anxiety. I don't ever have depression anymore. I just don't struggle with so many of the things that used to be so normal to me. And I feel like I found this feeling of wholeness that I was searching for my whole life, and that I feel like I didn't have because I didn't have a healthy family. And I used to always kind of be jealous of people with healthy families, and I don't feel that way at all anymore. Like, I just feel so content with my entire life, and I would not change a single thing. And I don't know, I just feel like I found this thing that everyone is searching for, this feeling of wholeness and happiness within myself and through my connection to God. I think that we do have to sacrifice things, because the things that you think are making you happy are what are actually preventing you from a whole new level of happiness. Because if your happiness is dependent on foods and quick sources of dopamine or other people's validation, other people's approval, then you're never able to achieve this other level of happiness that comes from within yourself, which is going to give you a whole new level of power and freedom and confidence. I feel like I did have to sacrifice so much, and I lost my 5-year relationship, and that was really hard in the moment. And I gave up all these foods, and I gave up all these things that I loved. And I had to be really disciplined and just surrender to the universe and trust. But it was so, so worth it in the end. And you're really just doing it for yourself. Like, God is not testing you. God is not punishing you. God is just helping you do what is going to actually bring you fulfillment and make you feel the happiest and do what's actually best for you. And I also think that creating these videos has been so healing for me and has been a huge part of the reason that I was able to heal. I think that it's so important to find a creative outlet. I remember at one point I watched this tarot reading that was basically like, you're gonna be stuck in whatever situation you're in. You're gonna be sick until you start creating and expressing yourself. And that's what really actually motivated me to create YouTube videos, because I was like, I cannot be sick anymore. I'll do anything. I'll face all my fears. I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to be sick anymore. And that's really when I started posting videos, and I feel like it actually worked. I think that when you share the lessons that you're going through, it actually helps you integrate them so quickly and heal and actually learn them. And I've been on this healing journey since I was 19, like for 8 years now, but just in the past year, I feel like I actually have made so much progress and actually have healed the things that I identified needed to be healed once I started documenting the process. But yeah, I really think it's so important to find a creative outlet, because it's just a great way to transmute pain, to transmute all the negative emotions. And I just think it's really an essential part of this spiritual awakening journey that so many of us are on. You have to open your throat chakra, you have to express yourself, you have to learn to communicate. And even if you think you have nothing to offer, you don't know what to create when you start, when you make yourself a vessel for God to speak through, you will get ideas, you will get inspiration. I feel like I have so many ideas, I never run out of them, because once I started making these videos, it just comes to me over and over again. And if you have an idea, it's because there's someone out there that needs to hear it. And I think that God answers our prayers through other people who are listening to their intuition. And God also can provide for us through other people who are listening to their intuition. I think that whatever it is that you believe in dictates the laws of your reality and the limitations of your reality. So if you believe in religion, that's what's real in your reality, that's what's true. If you believe in the devil, you believe in demonic possession, you will be shown that these things exist and are real. If you believe in manifestation, then manifestation is real in your reality. If you believe in science, that's what's real for you. And your reality is going to reflect back whatever you believe in, because we have the power of belief, and our belief is what gives power to things and what controls the reality that we're living in. As humans, we generally believe in things when we see evidence of them. And you can find evidence to support any belief system. There's evidence out there to support any belief system that you want to have. So you can decide which belief system feels best to you, which one do you want to have and live in, and then find evidence to support that belief system. And if there's not a lot of people around you whose belief systems you want to emulate, then I really recommend using YouTube, using social media, and finding people who you want to be like, finding people who resonate with you, and really flooding your mind with that so that you can reprogram your mind and find evidence of these things. That's what I did. I just really flooded my mind with the things that I wanted to believe and people who were reflections of that. And I think we all get to choose what reality to live in based on our belief systems, but a lot of us have forgotten that we even have this power. This is why faith is so powerful, because I think that all of our power lies in our belief, and you give power to whatever you believe in. Things don't have power over you unless you believe in them. So God cannot work in your life unless you believe in God. Or things like evil eye, spiritual warfare, I don't believe in those things. I think that these things can influence you and impact your life if you believe in them, because it's you giving them the power to influence you. But these things have no power within themselves without you giving them power through your belief in them. There are a lot of situations where people die after getting misdiagnosed with cancer, and then the autopsy reveals that there was nothing wrong with them, or people die or have something happen to them after getting cursed. And this happens because they believe in it, because the power of their belief ends up making them sick. Whereas if someone were to tell you that they put a curse on you and you didn't believe that that was a possibility, then nothing would happen to you. I think that sometimes science and research can actually limit the possibilities of what is possible, because it's affecting what we believe is possible. Or even some of us believe in algorithms, right? We believe that algorithms are dictating what is happening in our life and controlling what is happening in our life. And so you get to choose what has power over your life, and if things are working against you, or if things are always going to be working in your favor. I love Joe Dispenza. He has helped me so much, but he kind of talks about this idea that when you have negative emotions, you're attracting a negative reality. And I don't like to choose to believe that. I like to believe that all of my negative emotions are helping me release things, helping me purge, and bringing in better things for me. And I like to lean into my negative emotions and allow myself to feel them, because I think that is a really important part of being human and having a healthy relationship with yourself. I think that when I feel negative emotions, it's serving me, it's helping me, it's allowing me to release things and purge. And it's okay for me to feel negative emotions. It's okay for me to be fearful. And that's not gonna bring negative things into my reality. And maybe that's been shown to you in the past. I think that no matter what I'm feeling or thinking, everything is always working in my favor now, but it has been shown to me how much my life has transformed as I've changed my mind and changed my belief systems and expanded what I believe is possible. So when you first discover these concepts, you might be living in a certain reality, in a very different, limited reality. And through gratitude and positive thinking and things like that, you can bring in a very different life experience. And there have been many times in my life where I get something before I feel deserving of it, or before I believe that it's possible for me. And I'm sure that you can look at your life and find some of this evidence as well, that not every single thing that happened in your life was coming from your mind and coming from your emotions. Sometimes I think the universe does step in and give us what we need and help us. But also when you're able to develop this healthy mindset and change your belief system, you're able to change your reality and experience a much more enjoyable reality where things are just working out for you a lot more and everything is working in your favor in a way that it might not have been before. And everyone has their own belief system, and every celebrity, every influencer, every politician is selling you a belief system, whether they are doing it consciously or not. A lot of politicians are selling fear, and what the perceived threat is that they want you to be afraid of depends on the politician. It's not like every politician is right and you agree with all of them, but you're just choosing who you like the best. No, it's like they're all living in their own world, in their own belief system, and they all have a completely different perspective on reality. And it's like, who do you align with the most? And the same is true for every single person that you interact with, every single thing that you consume online. Each person has their own belief system, and you might be influenced by it when you're consuming their content, but you can choose which belief system feels the best to you, which one you like, and which one you want to believe, and spend more time around people who share that belief system. Like, if you believe that all men are trash, everyone's a cheater, everyone's horrible, then that might be what's reflected back to you in your reality, because that's what you believe in. And there are times where I'll be on Twitter reading about all these toxic relationships, and it makes me feel bad. And I can recognize that this is not a reality that I want to live in. This is not what I want or what I believe in. But sometimes you're shown evidence of it anyway, but you don't have to look at evidence of it every day and focus on that evidence. There's evidence for every single belief system that you want, and evidence of every single reality, because so much exists. But I can just decide that that's just a representation of 1% of the world, and I don't attract those types of people. We're all constantly exposed to so many different belief systems, especially with the internet, and you'll notice which ones make you feel good and which ones make you feel bad, and I think that you can use that as a guide. I always try to kind of stay away from fear-based thinking, because personally that doesn't make me feel good. And I think that God is love, and the closer you get to love and positive, loving emotions, I think the closer you are to God and to the truth of who we are. But also, I don't make the mistake of thinking that my belief system is the best one for everyone and that everyone should share my belief system. I think that different belief systems serve us at different times, and they're meant to change, we're meant to grow. I think that everyone is meant to have different human experiences and believe different things at different times, and it's not really up to you to change other people's beliefs. And different belief systems serve different people. They give you different life experiences that are fun and cool, and we're meant to change them throughout our lives as well and have that experience. And so I don't try to project and like really push my beliefs onto people. I like that I'm able to make these videos and share my ideas with people, but I'm not forcing it down anyone's throat. I know that in the beginning of spiritual awakening, a lot of us want to help everyone. We want to end suffering for people. We don't want people to be in this fear-based ego thinking, but it all serves a purpose. Like, none of it is above anything else, and people are meant to have different experiences. So I think you should just allow people to believe what they believe, and you can choose whether or not to have them in your life. I think that we are these spiritual beings. I think that we were just this limitless, godlike energy, and we wanted to create life, and we wanted to create something for us to do. And you have to have the contrast of good and bad and pain and love. But also, it's like, why wouldn't we give ourselves this power to control our reality and control the laws of reality while we're in it with our own minds? And I think that we did. And a lot of people are just not aware of that. But once you do realize that, you're able to really create a much more enjoyable life experience and really open up the possibilities of what can happen in your reality. But yeah, personally, I like to just choose the belief system that makes me feel the happiest, that makes me feel the best, that makes me feel the most positive emotions, and that is one that doesn't involve much fear. And so I don't really fear things going wrong in my life. I don't really believe that I'm ever being punished. I don't believe that my negative emotions are gonna bring bad things into my life. I don't believe in evil eye. I don't believe in spiritual warfare. I don't think that those things have any power over me. And now all of this is reflected back into my reality. And I live in such a positive, easy, amazing reality now. This video is gonna be about the lessons that I've been learning this week and how I sort of fell in love with a sociopath. If you watch my other videos, you might be wondering how I found myself in this situation and how I tolerated someone like this. But I think that there are certain lessons that our soul is meant to experience. And although I kind of could recognize that this is probably not the right partner for me very early on, for some reason, I was still really drawn to him. And so I feel like there were lessons there that I was meant to learn. and that I do feel that I learned. And I think we can also kind of bypass the lessons and be like, no, I'm actually not even gonna entertain this. But there were certain things that I still needed to learn and that I still needed to experience through this person. And so I think sometimes we are drawn to things that are not necessarily good for us, but really everything is what it's meant to be in the end. So basically I was dating this guy. The first time that we hung out, we just got along super well, just instantly clicked. He felt very familiar. We both felt this way. Like it felt like we already knew each other, and we just felt super comfortable around each other, which is really rare for me on dates. And for me, this has happened a few times in my life with people who end up being in my life for like 5 years or 7 years, or like people who I end up having extremely close relationships with. I do think part of it is like a past life thing, but then I also think because time isn't real, sometimes you'll meet someone and you'll immediately feel like you know them and feel comfortable around them because time isn't real and like you're picking up on what's going to happen in the future. But I feel like with him, I think he was like someone from a past life. It ended up moving super fast, which is like a red flag, and I was like aware of that and trying to see if he was love bombing me and stuff. But it did just feel right. It just felt natural. Like it felt like we knew each other already, and it was just like we just weren't playing games where we're like pretending that we don't like each other, you know. But I did have a lot of fears coming up and like doubts coming up in between the times that I would see him. So at first it was a fear of losing myself and someone trying to change me, or just getting too attached to someone who isn't good for me or whose beliefs are going to negatively influence me, because he did have beliefs that I didn't agree with and that I didn't want to have, which is something that I wasn't looking for in a partner. Like, he was very spiritual. He believes in past lives really strongly and basically just thinks we're in like a simulation and it's all an experiment. But he doesn't have a lot of faith in the universe, faith in a higher power. And he had a lot of negative beliefs about like dating and just life in general and people in general. So that was causing me to question things. And then after like 2 dates, he wanted to be exclusive, and I had this other date planned and I was conflicted. I made a whole video about that whole situation if you want to watch that. But ultimately I did decide that I wanted to be exclusive with him and just like put all my energy into this one connection. The first time that we hung out, I thought he was attractive. I wasn't like he's like intimidatingly hot or like, I don't know, it wasn't anything crazy. But by the third time that we hung out, I was like, I've never been so attracted to someone. It was crazy. And like I would look in his eyes and I would like feel this energy go up my spine, and it was like something that I've never experienced before. It was so weird. But it was like I would sometimes like not be able to think straight because I was so attracted to him, and it was just like so intense and weird and unlike anything that I've ever experienced. But it also was like I was attracted to his personality. Like it wasn't just lust. It was like I really liked his personality, and that's what made me attracted to him. He was just a very interesting person and like knew a lot of things and just had a fun like goofy personality and had a lot of different interests that he would teach me about. And then also treated me so well. Like was just so sweet and affectionate and thoughtful and like opening every door, carrying everything, paying for everything. We went to the beach, and when we were leaving, he like puts down a towel, is like sit down, and like dusts all the sand off my feet and like out of the crevices of my toes. And this is like our third date, and I was just like, this is like so sweet. Maybe this is like the bare minimum and I'm just not used to it at all. Or like one day we were cooking and he was just like helping me cook and washing everything without me asking, and like washing his dishes after without me asking. I know that this is like literally the bare minimum, but my ex would never. So I was like, wow, this is like so amazing that he's helping me and so thoughtful and cleaning up after himself. And so I really liked that about him. But yeah, I kept having like all these fears coming up, and then I would be expressing them to him, and then I would feel guilty about it. And then I kind of felt like, oh, he's like putting up with my flaws, so I should be able to put up with some flaws too. Like maybe I shouldn't be looking for someone who's so perfect and has all the traits that I have. But also I was just like going off feelings and what I wanted, not just like completely logic. I don't know, there was just like so many conflicting emotions and logical thoughts happening. And one day I was on my way to hang out with him, and I was like, what if he's a murderer? What if he like literally kills me? Like you never know. And I don't know why I just started having all these fears about that. And then I was basically like interrogating him about the way that he experiences empathy. and like if he would ever murder someone. Because obviously you should just ask someone and they're gonna tell you whether they're a murderer or not. But the thing that's weird about him is he was like so honest that I was like, if you were actually like a bad person and a manipulator and a narcissist and a murderer, you wouldn't say the things that he said because it made him look bad. But basically he said like he thinks like any man should be able to kill someone because like you should be able to kill someone in self-defense, which I understand where that's coming from. And he was in the military, so I feel like he was like kind of desensitized to death and obviously had to come to terms with like potentially killing someone. So he was like, I could kill someone, but it's like a waste of my time. And so I was like, so would you kill someone if it wasn't a waste of your time? Because he was basically implying like he doesn't want to get caught, he doesn't want to have to clean it up type of thing. And so I was like, wait, so would you kill someone if you could get away with it? And he was like, you have to understand, like, I had such a different life than you. Like, I grew up without parents. He's a foster kid. He, like, grew up without love, without parents. Just lived a really difficult, dark life and has been homeless at times and just, like, experienced so many different dark things and witnessed so many deaths and things. And, yeah, he was just like, you have to understand, like, I've had such a different life than you and I have a lot of pain that has nowhere to go. And I was like, you know what? Like, I can empathize with that. You know what? I can understand this man and like, he's right. Like, I can't understand him and I'm shocked by the things he's saying, but like, I should be able to feel empathy for everyone and understand where everyone's coming from. And I thought that it was kind of beautiful that he lacks empathy in a way, but chooses to be a good person. Like, he really makes that choice to always be a good person. And I was like, there's something kind of beautiful about that. But it was also still unsettling to me because it was so different than the way that I experienced the world. Like, basically he said that he doesn't feel empathy for strangers. Like, he doesn't feel other people's pain when they're a stranger, but he would help them. He would like go out of his way to help them and save them. And if someone close to him, if something bad happened to them, he said that he would like feel their pain, not only because it affects his life, but also because he would feel bad for them. So he doesn't like completely lack empathy, but he doesn't feel empathy for strangers or like feel bad about the horrible things that are happening in the world to other people, which I feel like is healthy to an extent. Like, we're not meant to like sit in that pain of like feeling what people in another country are going through. But it was just like surprising and foreign to me the way that he experienced empathy. But also it makes sense because it's like, if you like live a certain life where you see so much horrible shit happen to people, your brain is going to turn off your empathy to a certain extent. Like, I'm overly empathetic because my brain learned to be overly empathetic in order to survive, because if I could read people's emotions around me, then I could behave accordingly and still receive love and be nurtured by my caregivers. But for him, it was probably more helpful for his survival, because he was taking care of himself, to turn off his empathy for everyone else. And so it's like, I don't want to like judge people for being that way, you know? But at the same time, it was like a little bit unsettling to be around. But I kind of was just always having this battle of like, I think that we should learn to love everyone, because that's like shadow work. That's how you accept all the versions of yourself, is when you can love everyone and still care about everyone and not like reject and judge people. And so I wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing that. And so I felt like I was really meant to like choose love over fear in this situation and just keep choosing love instead of giving into my fears and acting on my fears. But he also was like, his dream job is to be a firefighter. His dream is to like save someone's life. That's like the thing that he wants the most in life, is like to save someone. And it's like, who knows if that's from like a narcissistic place of like wanting praise or something, you know? I don't know, just certain things I was like, okay, so you do experience empathy, just not to the extent that I do, I guess. Also, one day he was like smoking a joint outside of an apartment building and was like, I don't want to be right in the front in case they have like people looking here to move here, and then they see me and then they don't want to move here. So it's like, so you have empathy for like the property owners. So it's like, I don't know, obviously he had empathy to an extent, but I think death was like so casual to him And I don't know, it made me wonder, like, where do you draw the line of like when you're hurting people? I think that he actually kind of helped me. Like, I feel like one of the ways that he helped me is that I'm like overly empathetic, and part of that ends up looking like being overly self-conscious and aware of how people perceive me, which is not necessarily helpful at all. So like when I make a YouTube video, I'm like aware of how people with different perspectives are gonna perceive it, and then I try not to be influenced by it, but I am a little bit. And it's like, that's not really empathy, but it's like my ability to feel empathy allows me to really understand other people's perspectives and to see how they would perceive me, even though that's really like an illusion and that's just me thinking about how they would perceive me, and who really knows. Or like when I'm driving in the car, like sometimes I just want to like blast weird music, dance and sing and have my windows down, but I'm so like self-conscious sometimes and aware of how people are perceiving me that I don't feel comfortable doing that. But I feel like the way that he was, like, he would never think about things like that. And being around his energy, it's like I kind of picked up on it, and I feel like it's still with me in a way where I'm not as self-conscious anymore. That was like another thing I liked about him, is like I felt like he was not judging me ever, like almost because he didn't care, like he didn't like feel things in the way that I did. Like it's just like some things that I'm judgmental about and a perfectionist about, he just didn't feel that way about them, and it was like actually helpful to me to see that perspective. I think another thing that it helped me with is I've never dated someone who's so different than me. Like he had such a different worldview than me, where, you know, I think like everything's happening for the best. I have faith, like I'm so protected. I attract the people that I'm meant to attract. I attract good people into my life. And his worldview is very much like people are bad, you can't trust anyone, and it's really hard to find a good woman. Also, something we kind of disagreed about was like it made him uncomfortable that I was like okay with whatever happens. Like I wasn't like attached to us being together forever and like invested in an outcome. And it was clear to me that he was very like really wanted security, longevity, really wanted to like feel like something was gonna last, but then he also believed like nothing ever lasts, and I know it's gonna end ultimately, but he really like wanted to know that I wanted it to last forever, that I was attached to it in a way. And it was like he thought I was like almost in the wrong for the way that I view things in a detached, like healthy way. Not that anything is ever right or wrong, or like anything is above anything else, really. They're all just different experiences. But it was just so like the polar opposite of how I am, where I think you shouldn't do things as a means to an end, and you shouldn't go into something like wanting a certain outcome, expecting a certain outcome. Obviously I'm dating him, I'm thinking that it's gonna last and it's gonna go somewhere, but I'm not overly attached to that or like doing anything to try to make that happen. And he was just like really disturbed by this idea of me not being attached to that. I don't know, it was just really interesting. And it was like some of the conversations we got in, we just never saw eye to eye. I felt like he would never understand me, and he could just never understand what I was saying and the way that I saw things. And I could understand him, I think, but sometimes I would get like, it would almost like hurt my brain trying to. Like it was like, I've never talked to someone and dated someone who was so different than me and viewed the world so differently. But it actually helped me get comfortable with being misunderstood. I used to have this obsession with wanting to be understood, and I think it came from this place of wanting someone to know everything about my life and everything I've been through, and then to validate the decisions that I made and validate the emotions that I feel, because I didn't validate myself. And now I really validate myself, so I don't feel that way. I mean, I think it's still normal in relationships to want them to understand you, and like your close friendships, they should be able to understand you and understand where you're coming from. But it was actually helpful for me to have this relationship where I knew he didn't understand me. I knew that he really couldn't see where I was coming from, and it was okay. Like I was okay with it, and I got comfortable with it. And I think it's helping me with like social media and stuff, understanding that there are people who are gonna watch my videos and literally think I have like spiritual psychosis and just never understand the way that I view the world and the things that I'm saying, and just think that I'm crazy. And that's okay. I don't need everyone to try to understand me. I don't need to make myself palatable and easy to understand for everyone. And I think just being in that relationship really helped me get to this point where I'm like, I'm okay with being understood. I'm okay that people are gonna think I'm crazy. If he watched my videos, he'd probably think I'm crazy. I was saying things in person and he didn't judge me, but he obviously like didn't agree with me or like understand where I was coming from. But as time went on, I was like, it's kind of cool that we have such different perspectives and I'm able to like understand this new perspective that I've never been exposed to this extent. And you know, maybe I don't have to be so influenced by the people around me. I think that I can like stay strong in my own beliefs and know that they're true. Even though there were times where like I was questioning my own beliefs being around him, but ultimately I come back to like knowing what I believe in. But I do think in the future, like I think this connection was supposed to happen and I don't regret anything. But in the future, I am going to be aware of like who I'm around because it is really easy to get influenced by the belief systems of the people around you and the thoughts that they have. And it is really important to be aware of who you're spending your time with. I just felt like I was spending so much time like analyzing everything and trying to understand who he was and trying to understand if he's a good person and if I could trust him and if he was a good partner for me. Because I don't know, there was kind of all this conflicting evidence. And then I was like, do I get to choose what reality I live in based on what I believe in, based on if I choose like fear or love? Like he basically told me that he was like born with this knowing of right from wrong and good and bad, and basically had a very strong conscience and a strong set of morals, and so he would choose to be a good person. But then he also said there were times in his life where he did bad things because he was like in a survival scenario, which makes sense. Like, you know, anyone would do that to a certain extent. But yeah, I was just like, okay, so it's kind of beautiful that he doesn't experience empathy in the way I do and still chooses to be a good person and like is so disciplined and just always chooses to do the right thing. But then at the same time, it was just unsettling to me because I felt like I couldn't predict what he would do. I couldn't relate to him. And I was just like, at what point do you not even realize that you're hurting me? Or at what point are you okay with manipulation and able to justify it because you don't feel what someone else is feeling? So I don't know, it just kind of like made me uncomfortable. And then one day we're hanging out, literally have like an amazing day, like such deep conversations, everything's great. And he's like, if you ever cheat on me, I'll kill you. And I was like, I would literally never cheat on anyone. I would never cheat on you. But don't say you're gonna kill me. Like, that's fucked up. And he's like, don't say I didn't warn you. And then like I bring it up again later. And he's like, oh my God, it's a joke. Like, why are you like worried about that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I would never kill anyone. It's such a waste of my time. And I'm like, why is killing me like a waste of your time? Like, why is that the reason why you wouldn't kill me or why you wouldn't kill someone? Like, I wouldn't kill someone because I wouldn't want to hurt someone else. And like, I wouldn't be able to do that. And it's like, so if I were to cheat on you, suddenly your feelings for me are gone and like your morals are out the window. And I don't believe that he would actually kill me. But I also do think that he was trying to threaten me. Like, I think he said it to threaten me and to make me not cheat. I was just like, it's disturbing if you stop caring about my well-being because I don't do what you want me to do. You know what I mean? Like, if someone cheated on me, I would break up with them. I wouldn't be with them anymore. I would obviously be hurt. I'd be like, they're a different person than I thought they were. But I would still care about them and have love for them. And it's like my feelings wouldn't just turn off. And again, like, it's just something that he said. I don't think he would actually kill me. But after he said that, I just felt really unsafe around him and really uncomfortable. And it just wasn't sitting right with me. And I like went on Reddit and like looked it up. And like people who had this happen to them, everyone's like, get away, he's gonna kill you. Like, he's an abuser, he's a narcissist. And then I got really freaked out. But that was like, that's also another lesson of like, who are you getting your beliefs from? Always be aware. And honestly, I'm at a place where I don't want to get my beliefs from anyone but me. I don't want to be like influenced by the things I read online and stuff. I mean, we all are. But just be mindful when you're taking advice from other people because you're taking their belief systems. And everyone's living in their own reality and their own belief system that's completely different. I actually don't even think like he's an abusive person. I don't think that he would harm someone else. He just doesn't experience empathy the way that I do. But then I also get confused because it's like he like is a basketball coach and works with like 7th graders and is like talking about how fulfilled that makes him and how much he loves like watching them grow and stuff. And all he wants to do is like be a parent and have a family. But it's like his motives are just so different than mine, and like the way he experiences life is so different than me. And I think that I also have this like deep desire to understand other people and like really just to like know everything about them. And I just like love that. I love connecting to people and like knowing what they've been through, knowing what they experience, and really understanding them. And at times I felt like he didn't really ask me that many questions or like seem that interested in understanding me. Like it was clear to me that like he wanted to talk to me and be around me, not just like on a sexual, physical level. Like he wanted to spend time with me and like have long phone calls and things like that, but like still didn't ask me that many questions. And so I was just kind of like, it's weird to me that someone doesn't want to understand other people. And I think I do want a partner that is like that, just because I like to analyze the world and understand people, and like those are the conversations I like to have with people. But I realized that my obsession with understanding people is like a survival mechanism. Really everything our brains do and like our whole personality is like survival almost. So I was like, oh, I have this obsession with understanding people because that's how I learned to survive, was by understanding people and reading their emotions and understanding why they operate the way that they do. One day we were talking about people who are verbally abusive, and I was like, I know like what verbal abuse does to a person, like it can really mess with your head and blah blah blah. And he's like, yeah, or it can like make you kind of be the abuser if that's all that you've heard. Like you can just repeat those things and be angry as well in the way that they were. He was like, I was like that in one of my relationships. And I was like, what changed? Like, what made you stop? And he was like, I realized that I was hurting someone, and like I had to live with the fact that I hurt this person and they would always view me in that way. So I don't know, like he said all these things that like I was like, some of them are like red flags, some of them it's like you clearly have empathy. And just like the way he treated me in general was always so kind, so patient. And obviously this is like only 3 weeks into the relationship, so who knows, but like he just like would never like get upset at me, get angry. He would just be super understanding about any of the things that I did. Like I was always late and he just like was super understanding. Just like little things, like I feel like I apologize a lot for little things and I feel like a burden sometimes, and he was literally like, who are you used to? He was like, do people make you feel bad for like doing these things or whatever? And I'm like, that's just from like childhood. But I don't know, like basically he was just like really understanding. Whenever I would apologize for things, he would just be like, don't be sorry. Just was like super respectful and thoughtful and like wanted to make sure I was comfortable all the time. But then again, I'm like, is that coming from a place of like you want a girlfriend so you're acting how you think you should act? Or is it from a place of like wanting to make someone feel good and caring about other people? And so that's what would like disturb me, is that I couldn't really figure it out. I guess it was just unsettling because at the end of the day, I really couldn't understand how his brain worked. Like I tried my best to figure it out and I like couldn't really make sense of it all. Like the evidence was conflicting. And I guess like we're all, I don't know, there's times where I feel more empathy than other times. And so it's like, I don't know, I was just like asking him these questions and then assuming that the things he said were like representative of the whole, but really it's like, I don't know. I do believe he was being honest the majority of the time. Like sometimes I say things that are not necessarily like representative of me and what I believe, but it's just like what came out of my mouth in that moment, what my ego thought in that moment, you know what I mean? So I do try to keep that in mind. But yeah, then I just like got really in my head about the fact that he said, if you cheat on me, I'll kill you, because I was just like, I would never say that to someone. Like, why are you trying to make me feel unsafe? Why are you like saying your love is conditional? Why are you okay with the idea of hurting me? And so then I asked him, I was like, what did you and your ex fight about? I was just like trying to get a read on him because I just could not figure out like if he was a good person or not, almost. Or like I do think he's a good person and he chooses to be a good person from what I've seen, but I couldn't tell what the motivation was. Like if the motivation was just trying to be like loved by people and be accepted by people, and so he was like a people pleaser in a way, because people pleasing is manipulation. Like if you're being nice because you're trying to get someone to like you, that's manipulation. And I have done that in my life. I didn't mean to do that. But then I also have a side of me that cares so deeply about people and is affected by their emotions. And that part of me also does things to be nice just because I care about other people and am influenced by them. But I kind of wondered if he only had this side of him that was like nice because it was trying to get something that it wanted out of people. Like he just wanted to be with me and have a family, so he was being nice because that's how you get that, you know? Ultimately, I don't really know if I figured it out, but I did figure out that we're not a good match, that he's not someone I would want to be with. Because when I did end things, at first it seemed like it was kind of like mutual. There was one night where I was like, I don't want to hang out tonight because I was really tired at work yesterday and like I just want a day to like be alone and recharge, whatever. And he was like, I want someone who wants to hang out with me anyway and is like willing to be tired, because he's like, you don't think there's days where I was tired for work, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, the reason I didn't want to hang out was honestly because I was deciding how I felt about him saying, if you cheat on me, I'll kill you. Like I just kind of felt uncomfortable around him and just like wanted to, like I just didn't want to see him for that reason. Like it wasn't even about me being tired that much. Basically, we had this conversation where it seemed like he was kind of wanting to end things and kind of like unhappy with where the relationship was at. And so then I was kind of like, sorry it didn't work out, I wish you the best type of thing. And maybe I'll just put screenshots because I'm like, I'm paraphrasing it horribly. But basically, I thought we like ended things kind of in a mutual way. I guess he was probably just saying that he like wanted to end things, maybe to try to manipulate me to be the way that he wanted me to be. I don't know. Then we went like a day without talking. He called me that night and then I called him back when I got off work, and then he was like, I'm going to sleep. So then he called me the next day. But prior to this, we had been texting like all day, every day, like always sending morning texts. So I thought he knew like it was over. I was just like, oh, we'll have like one last phone call just to talk about things, because I still did have feelings for him, like, and I felt bad ending things, and I just like still wanted to talk to him, but I also like knew this is something I'm gonna walk away from, and I really have to. He calls me and is just like, do you want to go to the beach? And I was like, I thought that we weren't talking anymore. And he's like, why aren't we talking anymore? And so then I was kind of like telling him why, but I also felt like I would get so like nervous and just like not make sense and stumble over my words and stuff, and the conversation was just like, it was just like not ideal. And this would kind of always happen when we would get in like disagreements, which is crazy that we even like got in disagreements like 3 weeks in, but this relationship really like happened quickly. But yeah, it kind of just felt like we never saw eye to eye. He never really understood where I was coming from, and that's again how it felt. Like he was just like, you're just ending this over a joke that I made. Also, I was like, you saying that like put me in fight or flight. Like I had dreams about getting murdered last night. And he was like, oh my god, bro, get over it, like it's a joke. And I'm like, honestly, if someone said that to me, I would be like, oh, I'm sorry that like I put you in fight or flight. I didn't mean to do that. You know what I mean? Like I would have like empathy for them and feel bad. And his response was just like annoyance. But then at the same time, I know there's times in my life where someone is upset in my life in a relationship and I get defensive because I'm hurt and I'm afraid of losing them. And so I'll kind of invalidate their feelings because I don't want them to leave me and I don't want them to be upset. So I'm like, I know that I've done that to people, and it's not because I lack empathy. It's just because in that moment you are desperate to like have someone in your life. But I'm not that version of me anymore. I don't think that I would do that anymore to people. That's like something I did like 2 years ago. I feel like now I really try to validate people and not like act out of ego and get defensive and get offended and scared to lose people. But he's still like that. So he's kind of like the past version of me in a way. And then again, when we were ending things, I was kind of trying to explain my side. He just didn't understand it. And then he was like, so you don't want to talk anymore? And I was like, yeah. And then he hung up. And then he texted me. I should like read them. He texted me, it's crazy I can do countless nice things for you to turn around and be nonchalant and judge me off a joke. The reason he said be nonchalant is because he was like on the phone, he's like, this is what I said I would happen, that you were just gonna like discard me, blah blah. And then I was like, okay, because I started getting triggered. I don't know, like he just started saying things and I started getting triggered, so I was just like, okay, like you're just gonna say that. So that's why he said like the be nonchalant thing, because then he was like, why are you being so nonchalant, like whatever, and got upset about it. And then he said, whatever the case is, thanks for wasting my time and all my effort. I'm blocking you now. This shit is a literal joke how someone can switch up so fast. So I feel like that was really confirmation that this is not someone I should be in a relationship with. Just like those messages and the blocking, I feel like it's very immature and not how I handle the end of a relationship. Like I'm literally like, I'm so grateful I met you. I would never block someone and like just, you know, be bitter and like have that type of response. Like I always try to end things on a good note. I think this is also helping me like get comfortable with that. Like not everyone is going to like view everything in a positive light, and like you can't end everything on good terms. Like I always like want a happy ending, and I want to be like, we both, you know, gained from this and like it was a good experience overall. But that's like not how he views the world, clearly, or at least that's just like not how he responded, because you know, we all have like the ways that we respond and then the ways that we actually feel. It almost makes it seem like you were only nice because you wanted a relationship, because you wanted something long-term out of this, and now you regret being nice because of that. And it's like, you shouldn't do things as a means to an end and as a way of getting what you want. You should do the things that you want to do in the moment. And I really like appreciated that relationship and had fun and like don't regret a thing. Like I'm glad that it happened, and I feel like it was a fun experience and I learned a lot from it. And I think he's still like a beautiful human that I'm grateful that I met, and I wish him the best. And yeah, I just feel like it was overall like a positive experience, and like I can still want to treat him well at the end of it. And it seems like that's not how he is. I feel like I always can just like see everything in a positive light and be grateful for it and have love for people no matter what happens. And not everyone else is that way. And honestly, I think it was healing, because when I got those texts, like I cried, like it hurt for a lot of reasons. Because one, I was like, I'm hurting someone, clearly. Two was like, he made me feel guilty at first. At first it felt like I did something wrong and like I wasted someone's time. But in reality, I didn't do anything wrong. And if that's how he wants to see it, like that's not my problem, that he only did things as a means to an end. And also just like, I don't know, like I always want like the happy ending. I want to be friends with everyone. I want everything to work out and be happy in the end. And that's just not life. Like sometimes life is just kind of dark and not perfect, and that's okay. And I think it helped me to just come to terms with this ending, because I was like afraid of something like this happening. Like I was like, I hope that we can, you know, just like be friends or just end things in a nice way where he's not regretting it. Honestly, my fear of like things ending in a bad way was worse than like how it felt for it to actually end in a bad way. Like it just helped me make peace with that not everything is gonna be the most beautiful, perfect scenario, and that's okay. Like I wish that I could help him heal, and I think part of me really wanted to help him heal, and my savior complex came out a little bit, but that's not why I was dating him. And like I could recognize that it was toxic, and also I'm at a place now where like I'm not desperate to heal people. I don't feel like I need to. Like I trust that people are where they're meant to be, and it's not my responsibility. But I also was like, you know, maybe I could help this person, and that would be beautiful if I could. Also, when things ended, after like the first time that I thought things ended, I just felt like a weight lifted. Like I felt so powerful. I had like all my creativity back. I had all these creative ideas, and I just felt so much better and in such a higher vibration. I had been spending all this time like analyzing our relationship and giving all my energy to him. And so I really just like knew I made the right decision when things ended, and just like enjoyed having my power back. And now I really don't want to date anymore. Like I'm just gonna take a long break from men, from dating, and just like focus on creating things. I really do believe that I was meant to have this experience, but now I really just want to be single again and focus on myself and like stand in my power, because it honestly feels so much better than dating. We shouldn't like avoid things because they are uncomfortable, because they cause fear. Like if dating is like uncomfortable for me, I'm not trying to avoid it because it's hard. I just feel like right now I'm meant to kind of surrender and like sacrifice that part of my life and focus on building the career that I want and helping people and listening to my intuition, listening to God, being a vessel to help other people. Something I've been reflecting on is that when you feel everyone's emotions, it's very hard to choose what's best for yourself. So it's really important to kind of clear out that noise, because I noticed that because I'm so affected by other people's desires and emotions, it makes it really hard for me to choose myself. And so much of the time when I was with him, I wasn't even trying to do it, but I was choosing what he wanted, and I was so influenced by what he wanted. And I knew that he wanted me. It was difficult to disappoint someone. Like, I don't want to disappoint someone. I don't want to make someone sad. But obviously, at the end of the day, I have to choose myself. And I saw this video that was like saying all these spiritual lessons really are just choosing yourself.
I feel like every category in life is designed to test if you'll finally pick yourself, and every time you do, you close a karmic loop and move one step closer to sovereignty. So majority of romantic situations actually test if you'll betray your standards just to feel chosen. Family dynamics usually test if you'll abandon your boundaries just to keep the peace. Work usually tests if you'll ignore your purpose for a sense of safety. And friendships usually test if you will shrink to avoid feeling like too much. So choosing yourself is not selfish. It's actually a portal to a new timeline. That is why you should always put yourself first.
Every single test, the answer is to choose yourself, to choose what you genuinely want and what's best for yourself, and not what's best for everyone else or what's driven by fear. And I really do think that when we choose ourselves, that's what's best for everyone else too. But it just doesn't feel like it in the moment. But yeah, I actually feel so different after like having this experience with him. I feel like it really kind of healed my like self-consciousness. Like, I just am not as aware of what other people think of me, or I'm aware of it, but I'm not affected by it. Like, I just don't care anymore. I don't care if I'm misunderstood. I don't care if people judge me and think I'm crazy. I feel like I was able to kind of take on that part of his brain that I liked, that was not as self-conscious and so aware of how he's affecting others and aware of how others are perceiving him. And I feel like I was able to like take that on, and it's actually helpful, and I'm glad that I was able to. I also watched this tarot reading that was just like super accurate about the situation. I don't really watch tarot readings or anything like that anymore. I don't really need like reassurance and guidance and stuff. I feel like I get everything that I need just like in my head directly. But I watched this tarot reading about it, and it was really accurate, and it was saying like this is a person from a past life who like kind of was an abuser in a past life and kind of like siphoned your energy, and you're breaking the cycle and you're walking away from it. And one of the only past lives that I'm aware of, like I know a few things about my past lives. Basically, I just know I was in an abusive relationship in a past life, and that I was a witch in a past life, and I think I was burned at the stake. These are just like the things that have been confirmed multiple times for me. And I actually told him this, like it was one of the first things we said when we met, because he's very into past lives and we were talking about our past lives. And I think like it's kind of funny because I told him like I think I was in this abusive relationship in a past life, and I think it was literally him. But this tarot reading was like, you broke this cycle with this person. And it honestly makes so much sense, because I just felt so like connected to him, and like it didn't really make any sense, because it was like there were all these reasons why it shouldn't work on paper, but I was so just like attracted to him and cared so deeply for him. I honestly feel like I sort of loved him, which is really crazy to say about a three-week relationship. But I don't know what else to call like what I felt. Like I don't think it's what people think of as like romantic love, like you're getting married love. But I definitely felt like a sort of love for him, and like really admired and cared about him deeply, and like wanted to take care of him and wanted to make him feel good, and just like really appreciated and admired him as a person. I don't know. It just felt like a version of love, which I feel for everyone. Like I feel like since my heart chakra opened, I experienced so much love for everyone, and like I feel love for strangers, and I feel love for so many different people in my life. And that's kind of how I felt, but it was also like the way I felt about him was actually like how I feel about my niece or how I feel about my ex. Like, it did feel like love, but it was pretty crazy because we barely knew each other. But I actually do believe this tarot reading that he's someone from a past life and like we've lived many lifetimes together, and I finally broke this cycle of attachment to him because the attachment felt so intense. Like, it's crazy how hard it was to end this because just like for so many reasons I'm like, this is obviously not the right person for me, and also I don't know them that well. I don't know why I'm so like have such strong feelings for him and want to talk to him even after ending things. But yeah, I think I like broke this weird soul tie, whatever past life connection we have, and like finally chose myself, and that's really beautiful. And I actually think this whole experience was like so important for my own healing, more than maybe I'll ever understand, but I can definitely tell it helped me work on like my fear of disappointing people, my fear of not being understood, my being so self-conscious of what everyone else is thinking and being overly empathetic. Like, sometimes it's just not good to be so aware of everyone's perception and everyone's feelings. I hope that he gained something from it. I believe that he did. I'm sure he did, but you know, people get to choose whether or not to take the lessons and take the benefits from things. I'm okay if he thinks like it was all just a waste of time and he's upset about it. Like, I've made peace with that. And I don't need everything to like be happy and end in a beautiful way like I used to feel like I needed, kind of. I can really make peace with anything. But yeah, this is not like the experience I expected to have at all. But it was really great, and I see why it happened, and it brought so much into my life. And you know, it makes me sad to disappoint other people, and I hope that I like brought something positive to their lives. I do believe that I did. But I don't need to know that anymore. And I don't need people to understand me and understand my decisions. I don't need people to approve of them. It is so easy for me to be influenced by what other people want. Even when I'm being like so self-aware and like really like trying to do everything right and trying to listen to myself, it just happens naturally that I feel like I take on people's mindsets a little bit and I take on their feelings. As much as I'm trying not to, it just happens, and I can tell like the further I get away from him, the more space I have from him, I feel like myself again, and I like have more faith again, and I have more confidence again, and I realize that I don't even want this relationship. I feel like this video even is like, I feel kind of crazy posting it, like I'm so like spiritual crazy in it, and also it's just kind of like a weird story and very vulnerable, but thanks to him, I don't care anymore. I don't feel as self-conscious, and I don't care if people understand me or like validate what I feel and what I experience. And I think that when we create art, it should just be for ourselves. Like, we shouldn't be thinking about how people are perceiving it, and if people are gonna agree with us. It's what it's meant to be in their lives. They're gonna perceive it in their own way, completely differently than how you intended to be perceived or how you view the world, and that's going to be helpful to them in their own way, and that's really what art is. I don't know, I feel like I kind of like worded this all in the worst way, and it didn't come out. This video didn't come out how I wanted it to, but I trust that this is what it's meant to be. I think I could fall in love with anyone almost, but it's like when you connect to another human, like you just can see their soul, you feel their soul, and you just care about them, and you just want the best for them, and you want them to be happy. That was like the underlying feeling of it all, despite all these like logical things and me knowing that he's not like the healthiest partner for me. I just could like feel love for him as a person, but you really got to be mindful of who you do that for. And I mean, it really wasn't like hard for me to walk away, but it did surprise me how much I felt like I didn't want to, like how much I felt like I just wanted to be with this person anyway. But it was also like there was no doubt in my mind that I had to end this relationship. And the whole time I was in it, I was kind of like having all this doubt and fear and wondering what to do, wondering what the right decision was. And I kept getting this message from multiple people, like multiple sources of people saying, don't make a decision until you're ready to make a decision. Not even about the situation, just like I would hear this randomly. If you don't feel ready to make a decision yet, then don't make a decision. Even he said this, and it was not in reference to this, but I heard it from like so many sources in my life during this week, and I was like, okay, I'm just like not meant to know. If I'm meant to know when to end it, I will, but until then, I guess there's lessons to learn. So don't drive yourself crazy like trying to understand things and have the answers to everything, because when you're meant to have the answers, you will. Yeah, I don't think that he was purposely love bombing me. I think that maybe he just like unintentionally is nice to people in a manipulative way. I don't really know. I asked him, I was like, how are you so affectionate when you didn't have parents? Because my first relationships, I was not affectionate at all, because I just like didn't learn how to be affectionate, and it was not normal to me. It didn't come natural to me. And I kind of had to learn that from my partners. And he was just like, I just think about what I would want. And I thought that was interesting. So it's like he just does what he would want from someone else. Yeah, he was a cool person. Like I learned a lot from him. There's things I'll always like remember and take from that relationship. And that's really the case for every connection that we have in our lives. Like there's always a part of them that sticks with you. There's always like facts and things and feelings that you'll remember and lessons that you learned. And I think that's really beautiful. And it doesn't have to be a dark thing to lose people. I feel like I've literally like lost everyone in my life at this point, and I just don't feel sad about it anymore. I think it's just kind of beautiful, and I'll probably even meet them again in the next lifetime, and we'll be more healed versions of ourselves. But I feel like the way that things ended was just proof that it would never work, because he couldn't even see my side. He couldn't even empathize. He couldn't understand why I was upset, why I felt unsafe, why I was ending things. And that's why understanding is so important in a relationship, and empathy. Like you should be able to see each other's perspectives. I feel like it's really important actually to like get that understanding and validation from the people who you're close to, because that's like how we connect to ourselves, and that's kind of like the relationship we have with ourselves. Like we are the universe experiencing ourselves through other people. Also, I thought it was funny, like at one point I was like, I think that I want a partner who cares as deeply about people as I do. And he was like, have you ever thought about dating women? And I feel like that was so like out of character for him to say, because he was so like invested in our relationship. I just thought it was funny because like I feel like the universe keeps telling me to date women. But I also think it's interesting because I feel like he like really admires women. Like clearly like he basically would say things like he thinks like women are better, and like he can only be like emotionally vulnerable with women. He just said a lot of things where I could tell that he really admires women and their like emotional depth and empathy. And I bet it's because it's a reflection of a part of him that he wants to like be more in touch with, because I do believe that empathy can be learned, and that if you have a lack of empathy, it's a heart chakra imbalance, it's a heart chakra blockage, and that's something that you can heal, and that his soul probably wants to heal. And so it's drawn to people who are not like that. But again, like I don't think he completely lacks empathy. It's just like to a certain extent. We had such different worldviews and such different experiences of life and such different feelings about people and things that we couldn't really like see each other's perspectives fully. And I really like tried, but I just like didn't fully understand how his brain works, and I'm sure that he felt the same way about me. And you can never like guarantee if someone's gonna be a good person. Like I think it's kind of beautiful that he chooses to be a good person. Like that shows a lot of discipline. That's like a lot more self-control than most people have. But I think I just want to know that like when someone is nice to me, it's coming from a genuine place. It's not coming from them trying to like manipulate or people please, or because they feel like they need something. You know, like I want people to just like live moment to moment and do what makes them happy. And that's the kind of relationship I want to have. I don't want someone who's like desperate for love and validation, you know? Because then, I don't know, I almost feel like I'm taking advantage of them in a way. Like it's not genuine and authentic. And it's crazy how everything is just like perception. Like I'll never truly know what the reality of the situation is, but I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to just see my perception of it. Also, there were just a lot of things he said that made me realize like he's not a lustful person. Like I was talking about, I was like, I don't experience sexual attraction the way that most people do. Like I would never just like look at someone on the street and want to have sex with them. And he was like, that's crazy. Like lusting after a random person on the street is crazy. I would never do that. And it was like genuine. And also like he just like hasn't had that many partners and has always been in long-term relationships, like 3-year relationship, 4-year relationship. Like clearly values relationship, because I know some people are probably gonna watch this video and be like, oh, he just like wanted to have sex, because I feel like that's what everyone assumes about men. But it was like very clear to me that he wasn't a person like that. He actually like really wanted a relationship more than I did, did even. And like didn't even kiss me on the first date, which I thought was kind of sweet and wholesome. He had gotten out of a long-term relationship around the same time as me, like 8 months ago or something. And so I felt like he kind of understood me on that level, and I could talk about my ex, because my ex is an important part of my life, without it being like I still want my ex and I'm still hung up on my ex, because I felt like he understood what it was like. And also I feel like maybe that's why we like jumped into things so quickly, just because we were both used to being in long-term relationships, so it just felt like natural. But yeah, I think that every experience really just like teaches us lessons, helps us grow, helps heal us energetically in ways that we'll never understand. We just view the world so differently that he would be like, this was just a complete waste of my time and I'm blocking you. And then I'm like, I'm so grateful for this experience. Thank you for like all that you taught me and brought into my life. I'll always like have love for him in a way. It kind of just like makes me sad for him that that's how he views the world, and that he's like bitter about everything and thinks like everything is bad. And like he thinks it's weird that I don't try to control my reality in a way. Like I don't try to like make a certain outcome happen, and I don't desire certain outcomes, and then I'm okay with just like seeing where things go and following my emotions moment to moment. Like he wants to be able to predict life and have security. He ended up messaging me again, and he would say rude things, and then I would call him out and he'd be like, no, I'm only ever nice, I only know how to be nice, and like gaslighting me. And also was like, it's so narcissistic of you to justify the bad decision that you made of ending things with me, and just was like saying all this crazy stuff and literally gaslighting me so much. And it honestly took me like a second to step back and realize what was happening. So I definitely do think like this man has issues, and I do think he was only nice because he wanted something and has a very blocked heart chakra. I think that it was honestly a really good lesson in discernment, and I learned a lot about protecting my energy and trusting my intuition. And I don't know, I feel like I literally gained and learned so much, and I don't regret anything. There were some lessons that I needed to learn through experience. And I think that I do need to really be protective of my energy and mindful of who I spend my time with and who I give my energy and love to. And I feel bad even saying that, because I don't like to rank people, and I don't like to like believe in this hierarchy. Like it feels like morally wrong to even say that, but I definitely do think I need to protect my energy and be mindful of who I spend my time around, because it is so easy for me to be influenced by their beliefs and desires. I even found myself like having doubts around him. But then at the same time, I believe that everyone in your life is like a reflection of a part of you. And so I probably was working through these doubts and fears anyway. And so he was just like a reflection of that. I don't really know. Life is so complex. I do just feel like I spent so much time reflecting on this situation and like analyzing him, when I could have been like working on the things that I want to work on and all the workbooks that I want to make and all the videos that I want to make. And I kind of like fell out of that side of me. So I am gonna stop dating for a while, because I feel like it's just like a waste of time. It's not what I want to spend my time and energy doing right now. Even though I spent so much time like analyzing the situation and analyzing him, really it was helping me heal, and it was like all about me, and all the energy that we give to other people really comes back to us if you are like using that experience as a catalyst for your own healing and to reflect on yourself and do shadow work and things like that. So I don't feel like I lost anything at all, but I definitely learned that I want to approach life in a very different way going forward. And I also think I was kind of indulging in pleasure too much and like doing whatever made me feel good, and like eating unhealthy, eating out more, or watching TV instead of working on the things I want to work on, or hanging out with people and going on dates instead of being productive. And obviously, like, I think life is not all about working hard and being productive and being perfect. It's important to drop that perfectionist mindset, but there is a balance that you need, and you do have to surrender and sacrifice to a certain extent. And I was just getting too comfortable just indulging in so much pleasure and not really like challenging myself or being disciplined in the way that I should be. I think that if you follow your joy, if you just follow what brings you pleasure, it's gonna keep you stuck where you're at. But also I think that if you're like meditating, you're visualizing the life that you want, and you're really getting into that headspace and that emotional state, then the things that you desire and that you're drawn to are going to help you up level and help you bring in a better life. But I really wasn't doing that enough. I wasn't really having like really good meditations where I was really feeling that emotion and being present. And so I was just like indulging in quick dopamine, and I think that's not what I meant to do moving forward. And I really realized this when things ended with him, because I still wanted him, I still was drawn to him, and I knew like this is absolutely not what's best for me and what's best for my spiritual growth, and yet that's what I want. And so what we want is not always what we should do, which sounds very obvious. But I've really just been like learning what my relationship with desire and pleasure is. A lot of times like what we want is going to keep us stuck where we're at, and you have to challenge yourself and choose to be a better version of yourself. The more that you can delay pleasure and delay gratification, the bigger the reward is going to be. And you get to choose what human experience to have. You can have either human experience, but I noticed that the more that I really like work hard and I'm disciplined, then the reward is so much better. And also I just am in a way better headspace when I'm not engaging in these like earthly material things, you know? And a lot of times when we have a relationship and we have this like almost addiction like feeling, this withdrawal and this craving for them because of the chemicals that our brain releases around people, the oxytocin. We crave that comfort and that connection and that like physical touch and things like that. Your life is gonna improve when you increase your capacity to tolerate discomfort instead of always choosing what's comfortable and what feels safe and pleasurable. Because the more that you're able to tolerate discomfort, the more that you're going to be able to level up in life and become a better version of yourself. Our desire for comfort and using pleasure to distract ourselves and to cope can really hold us back and keep us stuck and keep us from growing and becoming a better person and breaking these cycles and getting out of these, you know, these cycles that we find ourselves in, just like recreating our childhood, recreating the unhealthy dynamics that we find ourselves in and the bad habits that we have, whether that's people pleasing or something like abusing substances. I actually feel really blessed that last year the universe put me in so much discomfort that I was able to have this spiritual awakening and learn all these lessons and have the desire to heal, because before that I was just comfortable and I was just happy where I was at. And yeah, sometimes you really can't even help people, and people will not be inspired to grow and heal until they reach that level of discomfort where it feels easier to make a change and to heal and to really do the work, or until it feels necessary to do that. Also, something that I thought was interesting, I have this belief that we can sense things and we can like sense when people are around us or looking at us or like in the same house as us, even if we can't see them. And something I do when I'm driving a lot of times is I'll like stare at the back of people's heads, and within like 5 seconds, 90% of the time they'll turn around and look straight at me. It's just something that I like to do. Like I always will stare at people and then they'll stare at me back within like 5 seconds and make eye contact with me. And I was telling him about this, how I think that like we can tell when people are looking at us, and he was like, no, that's crazy, like that's not real. And I was like, what? And then I was like, let me try it. And then I was like, I feel like now like I'm gonna do it and it's not gonna work in front of him. And I was doing it and literally no one was looking at me. And literally this whole time I was with him and driving, not a single person like looked at us and like turned and looked in my car, which is so different than what is normally happening. Like normally people are always looking at me, I feel like. And I just thought it was so interesting, and it almost was like he was like disconnected from the rest of the world and like disconnected from people and like invisible to people. And I kind of liked it because I felt like no one's like looking at me, but it was so interesting because it was literally like I entered this like different reality. I do believe that your emotions are a guide and that you should follow what brings you joy, what makes you excited. But a lot of times the things that we desire and the things that make us feel good are not what's best for us. Like a lot of times you might crave fast food and unhealthy things, or you might crave a toxic person. And so how do we know when to trust our desire, when to follow what we want versus not? The way that the law of attraction works is that when you act on your current emotional state, you're going to bring in more of that emotional state. So if you can get yourself into a really high emotional state by meditating or visualizing or just like practicing gratitude and practicing positive emotions, then you can act on your intuition, act on the intuitive hits that you're getting and the inspiration that you're getting, and follow that in order to bring in a better reality and to bring in a really high emotional state. But if you're in a lower emotional state, acting on your desires and acting on what you feel inspired to do is always going to keep you where you're at. This is why I also believe that it's safe to have negative emotions. It's safe to feel fear and doubt and all of these things, and it's not going to bring in a negative reality, because the key is to not act on those negative emotions. You can have emotions of fear, and fear is going to make you want to play it small, right? It's going to make you want to protect yourself. But when you can ignore that, despite being in a negative emotional state, you are not acting on your negative emotional state. You're not letting it control you. And so when you're able to face your fears anyway, you're still bringing in a more positive reality and a higher emotional state in the future. It's the same thing with self-doubt and with insecurity. It's okay to feel these things. It's okay to feel negative emotions, but don't act on them. Don't let them control you. Don't let them guide your actions. If you make decisions based on that feeling, then you're going to stay stuck in that feeling and in that reality. Or if you're in a state of really missing someone, wanting someone, missing your ex who's unhealthy, or wanting someone who's toxic for you, or you're craving love and comfort and validation from someone, even if it's not an unhealthy person, that's kind of being in a state of lack. And so when you act on that state of lack, you're staying in that state of lack. But when you can instead desire something that is not the best for you and just be okay with that and not actually act on that desire, you're teaching yourself that you have discipline, you have self-control, you don't actually need anything outside of you, you're actually completely whole already. At the same time, I do think that we're meant to have certain desires, we're meant to go after certain things. You know, we're meant to be human, we're meant to have an ego, and I think there's reasons that you want certain things. It's because a future version of you has it, and you came to this earth to pursue that thing. But really look at which emotional state are you in when you're having desires, because some desires are going to keep you stuck in a reality that you don't want to be in, and other desires are going to help you get to that higher reality. Part of healing is learning to allow yourself to feel pleasure and indulge in pleasure and have a healthy relationship with that. But having a healthy relationship with pleasure also means not overindulging in it. The more that we can delay gratification, the more pleasure we receive. And you can see this in many areas of life. Working out, sex, building a business. These are all areas where when you delay quick gratification, you will experience a greater reward, a greater pleasure. We all get to choose what we want. You can live a life of easy dopamine, easy pleasure, quick pleasure, and that's totally fine. You get to choose that if that's something that you want to engage in, if that's the life that you want to live. But also, the more that you can be disciplined, the more that you can practice self-control and delaying gratification, the bigger the reward is going to be. And I believe that heaven is a state of mind, and you get there by essentially doing this, by sacrificing and by delaying pleasure. You get there by not sinning, and there's nothing wrong with sinning. You're probably already doing it now and everything's fine. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Sometimes you suffer probably, but it's really like, it's nothing to be afraid of. You have already lived in this reality your whole life probably. But when you can overcome lust and greed and sloth and gluttony and pride, and you can be celibate and you can not eat unhealthy foods, and you can be disciplined and you can work towards your goals, you will achieve a state of mind that is so much better than any of the pleasure that you get from those things. And I say this because this is the reality that I live in. I'm in such a happy state of mind, and sometimes I do slip out of it when I engage in these like earthly pleasures too much. And either way, life is fun, either way I'm happy, but it definitely is a very different experience where my joy comes from nothing. My joy is just inherent, and I just wake up with it every day and constantly feel it when I'm not engaging in any of these like sinful things. And it's like 100 times better than the pleasure that I feel from eating unhealthy food. But yeah, I think for a while I was kind of confused. I was like, do you follow your desires? Do you follow what lights you up? And sometimes I was, and then I was like, wait, this is actually clearly not what's best for me, because I find myself like desiring this toxic person. I'm obviously not gonna do that. I can tell that's not what's best for me. So when do I follow my desires? When do I follow what I want? I've come to this conclusion that your desires will keep you where you're at. So if where you're at is great and you are able to create an elevated emotional state, then you should follow your desires, you should follow what you feel inspired to do, and it's gonna keep you in that state. But if you're in a lower emotional state, definitely don't act on your emotions and don't act on your desires. It's perfectly fine to be in that emotional state though. You're not attracting a negative reality unless you're acting on your emotional state. I think that when we allow ourselves to feel what we feel and to feel all of our negative emotions, it's so healing. It allows us to purge, it allows us to transmute the emotions into positive things. The human experience is not supposed to be 100% positive. It all is equally valuable, and there's so much beauty in the pain and in the negative emotions as well. And I think it's just like so beautiful to be able to experience the full spectrum of human emotions. Once you stop resisting them and you stop trying to change your emotions and you stop thinking I shouldn't feel this way and like this is bad, and you just like lean into it and you let yourself grieve, you let yourself be sad, it's very healing. And it's actually, you get this feeling of like comfort and pleasure almost when you just allow yourself to feel your emotions. At least that's been my experience. And there's also a time where you do need to switch your mindset, switch your emotional state, become grateful and focus on what you want, focus on all the good in your life. But I think there's also a place for honoring your emotions and allowing yourself to feel them and validating yourself, validating your experience. I think that is so important. The sacral chakra deals with pleasure and having a healthy relationship with pleasure. And then the solar plexus is the next chakra, and that deals with willpower and self-control and intuition. So I feel like I'm going through like solar plexus lessons now. For a while, I was kind of in this space of kind of overindulging in pleasure and doing what made me feel good and eating foods that made me happy, just like having fun instead of being super disciplined. Because I'm also in this place of like, I don't care anymore really what happens in the future. Like I have certain desires because I think I'm supposed to, but I just like trust the universe and I'm having fun, I'm enjoying the journey, and I'm not desperate for any specific outcome. But then at the same time, I feel like I desire certain things for a reason, and I'm supposed to bring them into reality. And we are creators and we're meant to create the reality that we want and to make the things happen that we want to happen. But yeah, for a while I feel like I was kind of overindulging in pleasure, and I was confused about what relationship to have with it, because I was like, I think it's good to follow my desire, to follow my intuition. And I was kind of confused about it. But now I've come to this conclusion that following your desire, following pleasure is always going to keep you where you're at. And so when I meditate in the mornings for 30 minutes and I visualize the reality that I want and the identity that I want, the version of me that I want to be, and I get into this really high mental state and I feel really present and happy and grateful, then the things that I desire to do are things that are best for my future. Then I end up desiring to eat healthy and to work on my YouTube channel and to do things that are best for me long term as well. And those are the things that actually bring me the most pleasure and that I feel intuitively guided to do. But when I don't consciously create that state, that emotional state, and then I just follow my pleasure all day, then I end up eating out often and watching YouTube videos and going out with friends and dating people that I shouldn't be dating. And there's nothing wrong with these things. I think there's a place for everything. We're just having a human experience. You get to decide what you want. You can have whichever experience you want to have. But I do love the feeling of delaying gratification and working towards bigger goals and working towards a better reality for myself. And that's what I want to choose, and that's what I want to consciously create. So it is important to act on your intuition, act on what you feel inspired to do, act on what brings you joy, but look at where you are emotionally when you're taking those actions. Are you in an emotional state that you want to perpetuate, or are you in an emotional state that you want to get out of? If you want to get out of the emotional state, you don't even necessarily have to change your emotional state. Just don't act on that emotional state. If you're in a state of fear and insecurity and grief, just don't act on the things that your brain is telling you to do in that situation. When you're having negative emotions, just be present with the emotions, just sit with them and don't take action from that place. And then when you're more in a neutral state, that's when you can really work on building up positive emotions. But also there's going to be times where we're like at rock bottom and it's up to you to create a better emotional state and to practice feelings of gratitude and stuff. So just work on finding that balance within yourself. There's really no right answers. I know for me, it's really important for me to at least take some time to validate my negative emotions and to allow myself to feel them instead of always trying to push them away and ignore them. Because I did that for so much of my life and it really was harmful. Welcome to part 1 of me crashing out over my ex. The video that you're about to see is very, very cringe. It's literally me crying about my ex. Please be kind to me. This is very vulnerable for me to post. I don't really know why I'm posting this. I guess a part of me thinks that one day there's gonna be a lot of people who go through a very similar spiritual awakening to me, and this just felt like a very pivotal part of the process, and I've been kind of documenting the whole process, so I wanted to include this. I hope this video is helpful to someone in some way, and if you get something from it, I would love to hear about it in the comments. I know sometimes it can also just be helpful to like see that people know what you're going through and can relate to you, and you know, everyone goes through breakups and grieves things. And also I think I have this issue where I never want to let people see me cry and be vulnerable and express negative emotions, or at least I did in the past. So I feel like me posting this video of me like crying and looking crusty without makeup is gonna be healing for me to be this vulnerable and to accept this part of myself by like sharing it with the world essentially. Because a lot of times I just feel like a burden when I cry in front of people or express negative emotions, or I think people won't like me if I express negative emotions. It felt like this was like the final step of me really letting go of my old identity, grieving my old life, grieving my old relationship, grieving who I used to be because he's a reflection of who I used to be. And it's kind of like I revisited my old self. I had spent the past 9 months becoming this different version of myself and like stepping into a different identity, and then it felt like this week, well, the week that this was filmed, because this was a few weeks ago now. All my videos are kind of a few weeks behind, if you're ever wondering, but it felt like I was back in my old reality and remembering what that felt like and what it felt like to be unhappy with my life and to be codependent and to have attachments and to have negative emotions in a more extreme way and to have anxiety. But then there was this part of me that just like wanted it because it also came with this comfort of this connection and this person that I loved and still love in a way. But I'm doing a lot better now. I'm back to like feeling normal. I'm back to feeling really good. The attachment released. It took like a few weeks for it to release. And I had to really make that choice to align my thoughts and actions with the person that I want to be and not the person that I was in the past and what they wanted for me. And I think it was helpful to see my ex, and I needed to see him one last time to kind of close that chapter and see it for what it really was. Because a lot of times I was just wondering like, what is real? Like, is my perception of him accurate? I was wondering if we actually got along as well as I remembered that we did, and it really was like a special connection and we really clicked and had great conversation, or if I was just romanticizing it in my head and kind of building it up and having too high of standards. Because when I would make new friends and go on dates, I would kind of compare it to that, and it just felt like something was missing and it wasn't as strong. But I was like, am I just like romanticizing it and remembering it wrong? And this did help confirm that I actually did get along with him in a way that I don't with many people. There's really only one other person in my life that I've gotten along with that well, and that was my friend Nathan. Some of you might know him if you've been watching my channel for a long time. He was definitely a soulmate too, and I feel like my ex was also a soulmate. They were just people who I just instantly felt like I knew, and we got along so well. I think we all have like 10 to 15 soulmates that we live many lifetimes with, and they play a different role in each of your lifetimes. And I definitely think both of those people were soulmates who I've lived many lives with, and I look forward to meeting more soulmates. And sometimes I do feel like if you love someone so much and you get along with them so well, isn't it a shame to just like not have them in your life and to just like keep your distance just because that's what's like best for you at the time or whatever? Like, it just feels weird to like love someone so much and get along with them so well and not have them as a part of your life. But then I remind myself that we're these immortal beings and we have infinite lifetimes, and I'll see him in every lifetime. or her. And it's not like there's this like limited amount of time and I need to spend it with the people that I love. It's like I have so many lifetimes that I'm gonna live, and right now it's best for my soul's growth to be alone and to not be around this person, and it's best for his too. And so that's what we should do, and that's the role that we should play in each other's lives. I got dinner with my ex yesterday, and before that I was in such a good mental state, and I was like just feeling so in love with myself and happy and confident, and literally like crying tears of joy every night and thanking the universe for my life and like for the person I am and the life that I get, and just like so happy and grateful. And then we got dinner, and it was honestly like a good experience. It was nice to catch up, and I feel like I forgot how like spiritual he was and how we had like deep conversations and really saw the world in similar ways. And like going into it, I was like, no matter what, like I would never get back together with him even if I wanted to or whatever. And honestly, like I wasn't even attracted to him anymore, really. Like I wasn't attracted to him in that way. Not saying he's like not attractive, but I didn't even feel like romantic or sexual attraction. And he really hasn't healed that much. Like I feel like he is the person that I got over, and like that I saw him as when we broke up, and like realized like I don't want to be with this type of person anymore. But it also was nice because I feel like I started to question like who he even was, and like how accurate my perception of him was, and what the reality was, and like what our connection was like. And I think it was like truly a beautiful connection. But some like the attachment came back, and I feel like I'm in my old reality. I know it's just temporary, but like there's no way around the pain. And like for some reason when I got home too, I kind of felt sick. I don't know if it was like the dinner, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it was, like his cologne or something. But I felt sick, which I haven't felt in a long time. And then I only slept like 3.5 hours, and I woke up feeling kind of sick. Not that bad, but just like, it just reminded me of like how I used to live every day of my life on like 3 hours of sleep and feeling really sick. It's funny, I used to live every day like that. And now it's like so uncomfortable, and I don't know how I did it. And I hate it so much. I used to be like my normal life. But yeah, I just feel like I'm like back in this reality that I was in a year ago, and it's really weird. I'm back in this mindset of like really craving love and connection with someone. I'm back to like feeling sad that I don't feel connected to my family, and that I don't have like super loving parents, and just feeling like really alone. And I have all the answers to feel better, but I don't know. I think I'm just sleep deprived. But it's just crazy, like ever since seeing him, I've just been having like cravings where I'm like, I want to keep talking to him. And honestly, I haven't met anyone since him that I've really connected with like that, and I miss it, obviously. Like it was fun to have those conversations. I can't really have those type of conversations with anyone else. But then at the same time, like there's aspects of him that I feel like don't resonate with me anymore, and like aren't the type of person I want to be. I told him he's like my capitalist materialism shadow. And he like agrees that he loves capitalism and like loves like getting rich. But yeah, I just feel like the attachment came back, and then like ever since I've been having cravings to like talk to him more, and I'm like there's all these other things I wanted to say to him and talk to him about, and I like want him to become that person that I tell everything to again, even though I literally like don't want a relationship with him for so many reasons, and I'm not even attracted to him anymore. And it's almost sad and upsetting, and I'm just like back in this feeling of like being like, how will I ever love someone else? I don't want anyone else, I don't want anything else. I know that emotions like pass, but it's crazy how extreme our emotions can be. And like before this, I dated someone who just really made me realize like, oh, I can fall in like deeper love again, and I can enjoy every aspect of a relationship even more. But it's like I'm kind of forgetting that right now. But yeah, I'm just like having these cravings to talk to him, but I know that I shouldn't act on it. It's just gonna prolong the like addiction and the withdrawal. And I'm just so tired of always being so like disciplined and having so much self-control. And I know that it's so worth it, and I've been given so many blessings already, but I'm just at a point where I'm just tired, and I wish I could just like act on the things I want. I'm just tired of like doing everything right, and it takes so long for like the healing process to be worth it. And literally like 99% of the time I'm like literally insanely happy and be like, I popped a Molly every day, and like, I don't know, but right now I'm in a really low mood and I haven't felt this way in a long time. I guess I haven't fully healed my codependency. It's something that still like comes up from time to time. With my last relationship I had the withdrawals as well, but it's easy for me to like make good decisions and not go back to people who are bad for me, but it is really hard, and it's just really sad that like every relationship in my life ends, and I had this like deep connection with someone and it's just ending, and at the end of the day I'm just alone. And also like it never even was what I made it out to be. Like we weren't as similar as I thought, and I don't know. If you're codependent, like you understand what I'm feeling, I think, but it's hard to explain. But I try to like merge with people almost, and I don't know, it's so weird because it's like I literally don't want his validation anymore. I don't actually like want him. I know there's like a lot of different traits I would be looking for in a partner, and I feel like I'm in the old reality. Like I feel the energy of what my life used to feel like 9 months ago before we broke up, and like this energy of like low-key being sick, having anxiety. Like I've been having anxiety last night and today, and it's something I just don't have anymore, and I hate the feeling of it. And it's crazy, I used to live like every second of my life feeling anxiety, and even like the anxiety I've had the past day is not even that bad. It's like 1% of like the anxiety I used to experience, but I'm still like, wow, I hate this feeling so much because it's so different from the like amazing reality that I'm used to now. Yeah, so I feel like I'm just really getting a glimpse of like what life used to be like, and yet my ego still wants it. Like my ego still wants him, but obviously I know that I don't want this. I feel like it was healing on a lot of levels. When I was in the relationship, I never really saw it clearly, and I was just like, I just viewed the world so differently. I was such a different person. So I feel like it was like grounding to remember what our connection was like and what his personality is like and what aspects I was right about. And I feel like it was really helpful in that way. And then also just comforting to know like he does still care about me, and like we both care about each other and just like want the best for each other, and like everything's on good terms. I think that to heal my codependency, I had to make peace with the fact that maybe he hates me and maybe we're on bad terms, and like I did make peace with that over those 9 months when we didn't really talk and I didn't really know like what he actually thought of me. Like we didn't really communicate that much after the breakup. So it is like kind of comforting. I always wondered like sometimes it's just a weird feeling to know like they're out there and you had this like deep connection with them and so much love for someone, and you just don't talk to them ever again. Like it's just bizarre, even though you know it's like what's best for you. It's just a really weird feeling, and sometimes you wonder like, do they feel like it's weird too, not talking to me? So I don't know, there's something like comforting about the fact that we talked and he like like still cares about me, and it wasn't just like nothing to him. But yeah, I feel like I really like validate myself. I really love myself, and it almost hurts because it's like he doesn't love me as much as I love me now, which is pretty crazy. And I guess I just feel like I haven't met anyone who like is similar to me lately, and I just feel really alone. Even though I actually don't feel alone most of the time. Like I feel like the least lonely I've ever felt, and I feel so whole and fulfilled, but right now I feel really alone today. Yeah, I just feel like no one in my life I can like truly be myself around. Like I am myself around everyone, and I really am authentic now, but the conversations don't come up that I want to be having, if that makes sense. But I don't know, I feel like I could still just yap about spirituality and just not give a fuck, and I probably should just do that, and that's probably how you attract friends and people who are similar to you. But I feel like it's easy for me to kind of be a chameleon and get along with everyone and like cater to what they are, and it doesn't feel inauthentic or like I'm lying or like I'm changing myself, but it doesn't make me feel like whole and like I'm getting to be my full self, if that makes sense. But yeah, I just like I love the feeling of codependency. I love the feeling of sharing everything with someone. I love like those friendships, and I'm just like really missing just like hanging out with someone and long FaceTimes and cuddling and drives and dinners. That's what I'm really missing right now. It's not like validation. It's really just like love and comfort and familiarity. I know that the way to like give myself love is to meditate, but I've just been sitting in my emotions instead of like meditating, even though the universe is just like screaming at me to meditate. I'm gonna go meditate after this video. If I post this, I've actually lost my mind. Yeah, I don't know, I just got this glimpse of like codependency again, and like, oh, I could share everything about my life with him again, and it's so fun talking to him, and now we have these like 9 months of experiences that we don't know about each other. And it's so weird because I literally like don't have feelings for him, but I'm having like withdrawals, and like I feel that attachment again, and I just really miss like love and comfort, and specifically want it from him. But I know that it literally would not be what I want. I know that I would feel worse than the reality I've been living in lately. Ugh, it just sucks. I wish there were like people in my life who have gone through this before. I don't know anyone who's like healed codependency, but I guess I'm never meant to know. I feel like once I learn how to do it, then I'll like see a podcast where someone's talking about it. But until I learn, like the universe doesn't give me any help from external sources. They just give me the information directly in my mind usually. But yeah, I thought I healed my codependency. Most of the time I feel that way, but I think that's just how healing is. It's like you kind of bounce back and forth between the two realities until it really solidifies. But I've definitely gotten big glimpses of what it feels like to not be codependent and to really love myself and feel whole within myself and to not want anything else. And I literally was in this energy of like not wanting a relationship, completely happy, never ever missing it, just truly wanting to be single and being completely happy with that. Yeah, I just feel like I haven't met anyone similar to me lately, or like anyone who treats me the way that I know I deserve, and it's kind of annoying. But I guess I just have to hold this energy until then. I also go back and forth and I'm like, is attachment just a part of life? Like, is attachment just a part of life and we're supposed to love and we're supposed to have it be painful when you break up? Obviously, yes, or when they die. Obviously, yes, but I think when you take it to like the level of codependency, it is a different type of thing, because I really like lose myself in people and I try to see myself through their eyes and I kind of take on their mindset, and I feel like we're experiencing life together and I want them to know everything about me and to understand me. And actually I haven't really felt that way around people lately, but I guess just like seeing my ex, like he brought out that side of me again, because that's who I was around him for 5 years. And so then I'm like, do we just never talk again? Like, will I ever be able to like have a healthy relationship with him? And that makes me sad that we won't. But I also know that when I'm in my like healed mindset and I'm in my really high vibration, I'm at peace with that and I really don't care. But me right now is sad and like wishes we could have a beautiful relationship. And it also just sucks like logistically being an adult, and it's so hard to maintain friendships and like maintain all the relationships that you want to have. I just wish we lived in this more like community type of vibe where you can maintain close relationships with all the people that you care about and love. And yeah, I hope that we create that world, or at least I'll create it in my life, hopefully. But I definitely feel like I crave that. Yeah, I'm just tired of always making the right decisions. And I don't always, but I feel like so often I'm very disciplined and I have a lot of self-control and I sacrifice a lot, and I'm like, why can't I just have a life where I get everything like everyone else? But I had that life where I could, you know, drink and eat whatever I wanted and be in a relationship, and I wasn't happy. I'm way happier now being like sober and everything, but sometimes I just get sad about it and I miss all my attachments. And also I did use food as a coping mechanism for a little bit during our breakup, even though I still didn't eat like gluten, dairy, soy, sugar, blah blah. I found foods that like still were comfort meals for me, and I started to rely on them a lot. And then just recently, like the past week or two, I went back to a really strict diet and went back to not watching YouTube videos a bunch, and just like went back to being really disciplined and working on my goals and everything and not having any vices. And so it's almost like I had to go through the whole healing process again in a way, and had to like, it almost feels like I had to go back to the basics and like learn the same lessons that I learned initially of giving up certain things, giving up certain attachments, and being really disciplined and being really mindful of how you spend your time and energy and attention. And yeah, so I feel like I really learned that, but also was able to make that choice, because the first time that I gave all those things up, it didn't feel like a choice. It was like, I have to, or I'm gonna feel sick and horrible and be miserable. And so then I was able to like reintroduce things into my life and be like, yay, I'm so happy that I can reintroduce these things and have some freedom and go to restaurants and stuff. But then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna make the choice again to limit these things, because it's becoming like a bit of a dependency, and also I was gaining weight. I just want to feel healthy and I want to feel my best, and I was starting to feel a little bit lethargic and stuff, and I just knew I would feel better giving up these things. And then I did. I felt a lot happier, a lot healthier, but it's hard to give up all the vices at once. And then now it feels like I'm almost going through the breakup again and like having to deal with that grief again and the way that that attachment feels. And it's really just like solidifying the lessons. I feel like for some reason my life is, I mean, I love mental health and like healing and spirituality and stuff, so I'm very passionate about this, so it's really fun for me and fun for my soul to do this. So I think that's why I have certain life experiences, and really like I feel called to like write down everything and document everything and really observe and analyze how our brains work and like how to work through things. And I feel like that's just what my life is meant to be like, but it also sometimes is so annoying and tiring. Like right now I'm just like, I just want to indulge in pleasure and do what I want to do and text my ex and eat a piece of pizza. I actually don't even crave pizza. What do I miss? Sandwiches. I don't know. It's like, wouldn't life be so beautiful if you end up with the person that you met when you were 21 and fell in love with? But it's just like, I just would never go down that path when he like technically cheated on me. He didn't physically cheat, but I feel like DMing is cheating. I would just never let myself go back there, even if he healed in like all the ways that I want him to heal, and he's not even close to that. I don't think he really healed much at all, sadly. And he's still a great person. Like, this is not me shitting on him. Most people have dependencies. Most people are materialistic. Most people are a little bit insecure. And that's all normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But I just feel like where I'm at, it's hard to find someone to match me. And that's not me, like, saying I'm better than anyone or anything. And I obviously still have my flaws. I still go through these things and struggle with them. But I just want someone who is, like, on the same page as me, has learned the same lessons. Right now, I'm really having cravings to talk to him. And so I guess I still have like a love addiction. Yeah, I guess I just gotta stick it out and not act on it. And eventually it's gonna go away. And I've gone through this process so many times that I'm very familiar with it now. And like, I know I'm gonna feel better because I've literally been there before. And I know that my mind is gonna change. And I know that my feelings and thoughts are gonna change. And I know that it's worth all of the pain. And every time I experience pain, there's like so much pleasure afterwards, and I get rewards for it, and my baseline happiness goes way up. But there's still just no way around the pain. You just feel the pain and it really hurts. But sometimes I'm just like, what if I just indulged in what I want to do? What if I just texted him? Would it be fun? And it's like, no, I know it wouldn't even give me what I want. And we can do that. Like, you can do whatever you want in life, but the more that you delay gratification, the greater the pleasure will be. And I just know that's not what I want for myself, and it's just going to prolong the healing process. So if that's how I need to learn the lesson, I can do that. Sometimes I do that, and I choose like the less mature path, and I learn the lesson, and I never really regret it, honestly. But I mean, this is literally showing me like what my old reality felt like, and I'm remembering it, and I'm remembering how sick I felt and anxious I felt and just dependent on things. And being dependent on things just sucks, and we all really are. But it sucks because then when you don't have it, you get really sad and you have withdrawals and you have cravings, and your happiness is dependent on something, and so you are like a slave to it almost. And I've experienced now what it's like to not be dependent on things and to just have like inherent happiness always, and to just be so happy and secure in myself and really enjoy life fully. And it's just a million times better and so amazing and so worth it. It's crazy that the attachment came back so strong just seeing him, even though I don't want him and I'm not attracted to him. But overall, I think it'll be good. I know that I'll end up at like an even higher baseline after this. And I think it's just nice that we like ended things on good terms. I know that he's doing well. I know that he accomplished certain goals that he always wanted to accomplish. And it was just nice to like catch up and be on good terms, and also just to kind of ground me in reality and help me feel connected to that past version of myself and the life I used to live, and to really just remember who he was and actually see the truth of the situation. Because sometimes I was just so confused and I was like, am I remembering him properly? Like, am I just seeing certain sides of him? And yeah, in a way I was. And I think actually, like, we got along even better than I remember, and it just like felt really natural and fun and comfortable. But then at the same time, I feel like he doesn't like bring out my best self or see my full potential. But it's still like the best connection that I've had in this lifetime so far. But I know that there's gonna be something better, and I'm just super grateful to him. Like, that's the main feeling, is just like a lot of love and gratitude, because he was the biggest catalyst for all my healing, and I'm so grateful that we had this like soul contract to help each other in this lifetime. And he really did help me. He really gave me like the greatest gifts that anyone could give a person through our breakup. And obviously, like, through our relationship as well, I learned so much, and he helped me heal so many different aspects of myself. And also, it was just a lot of fun and a lot of great experiences and memories. But eventually we just stopped growing together, and it's just sad. But I feel better after making this video. Yeah, it's just crazy. There's like a part of me that is craving my old life and just wishes I could go back to it. But then I'm literally like in the energy of it, like the vibration of it. I can feel it, and I feel sick and I feel anxious, and I'm like, I am so glad I'm not living in this anymore, and I do not want to be living in this. But then part of me just like wants to talk to him, but it's like you can't have one without the other. I feel like there's no way that I'm gonna actually make this video public, but if I do somehow, like down the road, I would love to read your comments, and please validate me, because this is very vulnerable. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I know that I'm crazy and emotional and stuff, and I've just embraced it at this point, and I hope that it's helpful to people somehow who are going through the same process. I'm sure there's other people having the same emotions and going through the same process. I do hope that one day I can be proof that all of the suffering, all of the discipline, all of the self-control and the sacrifice is going to be worth it, and you get such a beautiful reward for it. And honestly, I feel like I'm already an example of that. I've already gotten so much happiness and peace and joy in my life, and this is honestly just a reminder of how grateful I should be for my current life, because of how much better I feel physically, how much better I feel mentally. I don't struggle with depression, I don't have cravings, I don't have addictions and dependencies, I don't feel sad and stuff really. I don't have issues sleeping and then have like my life be a mess because of it and my mood be a mess because of it. And it's crazy. I lived like 15 years of my life like this. Well, I guess not when I was like 8, but I lived probably like 10 years of my life feeling this way. I literally don't know how I did it. It's so crazy to think about now that I was like so depressed and anxious for so much of my life. I'm not even depressed right now, and I'm anxious for like 1/1000th of the time, whereas I used to literally feel that way 24/7 nonstop. It's so crazy how we can just like cope with whatever situation we're in. Humans are really amazing, but I really hate that feeling now, and I have no tolerance for it anymore. Obviously I have a tolerance because I'm still alive and I'm still dealing with it, but yeah, it is a nice reminder of like what I've healed from and how far I've come and all the blessings I've been given and how beautiful my life is now. And it's nice sometimes to remember that contrast. I get so wrapped up in how good my life is that you forget sometimes. I just feel like I had to go through this to like really fully grieve that version of myself and to let go of it and remember what life was like, how I felt like I needed to be a certain way to make someone happy, and how I was so invested in other people's desires and feelings, and it didn't feel good. And I love that version of me, and I'm sending her so much love, and I'm gonna like carry her with me and show her all that we accomplished. But I don't want to be that version of me anymore, and I really can't stand to be. It is insanely painful to let go of things and to let go of people and let go of the past, and it's kind of wild how painful it is and how difficult it is. But I'm in a much better place now than when I filmed that video. The super negative emotions lasted about a week, and then I still kind of had this attachment and this like weird desire to be with my ex, even though no part of me desired to be with him. It's so weird and hard to explain. I had that for like a few weeks, and that finally ended. And I'm gonna link below this like subconscious block meditation that helped me if you're going through something similar. I am kind of uncomfortable posting this video, kind of scared to post this video. This is good like exposure therapy. If you get something out of this video, I would love to know. Leave a comment. Thanks for watching. I feel like I'm also connecting to my past self who found her sense of safety and security and self-love within this relationship. And it's depressing to realize that now I love myself more than he loves me, and I treat myself better than he treats me, and I make myself feel more safe than he made me feel by a long shot. And it's like, I feel like it's depressing for my past self to realize that. It's like upsetting, and to be like, this like safety and love and everything that I found within him is not what I thought it was. And I just did an inner child meditation with parts of it. I did it with me from yesterday, and parts of it I did with me from around the time we broke up or when we were in a relationship. Just whatever memory popped into my head, that's the version of me that I did it with. At the end of it, it's like your current self and your inner child hug. And I started crying at the part where they're like, your inner child like walks back to their old timeline, because I feel so bad for her. I'm going back to the reality I lived in a year ago. That shit was really dark, and I'm remembering how dark it was now. I literally don't know how I did it. I need to give that version of me a lot of love, and I'm sure I will throughout the rest of my life, and I'm sure that's what I felt in those moments when I got through it, was my future self helping me. I know the way I view the world is really crazy, like the way I feel connected to like all my past selves or whatever. I guess it's not that crazy, like inner child work is a thing, but sometimes I can just feel, I'm like, where is this emotion coming from? And it's literally like my past self, and I feel like I need to like comfort my past self sometimes. But yeah, I feel like my past self is the one that was hurt by the things we talked about at dinner, or like just not feeling completely like seen and understood by him, not telling him everything, not feeling like he fully sees my worth and value. Like, he loves me, but not in the way that I love me, and that's okay. You should love yourself more than anyone else. But that feels really sad to the old version of me, that he wasn't like the safe, loving person that I thought he was. But really, she had everything she needed. She was happy. She enjoyed it. Everything's fine. That's what I chose. That's what felt good to me. It was good in the moment compared to what the past was. And my life just keeps getting better, and that's a really beautiful thing. I've been getting a lot more hate lately, which I feel like is a good sign. I think that it's good to be polarizing, and if you're not polarizing, then you're probably not being authentic. Personally, I really am drawn to people who are very authentic and just like truly themselves, even if it's sort of controversial or like questionable, or they seem a little bit crazy. And I've definitely just embraced the fact that I know my belief systems are unconventional. The way I view the world is unconventional. I really don't want to offend or hurt people ever, but you know, I have this belief that you can heal every mental illness, and for some reason that's very offensive to people sometimes. I think part of it is that people identify with their illnesses and they're not ready to let go of that version of them, which is totally understandable. It's hard to heal. It's a hard process. Sometimes it's rough. Like, even just last week, I was experiencing such negative emotions that I was like, I don't know if I could recommend this spiritual awakening healing shit anymore. Like, this is so brutal. But I think you don't really have a choice. It's like, you know that it's what you want and what you need, and you're just gonna do it regardless if it's what's meant for you. Like, I was just like in such a negative emotional state that I was like, I don't know if like feeling all your emotions is worth it. Like, this is so difficult. I don't know if I can recommend this to people anymore. And obviously that's just how I felt like in that one little moment. And the reality is that if I didn't heal and go on this journey, I would be suffering way more, and I would just always be in the bad mental state that I used to be in, of being depressed and anxious. And so it's worth it to like be present with your emotions and have some really low lows in order to just clear that energy out of your system and to have a way better life experience. Like, the majority of the time, I love being in my mind, and I'm so happy, and I feel amazing, and I can't believe that life can be this good, and it feels so worth it, because all that really exists is the present moment. I saw this thing recently that was like, we're only ever experiencing the present moment, but we're experiencing the present moment in like a million different ways, like from a million different perspectives. So it's like, you can be reflecting on your past, and that could make you sad, or that could make you happy, or depending on what memory you're having or what way you're viewing it and reframing it. Or you could be thinking about your future and have that make you sad or happy. Or you can be present and focusing on what's in front of you, and the sunlight on your skin and the grass on your feet. And all of these are things that happen in the present moment. and all that ever exists is the present moment. So that's why I kind of encourage delusion, because and I don't even think it's delusion, because you know, I'm so spiritual, I have like certain beliefs. I think our beliefs and our perspective shapes reality and like literally bends reality, and low-key science backs it up if you look into like quantum physics. That's why I encourage delusion, because your experience of reality is mainly just your perception of reality, and you have complete control over your perception of reality. And I just love being happy. I love feeling good. So why not choose the perspective that makes you feel good? Like, I have this belief that everything is gonna work out for me, and I got sick so that I can be successful and self-employed and live my dream life and help so many people and live a really comfortable life and have freedom and give money to people, give money to my family, and just have a positive impact on the world. And that's what I choose to believe. And even if I'm wrong, like even if it never comes to fruition, even though I'm already like helping a few people, you know, but even if it never comes to fruition, it has brought so much joy into my life to have that perspective. So I already won. Like, I already won by being delusional, because I'm creating positive emotions in the present moment. And so it really doesn't even matter if physical reality catches up, because you're already feeling good. And that's all you wanted anyway, isn't it? Like, don't we just want to feel good and be free? And you can literally give that to yourself in this moment. If you're not happy in this moment, or if you're not happy in any moment, find the thing that you can do in that moment that makes you feel happy. Like, why are you watching the news if it makes you feel sad and fearful? Why are you doing that to yourself? Or why are you scrolling on social media if it makes you feel insecure about yourself and wish that you had things that you don't have, or wish that you were living the life that someone else is living? I feel like sometimes we're just not conscious of the fact that you have so much control over your life and over what you're feeling and experiencing. And observe the habits and the activities in your life that make you feel bad, and stop doing them. It's really that simple. But yeah, sometimes I'll find myself even like consuming content, and it's just because I want to know what they're gonna say, or like I want to learn something new, or I'm curious about the ending. And if I catch myself and I'm like, well, I'm not actually enjoying this, then I'm like, this isn't what I'm meant to be doing, and whatever information I'm gonna get from this is really not even worth it. So I really stopped watching things like that. I think if you're really meant to be doing something and it's really gonna benefit you, then you would feel happy and inspired and content and fulfilled while you're doing it. Now, this does get kind of complicated, because there are definitely times where you'll have to force yourself to do things that you're not comfortable with, because you want to step into a new version of yourself. And you'll have to force yourself to face fears. You'll have to force yourself to make difficult decisions. I think if you're consuming content, or if you're like hanging out with people, that should make you feel good. It shouldn't make you feel fearful or have negative feelings. But sometimes taking action to be the new version of you is gonna make you uncomfortable or make you have to face fears. And so that's the distinction. But I think that if you're consuming media, it shouldn't make you feel fearful or negative. Stop consuming it if it is. Obviously, you can't always do what makes you feel pleasure, what makes you feel the best, if that's like doing a drug and you're trying to quit, you know? But if that's the case, instead of wallowing in missing the thing that you can no longer have, find the thing in the present moment that brings you fulfillment and that brings you happiness. For me, something that always helps me is like being in nature, sunlight, fresh air. It just always makes me feel so good, and it just feels like a hug from the universe when I'm outside. And I just feel like so like loved and protected by the universe, and I'm like, there's this like beautiful sky and sunlight and nature and all these little bugs, and it's so beautiful that we live in this world, and I just like feel so connected to it. It always helps me too if I'm ever feeling like lonely. Nature just makes me feel so loved and not alone. But that's because that's like the meaning I assign to it. I choose to just be present in that moment and realize how beautiful nature is and how good it feels. But I'm sure there's people who go outside and they just don't feel that way and they don't think anything of it. Sorry, this video is all over the place. I literally just started like filming and rambling. And I have so many like good structured video ideas that I want to make, but I don't know, I have too many ideas, and sometimes it really overwhelms me because I literally have lists of like hundreds of ideas. I can never keep up. Every week I have so many ideas, and I don't really know how I choose which ones I end up making. I kind of just make whatever I feel like making that day, and I feel like they're not usually the best ideas that I have. But maybe it's just like practice till I get better at speaking and things like that. But I just get really overwhelmed sometimes. I'm like, I wish I could bring all of my ideas into fruition. But that's really a mindset I'm working on. It's great that I have so many ideas and that I have so much I want to say, and that I know I have this endless stream of ideas and things that I can create. And it's fun to create, and I shouldn't feel stressed that I haven't brought them into reality yet. I'm trying to trust that everything happens in divine timing. But then at the same time, you do have to take action. You do have to bring things into reality and take control of your life. But I started this video talking about how being cringe is a good thing, or being polarizing is a good thing. I'm getting hate lately, and I feel like being cringe is like such a good thing. Being polarizing is a good thing because it means that you're being authentic and that you're actually gonna attract the right people into your life and repel the people who are not meant for you. And to our ego mind, our survival mind, being disliked, being rejected feels really unsafe, obviously. And so you just have to learn over time that you're safe. You will still have all your basic needs met. You'll still have a place to live. You'll still have food to eat, even if people dislike you and hate you. I think that authenticity is protection, because you're going to repel the people who are not meant to be in your life. You're going to repel the people who don't resonate with you and who judge you for showing up the way that you want to show up. And these people who are commenting negative things about my body, negative things about my voice, negative things about my mind and my beliefs, and telling me that I'm crazy and all this, are not people I want to be friends with anyway. They're not people that I want in my life anyway. I'm actually happy to repel them and to not have them in my life. And so why would I care what a stranger thinks of me that I don't want in my life? And then if I want to go even deeper into it, it's like they're insulting me because they would judge themselves if they were the way that I am, and they reject those parts of themselves. And so really they're just more insecure than me. They're more unhealed. They're more unhappy with their lives. I would never ever comment a mean thing on anyone's anything. Like, that's like a type of person who would leave a mean comment is so far removed from who I am and the type of people that are in my life. Like, that's just someone with a lot of negativity inside of them that they don't know how to transmute in a healthy way. The universe has really been testing me lately. I think I'm passing. First, I found out I have an ovarian cyst, and my period was really late. I could tell my hormones were like fucked up. I was having mood swings. I was extremely bloated, like not fitting into my clothes, looking 8 months pregnant. And then the thing that concerned me the most was like, sometimes I would go to pee and I couldn't, even though I could feel that my bladder was full. It was like something was like blocking the pee from coming out. So that was concerning to me and disturbing. And so there were a few times where I like almost started to spiral and feel fear, and I was like questioning things, questioning spirituality. I'm like, what if I actually am sick and I should go to a doctor and I should address this? I don't know, just having these old fears and stuff come up. But I literally, there have been so many insane synchronicities in my life that I really can't question it anymore at this point. And I just really strongly believe in reincarnation and stuff, so I'm not like that afraid of dying even. But obviously like no one wants to die. I really love my life, but if that happens, it's fine. But yeah, I just had these moments of like fear, and then I was like, wait, I'm not gonna act on this. I'm just gonna let it pass. I'm gonna act like the version of me that knows that I'm gonna heal and everything is fine. Also, the symptoms that I've been getting are literally like the least annoying symptoms ever. Like, I really appreciate that the universe no longer gives me like the most annoying, horrible, torturous symptoms anymore. Like, the symptoms they give me are like bloating. I'm like, okay, I don't really give a fuck. That's like an aesthetic thing, really. Like, that doesn't bother me, it doesn't make me suffer. So I'm like, thank you. You can give me that symptom when you need to. Or like having like a stuffed up nose. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I feel like that's what they do now when I need to like work on a chakra, is they'll give me like the least annoying symptom possible. But yeah, I was like, okay, bloating, so that's solar plexus. So I need to work on my solar plexus chakra. And then I started going through these solar plexus lessons about setting boundaries and knowing your worth. I've been feeling called to literally completely isolate myself, because everyone in my life is a reflection of the old me. And I love everyone. I admire them. I'm not saying anything is wrong with them. Like, they're great people. I'm not demonizing anyone. But every single person in my life has like addictive behaviors or codependent behaviors. No one in my life has like a serious addiction or anything. Like, I'm not saying that. But I just noticed every single human around me relies on all these little pleasures, all these little hits of dopamine throughout the day. Everyone's addicted to social media. Everyone uses food to feel good and to feel pleasure. Everyone is constantly distracting themselves. And so I'm like, how is this still a reflection of me? I really have this desire just to have friends that are more similar to me and have learned the same lessons and have the same level of discipline, and it just feels bad because I'm literally like, I don't mean to say anything bad about these people and I don't mean to be judgmental or anything like that. And so that's why I struggle, I think, with setting boundaries, because it feels like selfish, especially when these people haven't done anything wrong to me. They're not bad people. But also, honestly, like, some of my friends have been kind of unreliable. They haven't really been there for me that much in the past year. And I understand everyone's living their own lives. And adulthood is complicated, but also I do deserve really good friendships, and I deserve people who show up for me and who make me a priority in their life. But also I feel like I'm needed to be isolated, so it works out perfectly. But still, like, in theory, I feel like they should make more of an effort to see me and stuff like that. But I kind of realized, like, if I keep friends around who are not everything that I'm looking for, who don't make me feel totally whole when I'm with them, and I don't feel totally seen and understood, and I feel like we're kind of different now, if I keep those people in my life just because of the familiarity and the comfort and the attachment, then I am being that, like, addictive personality version of myself. I'm being that dependent version of myself because I'm keeping things in my life just because I'm attached to them and they're comfortable and they make me feel good. So I've been feeling called to isolate myself and kind of distance myself from everyone, because I feel like I really have this feeling this is about to be, like, the biggest transformation of my life, and I'm about to completely step into this, like, new identity and let go of these things that I've been working on letting go of for so long, like this codependency. And yeah, I feel like if I want to bring in this new life and I want to really embody this new identity that I want, I think I have to really let go of everything old. And I don't know if it's gonna be, like, permanent and I'm never gonna talk to these people again, literally. If that's, like, really what God wants me to do, I'll do it. I'll surrender. It feels wrong and it feels sad to the unhealed version of me. Like, the unhealed version of me is still attached and, like, gets scared to let things go. But then when I'm in, like, a higher vibration, I don't really care about losing anything at all. Or maybe I'll enter this new reality where, like, everyone suddenly is similar to me again and we can still be friends. I hope that's the case. Or I think we also, like, it's okay to balance friendships with people who are different than you and who have different strengths and stuff like that. But I think at certain times we're meant to let go and just really be in our own energy, because it's like I'm kind of bouncing between these two worlds and these two identities right now. And so I've really been focused on creating this really high emotional state, creating the identity that I want, really visualizing that, really feeling like that. Literally walking around and just being like, I'm a millionaire and I help thousands of people. Yeah, I just try to walk around with that mindset. So I feel like I've been going through these solar plexus lessons in terms of boundaries and realizing that the people that you keep around are a reflection of you and what you tolerate. And just because someone is not hurting you or doing anything bad doesn't mean that they should be in your life still. Because yeah, you can have fun with them. You can have a good time with them. They can add to your life. They can be a good friend. But if you were with people who were even more similar and even more of what you're looking for, you would feel even more fulfilled and even happier. And when you settle for something that is less than what you want, that's all that you're ever gonna get. You have to let things go and leave room for better things to come in. And so for as long as I keep these people in my life just because of familiarity and attachment or whatever, then that's me choosing to be that version of myself. And so that was, like, a huge solar plexus lesson, I think, in terms of boundaries. I'm still, like, struggling with it and learning it a little bit because it just feels wrong to completely cut people off. I feel bad even, like, saying this in a video about my friends. It really feels like right now I'm bouncing between these two identities, and when I'm alone, I'm in this really high vibration. I don't feel codependent at all. I feel super confident. I love myself. I know that my desires are gonna come true. And then I re-enter the real world and I kind of start to assimilate and I start to try to relate to everyone else and kind of become similar to them and see the world through their eyes. And it, like, brings me back down to my old reality. So I'm just trying right now to spend as much time as I can alone, really getting in a high vibration, meditating. I'm realizing that truly the most important thing is your emotional state. I mean, I guess I'm not realizing this, I'm remembering this, because there are so many times where I've been aware of this, but for the past like year, I've kind of been more doing a lot of like purging, I feel like, and like emotional healing. And a lot of the things that I've been manifesting are in terms of like healing parts of my mind, which I've been successful at, I feel like. But I've really just been letting myself like experience negative emotions, and I haven't really been prioritizing visualizing the life I want always and really being in that emotional state. It's more just like being happy where I'm at and being grateful. But now I'm really feeling called to once again like level up and strive for more. It's weird because it's like you have to be happy where you're at. You have to make peace with where you're at in order to bring in better things, but you also have to have like a certain level of like discomfort and drive so that you're willing to make a change in your life. And I guess there's just different times and different eras for different things, like it's different seasons. But yeah, I kind of just had a moment where I was like, I don't want to work this job anymore. I don't want this life anymore. I'm ready to let go of this life, and I'm surrendering. Like, I'm completely willing to let go, and universe, like, you can take this life from me. And the only thing that I get scared about would be like being homeless or being sick. So I do still kind of get scared of tower moments, because every time I manifest things, I get what I want. Or every time I listen to affirmations, they really come true. But I get scared of the tower moments, because it usually is that things fall apart. So I'm like, hopefully everything fell apart that already needed to fall apart. My only fear is being sick or, you know, being homeless and like not having like stability and safety and things like that. But I know I could also get myself out of that. I mean, it's literally just not gonna happen, because I just wouldn't get into that mental state anymore. I just have such different beliefs now. But like, for example, I made these self-love affirmations and I recorded them and like listened to them once, and then right after I got broken up with, pretty much like within the week, I think. I really love myself now. Like, it really worked. I really love myself now. I got every single thing I put in those affirmations, but I forget that to get there, certain things have to happen, certain things have to be let go of, and you have to have certain painful experiences. And so I haven't even posted those affirmations, because I was like, I don't know if this is really what people want and what they realize they're asking for when they ask for self-love. But obviously I'm extremely grateful that experience happened. Like, I don't regret it at all. It's literally been the most beautiful transformational experience in my life, and I would never take it back, because like the reality I live in now is just a million times better. The mindset I live in now is a million times better. But it was really, really, really hard. Wow, I've literally healed so much that I love spiders now, and I just stare at them and admire them instead of like feeling grossed out. But yeah, I've been feeling called to literally give up everything, to just like let go of my old life. I'm ready for a new one. I know it feels scary to my subconscious, but I'm willing to do it. I've done it before. I've done it many times before, where I've had like a complete life transformation, and it's always so much better. You never really miss the old life. So I know how it goes, but it's still weird. And then I've also just been feeling called to kind of avoid any activity that like brings me dopamine or pleasure in a way, other than meditating or creating art or just like connecting to God type of thing. Like, I'm not eating for pleasure, I'm eating for sustenance. I'm not eating out at all. I'm not dating. I'm not hanging out with friends. So I've set the intention to do that for like 30 to 40 days, and to just get all my pleasure from God, from meditating, from creating. And I also think that's it's like a sacrifice sort of. It's like, I think that unmet desire is energy that can be used for manifestation. So like when you delay pleasure, that's like energy of pleasure that has built up, and so I can bring in something into my life that is like a bigger goal and a greater pleasure, because I'm sacrificing like all the little pleasure that I would feel this month if I did other things. And when you really think about it, it makes sense. Like, energy is energy, and it's kind of like how it works when you like go to the gym or go on a diet. Like, you're sacrificing pleasure to get a greater pleasure, a greater reward later on. Or even when you're like building a business, you're sacrificing pleasure, you know, you're working hard, you're being disciplined. Or like if you're spending time studying and working towards certain things, you are sacrificing pleasure in order to get the goal that you want. It's obviously like common sense. Yeah, so I kind of just feel like that's what's happening right now, and I'm like sacrificing a lot right now. in order to bring in this new reality, it feels like. But I'm chilling, it's not that hard. And instead of seeing my cravings as a bad thing, like when I crave like unhealthy food or when I want to talk to an old friend, I'll just be like, oh cool, this is like the energy of desire that I'm not meeting, and so this is going towards my goal. The pleasure that I would feel from doing that thing is instead going towards my goal later. And that's just how I've been thinking about it. So that's where I'm at in life. That's what's been happening lately. Oh, I think I forgot to say, my cyst resolved itself. My bloating completely went away after I learned the solar plexus lessons. And an ovarian cyst is funny because it's like such a good test from the universe, because it's the type of thing where it can be really severe and like dangerous, or it can just completely resolve on its own. So yeah, that resolved itself. Everything's good now. My car broke down. My car transmission is having issues, which is like $3,000, and my car is really old and like on its last leg anyway, so I don't even know if it's worth it to fix it, but I can't afford a new car. But I just wasn't tripping about it. I was just like, whatever, everything works out for me. I'm not worried about it. And then today I just found out they're like, actually nothing's wrong with it. Like we ran tests and we drove it and everything is completely normal. So I'm like, did that resolve itself? We'll see. Either way, I'm really not worried about it. Today I want to talk about identity shifting. I feel like this has been the theme of the past month of my life. And I've been feeling called to kind of isolate myself from everyone. And then also I've been changing a lot of my actions and behaviors to match the version of me that I want to be. Like going to sleep earlier, going to the gym regularly, doing cardio regularly, spending more time creating content versus consuming it, and just focusing on my goals a lot more. And instead of doing the pleasurable activities that make me feel comfortable and happy, I'm really forcing myself to kind of surrender and sacrifice some things in order to bring in the new identity and the new life that I want. Like it felt like the universe was just telling me to give up as many sources of pleasure as possible. So I haven't been eating out, and I haven't been going out with friends. I haven't been doom scrolling, like just getting rid of the things that are comfortable and make you feel happy, and replacing them instead with things that are leading me to where I want to be. Like healthy habits, like working out, cooking, making YouTube videos. And I've done this before, I've gone through this process before, but I'm back to the part where you have to eliminate all the old habits. And even like music, like I've only been listening to music that has positive lyrics. I haven't been listening to any music that has negative lyrics. I've been listening to a lot of affirmations and chakra healing music. I was like, let me try to only get pleasure from meditating and creating content. And I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been perfect, but I'm really close. Like I really haven't been eating anything for pleasure at all. I eat for sustenance. I haven't been listening to negative music. I haven't hung out with people. And then also I've been going through this internal battle because I saw my ex a few weeks ago. And so it kind of brought out this old version of me that was very attached to him and loves him and wants him in my life in some capacity because we just get along so well. It really felt like it brought out the old version of me who had an unhealthy attachment to him though. And so there's been like that part of me in my head who is ruminating a lot over him and over our connection and wondering if there's a way to have a friendship. And then there's this other version of me, my new identity, who isn't attached to anything. Yeah, I feel like these two versions of me have kind of been battling in my head. And obviously the version of me that is attached to things, it doesn't want to die. So it's like trying to win. And yeah, I've just been struggling. I'm like, why can't I just do whatever I want and do what feels good? Why do I have to like choose to be this new version of me? But the new version of me feels way better. Like that energy feels so much better, and I enjoy being in that headspace so much more. But then when I'm in the old version of me, she doesn't want me to be the new version of me, and it like hurts to think about being the new version of me, if that makes sense. This is a process that I've gone through many times in my life, I realize now, and I used to think that I had bipolar disorder. I mean, I still kind of think I do, but I don't really believe in the way that society labels mental disorders. Bipolar disorder is very much genetic and it runs in my family. And I do believe I had it. Like I believe I had what society calls bipolar disorder. I just don't believe that it's permanent, and I like think of it more in a spiritual way. But I remember feeling like I had like 3 different brains in my head. Like there was my depressed self, there was my manic self, and then there was like somewhere in between. But now I feel like my depressed self, that was like the old me that was dying. My manic self was like a glimpse of the future and like the high vibrational version of me. It's interesting though, because back then there was a version of me that was really hard to live in, and I was very depressed and anxious and hated myself and having suicidal thoughts. You know, like my depressed self was like really difficult to live with. But now what's happening with the two identities is they both feel good. So it's really taking even more discipline to let go of a life that wasn't that bad and a version of me that wasn't that bad. Even though it feels so much worse than like the identity I'm stepping into, the me that I was a year ago like was still really happy and content. And so it's interesting as you continue healing and evolving, it's like the past selves that you have to let go are almost harder to let go of in a way, because they're also like enjoyable to be in. They're just not as enjoyable as the future self. I don't know if I'm making any sense. But yeah, to past me, life was great. It was just dependent on certain things. Like it was dependent on me being in a relationship. That's what brought me joy, and just relying on certain things for pleasure. But most of the time I was happy. There were certain thoughts that would cause me pain and cause me suffering, but most of the time I wasn't thinking about those things. And then this higher version of me is just like always happy and nothing causes me pain, and I'm not dependent on anything. I don't want anyone specific in my life. I don't want anything specific. Yeah, but it's so weird because you do have to consciously let go of the other version of you. And so this whole month I've really been working on aligning my actions with this future version of me, and I was doing a really good job of that. And then I realized that I have to also align my thoughts with the future version of me. So I was ruminating a lot on the past and my past connections. Also, a part of me that I'm letting go of is the way that I'm so analytical and I logically think about things. And I think it really helps me get to where I am now. And so many of my videos have come from the fact that I just like sit around analyzing the world way too much, and then I can kind of figure out how to heal certain things. I don't know how to explain it, but like a lot of my videos come from the fact that I sit around over analyzing everything. So I almost feel like it's a strength in a way, and it's a part of my identity. But honestly, I'm at a point now where I have so many video ideas in my phone, it could last me 5 years, and I don't need to like keep coming up with more, honestly. I also feel like me being so logical and analytical, it's how I try to keep myself safe. Like I try to analyze the people in my life and if they're good for me and what kind of person they are. Yeah, there's just like a lot of like overthinking that happens in order to try to keep myself safe. And again, it's no longer unenjoyable. So that's like what kind of makes it harder to let go of in a way, is that I still have fun being that version of me, but I also know that I want to like step into this new identity and live this new life and have a new job and be self-employed and be rich. And I feel like in order to do that, I had to let go of this old version of me. But yeah, I think I'm meant to let go of like this logical, over analytical part of my brain, at least for the majority of the time. Like I shouldn't be in that part of my brain the majority of the time like I am now. And I'm supposed to be more present and just trust the universe to take care of me. And I don't need to analyze everything in order to keep myself safe. I can just trust the universe and be present in every moment. And I feel like I am becoming more present. And it's even, I feel like it's making me worse at my job as a server because I'm so present. As a server, you kind of have in the back of your head all the things you have to do for certain tables. But it's like I've been in a more present headspace lately, so sometimes I forget little things. And so yeah, I've just been noticing that like my perspective really is shifting to one of being more present, and it's making me worse at certain things in my life, but I'm not supposed to be good at those things anymore. Even the way that I make my YouTube videos, like a lot of times I have like certain points that I want to hit, and so then when I go to film, I'm kind of like stressed out and I'm like, I want to make sure that I say all the things I want to say, and I never do. And I realized I have so much more fun filming videos when I don't really have like points that I need to hit and I just sit down and ramble to a camera. It's just a way more enjoyable creative process than when I'm like trying to make something perfect and make something be a certain way. And I'm moving into this version of looking at things like whatever comes out is what's meant to come out, and whatever happens is what's meant to be, and everything that happens is for the best. And I don't need to force things to be a certain way based on what my logical mind thinks things should be. So for the past 9 months, I've been journaling a lot, literally writing down like almost all of my thoughts in my fucking notes app on my phone and computer. And it's been really helpful for identifying my beliefs and my thoughts and really just like getting to know myself and realizing who I am and what I think about all day and what my personality is. Like, it really helped me get to know myself, but then also helped me to identify my beliefs and the things I want to change about myself. And then I would just set the intention, and then it would happen within a few weeks. Like, I'd be like, oh, I have this unhealthy mindset that I want to change, and then I would be able to change it. And that's kind of the process I've been going through the past 9 months. And journaling has been really helpful for that. Being aware of like every thought that I have and reflecting on every thought that I have. But now I realize that I'm stepping into this new identity of being really present and not overanalyzing everything. And so I need to get rid of this habit I have of writing down all my thoughts. And it's actually really hard because I've been doing it for so long now. And I'm like, I don't know why I think I need to write down everything that I think. Like, obviously I don't write down everything that I think, but like I write like pages every single day of my thoughts throughout the day. But I'm just like, if I need to know the past thoughts, like they'll come into my head again. Like, I don't know why you think you need to write everything down. So yeah, that's a habit that I've been trying to let go of in order to be this more like present version of myself. But I noticed for the past 2 weeks since seeing my ex, I've been ruminating on my ex a lot and thinking about the past a lot and thinking about our relationship and thinking about who he is. And I realized that the highest version of me would spend most of their time thinking about how much I love myself and how much I love my current life and soaking in the present moment and working on creative projects and thinking about how to make the world a better place. And so once again, I'm having to really direct and control my thoughts and control the thought patterns that I allow myself to go down. It's reminding me a lot of when I first was trying to heal from being really sick, and I had to really control my thoughts and control the media that I consume. I feel like I'm really going through that process again now. It's weird because at certain points in the journey, you have to let go of being like a control freak and trying to control everything and change your emotions and change everything. But then other times you do have to control the thoughts that you're having in a way and like help yourself to have more positive thoughts and have better thoughts and have better habits. And meditation is really helpful for that. It's really helpful for rewiring your neural pathways. And so yeah, I've just been spending more time having the thoughts of like that the new identity would have. Getting my joy from not the past and not the past relationships that I've had. Deriving my joy from the present moment instead of from the past or from the future. Trying to get it from the present moment as much as possible and just being present. And then yeah, also just getting my happiness from myself, from who I am, from my self-love, and spending more time just thinking about myself, how much I love myself instead of how much I love someone else who's no longer in my life. So yeah, I feel like I'm back in that phase where you have to like rewire your thought patterns and also be really mindful of all the media that you're consuming and all the ways that you're spending your time, all the habits that you have. I need to now align my thoughts with my new identity and actually rewire my thought patterns so that I'm not, first of all, not analyzing as much, not being as logical, and I'm just trusting the universe and I'm being really present. When I was trying to stop controlling reality and change reality, I started to wonder, like, is it, like, do we really need to change our thought patterns and change our habits and be so forceful and disciplined and sacrifice? And so I'm kind of going through these lessons again and solidifying them and learning that yes, there is definitely a time for changing your thoughts and beliefs and really spending your time in a mindful way and sacrificing the things that bring you pleasure, because the things that bring you pleasure and comfort are going to be the things that feel comfortable to the old version of you, and you have to kind of force yourself to act like the new version of you in order to become that. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I feel like this whole month has just been really focused on me stepping into this new identity. I've been meditating, I've been visualizing the life that I want. For a while, I didn't feel like doing meditations where I was like visualizing my future and trying to manifest things, because I was just learning to be content where I was at and not feeling like I need anything outside of me. But now I feel like my soul does want more, and I'm meant to have this experience of having money and being able to give it to people. So I've been doing visualization meditations again, and I think I'm gonna make my own affirmations again. I recently bought a mini trampoline and I've been going on that. It's called rebounding. So I've been rebounding for like 30 minutes a day, and I'll just like listen to positive music and envision the life that I want. And so that's sort of like meditation in a way. And then when I go to the gym, I just like imagine myself being in that identity of like being a millionaire, being really fit, and just all the things that I want. And so I'm just really trying to spend as much time as possible like really sitting in that identity and feeling that way, and just walking around being like, I'm a millionaire, I can give money to people, I can give money to strangers, I'm very warm and friendly to strangers, and I love my life, and I feel so content and secure, and I am a person who helps a lot of people and who has a lot of knowledge that I can share with the world, and just like sitting in that identity as much as possible. That's kind of what I've been doing lately, and I've been having to sacrifice a lot, but it really hasn't been that bad. It's been a good experience. It just is interesting, like you have to really consciously do it. For a little bit I was just confused because I was like, which identity do I choose almost, because I was just like, is it okay if I am attached to the idea of being friends with my ex? Like, is there a reality where I get to have both? And I think maybe there is, but I have to let go of the idea of it. And I also have to be present in my current reality, which means not being attached to a certain idea of the future. I feel like I probably sound like I'm contradicting myself a lot, but I did release attachment to any specific type of future. But then I also feel called to like envision a certain type of future for myself. And I do feel like that's what I meant to experience in this lifetime. But I know that I can be happy either way without it. But I think the key is really to give up attachment to it and be present. And I'm very happy in the present moment. I really love my life. But instead of spending time ruminating on the past and identifying with the past, I'm really focusing all my energy on the present and the future, but mainly the present, because I'm really trying to train my brain to get its joy from the present moment and to be present and to not overanalyze everything. That's what I've been working on this month, and it's really working. I feel like my brain is really changing and becoming a lot more present. But I think honestly, like I did need to grieve my old self. I did need to reflect on my relationship. I cried about it a lot. I felt sad about it a lot. And I think it is a necessary part of the process. Like I really had to grieve that version of me and that version of my life and that connection that I had with my ex. Not that it's over, like I feel like it's just continuing on a like spiritual level, and us being apart is what's best for both of us. And I'm so grateful for everything that he brought to my life and the way he was a catalyst for my healing. And I just feel like I'll see him in the next lifetime, and it's okay. There's no time limit on things. Like sometimes I would feel like if I love someone that much and I feel so drawn to them and I get along with them so well, shouldn't I spend as much time as possible with them? Sort of like, isn't it a shame to just not talk to them and let them become a stranger? But then it's comforting to me to remember that we're these immortal beings and we have infinite lifetimes, and I'll see him in my next lifetime, and we literally have all the time in the world to be together. But for right now, it's best for my soul's growth to be alone and to have this type of relationship with him where we don't have a physical relationship. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a comment. I love your comments. They really mean a lot. Let me know what this month has been like for you. I feel like September is a big month of like transformation and identity shifting for everyone. So I would love to hear about your experience with that. Today's video is gonna be a little story time about how the universe helped me to heal my perfectionism and heal my heart chakra. So I was reflecting on why I experience brain fog. I don't really experience brain fog much anymore. I used to have it all the time, but now it's more rare, but I still do get it sometimes. And I realized that I think I get it when I want to make a good impression, or when I want to come off a certain way, or when I care about what I'm saying and how it comes out. And I'm like trying too hard to be a certain way, if that makes sense. And so I was reflecting on why I experience brain fog, and I asked the universe, why do I experience brain fog? And the answer that I got was that it comes from the desire to be perfect. And so then I asked the universe to help me heal my perfectionism. And this is something that I've been working on for so long. There's a lot of levels to it, and I've come a long way in healing my perfectionism, but there's still a lot more to unpack there. But basically I was asking the universe to bring me to the next level. And this was a few days before my siblings' wedding. All week I had been a little bit stressed out about my siblings' wedding because it's a 4-hour drive to the wedding. I get sick in cars a lot. And then I was a little bit nervous to be staying in a new environment because I am so sensitive to dust and chemicals and all these things. And as much as I trust the universe and I believe that everything works out for me and I don't really stress about my health much anymore, for some reason, this situation was triggering some of those fears that I thought that I had overcome. I think that family events are a big trigger for me because I've spent so many family events feeling really sick, feeling really out of it, feeling weird, feeling like I'm not the best version of myself. And I've slept through family events. I'm late to them because I'm sick or sleeping. And also I just feel like I'm an unreliable sister. At times I'm an unreliable daughter and I miss things because I'm sick or I'm sleeping. And so I was kind of having these fears like, what if I'm sick for my sibling's wedding? This is an important event in my life and that would be really sad if I feel sick and out of it the whole time. So this situation was already kind of bringing up some of those fears, and I wanted to make sure that I was really well rested, that I was eating really healthy, that I was doing everything I could do to make sure that I was feeling good for the wedding. Especially getting enough sleep because my symptoms always get a million times worse if I'm sleep deprived. So it's the day before we are driving to the Airbnb to go to the rehearsal dinner. And I get a haircut because I needed a haircut. And I told them not to use any chemicals or anything on me and that I have chemical sensitivities and just to use water. And I'm only in there for like 10 minutes, but I guess just like the chemicals from the salon, and they were also burning a candle. But by the time I left the salon, I was nauseous, I had a headache, I was just feeling really weird, and I could tell that I was reacting to whatever chemicals I had been exposed to. And that lasted for like a few hours. I felt kind of weird, felt like my body was like exposed to toxins, and it's a feeling that I've become familiar with but that I haven't had in a while. And then I dyed my hair, and I've dyed my hair a few times and not had any issues with it before, but I think because my like histamine bucket was already full, I think that this time it did affect me. And so when I went to go to sleep, I just couldn't. I was having trouble breathing. My symptoms always get worse in bed for some reason. I don't know if it's like the dust or what it is exactly. But when I was trying to go to sleep, I could tell that I was having some type of reaction to something, and my histamine bucket was full and it was harder to breathe. And I was just like feeling like I couldn't sleep. I was feeling wired. And then of course on top of that, I am anxious about sleeping. And I really want to make sure that I get enough sleep so that I'm not feeling sick the next day, because I'm going to see all this family that I haven't seen in a long time, and I just want to be the best version of myself, you know, and have a good time and enjoy my siblings' wedding. Like, as much as I don't really care anymore what people think of me and I don't want their approval or whatever, I still just wanted to like have good interactions with people and have a fun time and have it be a positive memory, you know, and like be present. So yeah, it's kind of worst case scenario, and the hours are passing, I'm trying to sleep, and I don't sleep for a single minute. And I really have that feeling that I am suffocating and that I can't get enough air. It's one of my least favorite symptoms. And it's really not just me like having a panic attack and me being anxious. It's definitely something physical. Like, I truly cannot take a full breath in, but I am getting enough air to breathe and survive, and I've survived it a bunch of times, but it just doesn't feel like it, and it's just a really horrible feeling. I don't know if like my lungs are like inflamed, or I don't really know what causes it or what it is exactly, but I've read that exposure to chemicals can cause that reaction in some people. So I'm experiencing that, and the sleep deprivation does kind of have me spiraling, have me in a really bad mood. I was like, really? This is my sibling's wedding? Like, why is this happening to me right now? I'm kind of mad at the universe, kind of cursing out the universe and being a brat, and I'm like, I have done so much, I've given up so much. I make all these videos, I face all my fears, like, why is this happening to me? Why am I sick right now? And I'm kind of salty about it in a way that I'm not usually. Like, normally I try to see the bright side and I believe everything's working in my favor, and I'm very grateful to the universe, but I was really in a bad mood. I was suffocating, it felt awful, and I was really mad at the universe, honestly, and just letting myself feel that and letting myself kind of feel that fear, even though I knew that, you know, maybe everything's gonna work out and be fine, and I really do trust that, and that keeps happening in my life where I get scared because I don't sleep enough or whatever, and then everything turns out fine and I end up being healthy. I still just let myself feel that fear and that grief and be upset, and I just like embraced how I felt instead of trying to push it away. And then I went outside to go meditate to try to feel better, and I just started reflecting on all the times in my life that have been ruined by my symptoms, and all the family events that I've missed or that I've been out of it for and that I felt horrible at, or all the jobs that I couldn't keep because I didn't have the energy, all the fights I got in because of my sleep schedule, because I'm unreliable because of my symptoms. And I just was thinking about all these things in my life that my symptoms and my chronic illness and my insomnia have affected negatively. And I started crying in this park about all of it. And I felt all that grief. And then I just came to this place of understanding that everything is perfect. And I've always been exactly who I'm meant to be. And I was never meant to work a normal job. I was never meant to be healthy. Like, I'm meant to have a chronic illness. I'm meant to make these videos. I'm meant to help other people through this. And everything in my life has always been perfect, and I've always been exactly who I'm meant to be. And it was never a negative thing, and it was never a bad thing, and there's actually nothing for me to be grieving. And so yeah, I just came to this place of understanding that actually everything in my life is beautiful and perfect and always has been, and I'm exactly who I'm meant to be, and I'm supposed to have a chronic illness, and it's not a bad thing. And I was never meant to work a normal job. I was never meant to be able to work a 40-hour work week, and that's totally fine, because that's just not what I was meant to do anyway, and it's not a bad thing that I'm not able to do that, even though now I probably could, honestly. But yeah, so my grief kind of transmuted into this realization that everything is perfect, everything is what it's meant to be, which is how we heal the heart chakra. The heart chakra is blocked by grief, and when you heal your heart chakra, you come to this knowing and this understanding that everything is perfect, everything is equal, there is no good and bad. We label things with our ego, with our human mind, but everything is perfect and there is no ranking. It's the same thing if you're like grieving how a certain person shows up, like if someone is immature in a certain way, or they're addicted to something, or you're just grieving how a person is acting and how they're not reaching their full potential and they're not the embodiment of love. You would heal that in the same way by understanding that everyone is what they're meant to be. Everything is equal. You don't know what their journey looks like. You don't know how it's gonna end, but everything is what it's meant to be. And it's like me from 5 years ago, being sick, failing my classes, not able to work, my life falling apart. Of course, that's sad. That seems like a really dark situation. It seems like a bad thing. But now that I'm where I'm at now, I can see it as a positive thing and realize that that was a good thing. And so if you ever are grieving parts of your life or grieving how someone else is even, you can come to this place of unconditional love and understanding that everyone is who they're meant to be, and you don't know best, the universe knows best. And also, suffocating is a heart chakra symptom. My symptoms are always associated with the chakra that I'm healing at the time and the thing I need to be healing. Actually, the last time that I was suffocating, I did a grief meditation, and I like released all this grief I had about my parents, and then I literally stopped suffocating. And I swear it's not anxiety, like it's not just in my head, like I swear to God it's like a physical symptom, and I really cannot fully take a breath in, but it literally went away after I did this grief meditation. And so this time I remembered that, and then I did a grief meditation again, and I still was having trouble breathing by the end of it, but I do think it helped me still. And I was still kind of upset, I was annoyed. You know, I wish that I felt better. I wish that I was in peak health going into this trip and that I was well rested. But I also trust the universe that everything is gonna work out. Whatever happens, happens. Even if I'm sick, it's okay. I've been sick many times before. I'll survive it. Yes, I hate it. Yes, I'm kind of traumatized by the feelings that I get in my body, but I can handle it. I've handled it so many times, but I just was hoping that that wouldn't happen on my sibling's wedding day. So I drink my celery juice, I drink my heavy metal detox smoothie, and my family picks me up to drive me to the Airbnb. And once I was in the car, I was totally fine. I felt healthy the whole time, shockingly, because cars usually make my symptoms worse, and I usually get car sick and nauseous. And I didn't feel that at all. I actually felt completely healthy. I did feel super tired and fatigued, and my eyes were burning and it was hard to like focus and think. But at the same time, I felt like I was also like having normal conversations and felt healthy. And then I slept like an hour and a half, and then we went to the rehearsal dinner. I saw my dad for the first time in 9 years. So I was also really nervous about that, obviously, and I was like wanting to be rested to see him. Yeah, I was just kind of stressed about that interaction and how that was gonna go. And I kind of was like tearing up seeing him, which makes me uncomfortable. I always feel like I shouldn't cry in front of people ever, and like I feel like that's like not socially acceptable. And so I was like kind of embarrassed about that, and I was like, sorry, I haven't slept at all. But I feel like it's also like, I don't know. That's obviously just like my own issues and beliefs that I've been working through in terms of crying and expressing emotions. But yeah, I was kind of tearing up. It was like weird to see him have aged 9 years. And for a long time, I felt a lot of guilt about not talking to him for so long. And it was like something that was really painful to me to think about always. And he would like text me on my birthdays and I would cry. And it was something I always tried to like push out of my mind, like thinking about him or thinking about my childhood. But in the past year, as I've been doing all this healing, I no longer felt that way at all. I could think about anything and be happy. I always felt at peace. Like, it didn't hurt me to think about him anymore. But there's still a part of me that, like feels bad for him. And I imagine like if I was him and my family kind of stopped talking to me, and I still like feel bad for him and have empathy, but it doesn't like pain me to think about, and I don't really feel guilt about it anymore. But yeah, so I saw him on no hours of sleep, or I guess 1 hour of sleep, because I napped in the car, and everything was fine. It wasn't ideal, but it was fine. It was good. And then I saw my cousins who I haven't seen in like 10 years. And honestly, they were so much fun to talk to, even when I was extremely sleep deprived. And I felt like everything just like really worked out well and went totally fine. And then I was nervous that I wasn't gonna be able to sleep that night. That was like my biggest fear, is that I was gonna go another night without sleeping. But I didn't. I slept like 7 hours, I think. And then I felt really healthy at the wedding and had a great time, and just, yeah, felt like I literally was like the best version of myself, and just felt like really clear-headed, felt really healthy and energized. And it was a really beautiful day and a great experience, and honestly so much better than I even imagined it would be. And I also gave a speech, and one of my biggest fears in the past is public speaking. When I would have to give speeches in high school, I would literally like not be able to eat all day. I'd be like shaking, sick, like it was just so bad. And I would like have to memorize word for word everything that I was gonna say. But as I've healed this year, I realized that that was not gonna be my experience with public speaking anymore, because I don't experience physical anxiety in that way anymore, ever. And so I wasn't really nervous about the speech, but I ended up like crying the whole speech, and like I was shaking, and it was really nerve-wracking and really, I don't know exactly what emotions I was experiencing. I guess part of it was being nervous to like speak in front of so many people, but then also like the content of the speech making me emotional. And my mom gave a speech before and was like crying, so then that made me more emotional. And so basically I gave this speech like crying, my voice shaking. It was kind of embarrassing, kind of worst case scenario, kind of my biggest fear, because I am very afraid of crying in front of people. And so it was very healing that I did that and I survived, because my brain like thinks that that's a threat to my survival, to cry and express myself in front of people. And so even though I wish the speech went differently and I wasn't crying and shaking, and I wish that I like, gave the speech in a better way, it was a really healing experience, I think, to be able to do that and to realize that everything is fine. And also I was like crying during the vows, and my aunt and I were crying together about other stuff, and I just feel like it was a very healing day in terms of that as well, because I really don't like to cry in front of people, and I don't feel comfortable crying in front of people. and subconsciously, like, part of me feels like it's a threat to my survival. And so I was able to work through that fear a lot through those experiences. I've spent the past like several years learning to stop repressing my emotions and learning to really be present with my emotions, because before that I wouldn't cry when bad things happened to me. Like, all of my emotions were so delayed. I was so out of touch with my emotions. I would just a lot of times like dissociate or feel numb when my life was the worst, and when bad things were happening to me, I didn't really feel it in those moments. It would come much later that I would feel it and have to process it. And so I had to really retrain my brain to be more present and to like feel my emotions in the moment, and also to allow myself to cry and not repress that. Crying is so healing. And so now I can't like hold back my tears. I can't really repress my crying because I've spent so long trying not to and training myself to not to. And this was the first experience where I felt like crying a lot, and so it just happened. But yeah, basically I feel like this really helped me heal my perfectionism, because it was worst case scenario pretty much. I didn't sleep at all the day before the trip, and everything turned out totally fine. And actually I didn't even feel sick at all. Like, I didn't have symptoms. I just felt like what a normal person feels like, tired probably. Which I always thought that I always thought that anyone who like doesn't sleep all night would feel really sick. And it's crazy realizing this year that that's not how other people feel when they don't sleep. Now I've had a few experiences where I don't sleep at all, or I sleep like 3 hours and I don't feel sick. After, I just feel tired, and I'm like, wait, I had no idea this was what other people were experiencing. But it's helped me like heal my fear of insomnia, because if you have a chronic illness, I'm sure you know it becomes this like horrible cycle where you're afraid of insomnia, and then that fear and that anxiety perpetuates the insomnia. If you guys want me to make a video about insomnia, I can, because that's something that I've learned a lot of tricks for and that I don't really struggle with anymore. I feel like I healed a lot of the trauma around my insomnia and my health issues a few months prior to this. And I had a lot of situations where I was like not sleeping enough and everything was totally fine, and I still felt completely healthy, and I still felt like my brain was working properly. And then I feel like I started to kind of abuse that power and just not sleep enough a lot of times, and then I feel like I started to feel sick and out of it again and tired. So I feel like the universe was like, we were trying to heal your fear of sleep deprivation, but then you were like abusing it, and we need you to take good care of your body. So then I feel like my fear kind of came back, because then I had a few weeks where I wasn't sleeping enough, and I was feeling the effects of that, because I feel like the universe was like pushing me to actually just take care of my body and sleep enough, because my intuition was telling me go to sleep earlier, get enough sleep, and I wasn't listening. And so sometimes I feel like the universe will have to use discomfort to motivate us and to make us act in the way that we know that we should act. So it's really helpful if you can listen to your intuition, so that you don't have these like tower moments and these moments of discomfort, in order to learn the things that you need to learn, or in order to take the actions that you're meant to take. But yeah, I feel like this was just a good example of a process that I go through a lot, where I just ask the universe to heal something for me, and then I have some sort of life experience that helps me to heal that wound. So this experience taught me that you can go to this important family event on absolutely no sleep, in a new unfamiliar environment that you don't know what chemicals you're going to be exposed to, and everything's gonna be fine. You're still gonna feel healthy, you're still gonna have a great time and have good interactions. And so that experience helped me work through that fear and that perfectionism. And perfectionism is a heart chakra blockage, because you feel that things need to be a certain way instead of realizing that everything is equal. And also it comes from this fear of loss, which comes from unprocessed grief. So if you can face the loss, face the grief, feel the grief, and remove that fear associated with it, and realize that everything is okay, everything is perfect, and just have unconditional love for your life and everything that has happened and everyone in it, that's how you heal your heart chakra. That's how you heal your perfectionism. That's how you heal your grief. And also it's interesting, because perfectionism can lead to chronic illness, but also chronic illness really triggers that perfectionism wound, because when you have a chronic illness, you're never perfect. You're sick a lot of the time. You have brain fog, you have symptoms that are affecting the way that you're showing up and interacting with people and affecting the things that you're able to do and the person that you're able to be. And so your chronic illness is constantly triggering this perfectionism wound, and you're having to make peace with the fact that you are not perfect. And a lot of times you're showing up as a version of yourself that you don't feel comfortable being. And so chronic illness can actually help you make peace with the fact that you're not perfect and that it's okay to make mistakes and it's okay to be flawed. And in facing that, you can heal that perfectionism, but you have to really make that choice and that conscious effort to heal that mindset, because you could just always be upset that you're not perfect and that you're sick. I'm gonna be doing a 30-day challenge, and I wanted to invite you guys to join me. So first of all, I want you to write down a goal that you have. And actually, when we write down the things that we want, they're more likely to come true. So write down a goal that you have, and then what is an action you can take repeatedly that would lead to you achieving that goal. So for me, the goal that I want is to grow on YouTube. And the action that I would have to take to achieve that goal is making YouTube videos. So let's say your goal is to lose weight, and then the action would be to go to the gym. And maybe you're like, realistically, I can't go to the gym every day, I just don't have the stamina. Then some of the days you could replace it with something like going on a walk. So you can make the action just to move your body every day. So make sure that whatever it is that you are setting the intention to do every day, make sure that it's something that you can realistically do every day and keep up with. If it's something that you're gonna struggle to keep up with and give up early on, then there's no point. I know that realistically I could make a YouTube video every day, but it is going to be really difficult, and it is going to require me to be very disciplined and to spend my time differently and to get rid of habits that are not currently serving me. So next, I want you to write down what are all of the current habits that you currently have. So for me, I watch YouTube videos a lot, I go to the gym, I cook, sometimes I go on social media, I meditate, I do make videos but not super often. And then write down what are the habits of the version of you that you want to be. What are the things that they would do every single day in order to maintain the lifestyle that you want, and also to enjoy your life. Make sure that you're not creating a future version of you that has to overwork themselves in order to maintain what it is that you want. You know what I mean? Like, you want to make sure that you're creating a life for yourself that is sustainable and that is actually going to be enjoyable for you to live. So future me also goes to the gym, also cooks, also meditates and makes videos, but I'm gonna have to watch less YouTube videos. I'm gonna have to stop going on social media if I want to have time to make a YouTube video every single day. Now, there are two ways to go about stepping into a new identity and creating a new life for yourself. One of the ways that you can do it is by forcing yourself to act like that version of you, and forcing yourself to adopt the habits and the actions that that version of you would take every single day. Another way that you can approach this, and this way is going to probably be easier, is by visualizing the identity of the person that you want to be, and taking 20 to 30 minutes every day to visualize that version of you, visualize how you would feel, visualize how you would act, and get into that emotional state. And then it's going to become easier for you to naturally act in accordance with that identity. And it's not going to feel like you're forcing yourself to do difficult things and you're having to try so hard to be disciplined. You're going to already be in that vibrational state and identify with that version of you. So it'll come more naturally to you to act in the way that perpetuates that identity. So another aspect of this 30-day challenge that I want to encourage you to do is to every single day take time to visualize the identity that you want to have. Take time to meditate and get into that emotional state. If you're watching my videos, I wouldn't be surprised if you already do this every day. I already meditate every day, but I don't always do visualization meditations or identity shifting meditations. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing those every single day, every single morning. And I'll link below some of my favorite ones if you guys wanna try those out. I also might make my own. Also, just remember that this is fun. This is something that you want for yourself, right? This is a choice that you're making every single day. You don't have to do this thing. Don't let it stress you out. Allow it to be a relaxing and enjoyable process, and act in this way out of devotion, not discipline and not self-hatred. Just remind yourself every day that this is what you want to be doing. This is the life that you want to create for yourself. And it's fun for you to create this life, and it's fun for you to take these actions every day. And you don't have to do anything. You get the choice to do this every single day and to challenge yourself to do it every single day, even if you don't feel like it. I'm just saying that because I know that sometimes I struggle with when I set goals and habits and I try to be disciplined. Sometimes that feeling will start to work against me and make me feel stressed and make me not want to do it. So just remind yourself that this is a choice. You're doing this for fun. This is something that you want to be doing, and you get to wake up every day and do this. And we get to live these fun lives where we get to do whatever we want and create whatever reality we want. And when you are working towards something every single day consistently, you're going to be able to get there even faster. I decided that I'm going to do a giveaway. I'm going to be giving away a one-on-one coaching call with me over Zoom, as well as I'll be making you personalized affirmations and subliminals based on the things that you specifically need to work through and heal, and your negative thoughts and beliefs and the goals that you have. If you want to be entered to win this, all you have to do is leave a comment on this video and then leave a comment on every single video that I post from October 15th to November 15th. You can literally just leave an emoji, or you can let me know how this challenge is going for you if you're doing it with me. As long as you leave a comment on all the videos before November 20th, you will be entered in the giveaway. I hope that you guys decide to do this challenge with me and let me know how it goes. I'll be posting a new video on YouTube every single day this month, so you can let me know how the challenge is going for you and keep me updated, and we can hold each other accountable. Leave a comment letting me know what is your goal and what is the action that you are going to take to achieve your goal. Limitations are a blessing. Nothing in your life is a negative thing unless you choose to view it that way. Any of the things that you think are holding you back in life, whether that's your chronic illness, your disability, your race, your family's income, traumatic events that you've been through, your mental illnesses. There are people who have also experienced those things and are successful not only despite it, but because of it. I just want to clarify that I made this video to empower you and inspire you, not to be like, it's your fault that you're not in a better place, or like it's your fault that you are wherever you're at in life. Wherever you're at in life is valid, and your struggles are valid. I understand these are difficult things to deal with, and they do make life harder. I just want you to feel inspired that you can turn your life around and that these things don't have to hold you back. But I'm never trying to say that it's your fault that you're in a bad place. And I'm not trying to like invalidate the fact that these things do have an impact on our lives, but I just want you to know that it can turn around and that everything can turn into a good thing. Your limitations actually can give you an advantage if you choose to view it in that way, if you change the narrative that you're telling yourself about your life. I've dealt with chronic illness. I couldn't even pursue a job in the film industry like I dreamed of because I couldn't work those long hours. I've had so many jobs that I really struggled with and I couldn't do long term, and I failed so many classes in college because I was sick and I was missing class. And eventually I got so sick that I couldn't work at all and I was just running out of money. And one day I decided that actually my chronic illness is going to be the very reason that I'm successful and that I start a YouTube channel and that I become a millionaire. And I really believe that one day I will help thousands of people with chronic illness. And that's such a beautiful thing because I know how hard it is to deal with illness and to deal with health issues and to feel sick and horrible in your body. I know how bad it is, and I know that I can help people with that and take away some of that pain. And so to be able to help people with the things that you struggled with and you know how hard they are is just one of the most beautiful things ever. And in doing that, you heal yourself. When we heal others, we heal ourselves. Change the way that you look at your limitations, that you look at the flaws that you have, and decide that actually they are an essential part of who you're meant to become, what you're meant to offer to the world. And not only are they not going to hold you back, but it's actually a good thing that you are that way. The things that we struggle with, first of all, you can learn to overcome them, and then you can help other people learn to overcome them. So that's actually a gift when you have something that you have to learn to overcome, because then it turns into knowledge. And knowledge is something valuable that you can then offer to the world. Or sometimes you don't need to overcome these things. Sometimes you just need to embrace and accept them and be proud of them, and show people that despite whatever limitations there seems to be, you can always be successful anyway. And it's even more impressive when you are. And I'm not trying to invalidate the experiences that you've had. I understand that a lot of these things are hard to deal with. They do make your life harder. They do limit the things that you're able to do. But in reality, there's exceptions to every single rule, and you just have to decide that you're the exception, and that will become your reality. And then you can help people, you can inspire other people, and you can help the people who are having a similar experience to you. When you shift your perspective and you decide actually everything is working in my favor and every single bad thing in my life is actually a blessing, and you start to try to look for the ways that that can be true, your life will transform and you'll start to feel inspired to do things that are going to help that become a reality. Everything is as it's meant to be. Our ego will have us thinking that things are supposed to be a certain way and that things are supposed to be different and things would be better if they were different, and we'd be better if we didn't have certain mental illnesses and certain struggles and health issues or rejection from certain people. But if you can change the narrative that you're telling yourself and start to believe that everything is working in your favor, it will become true. Everything will work in your favor. And one day you'll be able to look back and see why it all happened the way that it did. I hated my life. For so much of my life, I hated my life so much. I hated myself. I thought I was worthless. I thought I was the worst person ever. I was so scared of everything. I was so scared of the world. I was scared to express myself. I was scared to put myself out there. I was scared of rejection. I was so sick and I was so afraid that I would never achieve all of the things I wanted in life, and I would just spend the rest of my life grieving all of the things that I was never able to do. And now I'm like, I literally would not want to be anyone else. I love myself so much. There's no one else I'd rather be. I get to do all the things I love. I get to talk about all the topics I'm passionate about. I'm so grateful that I had a chronic illness, as hard as it was, as brutal as it was, and sometimes I am reminded how hard it was, and it's very humbling, but it really does just give me so much gratitude. And all of the pain that we experience turns into gratitude because now you know the contrast. And when you get that happiness that you're searching for, when you get that success, external things are not really going to give you fulfillment, so I don't want to send the wrong message. But when you get that feeling of fulfillment and wholeness and you step into your purpose and you see why everything happened the way it did and you truly love yourself and love your life, the pain becomes a good thing because it's that pain and that remembrance of what you went through that allows you to enjoy the current moment so much and appreciate it so much. And I truly would not change a single thing about my life, which is so crazy to a past version of me who was suffering so much and felt like she was being tortured every day by her body. But the level of bliss that I experience now and the way that I feel so good in my body really makes all the pain worth it, because it is just that amazing of a feeling. And I know that I'm just getting started and my life is just gonna keep getting better and better, so I know that this is worth it. The worse that your suffering is, the better your life is gonna be in the future. For every low, there is an equal high. So just know all of the pain that you're experiencing, there is an equal high for it, I promise you. And when I really truly remember how bad it was to be sick and how horrible I felt in my body for so many years, I realized that the only way it could be worth it is if I help millions of people. And so I truly believe that will happen one day. But yeah, everything in your life is what it's meant to be. You just can't see the full picture yet. You don't see why it's happening yet, maybe, but start to believe that it is working in your favor and decide that this is the moment where your life turns around. Visualize the life that you want, visualize the identity that you want, change the narrative that you're telling yourself, get in a high emotional state, practice feelings of gratitude because that's going to pull you out of the scarcity, fear, survival mindset, and then act on your intuition, act on your creative ideas. Creativity is the best way to transmute emotions. It's going to help you heal your negative emotions, and it also helps you spread positive emotions to other people on a larger scale. And because we're all one, we're all so connected, that's how you heal. You heal by healing others. So creativity is so important. Obviously, you can be creative in so many different ways. Even like running a business, starting a business, that's creative because you're creating something. Or even creating a child can be a creative act. There are two types of people in the world. There's creators and there's consumers. And the people who are creators, you can look at, filmmakers and artists and musicians, and you can see that these people are living very vibrant, fun, free lives, or at least some of them are. Life is complex and a lot of them still have a lot of this negative conditioning and feel trapped in certain situations. But generally, creatives are rewarded in life. Creatives live the most fulfilling lives. And the people who are consuming more than they're creating, the people who are mainly just consuming content, using things as a distraction to get by, working a 9 to 5, working a job they don't enjoy. Those are people who are suffering and they're not living the best life that they could be living. So ask yourself, which one are you and which one do you want to be? And how can you take actions in order to become who you want to be? You know how they say that smart people are more likely to be depressed and unhappy because the rumination, the awareness of reality of yourself. There's actually studies that if you view yourself accurately, you will be a little bit depressed, and actually to like have a baseline mood that is good, you have to be a little bit delusional and like perceive yourself better than you actually are, which makes sense because in order to become a better version of us, we have to kind of see ourselves already as that version of us before it's actually manifested in the physical. You have to have that vision of who you're going to become before you can be it. And it makes sense that that's what would make you feel fulfilled and happy, because that's the way that we're supposed to live. We're supposed to live with this vision of what is to come and this vision of believing that there is more for us and that we can keep growing and keep bettering ourselves. But anyways, they say that smart people are more likely to be depressed, and that is true. But in my experience, you can also use that intelligence to heal your mind. I ruminated so much and overthought so much and analyzed everything so much to the point that I healed myself. In order to heal your mind, you have to sit with it. You have to literally let it like clear itself out and like observe all of it as it comes up, and then kind of set intentions about what you want to be going on in your mind instead. It's funny because I made these videos about depression. I made these reels, you might have seen them, where I talked about how to overcome depression, you have to kind of just sit with your thoughts and sit in silence and kind of do nothing, and that depression makes us tired and unmotivated because you're meant to rest and you're meant to do nothing. And that was kind of just a message that I channeled like intuitively, and from observing the fact that our bodies and our brains are always telling us what we need. And a lot of times with mental illness, we think that something is wrong with us and something needs to be changed. But in reality, what you're feeling is telling you what you need, and it's actually guiding you. It was just something I channeled. It was just something I felt intuitively, something that I learned through observing, which is what a lot of my content is. It's like a combination of like intuition and downloads, and then me like over analyzing and observing things. But anyways, a lot of my reels, a lot of my videos are just shit I'm making up from observation or from the things that the universe is telling me. And then later on, I'll find out that it's scientifically backed. So I made those videos about depression, and then I came across this video of this neuroscientist saying that when you're depressed, you should just basically sit and do nothing and let your brain like clear itself out and heal itself, which is kind of what a dark night of the soul is. You are kind of having this existential crisis, ego death, and you are experiencing all these really negative feelings, negative emotions, negative thoughts, negative beliefs, and it's kind of consuming you. And in sitting with that and letting it happen, eventually it'll clear itself out. You just have to be present with it and don't resist it and observe it, and then you will be given the answers in order to get yourself out of that. And sometimes you don't even have to get yourself out of it and take action and do anything. It'll just happen naturally. But yeah, I think that intelligent people suffer more because, first of all, maybe you earned this lifetime. Like, I honestly think I earned this lifetime, and I've suffered so much in this lifetime, but the contrast is so beautiful, and I feel like I experience heaven on earth now. And I think I earned this lifetime and this person that I am because I feel like in a past life I did believe in God and I did love people and I was a good person or whatever. I don't think it's a bad thing to be intelligent, even if it does cause suffering and pain and depression. It's a really beautiful process to be able to overcome those things. But yeah, if you're really depressed because you are intelligent, because you are really self-aware, you also have the ability to rewire your thought patterns, to observe your thoughts and beliefs and change them, to utilize neuroplasticity, change the neural pathways that you're firing regularly, and also to come up with ideas, come up with creative ideas, create things, in order to get yourself into a better life situation. People love to say these like generalizations and these sayings that just make people feel disempowered, like just saying that, you know, if you're intelligent, you're more likely to be depressed and it's harder for you to be happy in life. But you can really flip that and be like, well, you can also heal your brain. You can also analyze the world better. You can also become more self-aware and observe yourself, and through that, heal yourself. I think that going through these periods of depression has been really necessary in my life. When we go through periods of depression, a part of you is dying. A part of your ego is dying. An unhealthy part of you, an unhealthy belief system is dying. And it literally tells you, I want to die, right? You can hear those thoughts in your head. Like, I always observed those thoughts within myself. I want to die. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to kill myself. And finding relief in the idea of that and in escaping reality, which is so crazy to me to think about now because I'm so not suicidal anymore. But for so much of my life, it was something that brought so much comfort to me, knowing that I could kill myself. For so much of my life, I was passively suicidal. It was just something I thought about a lot. And then at other times, it was really something I wanted deeply. But I always had this voice in my head, like also stopping me and telling me that I couldn't escape my reality and I couldn't escape my pain. And I just had this knowing that reincarnation is real and that if I were to kill myself, I would just have to end up living the same lessons in a different life. And that I couldn't escape my pain, I couldn't escape my health issues by killing myself. If I believed that I could, I would have, like 100 times. But I just had this knowing that I couldn't. There's this YouTuber, Buddha Betty, she talks about her near-death experiences. And it really resonated with me because it was like all the beliefs that I have about reincarnation, about how we chose our lifetimes, about how we can't escape our suffering. We would have to reincarnate into a new body and experience the same thing, essentially. All of those things were confirmed by her near-death experience. So her near-death experience really resonated with me, and she as a person just really resonates with me, and I really love her. She has a great energy. But yeah, I kind of always had this knowing, it felt like, that I couldn't escape my pain. And so I was like, well, I already made it this far, so I might as well keep going. Hopefully it gets better soon. It always takes longer than you think. I don't know why I worded it that way. That's almost like I'm talking about like past lives or something. But in this lifetime, it took longer than I thought it would to get to a better place of not suffering. I always thought like, oh, once I do this one more thing, then I'll be okay. And it's crazy now to be in that. I feel like I crossed the finish line. I feel like I got to where I always wanted to be in life. And in many lifetimes, probably. Like, I just feel so whole and fulfilled and happy now. And I'm able to really enjoy life and be present. And I still have so many things I want to heal and work through and achieve. But I'm able to really, really enjoy life and feel amazing. Like I feel like I'm finally made it to the good part. These videos make me realize how much my thoughts just go all over the place and like in a million different directions, and I go on a million different tangents. What was I talking about? So when you're depressed and you have these thoughts of wanting to die, it's because a part of you wants to die. And guess what? You can kill that part of you. Please don't take this video out of context. You can kill the part of your mind that is making you feel so many negative emotions and that has so many unhealthy thoughts and beliefs that you don't want to live like that part of you anymore. You don't have to live like that part of you anymore. I'm not saying to kill yourself, stay alive, but you can kill the part of yourself that hurts. I think that if you're depressed, it's not a bad thing. I know that it's hard. I know that it really sucks and feels horrible. I was depressed for literally so much of my life. Like, it feels like almost, probably like 10 years. I would say from the age of like 13 onwards, it was very rare for me to not be depressed. But it really is just an opportunity to heal your mind, to shed these old versions of you, to shed these old emotions, these unhealthy belief systems, these parts of your identity that want to die, and they tell you that they want to die, and you just have to be like, I hear you, and we're gonna let that happen. But then it's also weird because at the same time, you like, that part of you gets scared to leave, and when we release attachments, you know, you get scared for that attachment to go away and you don't want that part of you to die. So it's kind of complex. I guess that I experienced that more once I was not depressed, because when you're depressed, you're almost like numb to loss, it feels like. Yeah, it's like you almost embrace the loss and you like don't care about anything. Yeah, I guess the different emotional states just have different purposes. And I know some of them are harder to experience for sure, but they are all equal if you can look at things from a higher perspective. And they become less hard to experience when you stop resisting them and when you assign positive meaning to them. Like, assign the meaning that this experience is healing you and that everything is happening for the best and that it's a temporary experience. I've become very familiar with these like dark night of the souls. Now when I have them, it'll last like less than a night. And I'll have all these negative emotions and this fear and this existential crisis. And I'm like, is spirituality real? What's going on? This is a horrible feeling. Like, I don't know, like I'll like lose my mind for a few hours. And then at the end of it, it's like I have this revelation and I have all this new insight and I healed a new part of myself and I feel like a new version of me. And so now it's gotten to the point where this has happened to me like probably 30 times in the past year, maybe more, I don't know. But I've gotten so familiar with this process that now when I'm having an existential crisis and I feel all these negative emotions, I'm able to recognize it and be like, okay, I just like need to let this ride out and then I'm gonna be a new, more healed version of me. I'm gonna assume that if you stumbled upon this video, you are smart, you are intelligent, even if you don't believe that about yourself. And so because of that intelligence, I'm sorry that it has brought you pain and suffering. Everything is actually what it's meant to be. And you can use that intelligence to heal yourself, to rewire your brain, to change your thought patterns, to observe all the things you want to heal about yourself, to observe your current identity, and use all of that self-awareness to make the changes that you want to change in your life and in your mind. I was able to really analyze my way into healing. I think I understand the world in a very logical way, which is weird because I'm also very like intuitive and spiritual, but I also am a very analytical, logical person. And so it helps me to know why things are helping me logically. It just helps me to like think through things logically and understand them from a logical standpoint. And it's also helped me like create my own belief systems and delusions. It's so hard to explain. I feel like I'm not explaining this well. One of the things that took me so long to learn, and that is one of the most important parts of the process, is feeling your emotions. I know I talk about this all the time, but it's because it's so important. I guess the universe keeps telling me to talk about it. But that's what finally healed me, was validating my emotions, really leaning into my emotions, feeling those negative emotions when they come up, because that's the only way to get them out of your body. And so when you have these negative emotions, sitting with them, observing them, giving them your full attention, not distracting yourself, and then you can find a way to express that emotion and maybe create art from that emotion. But yeah, I think when you try to just resist all the negative feelings and you just assign negative meaning to it, you can never fully escape that place of depression, and it's just gonna keep coming up. And I realized that I still have mood swings. You know, my whole life I've had really intense mood swings. I've had really high highs, really low lows, and I still have low lows very rarely. And so much of the time I feel amazing, which is, I don't think that's how most people experience life. I feel like 99% of the time I'm extremely happy, which I feel like is rare. But I realized that I still do have low lows. But when I have those low moods, I don't assign negative meaning to them. I just think that a part of me is being released, a part of me is coming up to die, everything's working in my favor, I'm facing a negative emotion so I can get it out of my system, I'm clearing old emotions out of my body. And so even when I experience negative emotions, I don't suffer because I see it as a good thing. I see everything as a good thing. And what I believe has become true. So something that's been happening for me the past 2 years is kind of reliving all of my trauma. So I keep having experiences that will remind me of past experiences, and I'll like feel this emotion of shame come up, and then it'll like really remind me of something that happened to me 5 years ago, or something that happened to me when I was 9, and I'll sit with that emotion. And it's very painful, very, very painful. And I sit with that emotion usually for like not even an hour. I feel like a lot of times it happens for like a day or half a day, but it's not the whole day or the whole half day. It's kind of like in waves maybe, but there's usually like maybe 30 minutes where it's really bad. And yeah, I sit with that emotion and I just feel it and I just acknowledge it, and I realize, oh, this thing from my past has really affected me and has been inside of me all along, and now I'm acknowledging it and I'm feeling it. And then at the end of that, I feel like I healed a part of me. Like I feel so much better and I don't have the same triggers. It's like I healed the trauma that was there, and I healed the negative feelings that were brought up sometimes by things that reminded me of it, you know? And so I believe that me experiencing these negative emotions is healing me, and it does. And it's been proven to me. And this has happened to me dozens of times, like at least 30 times, because I've had a lot of traumatic events in my life, so I've had to relive a lot of them. But the universe gives it to me in a way that I can handle. They've given me a lot of breaks, a lot of happy moments, a very enjoyable life, and then every once in a while I'll have this low where I have to work through something difficult. This 30-day challenge that I'm doing of me trying to film a YouTube video every day for 30 days is starting to bring up some negative emotions for me that I've been having to work through. And I've kind of been feeling this energy of like stress and sort of anxiety, because I just have this feeling of, okay, I have to wake up, make my celery juice, meditate, make breakfast, get ready, and then film a video before the sun goes down, and then edit that video. And so it's kind of creating this like feeling of stress and pressure instead of it being an enjoyable process. So I've been observing this, and anxiety and stress comes from fear. And the reality is there's nothing for me to fear. If I don't film a video, if I don't edit a video every day, nothing bad is gonna happen. I guess the biggest fear would be me not reaching my full potential and living the life that I'm already living, which is a fun life to live. So on a conscious level, I realize that there's nothing to fear, but my body, because I'm telling myself you have to film a video every day, and I think that's the thought that is like registering, is that you have to do this thing. It's making me feel as if there's something to fear or something to be stressed about. And the reality is we don't have to do anything ever. We literally don't have to do anything. Everything is just a limitation that you put on yourself, a limitation of the mind. And the universe can provide for you regardless of what you choose to do, how you choose to act. You can be provided for and protected and safe always. You literally don't have to do anything specific in life. You get to choose every day how to spend your time, what to do, if you're going to that job, if you're making money in a certain way, if you're choosing to go to the gym, if you're choosing to eat healthy. These are all choices that you get to make. You don't have to do anything specific. Nothing bad is gonna happen to you. Even if you were to die, worst case scenario, you'll reincarnate. But I understand that we all have survival fears, and that's a natural part of life. But yeah, I think I'm having to shift this mindset and really remember that I don't have to do anything. Every day I want to try to film a video and post a video, and that's a choice that I make, and that's something fun for me to do. And it shouldn't be this source of stress in my life. I do believe that no one is coming to save you. The cavalry isn't coming. There were years of my life where I thought that since I'm so spiritual and I love God and I'm a good person and I never get revenge and I never want to hurt people, I always want to make people feel good, I thought that I didn't have to do much and one day the universe would just put my dream job in my lap. And that is a possibility, that is the reality for some people's lives. And then I even gave the universe opportunities to give me financial abundance, like I was making digital products, digital designs for t-shirts and selling them on Etsy, and I had a clothing business. And so I was like, if the universe wants to give me money, I'm giving them opportunities to give me money easily. Anything is possible. And I still didn't get any money from those sources. And I had this little voice in the back of my head that knew that that was not the way I was gonna become rich, and that I have these passions for a reason. I have the mind that I have for a reason. I see the world the way that I see it for a reason. And I've had the life experiences that I've had for a reason, and I'm meant to share these things with people. And I also always had this little feeling in the back of my head too that I wanted to be a YouTuber. But then it also was like battling with this feeling of thinking that fame is horrible and not wanting attention and not wanting fame, and just my whole life hating attention and having issues with that, but those were things that I really had to like decondition and unlearn, because really fame is only scary if you give people power over you and if you value their opinions and if you feel ungrounded and unsafe. But anyways, I always had this feeling that I wanted to do YouTube. I always loved YouTubers. I always just had this like weird vision in the back of my head that I would be a YouTuber. But I just thought that maybe everyone feels that way because it's such a thing that we're exposed to every day. But it's like we're exposed to so many different careers every day and I don't want those careers. But I do feel that it was really part of my life path to actually take action towards my goals, to actually step into my purpose, to face all my fears, to work on my communication skills that were so frustrating to me, because I have this vision of who I could be, how I can communicate. And when I'm planning my videos in my head, they're so good. And then when I go to talk, I get nervous and I can't think straight and they don't come out as good as I want them to. And I forget to say a bunch of the things I wanted to say. And so I've been wanting to really bridge that gap. But I'm also learning to have the mindset that everything is what it's meant to be and my videos turn out how they're meant to be. And maybe they didn't turn out how I was planning logically for them to turn out, but however it turned out might have been better and it might have been the message that someone needed to hear, delivered in the way that they needed to hear it. And so I'm really working on dropping this logical perfectionist mindset that things need to be a certain way. And I'm trying to just let things flow and let things happen naturally and accept them as they are and not put pressure on myself to be a certain way, to film a video a certain way, to say certain things. Maybe you can apply this concept to your life as well, whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. See if you can take some of the pressure off and not have that expectation that things need to be a certain way, and just go through your life enjoying it, experiencing it, and seeing how things unfold. And you can have these intentions, like I want to make YouTube videos and I'm going to try to work towards that goal, but I don't have to put so much pressure on myself to do it perfectly and to have to do it. It's something that I want to do and I'm doing for fun. And it's so fun to be a human and to do whatever you want every day. This is kind of different when we are in more dangerous, really stressful life scenarios. But I also do think you can get yourself out of that if you can heal your mindset. But when I was in those scenarios, it took me a few years to get out of them and it took effort to get out of them, but I never healed my mindset. But I did have to listen to like a bunch of positive affirmations and do meditations and listen to healing music in order to stay sane in those scenarios and to not spiral into a deep depression, even though I was depressed. But I think that we have to find this balance between realizing that no one is coming to save you. It's up to you to create the life that you want, and you need to take action towards it, and you need to challenge yourself, and you need to face your fears. And then also still believing that the universe has your back. Nothing bad is going to happen if you make a mistake, if you stumble, if you aren't consistent. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. You're always safe, you're always protected, you're always provided for, and something can come into your life at any moment to help you and assist you and to get you to where you need to be. So you really want to co-create with the universe, and you want to take the necessary actions, but do it from a place of also knowing that you are protected. There's nothing to fear. Everything is going to work out regardless of what you do and how you act. But try to listen to your intuition and the guidance that the universe is giving you. And I think that's the issue I have, is that when I set a certain goal for myself and I, write a to-do list of the things I need to do that day, then I kind of start to listen to my intuition a little bit less, and I focus too much on that to-do list and to what I think I logically need to do, instead of just letting things flow and seeing what happens. Because I'm sure that the universe would still inspire me to make videos regularly and to work towards my goals, but they would do it in a way that is enjoyable for me and not stressful. And the other day when I was filming a video, I forced myself to film this video that I logically thought should be the video that I make that day. And it just turned out horribly. I was stumbling over my words the whole time. It was just really not a good video. And so then I was like, okay, I give up on making a video today. That's fine. But let me just turn the camera on and let me just see what happens. No pressure. And then I filmed a video that I ended up posting. And it was a video that I wasn't planning on making that day, but it just kind of happened naturally after I turned the camera on. And my videos seem to turn out a lot better when I'm not overly planning them and when I kind of just sit down and see what happens. Like this video, for example, I came up with 30 seconds before I started filming the video. I was like, why don't I just talk about what I'm experiencing right now and how I'm kind of struggling with this whole making a video every day for 30 days thing, because it's definitely triggering me in a way and making me realize that I still have some stress responses and I still feel pressured sometimes and have to like really decondition this like capitalist mindset and feeling like we have to do things a certain way, feeling like we have to work hard. I don't believe that I have to work hard and that I have to make a video every single day to be successful, but I want to, and I think that it would be helpful, and I think it will make me better at this, and it'll teach me skills, and it'll help me get more comfortable talking to a camera, and I'll get used to the process of filming, editing, making a video description and all of that maybe in a quicker way. And then also I always just have so much to say and so much that I want to talk about, and so to make a video every day I'm actually able to keep up with the ideas that I have. Why is it that if I were to make a video about how to make $1 million or how to get your ex back, it could get millions of views, but when people make videos about how to find wholeness within yourself or how to actually be happy, people don't seem to care. We've been trained, we've been conditioned to seek things that are not actually going to bring us fulfillment. Capitalism and societal values will teach you that you should seek money and you should seek love and you should seek all these things outside of yourself in order to feel happy and to get the feeling that you're searching for. And they literally have you looking in the wrong places. None of these things are actually going to give you the feeling that you're searching for. I see so many videos that are trying to teach you how to manipulate reality or how to manipulate people to get what you want or to be liked or to get a boyfriend, or how to manipulate reality and control reality so that you can have money, so that you can have your dream career. And when you can stop trying to control and manipulate reality and force a certain outcome that you think that you want, and you can just let life unfold naturally and accept how things happen and accept that maybe you don't even know what's best for yourself and what you actually want and what's actually going to make you feel good, and trust the universe to give you what's best for you, you will become so much more powerful and you will feel free and happy and truly fulfilled. Like, why would you try to manifest back a specific person who was toxic, who treated you like trash, just because of the familiarity, just because some part of you wants it, when you could manifest someone else who you don't have that negative history with and who is a better partner for you and who's your dream partner and who would make you feel all the positive emotions that you could possibly feel. The times in my life that I've tried to desperately manifest things and I've tried to really force reality to bend to my will, and sometimes I am very successful at it, but it leads to these tower moments, it leads to these huge dramatic, stressful, painful experiences where I'm losing things and everything's falling apart and everything's chaotic and truths are being revealed. And you know, there's a place for these events in our life, but if you're constantly trying to force things and you're constantly trying to manifest specific things, be careful what you wish for, because you might get it, and you getting it might not actually be what you thought it was. It might not give you the feelings that you thought you wanted. So I think it's more important to focus on manifesting the feelings that you want, and maybe, you know, a few specific details of life that you want, but being more open to it coming from different sources and to it looking different than you expected. Because yeah, you can probably manifest that person back into your life, but is it gonna make you happy? Is it gonna give you the feelings that you want? Probably not. And you can do that. The universe will probably let you do that so that you learn that lesson. I never watch things anymore that are like trying to control the outcome, trying to create a certain reality and manipulate reality, and especially the ones where it's like trying to get people to like you or trying to be perceived a certain way. Like, those things are just so sad to me. And there's a place for all of this. Like, I'm not judging anyone. We're all just having our own human experiences, and you can do whatever you want with it. And for some people that is fun. It's just a different life experience. But it does make me sad because I think it's more important to be authentic and to be free and to feel that you can be yourself and feel comfortable in that than to try to feel like you have to be a certain way and you have to be perfect and you have to make people like you, and you have to have control over people and control over the situation. All of that really comes from this scarcity mindset, this fear mindset. Anytime that you feel like you have to be a certain way or things have to be a certain way in order for you to be happy or for you to be safe, that's not coming from a healthy place. So when you feel that way, you don't want to act on it. You don't want to take actions based on that. You don't want to watch videos based on that. I think the more that we can allow ourselves to just be who we are and to accept our lives and to be open and relaxed and trust the universe, the better your life will become and the better mental state you'll be in. Anytime that you're attached to a certain outcome or a certain person, you're giving them control over your happiness, and you're taking your own power and energy away, and you're giving that energy to that thing. Why do you want the thing that you want? Why do you want that person? Why do you want that job? Why do you want that income? It's because you want to feel good. You want the feelings that it would give you. So what if instead you made the focus and the goal to have those feelings, to have positive feelings, and then to trust that the path that your life is leading you in is leading you to those feelings, even if that means not having that person, even if that means that person breaking up with you, even if that means that job that you just interviewed for rejecting you. Why are you assuming that that thing is going to make you happy? Instead, assume that whatever it is that you're getting is giving you the best possible feelings and the best possible life. The way to detach from something is to take your focus off of it, take your attention off of it, and focus on yourself. Focus on the life that you want. Focus on the things that you want to be doing in this moment. Focus on the things that make you feel good in this moment. Focus on the things that lead you to where you want to be and doing them in this moment. If you're obsessed with a certain person, you're just giving all this energy and attention to them, and it's detracting from the life that you could be creating for yourself, or the self-love that you could be giving to yourself. I really do believe that rejection is protection. If you're rejected from a certain job, if you're rejected by a certain person, it's always what's best for you. And instead of trying to enter a different timeline where things are different, where that person has a different personality and they're healed, or where you get that job, why not just accept that this was not meant for me and there's something better out there for me and I don't mind waiting for it. And then find the thing in that current moment that brings you joy, that makes you feel fulfilled, and focus on building up that feeling within yourself. It's okay if it takes you time to get there. I'm gonna make a meditation for this soon, actually. A meditation to help you create that feeling of love and wholeness within yourself, and to help you work through grief and heartbreak and loss. If all of your thoughts are still about a certain person, or still about a thing from the past, or something that you desperately want and you don't have, you're giving all of your attention and energy to that thing, and it's detracting from your life and from what you could be creating for your life. And then you're in this emotional state of lack instead of presence and happiness. We can't control our emotions. We can't control our feelings. Don't try to ever change your feelings. Always honor them and let them be what they are. But you can control your thoughts and beliefs. And then it's your thoughts and beliefs that create your feelings in the future. So if you find yourself having negative emotions, or consistently thinking about something and ruminating on something that is not making you happy and is making you feel that you're in a state of lack, change your thoughts and beliefs and practice having different thoughts. Practice gratitude, practice focusing on all of the good things in your life and all of the things you're grateful for and all of the things you love about yourself, and just continue to practice having these thoughts instead and listening to these affirmations and meditating on these feelings. And then you're gonna get yourself out of that state of lack and out of feeling super attached to a certain outcome. I do believe that we can manifest anything we want. You can manifest that person back, but that's not necessarily what's best for you. And then you're dependent on that person for your happiness, and when you lose them, you lose your happiness, and so that person has power over you, and nothing should have power over you except you and God. But again, we're all at different phases in our life. We're all experiencing different things. It's totally okay to be wherever you're at, and I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but once you can get to this place of not being attached to things, you will feel so much better and you will feel free and fulfilled. Another practice that can help us with detachment is learning to meet our own needs. So identify what needs that desire would be meeting for you, and then find a way to meet them for yourself. So essentially, to master detachment, find wholeness in the present moment. And then it literally won't matter anymore what the outcome of your life is, because you're already happy in the present moment and you don't want to be anywhere else. So in this present moment, create the feelings that you desire. Feel gratitude. Focus on all of the good things in your life. Focus on all of the things you're grateful for. Focus on the things you can do in this moment that make you feel good and make you love yourself and make you feel proud of yourself or make you excited for the future. Everything just comes down to how are we spending our time and how are we spending our attention. Your attention is currency. Whatever you give your attention to, you're giving your power away to. So why not give your attention to yourself and to the life that you want to create for yourself? Maybe you hate your life because you should. Maybe you hate yourself because you should. I believe that we're all worthy of all the love in the universe and everything that we desire as every single version of us, no matter where we're at, no matter who we are. But negative emotions are the greatest driver for change. So you actually not loving yourself could be serving a purpose. And your discomfort with your current life is probably serving a purpose. And your soul wants to have certain experiences and wants to grow in certain ways. And you will be guided to that growth and to those changes with discomfort and with negative emotions. And so your negative emotions towards yourself and towards your life actually serve a purpose and are there to motivate you to make changes in your life and to take different actions. If you were comfortable, you never move. There are these two aspects to life, right? There's internal and there's external. And when you heal internally, your external world will start to reflect that. But also, if you're only healing internally, at a certain point, you're gonna hit a wall where you need to change your external reality in order to really be satisfied with it and to feel proud of who you are. If every time you see your body, you feel a negative emotion, how can you get rid of that negative emotion? There are two ways that you could address that negative emotion in order to get rid of it. You can heal internally and change your mindset and change the way you view yourself, change the standards you have for yourself, and learn to love and accept yourself as you are. Or you can diet and work out and work to change your body so that you can become happy with the body that you have. There's no right or wrong answer. You get to choose which way to address your issues in life. I think that ideally we would do a combination of both, where we're not desperate to have a certain outcome, we're not desperate to be a certain way, and we can learn to love and accept ourselves as we are in the current moment. But also I think that working towards the things that you want and seeing that progress is such a rewarding and beautiful feeling. It's almost like you don't even need to achieve what it is that you desire, but as long as you're working towards it and you're trying every day and you're making that effort, you're probably gonna feel a lot better about yourself. I don't know if I would have developed the level of self-love that I have now if I never started a YouTube channel. Because when I started my YouTube channel, my YouTube channel has healed me in a million ways, but I'll try to just keep it to what's relevant to this video. But I felt like I had these good ideas that I wanted to share with the world. But when I actually go to speak, it's hard for me to get my ideas out in a coherent way. In the way that they're happening in my head when I'm not stressed. And I feel like in my head I'm so eloquent and I'm able to say everything so well and I'm able to organize everything so well. But then when I go to speak, I get nervous and it just doesn't come out the way that I want. And so I was frustrated by this disconnect and I was like, I feel like I have all this potential that I will never reach because I can't communicate in the way that I want to. And so I started making YouTube videos and it was very uncomfortable to see myself bad at communicating and making videos that were not turning out the way that I wanted. But I felt so much better just knowing that at least I'm working towards it and at least I'm getting better at this every day. And that alone gave me self-love and gave me more confidence. And I'm like, at least I'm trying. At least I'm making progress and getting a little bit better each day. Sometimes when we don't love ourselves, it's because you are supposed to make a change in your life. It's because you are supposed to change how you show up in the world. And you are supposed to work towards something different for yourself. Every single version of you is worthy of love, and you'll look back one day and you'll love this version of you and you'll love every version of you and realize they were all worthy of love. But sometimes that discomfort and that insecurity is just there to fuel us to live the life that we're meant to live. So it's okay if you let that insecurity fuel you right now. Realize what it is that you're unhappy with about yourself and find a way to change that in the physical. While you're doing that, you can also work on making peace with who you are now and accepting yourself and all versions of yourself. But I actually think the quickest and most efficient way to heal is to combine both of these approaches. The majority of people's problems and negative emotions can be solved with self-love, but some people need to actually step into their purpose and step into the identity and the person that they were always meant to become. And self-love is going to become a byproduct of that process. Create a life that you can be proud of. It actually can be kind of invalidating if you tell someone just to love themselves and accept themselves as they are when they have this feeling of knowing that there's more for them and they don't feel satisfied and they want to make a change. Some people are overly focused on changing their external circumstances, changing their physical reality, and they end up never satisfied. Some people just want to make more money, they just want to be more successful, they just want to get more attractive, fall in love, have all of the material things that they want, and the bar keeps raising and they never actually love themselves and feel like they're enough or feel like their life is enough. And then other people focus overly on their internal world and healing internally, healing their mind, and they never put the work in to change their physical material reality. And your progress is going to get cut off at a certain point. And you can be happy living like that. You can be perfectly content. You can reach enlightenment and not care about any material things. But I think that some of us are meant to have a certain life experience and to experience certain successes and certain circumstances and experiences. You are human for a reason. You are a spiritual being having a human experience, and you chose to be human and to live in this physical world where you can create things, where material things exist. And yes, there are some people who come here just to reach enlightenment and to give up material things and to not care about those things at all. But the majority of us came here to have a human experience and to really be involved in the material world and to find a healthy balance within that and enjoy all of the experiences and all of the things that come with that. I talk a lot about how you shouldn't just try to change your external circumstances, and your external circumstances are going to keep reflecting the mindset that you have. But it is actually really helpful when you can learn to do both, when you can work on changing your external circumstances while changing your internal mindset. I think that confidence and self-love comes from not from being perfect, not from being exactly who you want to be, but from always striving for more and not ever giving up on yourself and working towards the things that you want for yourself and consistently showing up for yourself. Let your discomfort and the lack of self-love that you have fuel you, and then begin to accept yourself as you are, because at least you're getting better, at least you're making progress. Just focus on developing the ability to not quit and not give up when things are hard. Don't make the focus succeeding, make the focus not giving up. They did a study on children where when they were praised for their effort instead of their performance, they were more likely to perform better and be more successful in life and try to do things, because they weren't only getting praised when they were good at things and doing them perfectly, they were getting praised solely for their effort and for trying. And that's what you have to do for yourself. Just praise yourself for your effort instead of only praising yourself when things turn out perfectly and there's nothing wrong with you, because that's just not realistic even. But sometimes you have to actually validate yourself and be like, yeah, I am unhappy with who I am right now. I know that I'm meant for more, and it's upsetting me to see myself not reaching my full potential, and that's okay. You can validate those emotions for yourself. You just have to have that faith that you're gonna get better, that you're gonna make it in the end, that you're gonna give yourself everything that you want. And let the progress be the reward. The reward doesn't have to be the end result. Me being uncomfortable, hating my life, hating myself was the best thing that ever happened to me, because it motivated me to make so many changes in my life, physically and mentally. And most of the work that I did was mental, but at the same time I started this YouTube channel and I started working towards building a business for myself. And it was really the combination of those two things, of me learning to love myself and also working towards what I want for myself, that allowed me to develop self-love and confidence. And one day I believe I'll have built the life of my dreams because of all of this. But until then, I'm really happy in this moment because I'm always making progress, and I have so much in this moment to be grateful for. And I already love my life and I already love myself. And even though my videos still don't turn out exactly how I want them to, and I still feel like there's so much room for me to grow, I'm happy because I'm always making progress, and every single day my life gets even more beautiful because I'm always working on myself and I'm always working towards my goals. If you try to cope with your past by just running from it, ignoring it, avoiding it, then you spend your whole life running. And when you're running, you're in fight or flight, you're in a state of stress. And if you could actually just turn around and face the threat and look at it, then you can defeat that threat and move on with your life and live a peaceful life and not have this thing looming over you. But a lot of times when we're traumatized and we went through painful experiences in our past, we never want to go back and face those emotions and really look at it. The people who feel their emotions when something traumatic happens to them are more likely to recover from that event and to heal quickly. But the people who avoid their emotions are the ones who end up traumatized for a long time. I was guilty of doing that for so much of my life. I was very avoidant of my emotions and repressed all of my emotions so much. And so what I was able to do was to go back to all of these old emotions, all of these old events in my life and revisit them and finally feel those emotions in order to heal my trauma. When I graduated high school, I tried to just forget about my life before that. I tried to just forget about all of the traumatic things that happened to me as a child, as an adolescent, and I tried to just pretend it was irrelevant to my life and just run away from it and not look at it and not associate with people from that time in my life. And I just wanted to forget about it and pretend it never happened. But the thing is, those things are gonna stick with you. For example, if you were verbally abused for years, removing the abuser from your life is not gonna instantly solve the problem because your inner monologue has now become the things that they said to you. That's why affirmations are so important. That's why we have to heal our self-talk, because we are all sponges. We all absorb the things that are said to us or even done to us, and we can internalize that and perceive it in a certain way, and that will become your inner monologue and that will stick with you. And it doesn't matter if the situation is in the past, it doesn't matter if you see that person anymore, it's still gonna live on in your head until you face it. And so as much as I tried to ignore all of my issues from high school, it got to a point where I was like, I can't live like this. I can't live with myself. I hate myself. I have all these negative, horrible thoughts about myself and about my life, and I literally cannot stand to live like this. And so I needed to start healing myself. And I think that discomfort and depression can really be a beautiful thing, and it's there for a reason. It's there to motivate you to heal and change. Depression is just an indicator that you're out of alignment with what your soul wants you to be doing, or what your soul wants you to be feeling and thinking and experiencing. And your body is always telling you what you need. If you're tired, if you're unmotivated, sit and rest and relax, and don't overstimulate yourself with entertainment, with social media, with movies and TV shows, and actually sit with your thoughts and observe your mind, because that's how you're gonna heal, is when you sit and you observe. And all of this negativity is gonna come up, all of these dark thoughts, all of these negative thoughts about yourself, it's all gonna come up. The way that I view it is that our ego will come up stronger as it's dying. So certain parts of your ego, certain fears are gonna get more intense, and certain bad habits are gonna get more intense, and all these things that we have to work through will get more intense. It'll seem like things are getting worse, but that's why I think it's important to have this perspective. It's something that I've been able to recognize now that I've gone through this process so many times, probably like 100 times. I'm able to recognize now that if my fears are getting really strong, if my insecurities are getting really strong, or for example, what I'm going through this week is I'm struggling more with like seeking instant gratification. Like I've been kind of like addicted to social media this week and struggling with that and struggling with being productive and feeling pressured to be productive. And so that's like what I'm working through right now. And I'm realizing that all of this is getting worse so that I can observe it, observe why does this happen? What are the thought patterns I'm having? What are the beliefs I have? And then I set the intention to change it. And then I break down, okay, now how do I change this? So if these are my bad habits that are getting in the way of the life that I want to live, how can I create systems in my life to stop myself from engaging in these bad habits? When you have these patterns come up and these belief systems and your fears get worse, then you can ask the universe to help you address it, help you find a way to heal this, and literally just set the intention of, I observe this belief system I have that is unhealthy, or I observe these fears that I have, or these habits that I have, and I want to get rid of them. And just trust that they're going away and they're coming up right now so that you can observe them and purge them. You can try to avoid your pain, you can try to run away from it, but it's gonna keep showing up in your life. If you have this experience of loss and grief that you never fully let yourself feel, you're gonna keep attracting experiences in your life that bring up a feeling of grief. And this is so that you can feel that feeling, which is how we heal, literally just by feeling it. And then you can heal the trauma. And so now these little things in your life are gonna stop triggering these negative emotions and fears and things like that. So observe what's happening in your life, what things keep coming up, what feelings keep coming up, what is triggering them, and understand that maybe you've been trying to run from your pain this whole time, you've been trying to avoid your past, but it's literally just right there, right behind you all along, and it's ruining your life because you're so unwilling to face it and you're so afraid to face it. But if you could actually just turn around and face it, then you don't have to run for your whole life. For me, I did a lot of this healing after I was in a safe environment. You know, I had all these fears and all these health issues, and I was losing things, and it seemed like I was gonna run out of money, and it seemed like my life was really unstable and unsafe. But in reality, I was in a safe environment and everything was fine, and I wasn't like being verbally abused or anything like that. There was no like immediate threat. And that's when I was able to work through my old emotions and stuff, is when I was already in that safe environment. I think that it can be really hard if you're still in like a dangerous survival scenario or like around abusive people. It can be really hard to fully heal in that environment. I think it's kind of impossible to fully heal in that environment, but you definitely can make progress, and you definitely should be still working on yourself, still listening to positive affirmations, and still doing everything you can do to combat that and to get yourself out of that situation. I think that if you're in a situation like that, your priority should be to get out of that situation. And literally just put all of your energy, all of your effort into getting out of that situation first of all, and just believe that you can get out of that situation. You are never stuck in any situation. This is a belief that I have. We are never stuck in any situation. I don't care what it looks like. You can get yourself out of any situation, and just decide that you're going to, and dedicate yourself to that. But yeah, for me, I was already like in a safe environment for a few years before I started really like facing all my trauma, feeling all the pain very deeply. And I think that's probably generally how the process is gonna go. You're gonna first have to get into a safe environment. And it's really common after we have traumatic, chaotic, stressful childhoods for us to find ourselves in very similar situations in adulthood, even when we don't mean to. Like for me, I just remember one day I woke up to my roommate's boyfriend screaming at her and abusing her, and them screaming at each other. And I was just like, oh my God, why am I like recreating my childhood? Like, why am I in this house of people screaming at each other? Like, why am I choosing this for myself? How did I end up here? And it really just like opened my eyes, and I was like, what am I doing? Why am I around these people? And I went on a study abroad trip, and I was around normal people who were not, you know, dating narcissists. And I just realized, why am I choosing this for myself? I could literally choose to live any life that I want, and I'm choosing to live this chaotic, stressful life still, which is what I wanted to escape so badly in high school. And it's hard to make that choice to walk away from that and to change, because these were friends that I loved, friends that I really clicked with, really got along with, and they were great people, but they were choosing bad partners. And I had to realize that it's not my job to help them, and I'm honestly enabling them if I'm staying friends with them just because I want to help them and make sure that they're not alone. But sometimes people have to hit rock bottom, honestly, to be able to come out of that and to make better choices for themselves. Or whatever the case may be, you know, I find ways to feel okay about it, to make myself feel okay about not helping people, because I do struggle so much with this feeling of wanting to help people and wanting to be there for people and wanting to be a good person. But the bottom line is, it's just not your responsibility. Your loyalty should be to you. You are the only person who is gonna really look out for you, and your job is to look out for you and you only, and it doesn't really matter if you're helping everyone else. Obviously, we should try to be good people. We should try to have a positive impact on the world, but at the end of the day, your number one priority should be yourself. So yeah, if you're in a scenario like that where you find yourself still in a stressful situation, still in a chaotic environment, make it your priority to get out. Today I'm going to be talking about sobriety and my relationship with sobriety and the benefits that I've experienced being sober. So first of all, just to give you a little bit of a background on my relationship with alcohol. In high school, I didn't drink. I was trying to be like a perfect child, to be loved by my parents, and also had a friend group that was not drinking and they were good influences, and we were all just focused on getting good grades, doing well in school, and I was really focused on that because I really wanted to get a scholarship to college so that I could move out of my house. And we were broke, so I needed to get good grades and get scholarships. Also, I was sick a lot in high school. I had horrible migraines a lot. I would throw up a lot. I would pass out on the first day of my period a lot. And so I knew that alcohol could also give you all of these symptoms and make you feel sick. And so I was like, why would I ever put something in my body that makes me feel sick when I already feel sick a lot of the time and hate it. And then I went to college and everyone around me was drinking, and so I started drinking and I loved it. And by the time I was 19, I was binge drinking multiple days a week. When I was 20, I got diagnosed with Lyme disease, so I was like, okay, let me chill out and not drink as much as everyone around me. Clearly, I should not be drinking. I feel like I was low-key on the path to becoming an alcoholic. Like, I definitely could have seen myself drinking all the time and becoming an alcoholic for the rest of my life if I didn't have a chronic illness and if I didn't get diagnosed with Lyme disease. Because when I got diagnosed with Lyme disease when I was 20, I started drinking and partying less and decided to take my health more seriously. And I feel like a lot of times with spiritual awakenings, we either have a chronic illness or we struggle with addiction, or both, because I feel like they are very similar in a lot of ways. Like, you know, you have a lot of symptoms, ascension symptoms, that can be explained by substances or by a chronic illness. And just the process of healing from addiction or healing from a chronic illness, it just really like ties into spirituality and, you know, like working through these feelings of shame and all these different things. I've always felt like those experiences are similar in a lot of ways, and with a chronic illness, it's hard because you have to really believe that you can heal. And I think with addiction, the harder part is that you probably deal with more shame and you feel more responsible for the things that you're going through. Not saying that you should feel shame at all. I have so much empathy for people with addiction, but I know that that's like a more common experience and would be worse when it comes to addiction. And then with a chronic illness, the challenge is believing that you can heal, believing that it's even a possibility, and feeling like you have any control over the symptoms and the emotions that you're having, because it seems more like set in stone. Like with addiction, you're also going to be told like your brain is just wired this way and certain people are born predisposed to addiction, which is true, but there's like a little bit more of this understanding that you can heal from it and you can overcome it. And with chronic illness, that's not as widely accepted and taught. So they both have like different struggles, but there's a lot of similarities that I see. And I always just think about how if I struggled with addiction and I was going through withdrawals and I was having all these symptoms and I knew that a substance could just take away all my pain, like I don't know if I would like be able to overcome that. Like if my chronic illness could just go away by taking something, that would be really hard to overcome. I know that I could do it realistically because I do always choose what's best for my health and I value my health so much. I just have a lot of empathy for people who struggle with addiction. At a certain point, I did make a rule for myself to not drink or do drugs to cope with negative emotions and to only drink to have fun. Like I would never let myself drink because I was having a bad day or I was in a bad mood or I was going through something, because I had noticed that the days where I did that, the days where I drank when I was going through something, I would just end up sobbing in the back of an Uber or thinking about jumping in Lake Michigan. Like the come down from the alcohol would just amplify the negative emotions so much and it would just be a mess. And so I learned to not drink to cope with negative emotions. And I think even if you never have the intention of quitting alcohol, I think this is a rule that everyone should implement in their lives. Don't ever do drugs or drink to cope with things, just do them for fun. If you do it to cope with things, that can just end up being a really unhealthy cycle. And also something that I believe, I feel like this is just a truth, like this is just a law of the universe. The principle of rhythm, if you're familiar with Hermeticism, what goes up must come down. For every high, there's an equal low. So if you try to escape certain emotions, you can't. Anything that you do to make you feel good there's still gonna have to be an equal low for that. And so for a long time, I knew that if I drink, I'm gonna feel really good, I'm gonna have a really good night, and then the next day is gonna be worse because of that. And if I don't drink, instead I would just have more of like a neutral state the whole time. And so I would just recognize anytime that I'm choosing to do something like drinking, just know there is a trade-off, and you're making that agreement to have a better experience for a period of time, and then you're gonna have a worse experience after than you would have if you didn't drink. And I think that's helpful to keep in mind, because you'll probably be less likely to drink often, knowing that there are consequences for it. But yeah, every time that I do something like that, I just know that there is a trade-off, and I keep that in mind when I make decisions about what I want to do. By my mid-20s, I was not drinking that often. I was not going out often because I didn't want to be hungover. I always felt sick after, and I just hated feeling sick. I hated wasting a day. I quit drinking in February 2024. I think the last time I drank was mid-January actually. So it's been about a year and 8 months. And before that, I actually was dabbling in sobriety. Like I went 3 months without drinking and I felt really good. I recognized that at about the 2-week mark, you start to feel really good and you start to feel a lot less anxious, a lot less depressed, and you have more positive emotions every day overall. And again, I kind of just did that because I recognized that when I drank, I kind of felt shittier, I felt less happy, I felt sicker, I didn't have as much energy. And so I was already kind of taking breaks from drinking, but I definitely did not plan on giving it up long term. And so in February, I got extremely sick and I started having allergic reactions to a bunch of things. And I was reading about MCAS and thinking that's what I had. And I realized that I'm probably never gonna be able to drink again. I thought I'll never be able to wear makeup again. I'll never be able to do so many things again. I'll never be able to go out to eat again. And I was really grieving all of that, and it was really, really hard. And I was really upset that I wouldn't ever be able to drink again. It was really difficult for me to come to terms with, and I felt like I was grieving so much. I remember I told my ex at the time, he reminded me of this one day. He was like, you said, don't talk about the future because it like stresses me out. Like anytime you would literally talk about anything from the future, I was like literally like, I can't hear about the idea of the future because it like is literally unbearable to me to think about, and it stresses me out. Like I was just in a really bad headspace and everything was painful and I was grieving everything. And I guess I told him to never bring up the future because I mean, obviously I didn't tell him like actually never bring up the future, but I said at a point like, this is stressing me out every time we talk about the future. Because in my mind, my future was just like so bleak and nothing was ever gonna make me happy again, and I was never gonna have anything that I wanted, and I'd just be grieving the rest of my life. So yeah, initially giving up alcohol was not an easy thing to come to terms with. Even though I had only drank once in the past 3 months and was happy with that, I didn't actually plan on giving it up forever or imagine doing that. And so I really gave it up out of necessity because I was so sick, even not drinking, even taking the best care of my body possible, that it just wasn't even an option. I was so scared to put anything bad in my body, even like bread, you know? So it was definitely easy to be disciplined in that way, but emotionally it was difficult for me to give up. Now I don't know if I'll ever drink again. I feel like I might, but then I'm also like, I also enjoy being sober so much and all the benefits of that. So I don't know if I would ever drink again. We'll see. But yeah, like I said, at about the 2-week mark of not drinking, I think you'll start to notice that you feel a lot better overall and you just feel positive emotions more often, and your neurotransmitters kind of balance out and you're less anxious and you're less depressed. When I quit, I was in such an anxious, depressed time of my life, and then I literally learned how to heal my anxiety and depression. I definitely cannot attribute it all to not drinking because I was doing so many different things at once. But I'm sure that it plays a role because I know that in the past when I would stop drinking, I would be less depressed and less anxious. And there's studies about all of this. This video is not gonna be like about the health benefits of not drinking. Like, obviously when you drink, you're literally poisoning your body. It's really bad for you, and it would be really beneficial to your health for you to quit. This video is going to be more just anecdotal, my experiences with not drinking. If you want to know the science about it, I'm sure there's people who are more qualified to be talking about that, and I'm sure there's better resources for you, and I'll link some below. Another benefit is you have more time to do things, to be productive. You're always going to be the sharpest version of yourself. You're never wasting a day of your life being hungover. You get to use every single day to be productive, to work on your goals, to better yourself, to feel good. And I feel like right now, if I were to go out and drink, I just wouldn't have time to keep up with my goals. My mind wouldn't be as sharp. I probably wouldn't be able to come up with as many ideas and articulate them as well if I was drinking all the time, or if I was even drinking once a week. So if drinking is something that you do now regularly, weekly, monthly, getting rid of it is going to give you a lot more time to work on the things that you want to work on, and to be the best version of yourself all the time, and to feel so much better in your body and have the energy to do those things and have the mental capacity to do those things. I think in general, you'll be less emotional and have less mood swings. I believe that they can't even technically diagnose people with like bipolar disorder or depression if they're drinking or using substances often, even though using substances is one of the traits of bipolar disorder and is commonly co-occurring with bipolar disorder. But substances affect your brain so much and affect your neurotransmitters and mood so much that it can mimic mental illnesses like bipolar disorder. I love partying, I love meeting new people, I love talking to people and going out. And I stopped doing that for a while. I was barely doing that for the past several years because I didn't want to be hungover. I didn't like how alcohol made me feel, and I didn't feel like it was worth it to be drinking and to be going out. And once I stopped drinking, I came to terms with the idea of going out sober, and I started going out sober, and I was like, I actually love this, and I should have never stopped going out. I should have just gone out sober. And I just realized I can just go out sober and have fun, and it's a great experience, and I don't have to drink. For so long, I was just avoiding going out because I didn't want to drink, but I could just go out and not drink. People drink to feel more confident, to feel happier, to feel more relaxed, less anxious. And so I learned to create all of these things within myself sober. I healed my anxiety, I healed my depression, I feel relaxed, I don't feel anxious, I feel way more confident, way more secure in myself. And now when I go out, I feel better and more comfortable in my own skin than I ever did back when I was drinking all of the time. So really, if you're giving up alcohol, you just have to learn to give to yourself what it is that alcohol was giving you. And you can absolutely do that. I have a bunch of workbooks I want to make to help people with these things. The more that you support my videos, leave comments, like them, it helps me have the time to work on those things. So I really appreciate when you guys support me. But yeah, I just learned to give myself all of the things that alcohol used to give me. It's such a beautiful thing because now I get to live my whole life with this level of confidence, this level of peace, feeling relaxed, feeling comfortable. And I feel more comfortable going to bars and clubs than I ever did, even when I was drunk at them. And it's just so fun to like be present in your life and to really experience everything fully and to remember everything and to be the smartest version of you. And I still have mood swings, like I still experience really intense moods, but it's not a bad experience. I don't really suffer anymore. And I feel like that was a necessary part of me, like releasing my anxiety and purging all these old emotions as a part of the spiritual awakening process. But 99% of the time, I'm like extremely happy, extremely at peace, extremely relaxed, and it's really amazing. I highly recommend trying sobriety, maybe even just try it for 2 weeks and see how you feel. You know, drinking causes inflammation, it causes anxiety, it causes all of these issues, and you are gonna feel so much better mentally and physically when you quit it. And you'll have so much more time and energy to do the things that you wanna be doing. And money. Drinking is very expensive. Like I actually save so much money by not drinking. So yeah, if you can find a way to feel more confident, develop confidence in yourself, feel more at peace and relaxed, then it's going to be a lot easier to be sober in every situation. I feel like a lot of us have this desire to be understood, and I think no one can really fully understand you except yourself. You're the only one who has really been a witness to all of your life and experienced every single thing. And I think that when we have this strong desire to be understood by others, it's really because we're not giving that understanding to ourselves. This is something I've really been working on the past few years and have really made so much progress with. I used to feel like I wanted someone to share all of my life with, and someone to know all of the things I've been through and all of the things I've experienced, and to kind of validate the decisions that I made and the feelings that I feel. And yeah, just like to understand all of my life and then to validate who I am as a result. And again, this just comes from us not giving that to ourselves. You need to give that validation to yourself. You need to give that understanding to yourself, and make the effort to get to know yourself really deeply and understand yourself and see your life as a whole, and spend time with yourself, spend time with your mind, observe it. Sometimes I make YouTube videos and I'm like, I wonder if I'm making any sense. I wonder if anyone understands me. Sometimes I just feel like I'm living in a different world than everyone else, and I see the world so differently. And for so long I was trying to see the world through other people's eyes, and then trying to perceive myself through that mindset and imagine how other people would perceive me. And even right now, I'm like, is this video making sense? But the thing is, it doesn't matter if it's making sense, or it doesn't matter if you understand it in the way that I mean it. Because art is just portraying the way that you see the world. That's all that art is. We all experience the world differently. We all have different experiences and perspectives. And all you have to do to create art is to share your perspective and share your internal world. Art is just sharing your internal world. And for so long I had this belief like art should be valuable, it should be meaningful, it should be, you know, all these things. Like, do my videos add value? Do my videos, are they interesting? You know, all of these things. And yes, logically I can be like, I think my videos add value because a lot of the things I talk about are things that I had to learn at one point, and once I implemented them in my life has improved, and it really helped me to learn these things. So from that perspective, I know that logically, yes, my videos have value. Also, I just know what it's like to live in my brain, and I know that I love being myself and experiencing my mind and living with my thoughts, because I do have such a positive mindset. And I feel like when we consume content, you're spending time basically in that person's brain. You're experiencing their inner monologue. You're experiencing the thoughts that they have, the way that their brain works. And you're basically spending some time with that being the thoughts that you're having in a way. And so I know that I have a healthy mindset, and it feels good to be with my thoughts, so I can conclude that someone else watching my videos is spending time with that healthy mindset. Like, even if I'm just making a storytime video, I'm not like saying all these negative thoughts really, you know, like I'm in like a higher vibration regardless of what I'm speaking about. And so I know that that can be helpful to people. But the thing that I've come to realize is that it literally doesn't matter if your art or whatever you create adds value, or if it's interesting, or whatever it is. Your only job when you create art is to document your inner world. Just document what you feel, document what you think, document the way you see the world, document what you're experiencing, and it literally doesn't matter how the world perceives it. Just trust that it's being perceived in the way that it's meant to be perceived. And it's okay if people don't understand you. It's okay if people never understand you. I used to think that I should make my videos like able to be understood, right? Like I should think about how people are perceiving them and how they're affecting people. And obviously I still do to a certain extent, but it's okay if people don't understand you. It's okay if people have to work to figure you out and to figure things out. I saw this video that was talking about how people go to school to study art history. They go to school to study film. They go to school to study all these things in order to understand art. People study poetry. People study literature. People literally want to understand art. They want to understand things more deeply and to put in effort to understand things. So if you're someone who is hard to understand and you think a lot of people can't relate to you and a lot of people don't really get you, that's actually kind of a beautiful thing, because that makes you interesting. That makes it so that people would have to work to understand you. And that's something that people often choose to do. A lot of people want to dive deeper into things and to find ways to understand things that they don't understand currently. And so I think having that mindset shift was really helpful for me, because I was like, it's actually totally fine if people don't understand me. That just means like I'm giving them something to do. I'm giving them something to pursue if that's what they choose to pursue. And if not, that's also totally fine. People don't have to watch my videos or try to understand me. I know I'm definitely a unique person. The way I see the world is unconventional. But then I also know that there's a bunch of people out there who really resonate with me and who probably don't feel seen by most people, but maybe feel more like understood and seen when they see my videos, or at least I can hope so. But I can assume that there's people out there who are similar to me and probably don't see themselves represented in the media a lot and don't feel like seen and understood. And so I'm sure there's like a handful of people out there who actually really relate to me and really understand what I'm saying and have had a similar life experience to me. But yeah, it's okay if people don't understand you. You're not here to be understood. You're not here to be palatable. Your job is just to be yourself and document that and be that. And if you're creating art, just create art that reflects your internal world. That's all you have to do. Just be yourself, document how you feel and what you're experiencing, and it doesn't matter if other people are gonna get it or not. You can never fully understand the way that people are gonna interact with your art, and you don't have to. It's not the point. But yeah, that mindset has helped me a lot to know that my content doesn't have to be valuable. It doesn't have to be interesting. It doesn't have to be anything specific. It doesn't have to like reach a certain standard or quality. All I have to do is create content that documents my inner world. All I have to do is literally just say the thoughts that I have and document that. And that's all that you have to do too. It's really that simple. And that is art, and that is going to affect people, and that is going to change your life. And honestly, YouTube and making content is such a great way to do shadow work and to accept different parts of yourself and to face your fears and face your shadows. I highly recommend doing it even if you don't want a career in this. It's been so healing for me. It's been such a beautiful experience. Everyone is just a mirror. You being yourself just helps other people to face their shadows, to interact with themselves in a new way. It doesn't matter how other people are perceiving you and how they're interacting with you. That's the experience that they're having with the parts of themselves that you represent to them. And then if you choose to respond to that, that's you interacting with the part of yourself that they represent to you. I think celebrities and public figures especially are just huge mirrors for the collective to do shadow work with. And in return, they are doing this massive shadow work where they are having all these parts of themselves reflected back by the millions of people commenting on their lives, giving their feedback, giving their opinions. And also, it's not even physically possible for a celebrity or a public figure to be aware of all of the opinions and all of the things that people are saying about them. So they're only seeing certain parts based on whatever their beliefs are about themselves. And they're gonna notice those things more too and put more emphasis on them because of that cognitive bias that we have, the confirmation bias that we have. But even if someone were to try to look at every single comment that someone said about them, you just physically cannot if you're a public figure. There just isn't enough time. The things that they end up interacting with are opportunities for them to work on their own shadows and for them to observe certain parts of themselves and what they judge about themselves and what they think about themselves. I think it's really cool that celebrities are like doing the shadow work for a lot of the collective. I know I've healed so many parts of myself by observing and judging celebrities. And then to be a celebrity, you're experiencing shadow work to the extreme also, because you're having all these beliefs about yourself directly reflected back by your physical reality very often and very intensely. But I think if you're an artist or if you want a lot of public recognition, you have to really get comfortable with being misunderstood and understanding that everyone perceives the world completely differently. Everyone has a completely different relationship with themselves, which is going to affect the way that they see you and that they perceive you. And it's really not that relevant to you and who you actually are and how you should feel about yourself. And if it bothers you or if it makes you feel a certain type of way, that's because there's a part of you that agrees with it and that feels that way. But as I've been healing my codependency, I've been letting go of trying to understand how other people perceive me, because I realize that every time I'm seeing myself through someone else's eyes and I'm imagining how they see me, like for example, I'll think about how do religious people perceive me, right? Because I know that I'm making videos about spirituality. I know some people are gonna think like, oh, this is like demonic, or I don't know, whatever. Just to give you an example, so sometimes I think about that. And if I'm having those thoughts and I'm thinking about how someone is perceiving me, that is a part of me because I'm able to imagine it, right? And I'm able to see the world in that way. And when I spend time thinking about how that person is perceiving me, I'm being that version of me. And I don't want to be the versions of me that are judging me and that are viewing me negatively. I don't want to spend a bunch of time in those mindsets. And so for so long, I was trying to perceive myself from all these different people's perspectives and how I think people will perceive me, which really we don't even know how people are perceiving us. We can't actually predict that. So this is all just like my own internal world. This is all really just how I'm perceiving myself, but I'm projecting it onto others and I'm imagining that it's what others would think based on what I know about them and what I know about their beliefs and personalities. But yeah, I really realized that every time I'm trying to imagine how other people see me and I'm trying to see myself from these different perspectives, I'm being that version of me, and I don't want to be those versions of me anymore. Like, I understand me, right? I understand me very well, and I know why I believe the things I believe. I know the experiences that I've had. I know who I am. And I can imagine how other people would perceive me and how they wouldn't understand me as well. And they would, you know, see me in these different ways. But I want to spend time in the headspace of who I am, and I understand myself. And I'm confident in my beliefs, and I know what I believe. I know what my truth is. I know who I am. And for so much of my life, I was thinking about how everyone else was perceiving me. And that's what was really perpetuating this codependency, because I was reliant on everyone else for validation and for my sense of self. And I was thinking so much about what other people were thinking of me and what their experiences of life were. And now I'm kind of being more selfish, and I'm not thinking as much about what other people are experiencing and how they're perceiving me and what their life is like even. My loyalty is really to myself and who I know I am and who I want to be for myself, and just being comfortable in who I really am and just showing up authentically. Let it be difficult for people to understand you. It's okay. Like, let people entertain themselves trying to understand you. And they're either going to be interested in you and want to know more and want to understand more because their soul wants that and is going to gain something from that, or they're not going to care and they're not going to watch your content, or they're not going to want to spend time around you, and that's totally fine too. That doesn't say anything about you. It's okay that people don't understand you, and your art doesn't have to be anything specific. Just be yourself, be unapologetically yourself, and know that that is exactly who you're meant to be. And that's exactly what you're meant to be creating. Limerence is a trauma response that can happen to us when we grow up not receiving enough love. And so we start to fantasize about the idea of love and receiving love in order to generate that emotion of love. And so you're kind of addicted to this idea of love. If you're someone who experiences limerence, that can turn into a beautiful thing, because you have this ability to visualize. And literally every single successful person, every person that you probably look up to, they all talk about the power of visualization and how they would visualize the things that they wanted, and they would visualize the things that they achieved before they achieved them. And so if you have this mind that is great at visualization, great at imagination, great at daydreaming, you can use that to your advantage and channel that energy into creating the life that you want. Limerence is creative energy. You can channel the energy into something else. At the moment, I'm not experiencing limerence at all, and I feel like this might be like the first time in my life almost that I haven't had a crush on anyone. I think it is the first time in my life that I haven't had a crush on anyone since I was like in high school. Previously, I had been experiencing limerence for different people. I had crushes on different people, and then I would observe them, learn to integrate the parts of myself that they represented that I wasn't embodying, or I learn to outgrow certain parts of myself. I made another video all about this, about limerence and how to use it as a catalyst for your growth. So I recommend watching that video as well if you experience limerence, because I think that limerence can be such a beautiful tool for healing. And I believe that all the emotions we experience are there for a reason. You just have to learn to find the value in them. But now I don't experience limerence. I don't have a crush on anyone. And my crush is my creative work. My crush is this YouTube channel and the ideas that I have. And those are the things that I fantasize about. Those are the things that I imagine all day. So if you're someone who often experiences limerence and often has crushes on people and spends a lot of energy and time thinking about those people, see if you can channel that energy into something else, into a creative project that you're passionate about, or a business that you want to start. Channeling that love and that excited energy and that imaginative energy into something creative, into your passion, into your purpose or your work is really helpful, because not only is it going to help you create the life that you want, but also that's something that can never be taken away from you unless you decide to stop putting effort into it. So if you can get this feeling of love and passion from something that you're creating, then you can always tap into that. And you can always use that as a source of your happiness. I really do feel like I replaced my crush and I replaced my relationship with work, and not in an unhealthy way, not in like I'm a workaholic type of way, but just in that this is what brings me so much joy. This is what brings me fulfillment. This is what I spend my time thinking about. And I have fun bringing my creative ideas to life. And it's like the healthiest form of a crush you can have, because it's something that's coming from you. Another thing that I've noticed about myself is that in the past, my happiness was really dependent on my perception of what I thought the future would be. So if I thought that my future was gonna be bad and I was scared that I would be sick, or I was scared I wouldn't find an apartment I could afford, then I would be unhappy. But if I thought that my future was good and that I was gonna get a job that I like and I was gonna be happy, if I had something to look forward to in the future, then I would feel happy. And my emotional state was actually more dependent on my perception of the future than it was on the present. And the reason that my brain did that is because that's how I coped in high school. That's how I coped as a child. I had to find my joy in the future. I had to find some sort of sanity in order to cope with what I was experiencing currently. And so I would daydream and fantasize about the future a lot. And I think this is probably a really common response to trauma. Your brain is always trying to help you and do what's best for you, and it's actually doing things that are helpful for you. But then when we get out of these traumatic situations, we need to learn to rewire our minds to work in a different way, to be more efficient. Because if you're getting your happiness from the future and from certain expectations for the future and from things that you're looking forward to and your idea of the future, then when that future doesn't come to fruition, you're gonna experience really negative emotions. And so you're gonna be having these extreme mood swings. If you can instead get your joy from the present moment, then you're always just living in the present moment and you're always at peace and having a good time. And obviously there's times where we lose things and we experience painful emotions, and that's okay, that's all natural. Having a healthy mindset doesn't mean that you never experience negative emotions again. It just means that you only experience negative emotions when the present situation is calling for negative emotions. But a lot of times when we're traumatized, we are experiencing depression and anxiety long after the events that have caused them. And in reality, your present situation might be fine and peaceful and good, and you can't even enjoy it or feel that way because you still have the old brain that your trauma has created. So I really had to retrain my mind to find my joy from the present moment. And people experience varying levels of daydreaming about the future. You know, some have it to the point where they experience maladaptive daydreaming disorder. I think that's what it's called. Like, I have a friend that would get in car accidents all of the time because his daydreaming was so intense. And so there's varying levels to how we experience this. Once you're in a safe environment, once you're no longer in that traumatic situation, then it's time to start trying to rewire your brain to get your joy from the present moment. And I know it can be fun for us to really live in our internal world and to daydream and fantasize, but you want to practice actually taking action, actually participating in your life, actually you know, going outside and being in nature, or hanging out with people, or creating the business that you want, or doing whatever it is that you actually want to be doing in your life, and spend more time doing that than you spend in your head thinking about these things, especially if you're thinking about another person, which again, I think that's totally okay. I think there's actually a place for that. I think sometimes that's what we're meant to be experiencing. And I recommend watching my other video about limerence if you're experiencing that, because when I would experience limerence for certain people, I applied the concepts that I talk about in that video, and it really helped me evolve as a person, and it really helped me grow. But now I don't have a crush on anyone. I don't experience limerence at the moment. And really my crush is all of the things that I want to create and all of the things I think about creating. But again, I still need to not spend so much time just imagining what I want to create and actually create it, actually sit down and film the video, or sit down and write the workbook, instead of just daydreaming about creating these things. But yeah, if you experience limerence, if you fantasize about the future a lot, that's natural. A lot of us do that because it is this trauma response. It is the way that we learn to cope with our reality. And as you get out of that situation and you move into a place of safety, then it's time to rewire your mind and to practice having these different thought patterns and experiencing the world in a different way that is going to be more beneficial to you and more enjoyable for you. But having a brain that experiences limerence and fantasizes about the future is a really beautiful thing, because you can channel that energy into creativity, and you can channel that energy into visualization, which is one of the most powerful ways to create the life that you desire.